Chapter 1, 01 Windhelm Justice. Disclaimer, what's Bethesda's is theirs etc. Chapters not in chronological order. Windhelm Justice. Your wife, where is she? Revyn Sadri blinked, taken aback by Brunwolf Freewinter's uncharacteristic lack of courtesy. But he heard the urgency and anger behind the question. I'm sorry, Sarjo, but she's away on Whitefile business. Master Newlian's last fit of illness finally convinced her that his project needed some priority. She should be back in 2 or 3 days. May I ask? Bandits. They attacked an ore caravan to Windhelm. The Jarl's men arrived in time to salvage the shipments, but wagons were damaged and 2 drivers were left behind to try to track what went missing. 2 caged boys. They never reported in. The mine owner has appealed to the Jarl, but he's refused to investigate the missing caged. No manpower to spare, he says. Ah, was all Revyn could say. I was hoping Helzet was here, that she could speak with Hagrid, the mine owner, before he leaves Kynes Grove. The inn at Kynes Grove. I couldn't stomach staying in Windhelm after the Jarl refused his appeal for aid. I see. Yes, perhaps I'll speak with him, collect information for my wife should she not make it back before he has to leave. I'd appreciate that, Revyn. As usual, if she takes this on and brings justice to those scum, I'll see she's rewarded. You're too kind, Sarjo, as usual. Hagrid Icebare was an old Nord gone thin and bent after a lifetime of heavy work. Years curled his hands into stiff claws and there was a shadow of pain in every movement. Kittens, barely 10 years when I found them curled under the wrecks of their family's wagons. Bandits, you know. More bloody, Batum Ned bandits. Jaron and Jane. When my sons left to join the Stormcloaks, my cat sons insisted on staying to help me keep the family business going. This season they were to learn transporting goods and dealing with buyers. I'd left before them to wait in Windhelm where I was to teach them how to deal with hostile buyers and clients. Then I'd gotten the pigeon telling me the caravans were getting hit by bandits. Oh, the Jarl was fast enough to send troops, but some of the wagons had taken damage and had to be left behind. The loads were redistributed, but I was told there weren't enough men to leave behind to guard empty wagons. Other, lighter goods the bandits had taken, but the soldiers didn't want to go after those, so my sons took it upon themselves to track the bandits. Soldiers let em. Cagets were naturals at sneaking to survive, they said. When they never showed up, Stormcloaks told me they most likely ran off to find other easier work. Maybe even joining the bandits themselves. As the old Nord talked, he idly played with a Caget-style bracelet made of fanciful twists of dyed leather cords interwoven with beads of polished stone, carved wood, and nuggets of gold. Revyn also noted 2 small combs tucked into the Nord's grey hair. Tiny wood combs from which hung tiny strips of beads and long, silky hairs of striped grey and black. Mane hairs Caget males sometimes gave as tokens of love and respect to older family males. Although no expert on Caget jewelry and ornaments, Revyn thought them of very high quality that sadly wouldn't sell for the price they deserved in this part of Skyrim. And if such jewelry walked into his shop a week later, well, even he wouldn't buy for fair price, especially not to such a smelly, scruffy specimen who was selling. The Nord wasn't one of the usual Nord customers who deigned to walk the Grey Quarter to get to his shop. But then, non-Dunmer found in the Grey Quarter weren't usually the wealthy, respectable Nords. This Nord was dressed in a random mix of cobbled-together armor. There was the smell beyond bad personal hygiene that came from poorly tanned furs and belts still sporting the silky greys and black of the unwilling donors. A nasty cough you have there, said Revyn with a hopeful, friendly smile. I do sell some health potions. Not as expensive as you'll find from the Whitefile because my wife makes them and she's self-taught. She supplies a great deal of base ingredients to the Whitefile though. Master Newlian says if she weren't so flighty she has the potential to be a decent alchemist. The Nord merely grunted and Revyn smiled again as he sorted through the other items for sale. More random jewelry, armor pieces, small weapons, wagoneer, and mining tools, and some clothes, purses, and bags in fair condition. The stuff had been rough cleaned, but Revyn had, thanks to his wife, become an expert at spotting blood, recognizing degrees of freshness, and grave goods. A regular came in, one of the city guards coughing in much the same manner as the other Nord who had slunk into the shadows at seeing a guard uniform. All the health potions you've got. Whole damn barracks catching this damn cough. I've only 13 in stock that are ready for selling. My dear wife is adventuring and Azura only knows when she'll be back or if she'll even have time or supplies to brew more. I'll take 'em. Whitefile's too damn expensive for mere guards. As soon as the guard had the lot, he popped a bottle open and took a mouthful. Gah. No matter who makes it, still tastes like sewage. Try dumping the rest into a keg of Sajema or dark beer. I've found that some medicines actually work more effectively when combined with alcohol. The guard left with his bottles and additional purchases of 2 silver rings with petty enchantments for health. Revyn went back to sorting the bags of goods for purchase. He then offered to buy the lot at the lowest end of a decent price range. I can see you're not happy, but I pay steady suppliers more. Still, let's not end this on a bitter note. Here, a couple of health potions that I didn't sell the guard. Now mind you, these are not quite ready for drinking until after 2 or 3 more days of fermenting, but after that, well, as you heard me tell the guard, dump them in some dark beer or ale. He escorted the Nord out the shop, and as the Nord disappeared down the street, Revyn waved to one of the young farmhands lingering outside of the Nunes's Corner Club. A quick job if you want, he told the boy. I need you to discreetly follow that Nord there outside the city. Try to stay out of sight though, because I suspect he's a robber and will kill you if he sees you. Just follow him as far as Hollyfrost Farm to see what direction he heads. If he does spot you, you can always claim you're making a delivery for me. And here, for further help, here are some tools you can show. Should he remark that those are the tools he just sold me, tell him that I had buyers on my waiting list for new tools. Here's half pay for now. Get moving. The boy returned the next morning, reporting the bandit had headed towards the abandoned building between Hollyfrost and the border outpost and that insane lot of Boethia cultists. Oh, and Tolver at Hollyfrost appreciated the new tools in return for sheltering him for the night. Another 2 days went by. Brunwolf told him there was another raid. Revyn wasn't surprised when the Khajiit pelt-wearing Nord came by with more goods and a demand for health potions. Weapons and armor of Dunmer make, perfumes, ornaments, and books from Morrowind. Revyn bought the lot, paying a better price to the happy Nord, and warning him that the new batch of potions, though strong, were still experimental mixtures and harsher tasting. He sold them along with a keg of Flynn which he promised would mask the taste and had higher alcohol than beer. As the Nord left, Revyn said by way of goodbye, Boethia inspire you. Who? Boethia. She's, well, you could say our Daedric Prince of Battles. 2 days later the guards were talking about the reports from Hollyfrost Farm. Hillavi Cruelcy had been up at the farm to pay Tolver and collect the produce for the market stall when she heard ungodly yelling and screaming from off in the distance. She'd called out the guards, afraid there might be bandits or Imperial troops settling in. Guards found dead bandits. Seems they had a falling out and butchered each other. And it must have been quite a quarrel by the way the bodies were shredded. Or maybe they said some nasty words to those insane cultists, in which case they got what they deserved. On a bright note, there was enough evidence to mark them as the lot who'd been robbing Dunmer travelers and Khajiit caravans. The guards questioned the proprietor of Sadri's used wares after finding potion bottles with his shop seal on them. The proprietor merely remarked that he didn't question the origins or intents of his customers. As for what was in those bottles? Well, with all the illnesses this season, as they well knew, health potions were in short supply and one of his best-selling items. Helsed finally came back from her mission to find Master Newlian's legendary white phial. The mission was a bust though, because the artifact was already broken when she found it. She also brought in a haul of Dwemer artifacts, which was the reason why it took her so long to return, because she had taken some time after finding the broken phial to explore a nearby ruin. As she was rummaging around in the bedroom, she said, Revyn, dear, what happened to all the potions in the chest? I hope you didn't use them. The new formula. I'm sorry, beloved. I know they were meant to be health potions, but they smelled funny and I took them to Master Newlian to test. He said that some of the new ingredients did enhance healing but also caused bad side effects of excitability and paranoia. All you would get is a screaming, murdering maniac that would be damn hard to kill because his health would be regenerating like a troll's. Sorry. His words. I had to, toss the lot. Oh. Don't feel bad, beloved. Master Newlian said the formula has potential once you find out what caused the frenzy side effects. Now here's your soup, eat up, and get some rest. Chapter 2:02 Homeward Bound. What's Bethesda is theirs, etc. Stories not in chronological order. Fluff from Wifey's POV. Inspired by a YouTube video recommended to me. Look up Peter Hollins and Homeward Bound. Homeward Bound. It was just after midnight. He would be asleep by now. The streets were quiet and in the alleys they knew to scuttle back into the shadows when they saw the soft gleam of chitin armor under the light of the moons. 1 or 2 soft, pale, armiger, from passing shadowy forms. My key still worked and I felt marginally better. He'd had every right to change the lock after the way I'd abandoned him just days after our wedding. The shop's heavy door swung open but was suddenly checked after only an inch. An obstruction on the floor. No, in the floor. A second security measure of a short iron post sunk into the floor. So he'd taken my suggestion and put it in place. I rapped sharply against the door with my dagger hilt and called, Revyn. Coming, love. I closed the door. No sense in letting the cold leach what warmth there was in the shop. Revyn didn't keep me waiting long. I slipped quickly in and dropped my heavy pack on the floor. As soon as he had put the security post back in place I said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be gone so long. And I was utterly selfish and thoughtless for not sending you a letter. He didn't answer at once but gestured for me to follow him to the side room that was his living area. Our living area, if he was still willing. So long as you come back, he said at last. That's all I care about right now. I expect that when I eventually remember to be mad, you'll have left on another quest. I'm sorry, I repeated. Good. But it can't be helped. I married the Dragonborn. I knew what I was buying into and the hidden fees of our marriage contract. He caught my hand and pulled me close for a light kiss on the lips and then turned me towards a corner of the room. The water in that urn over there is kept hot. I paid a pretty drake for the fire runes etched into its clay. While you wash up, I'll set up a light dinner for you. Revyn was still sleeping when I awoke, which suited me fine. I tied my embrace and nuzzled against his neck to feel his pulse against my lips. He smelled of the oils and soaps he used to clean the stock and store. The bed was really too small for both of us, but after so many cold nights alone on the open road or on in beds that stank of so many other tired bodies, it was perfect for now. He probably should be awakening by now to have breakfast and get his shop ready for business, but the poor old dear had exhausted himself seeing to my selfish needs. While running lips and tongue over temple and along an ear, I wondered not for the first time what had drawn me to a man who had a decade for every year that I'd lived. I'd had interest from plenty of young, intelligent, handsome ones, Nords mostly, who didn't seem to mind me being a mare, and plenty of Dunmer men too. But for some reason a particular shopkeeper's professional greet-a-customer smile caught my attention. His light, buttery smooth voice lingered so that I recognized it later that night among the patrons of the Nunes's Corner Club that had gathered to hear me sing. My ears tuned automatically to him and I heard him mildly insulting my accent as he spoke with Amberese, the club's owner. I shifted to Dunmaris and imitated the accent of my maternal grandmother. Flawless high court halala, he told me later. I went bandit hunting, and when I came back I went first to his shop. He gave me a good price and some good advice on dealing with the local Nords when I'd complained about the attitude of the nobles at the palace when I'd went to collect my bounty. He'd lived in Windhelm at least 50 of the near 200 years in Skyrim and had witnessed the growing hostility as the immigrant population increased. Yet he stayed, waiting for family that had never shown up. At a third visit he was stressed and his remarks about the legitimacy of his stock was suspicious. A little prodding and he confessed to accidentally buying stolen goods. I couldn't help but smirk at the haul I'd brought in for him to buy. Bandit camp stuff, all of it second-hand stolen goods. At the end of it I returned the stolen loot that troubled him, a ring, a locket, a jeweled dagger, stuff. Eventually he caught on that I was courting him. I'm old enough to be your grandsire for Azura's sake, he'd said. I am not a cradle robber. No problem, with all the Nord barrows I've dived into, I've developed a taste for grave robbing. Maron's balls. Mistake. Had to work my tail off to get him to forgive me and convince him I was serious. Strange. How strange it was that an old elf who'd lived over half his life in the bitter ice of Skyrim had taught me a lesson in fire better than the old dragon who'd mentored man in the voice before recorded time. Our wedding day had been a disaster. Enemies had shown up, mages and armored thugs. Sword and shield, while the priests had pushed guests out of the temple. The mages formed an ice attack. I drew breath to counter with dragon fire. But a smarter thug had grabbed Revyn for a shield and now shoved him in front as I shouted. He deflected it. He deflected it with an astonishing intense summoning of the ancestors' wrath, an inborn sense of fire magic all Dunmer, I'm told but never believed, were born with. He flamed like a master destruction mage, and it was a cloak that absorbed and dispersed the worst of my shout while setting fire to the thugs and mages around him. It was the first time I'd sensed the depth of his untapped, untrained magic that he'd happily left dormant in favor of the merchanters' games. The priests returned with a water brigade to douse the fires in the temple. They kicked us out. Even if I swore to pay for all repairs, I doubted they'd let us back in to complete our vows. But Revyn dragged me over to Baelimon's forge and told me he'd a mind to use the ceremony from the Ashlander side of his family. He wasn't too concerned about the Mara ceremony because the Mara, had never been a god of the Dunmer anyway. He'd been indulging me because I'd been raised imperial with the imperial/Altmer pantheon of the 8 divines. The Chimer forswore the Dra to worship the Didra Boethia, Mephila, and Azura. And when Chimer became Dunmer, who worshipped the Shivi tribunal, his side of the family kept to Ashlander beliefs and paid lip service to the tribunal. Marriage ceremony was according to the peculiar custom of his mother's offshoot Zainab tribe. We pledge ourselves over a bed of coals, he explained, and if we trust each other to combine our inner lights, we'll walk that fire through. It was crazy. Fact was, I'd never used ancestors' wrath in my life. Mother had tried to teach me how to tap into it, but I'd never succeeded. I had to rely on the standard protection spells other races used with fire magic. No spells, he told me, trust me, and so I jumped unhesitating onto the forge with him. The thick solace of my leather boots were cracking when he commanded me to shout. And even before I'd exhaled the first word he covered my mouth with his tongue thrusting deep, demanding. Yet all I could feel was the fires burning through my boots. Then I heard his deep groan of desire tangled with agony as he desperately sought to ignite something within me before he fainted from pain. Did you choose him just to warm your bed, or do you choose him to share your life? A stern voice asked in my head. Female. Familiar, yet one I'd never heard before. Destroy him, push him away and off the coals. Or save him, embrace him and join your fire to his. Call upon your blood, your ancestors, my mother's voice now whispered. But, mother, who are my ancestors beyond you and grandmother? I truthfully don't know, sweetheart, but somehow I believe they watch over me, and they've always answered me even when I don't know their names. I saw my grandmother's face and I called to the shadows that somehow I could see standing behind her. They came, brushing away the multitude of memories of my father's imperial clan and even shoving my dragon soul aside. I'd done it, I tapped a power I'd never knew was in me. Nameless, faceless ancestors roared and the world burned bright and jumped the break between me and my chosen mate. Then icy, filthy cold broke us apart. Buckets of stinking canal water were being flung at us by rifton people and guards frantically putting out the fires that had sprung about the smithy. Bollymund was standing back, laughing, as were the Windhelm Dunmer and Nords who had come with Revyn in the groom's party. Guards roughly pulled us apart and off the forge, wrapping us in burlap bags commandeered from Bollymund. Seems our clothes didn't survive the flames. We were charged with public indecency, property damage, and public endangerment. Wedding night was separate jail cells and the next morning the Jarl ruled that henceforth we were never to visit the city at the same time. Our first time together was on the way back to Windhelm on a bedroll out of earshot of the rest of the travelling party. But a courier found us the morning after and I left. Revyn woke around noontime. I had a bath ready for him and a meal when he was done. While he ate I told him of what I'd been doing after our wedding. Dragons, dragras, and forsworn. Busy girl. Any other business in the Reach that you'll get involved in? Finding a Daedra heart for a blacksmith and maybe helping a Dwemer researcher find a missing expedition. Here's some of his books if you're interested. I read them on the way back. Interesting stuff. Revyn glanced at the books. Calc Elmo. Yes, I think I've seen his books pass through here before. He found the paper I'd left in one of the books and read it. You got me a silver mine. Wedding present. Hope you like it. It's a silent partnership in one. Sanuarich mine is owned by Ainthach, a full-blood Reach man, landed, and one of the few independent operators left after Ulfric's romp in the Reach to dethrone Modenoch. The local Nord bullies were trying to force him to sell. I helped out and made a deal to be silent partner and protector. I told him you could help him get better prices for his silver than what the Silver Bloods dictate. The Silver Bloods. I know who they are. Ulfric's strongest allies and pet butchers in Markarth and sure to take over if Jarl Ingmund falls. But from this side of Skyrim, Revyn said incredulously, how could I possibly be of any help? You know people, I urged. Look, I've been in those mines. It's rich. The only reason the Silverbloods haven't yet put an assassin's contract on him is that for now he's protected by Jarl Ingmund who only protects him because he was a friend of the Jarl's late father. But the Jarl is no friend of the Reach people because of the Forsworn, and he has the other problem with the Silverbloods doing everything they can to undermine him. The Jarl counters Silverblood money by allowing the Thalmor to house their head justiciar in Skyrim in the palace. Sooner or later Einathach's luck will run out unless he has the resources to buy protection. Something in Revyn's expression shut me up. He leaned forward, expression intent, and studied me like he would study some mystery bauble I'd just hauled in from some Dwemer ruin. When do you plan on heading back there? He asked finally. He gathered the dishes and rose to dump them into the washing bin. Maybe in a week or so. Revyn. Steward Horleaf wants you to track some robbers that Stormcloak patrols are failing to catch. Then there's a note from someone in Riverwood who's asking for your help with a mine you previously cleared out. The robbers you can probably handle first. The Riverwood actually came earlier, but I told them if you weren't by last week, which you obviously weren't, they should probably contact the companions in Whiterun. Still, you might want to check with them as you head back west. By the time you leave finally, I'll have a letter you can deliver to our partner. I sighed with relief, happy yet guilty for dumping this problem on him. If he's not adverse to working with the East Empire Company, I might have some ideas. No promises mind you. I'll have to run some ideas by Orthos first, if I can get his attention off of his problems with pirates that is. Revyn. He continued on as if I hadn't spoken, busying himself with washing dishes and putting food back in the larder. When I made move to help him, his stern look had me planting my butt back in my chair. When you left me, I went on a pilgrimage to Azura's shrine in Winterhold. I'd helped with mining and hauling the rocks for it when I was younger and had fled to Skyrim along with other believers who were warned by the lady to get out before Bardua destroyed Vardenfell and Red Mountain erupted. I went to offer prayers there for your safety and to beg guidance for my own part. I spoke with Azura's mouth, Enith. He returned to the table and sat. His gaze was unervingly calm and steady. I was told the Dragonborn may be an agent of the Dre, but the Daedra also lose if Akadosha's firstborn destroys Nirn. She had foreseen the possibility that the Dragonborn was going to be Dunmer and weaved her web accordingly. Well, here you are. You were born Dunmer and you could have made better matches but for some reason you chose me. But put aside the fact that you are the Dragonborn. He said sternly, leaning forward now. What mattered most of all the words she said, Azura told me that by choosing me as your first true mate, you chose a path to power that was more than mere force of arms. What? Again he went on. Point is, she called me your true mate. I've been wondering about that term. I love you more than I could ever imagine possible. I'll support you any way I can. I believe I mentioned last night that I knew the bargain I was getting into when I married a hero, an armiger. I knew that when adventure calls, you'd be running off. I wondered if it was my destiny to sit quietly here until you came back. Then when you did, just feed you, give you a willing body for bedding, and give you a good price for the loot you carry back. If that was all, fine. So long as you came back, I told myself. Revyn. I lunged across the table to grab his hands so tightly I could feel the bones shifting in my grip. I pulled them tightly against my chest. I want more than that. I love you, I truly do. Yes, I love adventure, but when the thrill is over, all I think about is seeing you again. I don't understand it myself, you know, but it's your voice I want to hear, your body I want to hold, your mouth I want to taste. I save memories of my adventures because I want to tell them to you and I want to hear your thoughts on them. I want your advice on how to handle people, your suggestions on what I should say next time. When you vowed never to hold me back from my wanderings or chain me to traditional wifely duties, that you'd wait for me, I knew I'd finally found home. A home base. A place where I could come back to center myself before jumping back into the fight. I swear. I'll do what I have to do as a Dragonborn, but however far I must go, however long I must be away to finish a job, I'll always be homeward bound to you. He kissed me. A long, deep kiss. Old man had quite a strength reserve as he used my grip to pull me across the table onto his lap. It was near midnight when he was awake again and in the mood to talk business. We were both on the floor beside the fire pit. I was on my stomach and he was half on top of me, tracing patterns along my spine. All right, money talks. I'll start seeing how good my network of contacts is. All these years running a pawnshop for travelers, quite a few I've kept contact with and spread all over Skyrim since Windhelm is still a major port. You keep shouting and bringing in the money and I'll do my own whispering in your wake and investing your purse. How does that appeal to your inner dragon? A financial empire, I think? I think it would be amusing to start one right in the heart of Windhelm. A bit of revenge for the Nord conquest of Revyn, he softly whispered in my ear, and then stuck his tongue in it. I giggled and snugged a hand under his belly and tickled. He groaned and shifted a bit higher so that a more sensitive portion was pressed against my palm. I am the great and powerful Dragonborn. Pay no attention to the lit man behind the counter. To all who oppose us, Azura distract you, Mephila blind you, Boethia strike you, I said, giggling a bit more. Sounds like fun, love. Maybe I'll find a suitable crown for the Emperor's scepter you handed me. Easy there. You're not churning butter. He moaned, bucked, and flamed a little bit. So great to be home. Chapter 3:03 Overstock. Disclaimer, what's Bethesda's is theirs, etc. Stories not in chronological order. Overstock *******. Inventory clearance sale this coming Lordosh and Frida's only. Prices slashed 20 to 30%. Half off on selected items. No reservations taken. Cash only. All sales final. Magical items verified by the court wizard and some items may have additional taxes as required by law. Sadri's used wares. Revyn bumped into Naranyi as soon as he turned away from the market's posting board. The Altmer woman may have been slight of build but she moved not an inch as Revyn lurched back in surprise and hit the board. A clearance sale? My. Your dear wife must have been busy this last 2 months. Quite busy, Revyn confirmed, moving clear of the board to let people read the latest postings. She escorted some Winterhold scholars through Admir ruin. While the scholars poked around the machinery, she collected the other stuff while patrolling for hostels. And since she was working with other like-minded mercs, she persuaded them that selling them through me on commission would net them a better payout than trying to sell stuff on their own. Of course, with such an influx of new items I must clear away some of my older stock, hence the sale. 2 days' notice is scarcely enough time to collect a buying crowd. Why not a week? Because the Jarl saddled me with an overseer to make absolutely sure all taxes are paid, and those were the only days this overseer had time to attend my sale. Or I wait another 2 months, but then Helsed and her friends are hauling in their stuff before the end of next week. And even then, I'll have to shut down a day or two just to inventory, price, and work out commission details with her friends. More items. Give me a preview and I might be able to come up with buyers right off the mark. Sorry, Naranyi. Court wizard Kalkelmo of Mark Arth, the preeminent scholar on the Dwemer, has already arranged with my wife to get first pickings. He's already en route and will be arriving mid-next week. You. Dark elf. Revyn's face went blank, then a perfectly bland smile appeared as he pivoted to face the Nord, sneering at him. "Thane Icewind, how nice to see you. I hope. I have important business to attend to Lordosh and Frida's. You'll have to have your little sale later after I get back. You have your inventory list with you. It's completed, but deliver it to my housecarl before the end of the day. And to be clear, elf, you may not sell anything on that list until I get back and I have time to review it. But it's my whole shop. Am I to close for?" The Nord just walked away. "Oh, dear. Well, when and if he returns after your court wizard, I'll still have plenty of buyers. I'm sure we can talk them up to a decent price for a whole lot sale." "Too kind, Naranyi, too kind," he said sourly and ripped his flyer off the notice board. "I don't get it. Why are they so worried about being cheated if you decide to have a massive sale?" wondered Amberese. Revyn had delivered his inventory list to Thane Icewind's housecarl and had immediately retired to the corner club to sample the newest Sujamma imports from Sol's Thyme. "With the latest supplies and wage shipment gone missing, they want to make sure I'm not suddenly fencing untold wealth without paying the proper taxes." "What went missing?" "I heard some stormcloaks talking while they were in my store selling pieces of imperial armor and weapons." "Subtle. Tell me about it." "A supplies and paychest shipment got caught between two bands of robbers having a territory war and the robbers joined forces. Anyway, the stormcloaks need their gold. I mentioned to them that if they come back later, I might have things I'm willing to sell at a discount because I have new stock coming in. Spread the word. Something got lost, like their sanity, and I was dragged before Stonefist to explain my sudden wealth of source material. I explained my wife. Well, they know, thanks to his unliving lordship, that she's a fantastic enchantress and the profits should be good in spite of discounts. Boethia's spear shaft, Revyn, everybody in Windhelm to Rifton knows she's the best in this region outside of Winterhold. Drop the price on any of her discards and it's a killing for you. If it weren't for the fact that these stormcloaks get icebergs up their butts about magic, any normal power-mad dictator would have confiscated your stock a long time ago for the war effort." "Thank you, Amberese, that's so comforting. Do you know how many sales I've had to close my door on today? The line's still out there." "See. Oi. Malthur, go tell the sales hound Sadri's is suspended by Jarl's order." "What? Another lot that can't read?" "Thank you, Malthur," called Revyn without turning around. "This Thane Icewind," he said to Amberese, "have you heard anything about him? He was some sellsword from somewhere in Winterhold, was he not? Rescued some stormcloaks from an imperial ambush and kept them alive through a particularly bad storm." "Heard same. Hates Dunmer because he says he lost friends and a brother to Dunmer necromancers," Amberese replied. "Ha!" Amberese exclaimed, slamming the tankard he'd been polishing to the countertop. "I have it. You're Dunmer. Helset's an enchantress and everybody knows enchanters need soul stones. And the most powerful enchantments need soul stones that you can only get from people. So to his mind, your wife's no better than a necromancer. He'll probably find a way to pin a number of thefts on you and hang you for offense." "Not cheering me up, Amberese." "Excuse me. Revyn Sadri." Revyn turned. A Bosmer courier was behind him holding a chest with familiar words inscribed on it. Wax seals held a folded parchment on top. Revyn fished an amulet from under his shirt and held it up for the courier to see. The courier studied it, matched the image to a rubbing, then handed the box over. "Now where is this from?" he asked the courier. "You're not a regular around here." "No, sir. I usually cover the routes between the Rift and Morrowind. I was paid extra to bring this to you directly. Have a good day." Revyn pried off the note. "Dearest. Was hunting with some friends from Largashbur when we came across a large band of robbers with lots of food, pelts, weapons, and gold bars. I took the gold and the orcs took the rest back to the stronghold. Good news. I've finally learned how to place 2 enchantments on items. I am so going to get a new set of armor and max enchant it to better spank lots of bad boys. I took the gold to Rifton and Matesy showed me some new techniques for jewelry making. Aren't they pretty? And I practiced double spelling so they're all enchanted. Similarly spelled items are bagged together. The stuff in the black velvet bag is for paying Wounfirth or whomever to help you evaluate the strength of the enchantments so that you can better price them for sale. Also, the Dwarven Hall may be delayed in arriving. Something's got up the Stormcloak butts down here and they're intercepting travelers to look for something. Half my merc partners have decided to wait in Rifton with the hall a few more days until the Stormcloaks cool down and the other half will escort the scholars back to Winterhold, bypassing Windhelm. Give my apologies to Calc Elmo and give him the journal in the box. I found it in the Arntarns and I've already found 2 pieces of Etherium. I think I already know where the forge is, but can't get to it without the rest of the pieces. I'll give him more details the next time I'm in Markarth. I won't have time to stop back home. I've got an urgent message from Solitude about a dead queen who won't stay dead. Soon as I shove Meridia's sword through her chest, I'm on my way back to you. Miss you. Hugs and kisses. Hell's et. Revyn, you've got a stupid smile on your face. I take it Hellset sent you something very nice. Thane Icewine said I can't sell anything on my inventory list. This isn't on it. He let Embers peek into some of the bags. Magical jewelry. My lady's been practicing her craft. These should sell very nicely. Revyn, are you sure you want to play that game? If Icewine wants to gut you, I don't think the Jarl will naysay him. Icewine touches me, my lady will have his head. The Jarl will act if he wants to keep his newest favorite Thane alive. I'm sure there will be heavy fines, but I think I can make this work in the long run. Now if you'll excuse me, I have some flyers to post and a royal wizard to bribe. Renting Naranyi's market stall for his jewelry sale was quite expensive. Then there was the extra expense of hiring off-duty guards for crowd control, and there was quite a crowd in the stone quarters looking to buy what he had for sale. He'd gone to the Jarl for permission to hold his sale in Icewine's house. Carl had protested. But between Woonfurth's judgment on the quality of the items and Revyn's assurance that he was only selling within Windhelm, the Jarl gave permission. This was handled all in public court, and a better advertisement Revyn couldn't get than court gossip. There were plenty of the East March noble class coming into Windhelm for the sale and gathering in the cold marketplace. The Atherons and Cruel Seas, forewarned, had hot meals and drinks ready for sale. Winterhold? No. My wife learned from one of the greatest mage lords of House Telvanni. Yes, she also can enchant weapons and armor. I have some in my shop with more to come in the future. Sorry, I'm only allowed to sell jewelry today. No, sorry, I can't guarantee a schedule, but I maintain a list of buyers that I notify if items of interest come into my shop. Here, your name and what you're looking for on this card then. Why, yes, good sir, this necklace is enchanted for strength and agility. It may not restore all you've lost before your wounds, but at least you'll be able to walk on your own without those canes. Yes, child, this will help with your sister's marksmanship. Just remind her that it only enhances what she knows, so she still needs to practice without it. The court has assigned a clerk from the tax office to handle Revyn's cash box. The work was fast-paced and tax calculations non-stop, but it was the first time the people were eagerly pushing gold into his hands, so the tax man had a happy scowl. At the end, taxes and fines ate 60% of the gross, the rest was rental and hire fees, leaving Revyn with the remaining 15% in a large list of private, future buyers and custom orders. He dutifully presented himself to Thane Icewine in Hierem Hall when the Thane returned. After all, he still needed to sell the overstock in his shop, and he still needed the Thane's permission to proceed with the sale. Here to rub your cleverness in my face, elf? The Thane demanded. You know damn well you don't need my permission to sell your goods. Actually, my lord, I didn't know that. I was still under the impression that your oversight is still required. You know, elf, I've been warned by plenty that your wife is not one to anger. I don't care. You deliberately set out to make a fool of me. However, you're very lucky that one of your buyers was the Honorable Captain Emmett. After a mace broke his back in battle, the healers managed to save his life, but he was crippled and only just managed to walk with 2 canes, and he was always in pain. Your wife's trinkets gave him back his legs and the ability to pick up a sword. He's no good for future battles, tires too easily, but his experience is invaluable and he can train others. He knocked the sword out of my hands this morning in a training bout. And that's the only reason you're walking out of here unharmed. Get out. Revyn took his time walking through Valenstrad, enjoying the rare warm day and the fancy houses found in the oldest section of the city. He cut through the graveyard and heading back to the grey quarters, following the melted snow waters flowing down the city street gutters to home. Chapter 4, 04 Skyforge Steel. Disclaimer: what's Bethesda is theirs, etc. Stories not in chronological order. Skyforge Steel. The blonde Nord looked a little rough for wear, and he clearly was not comfortable stepping into Dunmer territory. Welcome to Sadri's used wares. Take a look around. I'm sure I have something you need. Armor, weapons, potions. Revyn's smile widened as he recognized the scales ring the Nord held out to him. A friend gave this to me. Said you'd give me a discount, the man mumbled. Oh, yes. Revyn held up the ring, noted the numbers on the inside and looked at a ledger under the counter. My wife's little gift to you entitles you to a one-time, today only hefty discount. Half off of anything currently in stock. Wife? She lives here. The Nord studied him intently. What was she doing so near the high rock border? Revyn shrugged. I don't ask. Adventurers like her wander where they will. I worry enough as it is. But do go ahead and tell me where she met you and why she gave you her ring. After a long moment of staring at him with an occasional blink, the Nord mumbled, Northwatch. A prison. She rescued me from it. She gave me the ring after I told her I was going to join the nearest storm cloaks I could. Told me to look up your shop if I ever got to Windhelm. She never mentioned you were her husband. Prison? What? Oh, never mind. That's your business. Well, have a look around. I'm sure I have something you need. While the Nord wandered about the room, Revyn laid out some weapons. Oh, here, weapons my wife recently sent me. Very good quality. You're just in time, it seems to have first pick. Once word gets out, I'm sure to have sold all this in 2 days. Have a look, he urged. The Nord looked. One battle axe in particular caused the Nord's eyes to widen and hands to tremble. This axe, like it. You have a good eye. My wife received it as a reward for a job she volunteered to do. But axes really aren't her weapon of choice. Besides, it originally was made for another's hand and fighting style. And since it was a gift, it wouldn't really do to return it or resell it within the same city. I like it very much. But even half off I can't afford it, the man said mournfully as he ran loving hands over the axe head and handle. A pity. Well, I have a notion the Jarl or Stonefist would be interested in Skyforge steel. It's made by E. Orland Greymane of Whiterun, a Stormcloak supporter, you know. Highly desirable. Only forges Skyforge for the companions, so getting one if you're not a companion is quite the prize. The favor my wife did was for the Greymane matriarch. Seems one of her sons was in quite a bit of trouble. Political trouble, which would explain why the companions could not involve themselves for even their own forge master, I suppose. An ignorant, outland, footloose mere spellsword like my wife, however. Revyn sighed dramatically and proceeded to put the axe into the caged display reserved for enchanted weapons. Tell you what, Brunwulf Freewinter has been tracking a new band of murderous thugs attacking Dunmer farms and travelers. My wife is still away or she'd be on this. If you've a mind to take this job, talk to Freewinter. Perhaps you can get him to buy the axe to hold onto it for you. The bandits are sure to have loot and you can use that to pay him off. Of course, any excess gems, weapons, armor, and the like, I'll buy at a fair price. Half off price for the axe still. Oh, very good. Yes, I will sell it to Freewinter for half off if he comes in before the end of tomorrow. The Nord nodded and straightened, held out his hand to Revyn. Thank you. You and your lady have been more than generous over the troubles of a stranger. Revyn suffered the bone-crushing grip and eased his arm free just as another Nord resembling the first came into the shop. Done yet, Thorold? Come on. I'm hungry and I want to get to Kendlehearth before the dinner crowd gets too thick. Gavin and some of the other trainees are already there drinking up the mead. Enjoy your dinner, said Revyn. But if you want a real drink, try Nunis's Corner Club next door. Brunwulf Freewinter was in by the next morning to admire the axe and get more on the story he'd gotten from the Greymanes. Nice, he said, giving the axe a swing. So this is Skyforge steel? Yes. Keeps its edge far longer than regular steel. Only Bollymund in Rifton come closest to matching the quality. To hear Warandville's belly aching, the only thing special about Greymane steel is the Skyforge itself. If not for that forge, he's better than Greymane. Freewinter laughed. Oh, I remember Bollymund. Interesting place for a wedding. What's this about his forge? Has it recovered after you nearly burned the shop down? Revyn dismissed that dig with a lazy wave of his hand. Bollymund's forge can be inconsistent due to whether or not he's using his family's trick for forging. My wife told me he has to go to some extra lengths to get his forge hot enough to match the Skyforge, otherwise it's like any other forge. She only knows about it because she had to help him gather the forge ingredients, which he couldn't do on his own because it was too dangerous to travel about. Ah, yes. Adventurers. What would we do without them? So the Greymane sons owe her a debt and they're willing to take on some of her bandit hunting for this axe. That is, if they can get time off from their unit. Stormcloaks have them moving between camps to forge weapons and armor. They're working hard to negotiate extra leave time in this area without mentioning why they need the time. Good luck to them. But they better be as good swinging an axe as forging them. Don't want them dead and the Stormcloaks looking at us for being out of two smiths of a highly respected family. Yes, Greymanes, the honored forge masters to the heirs of Iskrammer. Revyn fitted a leather axe cover to the weapon. The axe hadn't come with one, but Revyn had a more wind-made netch leather cover that had been pawned but would never be redeemed. The axe cover was a beauty too. A family heirloom, he'd been told, with Indoril house symbols and runes for bravery and luck and an enchantment to keep the weapon it covered free of rust. The owner had become one of the victims of a particularly nasty bandit group sprung up lately. This group only hit non-Nords and were pretty blatant about it. The latest outrage had been wagons coming in from farms to bring food supplies to Stormcloak quartermasters. Of the 7 wagons on the same road, only the 2 Dunmer-owned farm wagons were hit, supplies and horses stolen, drivers slain. What is your estimation of the boys? My wife thought them headstrong and impulsive. A Volstein nearly attacked her as an imperial spy just for being in their home. She wouldn't have gotten involved if she hadn't watched the Greymane matriarch being disgracefully harassed at her stall in the public market for all to see and hear. They are impulsive. The kind that need a good knocking about until they've learned to think before acting. With their long-time ties with the companions I would think they've learned some warrior's discipline. But they aren't hopeless, said Freewinter. I'd say they've been schooled in weaponry, they've seen heroes, but they just need a good few forays into actual battle to shake up, test, and hone their mettle. Revyn made an amused hum of agreement. Brunwell continued, a Volstein anyway. Capture and torture by the Thalmor was harsh tempering for Thorold. A Volstein still needs a good knocking. But they're of good stock. Thalmor? Who said anything about Thalmor? Revyn protested with a smile. My wife merely went after another den of vicious kidnappers like the ones at Mistwatch Keep. Now the axe, 1,600 septims. Cheap compared to that steak knife your wife forged for me. Ah, but that little dagger was an ebony blade with a rare vampire enchantment. This is merely steel. Skyforge steel but still just steel with a good fire enchantment, and then my wife took the time to work it until it's much harder and sharper than normal Skyforge now. Plus. Welcome back, Siras. I see you've reclaimed your axe from Freewinter. It was a good hunt. Both Greymanes heaved large bags onto the counter. Armor and weapons, then smaller bags of gems and jewelry and folds of fine quality clothes. I'll handle the smaller items first. The armory and ingots you can probably get better prices right now from Windhelm. He's running low on some stock and raw goods this week and has been complaining about late shipments. Oh. Revyn picked up a silver and emerald necklace. Oh. I hope you cut the bastards good for this. Dany's 10th year wedding gift from Mattis. He slaved away a whole year and a half to earn the extra coin for this. He sighed and set it aside for family if he could find any still alive. They had a lot of treasure, those bandits, said Thorold. Tried recruiting us. Boasted rich pickings as long as non-Nords were targeted. Yes. Some were trainees we knew. Thought we knew, a Volstein growled angrily. Honorless scum. A disgrace to the Stormcloak cause. Collecting Stormcloak pay and robber dividends. You want to be careful to whom you mention that to. The powers hereabouts deal very harshly with slanderers. They'll listen to the words of the Greymanes, pronounced Thorold. We'll root those dishonorable scum from our ranks. That's nice. Makes it safer for us to carry on with our lives, said Revyn. He found another recognizable piece of jewelry and a dagger that needed returning. Why won't you Dark Elves help with the war effort? Surely you hate the High Elves as well, asked a Volstein. Revyn stopped his sorting. I'm sorry? What have the Altmer to do with this? The High Elves control the Empire and the Empire betrayed your people. We went to the corner club. I followed one of the betrayers upstairs when he looked for things to steal. We saw the Imperial armor your friend had. Revyn started at a Volstein reproachfully. Planning to report him? Have him executed as an Imperial spy? Of course not, Thorold said, eyeing his brother sternly. Of course not, a Volstein echoed. But it just proves you've got fighters down here. Yes, we do. My wife isn't the only warrior in the Grey Quarter, just the most blatant. But if you think to recruit them to Stormcloak's cause, I refer you to the official plaque at Refugees' Rest, that ruined tower east of here. He quoted, untithed to any thane or hold, and self-governed, with free worship, with no compensation to Skyrim or the Empire except as writ in the Armistice of old wheresoever those might still apply, and henceforth let no man or mare say that the sons and daughters of Kine are without mercy or honor. We, the Jarls of Skyrim, hereby decree this site as monument to the struggle of those who fled their native home of Morrowind in the time following the Red Year. I remember listening to Jarl Ulfric's grandsire greeting us with those words. I remember the people of Windhelm gifting us with blankets, food and drink, and supplies to restart our lives. I saw the welcome die as that generation of Nords died. Now I agree wholeheartedly the Thalmor Dominion, he stressed, threatens everyone, but from the ground view, the boot solace of Thalmor and Stormcloaks look alike. A Volstein snarled something under his breath and Thorold flushing angrily. We're fighting for our freedom, elf, said a Volstein. Do you Dark Elves not understand that basic demand? The armistice mentioned in the plaque obliges us to take up arms against any threats against the Empire and allies of the Empire. Do you not see the dilemma for we that live here in Windhelm? We're not helping you, but we're also not helping the Empire. The Empire betrayed you like it betrayed us. We have common cause. The Stormcloak wants our help and our blood but won't grant us permission to fix our sewers even if we offered to pay for it ourselves. We're not to be trusted digging up streets in case we're secretly sapping the city's defense. And if we can afford to pay for the materials, we must not be paying enough taxes. Revyn calmed himself as he separated the goods we was willing to buy. 1,030 for this lot. As I said before, Windhelm will give you better prices for the armor and weapons. I've marked for you which ones hold enchantments so you may want to take them to a wizard to find out what kind and the strength for better prices. The rest you can sell to Naranyi, one of the resident Altmers if you don't mind dealing with a high elf, or wait until Modron's caravan comes back in a week. Volstein would have said something further, but Thorold slapped the back of one hand against his brother's chest, saying, "Enough, brother. I don't want to quarrel with her husband. And he's right. Were it not for this war, John Battleborn would be our brother-in-law. Gavin would be an all-out robber still needing killing because he'd openly be killing Nords as well for money. Declaring himself a Stormcloak was just another way to rob his own people. Keep your anger for the Thalmer." Volstein walked away, head bowed and breathing deep. But eventually he came back. "I apologize, Sadri. You people have your reasons. But I still think the Empire has earned its blame. No argument there, friend. We weren't happy the way the Empire ordered all legions to protect Cyrodiil during the Oblivion Crisis. Dunmer legionnaires like Amberys were left humiliated and socially ruined by this betrayal, forced to desert their posts and forswear their oaths in order to stay and protect Morrowind, then doubly damned and driven out because no house wants a deserter and oathbreaker. Most of us here are of House Hlalu, an imperial allied house. Branded traitors and kicked off the council, no longer a great house because of our ties to the Empire. And for a few years Skyrim was our refuge and hope for new beginnings until the welcome wore out faster than we could heal. Now it's Skyrim's for the Nords, Greymane." Revyn quoted, his tone sharp. "Every week we hear, your kind has no place here." The faces of the brothers were blank, their gaze unwavering and stolidly accepting his anger without further defending themselves. Revyn took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. "Apologies. I am sorry. You've done the Dunmer a service in killing those bandits where the Jarl would not. And I am especially grateful. With false trainees among them, then I give thanks to the webspinner for bringing reputable and honorable Stormcloaks to help us. Even my wife would not have been able to avoid charges of slander and murder over those trainees. We are grateful, Greymanes. You'll find other Dunmer merchants around here willing to extend you credit and better prices." As the brothers gathered the remainder of their loot and made to leave, Revyn fished out a key from a miscellany goods box. "Oh, a Volstein, a souvenir for you." "Catch. What?" "The key to Northwatch Keep. My wife picked it off the leader's corpse." Revyn looked Thorold and smiled blandly. "After she escorted you and the other prisoners out, Thorold, she went back in and slaughtered the rest of them. I don't know if you've heard of Mistwatch Keep near the border of the Rift. A group of bandits there kidnapped people and demanded high ransoms. My wife cleared that lot out like she did at Northwatch. But your Northwatch group sounded particularly vicious. Imagine not only kidnapping innocent people but torturing them. On the bright side, my wife salvaged quite a bit of goods when she was finished." Thorold and Volstein exchanged glances. "Bandits," said Thorold slowly, "not Thalmer." "Right. Nobody, not even the companions, is insane enough to openly attack the Thalmer, must less an entire garrison." "Right, nobody needs Thalmer dogging them while they travel," agreed Volstein. "You got captured by bandits. We just hadn't received the ransom demand yet before Mother found someone to rescue you. Have a nice day, gentlemen. Come back again. I'm having a sale next week on high-quality glass and moonstone weapons. Plenty of bargains to be had." Chapter 5:05 Help Wanted. Help Wanted. He escorted the buyers to the door, wishing them a cheerful good evening. A furtive movement snapped his attention back to the lingering child by the shelves. He put down his inventory lists and slipped on light suede gauntlets. "Is there something in particular you have questions about?" he asked pleasantly, smiling. The thin boy started and stared back at him sullenly. "No. Just looking," the boy rasped. The voice was a bit high and rough as if from illness. Revyn scanned the shelf. What was missing had one of his brows arching. "If it's tea you're looking for, why not this one? It's very good for coughs and light fevers. The one you picked is pain relief for female problems." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Child, I'm talking about the box slipped up your sleeve." For a moment, it looked as if the boy would bolt, but then thin shoulders slumped and the box was returned to the shelf. The ragged edges of his sleeve slid down, exposing the bony wrist. Revyn caught the boy's wrist and pushed the sleeve up to reveal scars from ropes or crude metal cuffs. Old scars twisted as the child had grown. "I've put it back, let me go." "Not yet." Revyn took the tea box, pressed it against the fist that he still held until the fingers opened and grasped the box. "As soon as the water boils, take it off the heat and put a large pinch in. Let cool completely before drinking. It's very bitter." "Sorry. And it's best taken on an empty stomach. If you need more, come back, and we can work something out." The girl struggled and he let her go. She stood back out of arm's reach, arms crossed across her chest, and stared at him defiantly. "Like what?" she demanded. "I always need items cleaned or repaired. If you know anything about herbs and are good with your hands, I'm going to be hiring some people to assemble products. You can join them." Revyn retreated to the counter and leaned against it, his pose casual and non-threatening. "Seek out Elanitarum over the rag shop if you are interested." She does craft projects for me. You may tell her I sent you. If she doesn't take you on, well, as I've said, things need cleaning, polishing, or mending. If you know how to read and write with some skill, then there are more jobs. What do you pay? For starters, you have the tea and referral for honest work. Anything more depends on you. The girl left without another word. Revyn sighed and removed the stop thief gauntlets his wife had recently made him. He hadn't had a chance to use them before, and he was glad he wouldn't have to on a child. The suede was enchanted to enhance agility, the hidden steel needles at the wrists paralyzed. She'd made them after the last daylight burglary attempt. His shop was becoming known for carrying expensive and exotic items thanks to her. Malthur came in. I've got an hour to watch the shop for you, Revyn. Good luck with Horleaf. Thanks, Malthur. I really appreciate this. Revyn snatched up a bag and trotted determinedly for the palace. XXXXXX. Definitely a rifton orphan as you suspected, said Eleni. Savella wasn't kicked out at 16 like usual, ran away. She's only 11, but thanks to her human sire she's taller and more physically developed than a pure mare would be. And dressing as a boy of course, said Revyn. Oversized clothing, deliberate use of paint in a most unattractive manner, odor of sewage all to hide a pretty child alone on the road. Eleni nodded and went on. She was 8 when she was sent to Honor Hall. Her mother was convicted of practicing necromancy. I told her she can stay with me if she can earn her keep, starting with this job for you. If she works out, you can start training her to handle your counter. Wait, what? Look, Revyn, you've been complaining that you're getting more business than you can handle. Malthur can't keep helping you at your shop and work for Embers. You need help, you need an apprentice. The child is smart. She's of age to start learning a trade. She needs to be able to support herself. Eleni grinned a touch slyly. And you've proven you can handle young, willful, wild girls. Revyn choked on a disbelieving laugh. Nonsense. Where did such an idea as that spring from? He sighed and threw up his hands. All right, Eleni, I'll consider it. We'll see how she conducts herself, and if she's willing to work with us. Good, good. Now, what's the job you have in mind? Apothecary and cooking wreaths. I have an overstock and so does the white phial. I thought of wreaths of herbs put together by purpose, like herbs good for cooking, herbs that heal, that kind of thing. Quintus is willing to advise on the combinations and do the product right up for a percentage, and I'm hoping your artistic senses will make the things look and smell good. I'll start right away on marketing of course. Interesting idea. So let's talk price and timeline. Shouldn't my new apprentice be here to observe how to handle temperamental tradesmen? No, no. No need for her to learn right off how easily her new master can be bullied. XXXXXX. The girls, Savella and Eleni's own 2 apprentices, worked in the side room of the shop that Revyn normally used for storage. It was also the room that he now also used for planning the expansion of his shop. He had finally secured permission to build an upper level and a basement. One would think all the jobs his wife had done and was doing, taking out bandits and pirates, catching butchering murderers, it'd be a simple matter of retaining her loyalty to Windhelm by granting some concessions. But no. It still had cost a great deal of coin in petition fees and careful bribes and time in gathering character references from several Nords of good standing. But permission was finally granted. And while final layout plans had to be court approved, no restrictions were placed on whom he had to hire or to buy materials from. Eleni's help was invaluable here too. She made lovely floor plans from his absurd sketches and gave excellent advice on designing space. Revyn was glad to have her help as he bounced between rooms, handling sales and making layout decisions, and covertly observing Savella observing the activities around her. By unspoken mutual agreement, he and Eleni openly discussed matters in front of the girls, letting them overhear. Most of it was doubtlessly useless and boring information for the girls. Eleni's girls gossiped. Savella kept quiet, scrupulously following Eleni's written instructions for combining herbs and sketches for assembling the materials. Was she listening? Revyn couldn't tell yet. The basement, I'm thinking to build first, simply because I want good, solid Morrowind concrete walls and certain shapes to hold special items. Eleni nodded and chalked in some forms. Cages for high security items. Exactly. And a few other things. Vent shafts, heating tubes along ceiling, cellar furnace. At least the smaller footage will keep the costs down. No, still expensive. It's digging into Windhelm's frozen ground, and I'm shipping in the volcanic ash and gravel from Sol's thyme. And this digging will have to go on while I'm running the store. I've found miners to dig, but I've yet to find qualified Dunmer masons for the rest. I have some leads. Even so, I'll likely have to foot the bill to rent land for a masonry shop to be set up. Gods, I could have just bought Calixto's museum for cheaper if they would let us buy property outside the Grey Quarter. But that's my problem. The plans look good, Eleni, thank you. Now if you could make a simplified set, ones that I can show the Nords to get approval on, by tomorrow afternoon. You'll pay for tomorrow's lunch and dinner. With pleasure. Venison stew, bread, cheese, fruits, and sweet rolls from the corner club acceptable. And a chilled pitcher of matza in the next hour or two. Done. XXXXXX. It had been a long week. Plans were approved, wreaths were finished and stored to be sold or shipped. Revyn treated everyone to dinner at the corner club. Eleni and her girls eventually left for their homes, leaving Revyn and Savella to finish dessert. The girl was still on the quiet side, but by now she no longer flinched when he was near and even ventured to meet his gaze occasionally and smile at him. Eleni had told him she'd asked of questions about him, telling questions. Was he always so nice? What did he do when he was angry? When he sometimes touched Eleni's hands, did he ever do anything else? Eleni was sure the girl was a technical virgin, but being a rifton orphan, one could never be certain other things hadn't happened. I know Eleni has taken it as a given that you'll be my apprentice, but is it what you want? You're quick to learn, you've behaved honestly, and you work diligently. You'd make a good sales clerk, but I have the feeling learning to run a retail store is not what you want. Savella didn't answer, just looked down at her plate. I understand that you need to pay Eleni rent, and for whatever you really want to do, once you find it, you'll need money to start it. Do you know what you want to do? I want to find my mother, was the barely audible reply. Oh, I do understand that need, child. Family is all that really matters. A name, a house, a history, a place here and in the hereafter. A single light in darkness can flare brightly, but most often just too easily lost unnoticed in the void. A chain of lights, however, fills the sky. Do you have a family name, Savella? Nethri. Your mother is Selvini. Then I will help you write letters to temples in Morrowind who may be able to find a house and the strongest kin line if there are any alive. If you remember anything of where you lived before you were taken away from your mother, we can see if any of my contacts in those areas recall her name. And if she is trying to find you, as I'm sure she must be if she is still alive, she would try to contact those who may remember you. Do you agree? In the meanwhile, you will need a place to stay, food to eat, and money to save. I have to write to contacts to market those wreaths you helped make, and asking about your mother is only another line or two. Apothecaries, alchemists, people whom necromancers can't help but interact with since they use the same tool base. Letters to Morrowind is a bit more costly, but that's part of what you'll be working for. Now you could go running off and search on your own, and perhaps that will be what's needed, but you're not ready yet for that, Savella. It's dangerous out there. You have to be able to defend yourself, either by quick talking or force of arms or both. Travel requires money, and you don't want to resort to banditry to make your way. And no one gives free information to any scruffy creature off the road. So stay with Eleni. You can work a few hours every day with me and help me prepare items for sale, learn how to identify and evaluate items people may want, learn how to talk to people and make sales, earn some coins and learn how to spend it to your advantage, find other teachers who can teach you other skills that you think you'll need. Let the letter writing do its work. And pray Mephala's web touches your search and uncovers the hidden information you need. Is this something you can agree with? A soft sniffle and a nod. Good, good. You can start tomorrow. 2 hours before noon until 2 hours after to start with. Now are you done eating, child? Good. I'll escort you back to Eleni's. A watery sniffle. Do you need a hug, child? Though she made no obvious answer, he rose, came around, and pulled her from her chair and into a firm, comforting embrace. She was nearly as tall as his wife, and when she fully matured, there would be fantastic curves over those lanky bones, yet all he could feel was the trembling of a very young child as her body shook with great sobs, and she buried her face against his shoulder. People around politely ignored them. Now that night had engulfed the city, there were few on the streets. Nothing unusual. Rolf and his buddies were also out drunkenly spewing their brand of patriotism, again, nothing unusual. Revyn held Savella close, gently turning her away and shielding her from their sight. At the door to Eleni's, he tapped her shoulder to get her attention. Tomorrow we're unpacking items dragged out of a barrow. Expect a lot of dirt, rust, and mold, so wear an overdress to protect your regular clothes and a wrap for your hair. And bring Eleni along since she is acting as your guardian. We'll need her signature on the apprenticeship paper. Paper? What do we need that for? You are not kin, so it's a way of formalizing our relationship and protecting both our reputations. Eleni can explain it better than I. As a girl, you have more things to consider than if you were a boy. Now go rest, child. I'll see you tomorrow. Overdress and hair wrap. Remember. Good night. He trotted quickly homeward. He wondered if Silverus was still at the corner club. The Shattershield's business manager, with her obsession for details, would be ideal for writing a contract. The corner club would do as a place to conduct that business, and that way there'd again be multiple witnesses. He hesitated as he heard the soft sounds of a child crying in the darkness. Hello? Do you need some help? He glimpsed short hair and white skin as it bolted and ran away. Another young orphan sunken into the grey quarter after finding no welcome from her own kind. Nothing he could do tonight, he'd have to make time tomorrow to ask around. Chapter 6, Bait and Switch. Bait and Switch. Orthus, really, I guarantee that if you cut shipping costs to Black Marsh as I've shown you, we can both net a 10% gain and increased trade sustainable for at least the next 5 years. Yes, but the turnaround time is still uncomfortably long. Can't be helped while the Thalmor still control that part of Elsewhere. Still, the potential profits are there. Orthus's next argument was interrupted by a distant roar followed by panicked screams outside on the docks. The two rushed to the door, wrenched it open and peered out. Shit, Orthus breathed and then began gesticulating wildly and shouting for people on the dock to get inside while at the same time yelling for his assistants to secure the books and cash boxes. Revyn pushed him inside, telling him to see to his business and he'd keep watch in the front. Doors to the Argonian assemblage and the Shattershield warehouse likewise opened for this emergency and soon the dock was vacant except for a few bold guards who valiantly, if vainly, tried to drive the dragon away with bows and iron arrows. From the depths of the city a weaker shout tried to ward off the dragon. Ulfric finally rousing his butt from the secure depths of the palace to protect the city proper. The dragon looped casually around, spewing gouts of fire at the docks, setting fire to ships and exposed cargo on the docks. Sailors and dock workers rushed out from hiding to save what they could. A second dragon glided from the north, strafing the city with ice. Two mages on the opposite shore began flinging fireballs and lighting bolts at the dragons. Summoned Atronax of fire and storm added their attacks. A familiar chitin armored archer fired arrows of lightning. It's the Dragonborn and Pharaoh! Shouted one of the outside guards. You, Gondry, get inside and tell them the Dragonborn's here. Get some people out there to help them. The Dragonborn's shouts were far stronger than the Jarl's and, combined with her magic, the magic of her companion, and Helset's bow, the dragons were soon brought down, one almost on top of the stables and the other somewhere inside the city. Hopefully, not the Grey Quarter. Hell of a way to start the week, said Orthus with a long sigh. We'll have to work on trade later, Revyn. I need to see if anything's gone missing, and you should probably get back to your shop and see what else Helset's been up to if she's been wandering around with the Dragonborn. Quite so. Later then, Orthus. Revyn rushed back to his shop as fast as the crowd permitted. Along the way he received many congratulatory slaps at his wife working with the legendary Dragonborn. His apprentice had locked down the shop when the attacks began. When he entered he said immediately, "Thank you, Savella, did my wife come in?" "She did, sire. She went immediately to your room." She nodded at the closed door, a recent installment now that he had workmen constantly coming in and out of his shop. He gave her and the builders the rest of the day off with pay, knowing most people coming into his shop today would not be interested in purchasing but in gossip. He opened the door to bedroom/kitchen area. The occupant rose to her feet, removed her helmet, and bowed stiffly from the waist. "Sir." "Lydia," he reached out and clasped her forearm in Nord fashion, "a pleasure to finally meet you in person." "So, where?" "The ice dragon landed in the courtyard of the palace and my thane went there to claim its soul. Also, Jarl Ulfric insisted she stay for a feast to celebrate her victory. Her fellow Winterhold student, Telvini Brelina Marion, went with her. Miss Marion remains unaware of my thane's double life since I met my thane at Mzulft wearing her armor, as you ordered, and she introduced me to Miss Marion as Helset Pharaoh of Windhelm. I'll be leaving as soon as our business is concluded. My thane also wished me to express her displeasure at having to face 2 dragons. She felt that was an unnecessary embellishment on your promotional scheme." She managed to say this with a straight face. "But it was such a successful sale," he said dryly. "Mephala graced us with success. But perhaps Boethia was bored and so she sent the dragons to liven the presentation. The 3 of you battled well, though." Revyn went past her and began rummaging in the pantry. "Hawning brew mead or ale?" "Whatever you have is fine, sir." Revyn turned around and studied the Nord woman. Severe expression, but pretty. Tough and no-nonsense and aggressive. Revyn served the mead and bread and stew. "This should do very well in soothing some of the suspicions about my wife being seen around too many dragon sightings. I hope I carried it off successfully. I am not as good with a bow as she is. With the way those 2 were throwing spells about, I doubt anybody would notice the difference in your styles. But to business. You received the packet I sent to Breeze home, yes? I expect you have some questions for me." "Yes, sir, I do. They are great plans to bring my thane much power and influence. But how am I supposed to execute your plans? I am no clerk or trader. I don't know how to set up such contracts and accounts. I've found a very promising lady to do all that, but she's Dunmer, and I need you, as the Dragonborn's housecarl, to lend your authority until she's recognized and respected for her own merits." Once she's accepted as Dragonborn Felix's steward, you and she should be able to handle all business in the hold. Did you manage to secure permission to expand Bree's home? Yes. Ah, and 2 children. She has children. There will be room. Excellent. I haven't yet given her the full information, but I see no concern in that area. She would not have risen as high as she had in Morrowind finances if she couldn't handle highly confidential information. When can I expect her? In a month. I'll be escorting her to Whiterun myself, and I'll stay at the Bannered Mare. They talked until evening, then the Nord left, wearing the helmet and armor and waving at people as she went through the Grey Quarter and the gates. He went to the corner club for a drink and the latest gossip. The Telvanni mage was there telling stories about the Dragonborn's activities at the College of Winterhold. He sidled up to Amberys and gestured to the Telvanni. Dragonborn's companion, said Amberys. Said she couldn't stand being at the palace, so came here for better company. Dragonborn gave her permission to go while she suffers Jarl Ulfric's sermonizing and attempts to recruit her to his cause. Pretty friendly for a Telvanni. The mage had already polished off a tankard of Sujamma and was very chatty, especially surrounded by admiring gossip hounds prodding her on for more details about the battle and about the Dragonborn. The few Nords and guards who had followed her insensibly stayed at the edge of the Dunmer crowd. They had gone to the Dunmer ruins of Mzulf to look for some clues for a magic staff. Pharaoh was already exploring what looked like a storage area outside the main ruins. They got their clue and a lot of Dunmer treasure. So before returning to Winterhold, they stopped at Windhelm to sell stuff. Pharaoh had promised them a good welcome, great food and drinks at the corner club on her tab, but the dragons happened and poor Antonia was stuck at the palace for now. And Pharaoh was right, the food and drinks were great here. Amberys made introductions. After all, Revyn was paying for her meal in her room at the corner club because she hadn't been invited to stay at the palace and Candlehearth was full up. Honored, Miss Marion. I remember my father used to supply Phelan Marion with alchemical components from the Ashlands. Oh, indeed. Is Hellset coming soon? No. Unfortunately, she had an urgent missive awaiting her and had to leave almost immediately. Oh, I am so sorry to hear that. I was looking forward to getting to know her better. We were too intent on fighting off Falmer and automatons to really do any talking. And right after we got out of Mzulft, she left us to deliver some frost salts to the Kynes Grove mine. She'd just caught up with us when the dragons attacked. She's often at the college, Revyn said, gesturing for her to sit, and he took a seat beside her. Have you not worked with my wife before? No, my projects don't require help such as hers. She mainly works with Onmund and Jays Argo. They were the ones who first found her, or rather, she found them in a Falmer nest gathering mushrooms for Magister Colette. She hauled them back to the college and let it be known she was looking for work. People who want her to do something for them leave word at the Frozen Hearth Inn to discuss the job. She's been invaluable to a number of projects. When we got to Mzulft, she was already there for one of our researchers who needed Dwemercogs. Did you find your staff? We will. We found the clue we needed. And you will be going? Well, no. Antonia decided it was too dangerous for me and, oh, I'm sorry, but she's engaged your wife to accompany her to Labyrinthian. Revyn nodded and patted her hand. No surprises. What's the importance of the staff? All I know is it's important to a research project the Archimage is working on. Nicely said, but Revyn knew when he was losing a sale. He excused himself to get a drink. Others eagerly surrounded her and engaged her attention. The Dragonborn and Marion left late the next day. Jarl Ulfric was reported to be in a foul mood. Galmer was cursing the Dragonborn's name. General opinion of the noble Nord court was that the Dragonborn Antonia Felix was one cold bitch too full of herself to eat or drink with the court, and insufferably rude because she never removed her mask. But at least she swore she was not actively working with the Empire and that, like Whiterun and Winterhold College, she was neutral. XXXXXX. Modrun, I have another one. An legionnaire is talking to a Stormcloak. Hey, can you speak Altmaris? Asks the legionnaire. No, says the Stormcloak. You're welcome, says the legionnaire. The Cagiat around him laughed. Cute, elf, said a familiar, unwelcome voice. The Cagiat backed away. Revyn sighed. Thane Icewind, a lovely day, is it not? He said with patently false cheer. The Nord surveyed the camp, faintly sneering. The Cagiat stared back, their own postures reflecting his cold reserve. Revyn reluctantly stood up, knowing the pleasant morning was at an end. Are you interested in our wares, good sir? Asked Modrun. No. I just want to have a talk with this one. He glared at Revyn. Of course, said Revyn. He nodded goodbye to Modrun and began walking away. Icewind fell into step beside him. Your wife travels with the Dragonborn. No, she does not. One job does not make her the Dragonborn's boon companion. She does occasional jobs for the college when she's in the area. The Dragonborn happens to be a student at the college. I suppose it's inevitable that they meet. Humph. She's done some tasks for Jarl Korrer. That sly Dunmer steward of his adores her. I've also heard she and another Dunmer were responsible for ridding Dawnstar of its curse of nightmares. More damned magic workings. Revyn said nothing. He snatched a handful of snowberries off a bush and ate it while Icewind continued muttering about other things he'd heard about Pharaoh's adventuring. My lord, is there a point to this? Revyn asked, finally getting impatient as they passed the stables and started the long walk over the bridge to the city. I almost wish your wife was the Dragonborn even if she is Dunmer, the Nord spat, causing Revyn to freeze and stumble mid-step. At least she would be based here rather than Whiterun. And with you here, that would be our guarantee that she'd not move against us. Revyn gaped at Icewind. My now that is insane. This Dragonborn nonsense belongs to your people. It was your Atmoran ancestors that worshipped those damn lizards and brought them to Tamriel. Icewind snarled, visibly checking himself from punching the old mare over the side of the bridge. It's your damned mare gods that stole our birthright and put it on that imperial bitch. He shouted. Altmer divines, I remind you. We Dunmer turned from the Drew when we left Somerset. If you have a problem with Akatosh choosing an imperial over a Nord, take it up with him. Or even better, why don't you ask Talos why he couldn't make sure a Nord? Here Icewind did grab him and slam him against a sentry post wall. Be silent. Revyn pressed his lips tightly together and turned his face away. He hung limp in the other's grip until the Nord calmed and dropped him. With a soft, snarled obscenity Icewind walked away from the mare, leaving him slumped on the ground. Revyn groaned and flexed his aching shoulders while rubbing the back of his head. He brought his hand back around and stared blankly at the blood there. A shadow fell across him, and he looked up to see a sentry. Just as well your wife is not the Dragonborn, this Nord said pleasantly. Can't imagine her snottiness Dragonborn doing what you and your wife did last month, searching in a sleet storm with trolls and wolves about, digging up roots under the ice so the white phial could make the medicine our children needed. The sentry squatted down and took a cloth strip from a satchel and wet it with water from a flask. He gave both to Revyn. Go ahead and rest here. I get off in another half hour. I'll help you back if you need it. Chapter 7, Whiterun, Ordination. Whiterun, Ordination. Alfarin's carriage made it past the ruins of Volthium Towers without incident, despite the fact the towers were still shrouded in smoke from fires and there were fresh bodies about. Someone had finally rid the place of bandits again, he commented. This trip, he carried a Dunmer woman and her 2 children, a Dunmer merchant, and 3 Nord farmers. The Dunmer were headed for Whiterun, brother and sister teens to a farm outside Whiterun, and the man would walk the rest of the way to Riverwood. Whiterun finally came into view, Dragon's Reach rising high. Dragon bait, muttered Revyn. Audace Ovulet, seated to his right, glanced at him with an amused smile. One would think so seeing as how dragons like high places, but they avoid the place, said Alfarin. Guess they remember what it was built for. Catching dragons! Shouted Merlin, Audace's son. Dragons, dragons, chanted Asha, her daughter. Asha waved her carved, red-painted dragon toy in towards Whiterun's most prominent feature. She made swooping motions and growling and whooshing sounds. Opposite her, Riverwood-bound Ralof rolled his eyes. Try not to burn down our new home before we've even moved in, murmured Audace, catching her daughter up and tickling her. Merlin plopped on the bench beside his mother and leaned into her to ask again if he'd really have his own room. Heard dragons attacked Whiterun, said Devon. Is that true? He demanded of Alfarin. Heard same, the carriage driver answered laconically. We get to Whiterun and if Pirlam's still there he's a driver based in Whiterun you can ask him for the details. He watched the dragon attack one of the city's watchtowers. Heard the Dragonborn's first shout. And then we all heard the Greybeards shouting back. I was out at the forest cutting wood and missed the dragons that attacked Windhelm a month ago, Devon sadly said. Well, if you had done the cutting the day before like you were supposed to, you wouldn't have, his sister sniped. 2 dragons. She proudly told the rest of them. And the Jarl and the Dragonborn shouted both of them down. The Dragonborn and her friends took the one on the outside and our Jarl got the one inside the city all by himself. At this, Revyn's eyes rolled. Let's hope no other dragons attack Whiterun, he remarked. Your aunt and uncle's farm would give you no place to run from a hungry dragon. The 2 teens shrugged. They've got cows, said Mina. If I were a dragon, I'd go for big, juicy cows. There was a Dunmer wearing typical hunter's hide armor waiting by the road. He stood next to a horse laden with 4 large bags. When the carriage drew near enough to make out his features, Audace's children began yelling, Grandfather! Grandfather! Revyn looked. Grandfather looked young enough to be Audace's brother. Like Audace's dramatic white lock of hair on her left temple, he had the white lock left of center on his forehead. As the carriage drew abreast, he moved to stand in the way to make Alfarin stop. Audace jumped down and rushed over to hug her father. Revyn and Ralof restrained the children from recklessly leaping off after their mother. Sit, the mayor said sternly to his grandchildren, and they settled, their expressions undimmed and expectant. He didn't disappoint and handed 2 wrapped sticky treats to his daughter to distribute. He then looked to Alpharin. Wait here, he ordered. I took care of the tower lot. There's another group ahead. Relax for a while. You'll be at Whiterun before the end of the day. He brought his horse around to the back and tossed its load onto the carriage floor before remounting it. Need help? Asked Ralof, hoisting his wood axe. The mayor glanced at him. I don't need it, but I'm the last to deny an Ord the taste of battle. Come if you like, the mayor said with a Didritha's grin. They're based in a cliff cave overlooking the road. I can take out the lower sentries and the ones near the entrance with my bow. You may have the fun of climbing up the hillside through the brush. That I can do, friend. Then get on. It shouldn't take long, Adasa said to the rest of them. My father has fought Didra and ash creatures. A few bandits are nothing to him. Ordinator, Revyn said flatly. For the longest time the ordinators had represented honor, justice, and strength. But during the last decades of the era, as the tribunal was faltering, they'd reflected the instability of the temple, had become intolerant and brutal to maintain control. Yes, she confirmed, a touch defiantly, yet her eyes pleaded for understanding. Revyn looked away and scanned the surroundings for bandits. As predicted, the 2 were soon back and the horse carried 2 large bags. That was fun, Ralof said. He claimed the 2 bags and stuffed them under his place in the carriage. My share, he announced. Glancing at Adasa, he said, your father says he will claim a bounty from Whiterun for those bandits. The mayor confirmed this with a disinterested grunt. He had plucked his granddaughter from the carriage and was occupied in showing her a necklace. You are coming to Whiterun with us? Adasa asked her father. Yes, he said to his grandchildren's delight. If you've no objections. I've things to sell and it's a friendlier place than Windhelm. I've been hunting around this place for some weeks. Plenty of honest work to be had. Balgruaf's rule is a hell of a lot easier to stomach than Ulfric's. Adasa's open mouth expression made clear she hadn't expected any of this. Ralof's expression soured. Revyn let out a soft sigh and started poking holes in his previously set plans. Adasa, he believed, was perfect to be the steward of Thane Felix of Whiterun, the Dragonborn, and could be trusted to keep up the pretense that his wife and the legend were separate people. She had been trained to work in the inner secretive world of Morrowind high finance, where being in a financial red zone meant someone painted your office with your blood. She had spoken something of her father, Selrun Moore, during early interviews, but she had not mentioned he was an ordinator, merely saying he was a soldier who had returned to the family when his post had eventually fallen and was destroyed. He and other soldiers from his unit had rounded up as many survivors as they could and fought through Argonian ranks to get them to the ships. Once he saw his daughter and her husband settled in Windhelm, he disappeared. And when her husband died, drowned in the sea of ghosts when the fishing vessel he worked on sank, her father delivered a purse every month to supplement the meager coins she made pulling cabbages on a farm. Revyn had met her when she came to sell some of her husband's things and he had recognized the gold treasury seal on an empty inkwell. He wondered if she could keep secrets from her father. They looked to be close, her admiration and love no less than her children's for him. Revyn didn't believe so. The Ordinator would find out soon enough. XXXXXXX. Bree's home had been expanded nicely into something more fitting for a Thane of Whiterun. The main level now had a better dining room and kitchen space, the small room under the stairs built out to be a business office. The upper level had larger rooms and an outer deck overlooking the Plains district. A cellar was dug in and stocked with miscellaneous supplies and food. Revyn waited in one of the hidden rooms behind the cella's tool rack. This hidden area had a room for secret guests, a suite larger than the official Thane's room on the second floor because it had stands and racks for extra armor and weapons, and it also had niches for an enchanter's table and an alchemy table, a secondary office room for books and plans only he, his wife, Lydia, and Adasa would see, and finally, the entry room to the tunnel that led outside the walls of the city. Not the first such tunnel. The diggers had found the companion's tunnel that ran from underneath the Skyforge to an exit near the Battleborn farm. Lydia and Adasa came in. Her father and her children were exploring the city while she stayed behind to settle in things. I know this was unexpected, but my father can be trusted to keep secrets, she assured him. I haven't told him anything yet, but soon, I hope, with your permission. This is difficult for you, I know, but I cannot help but worry. His loyalties, his state of mind. The tribunal's fall has driven many ordinators suicidal or unstable. I know of ordinators in the Grey Quarter and they are among the most bitter and violent there, the ones the Nords seek and kill because they're too easy to provoke into attack. Not all are insane, but bitter nonetheless, hopelessness and helplessness eating them alive. When an ordinator is finally brought to selling what's left of his armor and weapons to me, I see a dead mare walking, and never a redemption. Adasa couldn't stop a tear. I know, Sira. I've seen my father's comrades suffer such. All the good they've done, the strength, the honor they represented, gone with the tribunal's fall. He's bitter, too, and angry, and that's why he couldn't stay with us. He knew he couldn't suppress his anger around the Nords. At least not then. He's different. I don't know what happened when he was wandering, but he seems more willing to face life again. Revyn splayed his hands, palms up, on the tabletop. Tell him what you must, Adasa. Make him understand what your job entails. Let him know I ask nothing more of him than a blind eye and a closed mouth. He'd originally planned to stay at the Bannered Mare, but a drunken Breton sorcerer there challenged him to a drinking contest that first night. He'd refused. There was magic about the man that made him uneasy, and so he booked the rest of his stay at the Drunken Huntsman. Other than escorting Adasa and her children to their new home, the rest of his week was for making as many contacts as he could in Whiterun. He was a merchant from Windhelm looking to make investments. He set out looking for the Isolde his wife had mentioned, an ambitious young woman looking to becoming a caravan merchant and who had no apparent problems dealing with non-Nords. XXXXXXX. Adasa's father intercepted him just outside the huntsman's doors. We talk outside. Revyn reluctantly followed him outside the main gates and through the crumbling outer walls. They walked eastward. What fine hollow treachery are you dragging my daughter into? I need a competent steward for my wife's money, and I need one based in Whiterun because Windhelm is not the trade center that Whiterun is. As simple as that. Simple my arse, Hlalu, this game to keep your wife and the Dragonborn separate is insane. A Dunmer Dragonborn spits in the face of Nord pride and says Shor and Talos and their own mother goddess Kynareth find them unworthy. So in typical Hlalu fashion, he snarled, you are building an escape route. When your wife fulfills their prophecy and kills this king of dragons, you and she will pull out of Skyrim with as much of their gold as you can. Typical Indoral paranoia. But not an implausible assumption, Revyn agreed in a calm, soothing tone. And you're afraid I'll leave Adasa and the children behind to face the wrath of the Nords? The brisk pace they'd maintained had him working up a sweat and lightly panting, and just as well as it masked the chill of his skin and forced him to breathe through the dizziness he felt under the other's narrowed glare. He'd welcome a slaughter of cliff fracers right about now. The Haunting Brew meadery was coming up and Revyn invited the other to join him in sampling drinks. In general, the stuff was too sweet for Dunmer tastes, but it was good enough to put up a fight against the Blackbriar brand. Revyn seriously considered the business for investment, but there was something about the owner he didn't like. Something about the intensity of hate and loathing in the eyes of the servant sweeping the floor. They headed back to Whiterun. Revyn told the Ordinator how his father ran caravans into the Ashlands, took a Zainab bride like his father had found one from the Urshilaku, how faith in his family went back to the original three princes. It estranged his branch of the Sadri family from the rest, but the profit they made in Ashland trade kept them respectable. Plus, they publicly attended the proper services and faithfully paid the temple its due. He showed the Ordinator the necklace he wore under his clothes. Bone charms carved from his Ashlander families, some as old from the days of Velathai, and glass beads made from the ashes of the Sadri family, now forever lost under the tons of ash from Red Mountain. The Ordinator, also a skilled destruction mage, detected and acknowledged the latent ancestral power in that priceless treasure and appeared satisfied when Revyn swore by the bones of his ancestors and by the princes that this Hlalu was here to stay and would not betray allies. An unmistakable shadow glided over mountains and rivers, and they were buffeted in the wake of giant wings. They and anyone else on the road went to cover. The dragon skirted the walls of the city and inspected the farmlands. It snatched an unfortunate cow and carried it eastward. Your wife needs to take care of that. Well, anyone can kill it, but it will just resurrect again. Why don't you try? I'm sure you can keep it dead long enough for her to get back here to eat its soul. Is there a bounty on it? Probably. But even Whiterun doesn't pay out more than the market rate that you'd get on your typical bandit leader. A laughable pittance for all the danger, as you know. Your best bet is to find where the dragon lairs. They can shit out quite a bit of treasure if you're not squeamish. That one is heading to Sheer Point. My wife killed the previous tenants and this must be the new one. May as well. I'll need something to live on while I'm finding a job around here. He went off towards Sheer Point and Revyn returned to Breeze home, arriving at the same time as Adasa and Lydia returned from Dragon's Reach after meeting Proventus Avinici, the steward of Whiterun. They were carrying the books the Jarl's steward had maintained and bags of letters sent to the Dragonborn in care of the palace. It went well with Avinici. He asked the ladies. It did, sir, answered Lydia. Adasa's knowledge of finance impressed him. The Jarl also graced us with his attention and seemed amused at his thane hiring her own steward. He remarked that it was about time, Adasa added. Excellent. Did you get a chance to speak with Irilith? He asked Lydia. Yes. She's interested in the possibility of having an ex-ordinator. Adasa started, looking alarmed. In the Whiterun Guards. With the dragon activity rising and my thane not being exclusively available to handle all the sightings in the hold, an experienced demon killer would be a welcome substitute. Ah. Good. Now I just need to broach the subject with Selrun. We managed to reach some level of trust this morning, and I'd hate to lose it by unintentionally insulting him. Serving Whiterun would be an insult. Lydia challenged with a frown. Being reduced to a common guard when you were an ordinator. A high ordinator. Audessa thrust in. Revyn sat down, feeling faint. Sir? What's wrong? Asked Lydia. Oh, nothing. Just realizing how close to the edge of a cliff I was running this morning, he replied to her confusion. He glanced at Audessa. Just as well I didn't know that. A high ordinator. Lydia began. The ordinators, the temple warriors, have few equals in Morrowind. The high ordinators were the best as warriors and as battle mages. The only rank above them were the hands of Almalexia, the personal bodyguards of the gods, Audessa explained. I'm sure no insult is intended, Lydia, but understand my father is used to taking orders from living gods, not mortals. She laughed softly and looked at Revyn. He still has them, his armor and sword, she said. Oh. Good. I hope he has them somewhere at hand because he's headed off to kill a dragon by himself. Oh. Poor dragon then. Seeing Lydia's concerned look, Audessa smiled. I know, only the Dragonborn can kill a dragon permanently, but father's in no danger of being eaten. And when when Arthane returns, she can make the final kill. Lydia grunted, accepting that. So then you think he wouldn't be interested in becoming a Whiterun guard even in the interest of, say, protecting the new home of his daughter and grandchildren? I don't know. He did appear resigned to settling hereabouts, said Revyn. Then he should be speaking with Irilith. He sounds like he needs to speak warrior to warrior about this, not to a merchant. Especially to a Dunmer warrior who's been with Balgruelf since the Great War. No offense, sir, she added. You are absolutely right, Lydia. Irilith sounds like the perfect one to close the deal. Can you arrange it? Of course, sir. Revyn smiled, his hands saying, all yours. XXXXXX. Alfarin's carriage slowed to a halt for the guard on the road. A problem? He asked. Just looking for a thieving fetcher. Revyn's ears perked, recognizing the voice. He looked to see a Whiterun guard. Only by the exposed arms could one tell it was a Dunmer. Suddenly the man next to him bolted over the side of the carriage and started running. The guard lazily lifted his left arm and shot a bolt of ice that struck the runner on the buttocks, felling him. Thank you for your cooperation, citizen, Selrun drawled. Go about your business, he ordered Alfarin. But I'm watching you, he growled at Revyn. Chapter 8, Whiterun, Credit Lines. Whiterun, Credit Lines. Ah, Isolde, is it? Go choke on a mud crab, Nazim. She did not need this. She absolutely did not need him souring her mood today. Pardon. I said. She whirled around and yipped in surprise at seeing a bemused Dunmer instead of a pompous Reguard. The Dunmer smiled and tilted his head to one side, simple gestures that cast an aura of whimsy over his dark, sharp features. Isolde admitted to herself that she'd have been charmed if the sun hadn't caught his eyes in such a way that the glint in the crimson depths reminded her of the way the Khajiit caravan master, Isod, grinned on taking down a fat sail. Forgive me for startling you. I'm Revyn Sadri. We are meeting in the Bannered Mare later this afternoon, but someone pointed you out to me and I thought. Well, if you have business to attend to and I'm delaying you, I apologize again. We can talk later as previously arranged. Oh, no, I'm so sorry, Isolde hastened to assure him. I'm just delivering some supplies to Dragon's Reach. I didn't mean to insult you. I mean. Mr. Nazim. Yes, we met at the Drunken Huntsman. I made the mistake of mentioning that I was making investments in Whiterun. The look on his face had Isolde laughing. But going to Dragon's Reach are you? May I accompany you? I have some business there myself with the court wizard. Isolde gave him her brightest smile. Well, come along then, she said. There weren't many Dunmer in Whiterun, most living outside the city. The ones she was most familiar with were the Jarl's housecarl, Irilith, and the mercenary, Janessa, at the Drunken Huntsman. Both were grim and not very social. Then there was the Dunmer companion she'd seen around but never talked to. The only other Dunmer she'd interacted with was Hel's Pharaoh, Sadri's wife, and she was a merry sort. She reminded Isolde of Ria of the companions, young, enthusiastic, and happiest with the prospect of imminent mayhem. Sadri, however, was visibly very mature. Hard to tell with elves, but she was sure this one had to be at least over a couple centuries. He was friendly and agreeably chatty. He didn't immediately touch upon business but instead seemed to want general gossip, light questions about her, the city, the politics, and, of course, about the Dragonborn. She asked him his impression of Whiterun, his business background, and anything he'd care to share about his wife, who was making a name for herself as a bandit hunter, treasure finder, and a rival to the companions in the business of hero work. They came to the palace and parted ways, agreeing to keep their appointment later today to talk business. XXXXXXX. Farengar slammed the desk drawer shut as he wondered again where he'd mislaid that copy of a word wall rubbing from a week ago. An unfamiliar voice called out from the main public room of his quarters, Dremulok, Zincro. Duvahzul? Who was calling to Hi, greeting him in dragon speak. He went into the main room and saw an elderly Dunmer standing in the doorway between his suite and the throne room. You have a reason for disturbing me? He curtly asked. The mayor smiled said, I have a delivery from Helzet, my wife. She found some items she knew would interest you. Before Farengar could ask who his wife was, the mayor came in and up to the large desk in the center of the room to set a small chest down. He opened it and handed Farengar the book lying on top. Dragon Language, Myth No More by Hela thrice-versed Farengar read. His excitement flared. He eagerly opened the book to see neatly scribed dragon language rewritten in phonetic Tamrielic and then the translations. A key. An honest-to-God's key. Where did you get this? I've been trying for months to get a copy from the college but they said the book was missing. I've even written to the schools in Cyrodiil but turned up empty. On Sol's Thyme, deep in a ruin overrun with little savages. Another word wall and a black, thrice-damned book by the Prince of Forbidden Knowledge. And, no, the black book is not one of the things she sent. If you're foolish enough to want to see it, you'll have her ask her directly next time she's here. Farengar blinked, mildly startled at the angry edge in the mayor's tone. I appreciate knowledge, but I'm not an utter fool, he replied. She's welcome to keep Hermias Mora's black book wherever she keeps his sister's whispering sword. He forced himself to put the book down for later study. Something else had snagged his attention. Wife? Helzet Pharaoh is your wife. As one of the few in Whiterun who knew the mercenary Pharaoh and the Dragonborn Felix were the two faces of the same champion, it stirred a bit more than polite, superficial interest in the mayor standing opposite of him. The mayor smiled. She is. Allow me to introduce myself, Revyn Sadri, a merchant from Windhelm, originally from Vivek City, Morrowind. With all the troubles my dear treasure hunter involves herself in, it behooves me to follow up and establish connections. Just making sure there are resources readily available to her. I see. There had been talk that the Dragonborn had been expanding Breezeholm and had recently moved in a Dunmer woman and her children. The woman was to be the Thane's financial and estate manager and handle the Dragonborn's correspondence that previously Proventus and his clerical staff had been handling. So you're not staying in Whiterun, he concluded. Oh, no. I'm well established in Windhelm. I'm here just to set up accounts with the merchants in Whiterun, considering how much business my wife does in this city. Speaking as a merchant myself, it's always reassuring to know that there's someone or somewhere to send bills to. Perhaps you should be talking with Proventus Avenici then, Farengar suggested. A look of mild reproach entered the Dunmer's eyes. I'm sure the Jarl's steward has more important people to talk to than a common mercenary, unless she's here to claim a bounty of course. Farengar frowned. He hated these types of games, but he made the connections easily enough. And his office was without doors to the main hall so no telling who might be listening. Yes. Well, tell Ms. Pharaoh that I am grateful for her consideration and I'm sure I can find some recompense. But what are these other things? Oh, heartstones only found on Sol's Thyme. Here, this scroll explains what she's found about them from her studies with Telvanni Master Nelith. Magic-infused ice chips called Stahlrim that locals mine and forge to create armor and weapons hard as ebony but a fraction of the weight. This scroll describes something the locals call earthstones and she has questions she'd like your opinions on. Oh, and a list of other questions that she believes you may have some historical insights on being that you're a Nord. There are Nords at Winterhold College, Farengar stiffly pointed out. The Dunmer shrugged. Minority. Anyone knows that most there are Mare, Imperials, and Bretons. And the only Nord master there is a bit, distracted. You practice openly here in Whiterun, in a city the companions founded, and are as proud and stubborn as any of your warrior kin. There's enough in Mare history to know that Atmoran mages were nothing to laugh about during the early wars. My wife has said that though sometimes she's tempted to hit you over the head with a mace because you can be so, such an ice-brain Nord, your work is thorough and solid. I suppose I should be flattered she holds me in such high regard. So perhaps you won't be so irritated when she invades your office at all hours to use your enchanter's table. A small price. Farengar reluctantly conceded, she's far more talented than I am in that field. She was trained by the best in Morrowind. Anyway, I've taken quite a bit of your time, sir, with idle chatter. Here, my address in Windhelm should you ever feel the need to contact me. Besides sales of common goods, I would be happy to facilitate sourcing of materials from either Sol's Thyme or Morrowind. There was more idle chatter that normally would have Farengar fuming with impatience, but he was curious about this mayor who was married to the dichotomy that was the fiery, irreverent Pharaoh and the icy, Arrogant Felix. At the end of it, he escorted the mare to door, and looked out to the court to see the Jarl and his brother both looking back towards them. And by those looks, he knew he'd be talking to the Jarl later. He wondered at the hidden patterns he couldn't see but knew were there and wondered what Jarl Balgruaf would think when they talked later. It was, after all, his job to counsel the Jarl on things magical, and especially on loose dragons flying about the land. XXXXXXX. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second. Has anyone ever taken you up on that offer? Honestly. The skinny Dunmer strutted around his shop with a fussy look on his face. Belethor maintained a cheerful grin while trying to figure out the other's game. He'd heard the rumors. This Dunmer was a Windhelm merchant in town making investments. Word is, he was a long time, barely scraping by pawnshop dealer who'd married into money. He was also in tight with the Windhelm branch of the East Empire Company. The mare's clothing were practical and of expensive, good quality cloth. The pommel of the knife the mare wore caught his eye. It was ball-shaped with a faceted surface that reflected a rainbow of color. Like snow. Belethor had only seen such a crystal weapon once before. I'll see those. The mare pointed to a bone and jewel necklace in a case, a bone-handled ebony blade, and a ceramic urn decorated with strange insects and lizards. These were all Morrowind pieces Belethor had recently bought from a mercenary. To his surprise, the mare offered exactly the price he'd originally paid for the goods, insultingly low ball. He ventured a higher price, pointing out the quality of the goods. The red eyes narrowed. The items were stolen, he was informed in a pleasant voice. The one who sold them to you is dead and had already spent most of the money you paid him. The owners want their property back and are willing to reimburse you for the coin you paid out. No loss, plenty of gain. I suggest you accept. Oh, come now, you know I can hardly run a successful business just by breaking even. And what proof do you have that these goods were stolen? 2 ebony swords bought for 250, resold 750. A diamond ring, 300, resold 900. 2 bottles of 200-year-old Sadri leech brandy, 20, resold 1000. The mare rattled off more. Belethor reached for his ledger, finding the items. All the items were recent buys from a pretty Dunmer mercenary with little bargaining skills and naively unaware of the value of her junk that she sold him. The mare was smiling a seemingly pleasant smile. If you want to keep doing business with my wife, I suggest you accept the exchange for the sake of continuing relations. Belethor managed a credible, hearty laugh. Your wife, hey? Well, well. Congratulations. You damn, lucky dog. I knew I'd seen that type of weapon before. How'd you manage that? She's always a delight to deal with. And just for her, I'm happy to sell you these fine items at cost. Why thank you, Belethor. The name's Revyn Sadri by the way. He shrugged slightly. My love often presents me with more items than I can sell in Windhelm due to the quality. Whiterun has so much a broader market that can afford high-end merchandise and I am looking to expand distribution outlets here and in Solitude. Perhaps we might be able to do further business. If you're interested, you can find me at the Drunken Huntsman for the next couple of days. In any case, I'll stop by again before I leave to discuss opening a line of credit for my wife. Oh, we'll be talking soon, Belethor assured him with a grin, genuine this time. XXXXXXX. Welcome to Warmaidens, said the bearish Nord behind the counter. The handsome woman seated a bit further back with a tankard in her hand chimed in, have a look around. We should have something that suits you. Husband and wife exchanged doubtful glances. The Dunmer in rich merchant's clothing was hardly the type to be interested in battle steel, and he already had what looked to be a fine quality knife at his side. Though the hilt was a simple braided leather cord wrap, the pommel and guard looked like ice which they both recognized as Stahlrim, a rare mineral from Sol's thyme. Revyn Sadri, Pharaoh's husband, the Dunmer said, smiling. He came to them, right hand extended and clasped forearms with Adrienne first then Ulfberth. A pleasure to meet the two of you. My wife speaks often of your tolerance and generosity in letting her use your forge and tools at all hours of the day. She's welcome to, said Adrienne, offering him a tankard of ale which he accepted and took a healthy swig from. She pays for the what she uses and she treats my tools with proper respect. And she brings in armor and weapons in saleable condition unlike most wanderers who bring stuff we have to repair, said Ulfberth. His gaze swept over the Dunmer again, a male assessing another male's role to his mate. He grinned, liking what he saw. Hey! Bet you're as proud of her as I am of my Adrienne. Best blacksmith in Whiterun, Whitemane notwithstanding, he boasted. Adrienne rolled her eyes but her smile at her husband was bright with affection. My dear wife agrees. So I have a proposition I would like to present to you. I've heard from contacts in Blacklight that a master armorer and master weaponsmith are interested in touring Skyrim for about a year to observe Nord techniques, and they will be accompanied by their most promising apprentices. Would you be willing to act as a host while they are here? And by host I mean someone they can reliably consult about customs, histories, and perhaps provide safe storage for things they collect until the time they return to Morrowind. Hey! Adrienne. Ulfberth looked to his wife. She looked intrigued. I'm always eager to learn new techniques if they're willing to share, she said, looking back at him. I doubt Nords would be interested in chitin armor like Hel's-et wears, but I would like to learn more about Dunmer armor just out of personal curiosity. It's so different than the Altmer stuff that comes through here. Bugs, Adrienne. Big creepy crawlies. Hush, Ulfberth. You sound like Farkas. Oh, yeah, sorry about that, Ulfberth said, abashed. Helset's too cute to be a bug, he added, looking at Revyn who merely laughed. Yes, Morrowind does have an abundance of insects. At least it doesn't stink like Falmer armor, Ulfberth muttered. Agreed. It took days to clear the air in my shop when my wife brought a set home. You don't need to commit now. Just think about it. I'll be at the Drunken Huntsman until the end of this week. Just wave me down if you see me or leave a message there if you want me to come by. Thanks for the drink. XXXXXXX. Isolde thought she could see what about this mare could possibly attract Hel's-et. Sure, this one was incredibly old compared to his wife, but there was that old world charm and courtesy, the confidence that came with maturity, and a gambler's streak that matched his young brides. Now they talked trade. Despite an old bargain that she bring him a mammoth bone, Isod hadn't yet helped her get her own caravan, although he was willing to discuss the technicalities in running a caravan versus selling from a fixed location. I think he sees me as competition since I ultimately want to run independent of him once I have more experience, she confided. I can get into cities, possibly steal customers. I've told him I'm willing to coordinate schedules so that we do not visit at the same time, and I'll take the small towns and villages that they don't travel to. A reasonable proposal. Have you yet gathered your team, another merchant willing to throw in with you? No, not yet. I've just been saving money for goods to sell. Have you talked to people who are interested? Well, I have people who are willing to loan me money but no interest in traveling with me. One or two, I think, would be willing to try. But truthfully, none of us yet have much in the way of fighting skills if we were to encounter robbers. I have people who are interested in taking up caravanning again. Dunmer of course. They are all experienced in combat, and bring other skills such as potion making, weaving and tailoring, crafting, carving, leatherworking, jewelry making, tinkering and small blacksmithing. But this is all in Morrowind. They are not yet comfortable traveling in Skyrim and know little about the land, the politics, the customs, and the flora and fauna. These things, of course, affect their skills, such as potion making. Alien materials, you understand, alien or unfamiliar materials. Oh, I understand, said Isolde. I've heard Isod and his people complain often enough how Skyrim lacks the basic comforts of elsewhere. I'm so glad you're so perceptive, said the mayor, smiling. These people, not to insult you, but they know a Nord leader and face will be necessary for them to prosper. Truly? Oh, but you don't really know me to take that risk, she said regretfully. Quite. But I do know the leader of the group I am proposing to connect you with. Her family has traded in the Ashlands for as long as mine. And my wife has faith that you'll be more than a mere figurehead once you've got your feet on the road. I believe her. She knows a fighter when she sees one. Now, you don't have to answer me in. Done. When can I meet these people? Wonderful. I'll tell them to head over as soon as I'm back in Winnock. Isolde couldn't help herself from jumping up and dragging the mayor out of his chair and giving him an enthusiastic, unrestrained bear hug. Laughter and jeers erupted from other patrons in the bannered mare. Time to party! Exclaimed a black-robed Breton. Here, drinks on me. NK. NRG. One of the mare's spastically jerking arms knocked the tankard being extended to Isolde to the ground. Easy there, Isolde, you'll break the old guy, exclaimed Ulfberth, laughing and shouldering the Breton aside as he came to the Dunmer's rescue, loosening Isolde's crushing embrace. The Dunmer collapsed into Adrienne's arms. She bore him up easily and settled him back in his chair. I'm going to have my own caravan, Isolde announced to a healthy round of cheers. Hooray, the Dunmer wheezed and quietly collapsed over the table. Adrienne sighed and picked him up to haul him to the Temple of Kynareth so that Priestess Danica could see to whatever ribs Isolde had cracked. Chapter 9, Barrowed Trouble. Barrowed Trouble. I only shoved the Eswit and he went down screaming like I'd gutted him. The guards had the mare shackled to the wall with wrist and ankle cuffs as if he were madman. And the cuts and bruises were old. Well, they daren't arrest Hel's-et so you were just as good, said Revyn. All this fuss over a stinking, drunken Nord. Unfortunately, the fellow is one of Rolf Stonefist's drinking buddies. Rolf's brother is Galmer Stonefist, the Jarl's housecarl and foremost general of the Stormcloaks. And this Rolf. You ignore him if you can. Harmless compared to his brother. It's an effective racket. They let these fetchers wander the Grey Quarter at night shouting their insults, and anybody that reacts to them gets marked as troublemakers. React too many times gets you merely kicked out of the city if they're being nice about it. The guards are there more for their protection than ours. Hellsat mentioned beating him up once. The Nords here respect her as a hero. She gets a pass. You'll get some leeway once it's known you're working for her, but for now, you're damn lucky they didn't slate you right off for the pit. What pit? Exactly what it sounds like. Pit fights. Bandits, captured Imperials, and Imperial loyalists with no information or other trade value, any criminal that no one will miss or who can't pay their fines or slated to be executed anyway, and violent, troublesome Dunmer. Revyn paced around the cell, irritated. The guards were taking their sweet time. It had been at least 2 hours since he'd paid the fines for his wife's newest companion/follower, Rallis Sedaris. Hellsat had collected him on Soul's Thyme after he had cost them over 11,000 drakes in a business partnership to recover ancient Nord artifacts from a barrow buried under tons of ash. The guards had Sedaris stripped to light undershirt and pants. They had his expensive set of chitin armor, pickaxe, bow, and ebony sword locked away in some evidence trunk. And right now, Hellsat was at Winterhold College catching up on coursework. She'd left Sedaris behind in Windhelm so that he and Revyn could get better acquainted, and for Revyn to teach him the finer details of keeping up the play. It wasn't going very well. Sedaris saw him as an ancient, skinny, prissy shopkeeper unworthy of the lady he was married to. He thought Sedaris was a king's wit for taking on an archaeological venture he was so ill-equipped for. And then there was the fact that the other was a young 60, much closer to his wife's age, presentable enough if you liked the lean, wiry types. He would be in her company on long trips and dangerous situations. In the pressure of danger and in the aftermath of battle, things could happen. Revyn absolutely trusted his wife, but still. The only giving point that Revyn stepped back on was that Sedaris had taken the job as a way to get in the good graces of the family of the lady he wanted to marry. That, Revyn could sympathize with. Revyn knew he was lucky that Hellsat chose the Nord custom of quick courtship and fast marriage, rather than making him go for months or even years courting the approval of her kinfolk in Cyrodiil, as per proper custom. All right, he was still jealous and would happily see the younger mare gone even if it meant never recovering the drakes. Hellsat had already recovered the coveted treasure of Ozidal from the tomb anyway. Sedaris had been suspiciously blind to that. Whenever Hellsat came back to the dig to take care of the Dragra trouble, he was oddly indifferent to the wealth she uncovered during her sweep. He was obsessed on getting down to the bottom of the barrow, to Ozidal's burial chamber. So she'd taken responsibility for him when the Redarin guards, under pressure from the families of missing miners and mercs of the Kolbjorn dig, had arrested him for multiple murders. But Hellsat was convinced he was being influenced. She'd had experience with another tomb being excavated by similarly enthralled vigilance of Stendar. She'd defended him. Loudly. At the top of her lungs until they changed their minds and changed the charge to negligence and misadventure. No headsman's axe, but fines for each death until the amount was in the tens of thousands. With the help of First Councillor Morvain of Raven Rock, a deal was struck with the Redarin investigators from Blacklight. The terms of the deal were fairly simple. Sedaris agreed to indentured service to Hellsat. She paid him the going mercenary rates for jobs plus a percentage of treasure from those jobs. Pay and treasure cut would go to a fund managed by Councillor Morvain who would then pay out fines and claimants. This only worked because Sedaris' journals cleared her of any active collusion in the deaths, because First Councillor Morvain personally swore to her honourable conduct in recent events, and because Second Councillor Arano presented proof obtained from his many sources that heretofore Sedaris' reputation was good as an honourable, law-abiding mercenary and bodyguard. There was also the fact that because she was a recent inductee of House Telvanni, House Redarin had no legal authority over her. Appeals to Telvanni Mage Lord Nelith were met with laughter. He cared little about the deaths of inconsequential servants and only that his protégé triumphed against her opponents. So Revyn reluctantly had to put up with the fact that this mare was going to be trailing after his wife for the next decade or more if he didn't die along the way. Revyn, how much longer will it take the guards to release me? Asked Sedaris in an uncharacteristically meek and small voice. In a hurry are we? I've been needing to piss for hours and I'm about to lose it. These S-wits. Revyn sighed loudly and picked up the bucket. XXXXXXX. So he's a day late. Is that a reason for us to be out here to invade a barrow? Sedaris grumbled yet again. Revyn had little sympathy for Sedaris' aversion to barrows. The other mare was in full chitin armor that had been enchanted against Skyrim's cold weather while he was in normal clothing and everything below his knees was freezing in the snow. Because I said I'd investigate if he was late, Revyn snarled again. He's a college scholar, not an adventurer. He only went at it alone because Hellsat wasn't available to go with him and she would have if she were and no Nordmerc would go into a tomb that, 1, is the tomb of one of Isgrammar's sons and, 2, known to be haunted by sea ghosts. And you promised. Why? Because I felt like it. You know, if you really didn't want to come along there's no way I could have forced you. Ha! You're her husband. No telling what she'd do to me if I let you go it alone and you got yourself killed. And you were bored in Windhelm and spoiling for another fight. That too, Sadri acknowledged with a harsh laugh. Good. Now shut up, we're finally here. The tomb was built into the hillside, the entrance marked with a circular altar upon which Nords laid their tokens of respect, currently a weathered book, a couple of coins, tarnished ring, some plants, and a rabbit pelt. Revyn firmly set down a bottle of mead and marched past the massive, crude dragon carvings, looked like toothless horkers to him, and a lit brazier to duck under the boulders overhanging the entrance. Twisting ice tunnels, empty stone coffins, so far so good. The floating blue orb lights, the infamous sea ghosts, provided faint illumination as well as unnerving, soft tones. Possibly commenting on the foolishness of the latest intruders. Then they came to the room where they found a dead Winterhold scholar and a dying Nord. Damn, said Revyn as he squatted down and examined the body of the Altmer. Blood and a swollen lump on the back of the head, bruises, broken skin and teeth consistent with interrogation, torn wrists where the Altmer had worked free of his bonds, and the multiple stab wounds in chest and the final dagger in the gut. The Nord was dying from deep, roasting burns. Sadri hauled the Nord to sit up against a wall and poured into him a small healing potion to ease the pain. What went on here? He asked the Nord. The Nord replied with a weak string of obscenities. Right. You're dying and neither of us are healers. But here's the thing, I know just enough to keep you alive and make it a real long time before you expire. So you can tell me now or I can wait all night and all through tomorrow until you die. The tale was a simple one, easily pieced from the fragments the Nord gave out. The Nord was part of a marauder crew that currently was based out of a wrecked, half-sunken ship near the other end of the barrow. They'd been using that end of the barrow to stash their treasure, part in a chest and the other more valuable pieces thrown in through the bars of the final chamber. The only way to retrieve that treasure was to go through the front entrance, thread the puzzles, and use the coral dragon claw on the final puzzle. There was an argument among the crew and some left, stealing the claw away with them. This particular Nord had been at Candlehearth when the High Elf had come through looking to hire somebody. He'd shown the claw during one hiring attempt and the bandit had recognized it. Thinking it a chance to steal the best of the treasure for himself, he'd followed the elf. But the skinny, effete scholar was tougher and more stubborn than he'd expected. Wouldn't cooperate, wouldn't tell him how to solve the riddles. Then he'd managed to free himself and flamed the Nord good. When there was nothing else to tell, Sadri stepped aside and Revyn gave the marauder a bottle of mead, this one laced with painkillers and a strong sleeping potion. The man fell asleep and soon after stopped breathing. Ancient Nords and their damn traps. Sadri wandered the perimeter of the room and kicked at one pillar in its niche dripping with water. There were two other such pillars in niches, one which glowed with a beam of sunlight and another in shadow and almost immovable by the grass and moss growing around it. A fourth niche had a stone chair. Find anything in the scholar's notes. Scholarly speculations, historical notes. But here, this is his translation of the Atmoran tablet on this trigger base: man in his throne, so should he be, whale in the sea, so should he be, eagle in the sun's sky, so should he be, snake in the weed, so should he be. The two men looked again at the pillars and, without saying anything, they each headed for the nearest and rotated them: bird in the sunlight, whale in the water, snake in the grass. Revyn sat on the throne and Sadri put his helmet back on and pulled the trigger handle. Air hissed through hidden dart holes but nothing came out. The gate opened. I think we might need to split up here. Revyn thoughtfully studied the claw, holding it into the light so that its crystal claw scattered light about the chamber. He then tossed it to Sadri. The bandit mentioned a seaside entrance to this barrow and the final room they'd been throwing treasure into. He did say also that at times they'd come back and the bodies had moved about. I propose that I find this back entrance in that room. If the Dragonborn there are in fact active, I may be able to weaken them before you enter there. Revyn tapped the staff he'd been using as a walking stick against the ground. Conjuration staff. A frost monster. I also know the spell to conjure a fire wolf. Oh, and I get the fun of running this barrow alone through gods know what then. I know it's not ideal but I'm trusting you're as fast with your weapons as you were with our money, said Revyn, snappishly. Sadri wordlessly snarled. Revyn ignored this, continuing, I'd only get in your way. You think you can handle any other crypt puzzles? If they're the typical stuff only something with dust for brains couldn't figure, yes. All right, you go around then and distract whatever's at the final room. Revyn sat back down on the throne and rummaged through his pack for more warming potions and a thick woolen bag carrying a sealed pot of spicy hot stew and bowls. He gave half to Sadri. Eat, he ordered. We've got a lot to do. It's going to take me some hours just to get to the coast and then find that entrance. So in the meantime, you take the scholar's body back and deliver it to the priestess of Arche for storage. Tell my assistant Savella to close the shop for the rest of the day after her shift ends. Finally, the docks. Ask around for Scout's many marshes and tell him what we're about and to say nothing to the other Argonians for now. He can help us with transporting any treasure back in his skiff. After that, Come back here and go to it. You, I mean. He should take the skiff directly around. And give me your boots. I can barely feel my feet. If I'm going to be wading in these waters along the shoreline, I want something waterproof and warm. Take the Nord's boots. They look good enough for a trek back to Windhelm. You can grab a better pair from the shop. Ask Savella to show you the best ones. Outside the barrow he could hear the growls of bears and the grunts of trolls, and he was thankful for another of his wife's gifts, which was a ring with her strongest enchantments for stealth and endurance. He jogged east along the river, following it to the coast and then headed south. Now here he was more careful because there was often no beach to walk on and he wasn't prepared for a swim in ice water. But there were small islands on which to travel. Plenty of them, along with cats, bears, and wolves. He could hear clusters of massive horkers calling to each other. He finally spotted crumbling ruins against the cliffside. The door was just above a narrow strip of land, and on the isle about 100 feet away was a three-way battle of cat, bear, and horkers. Southeast of the towers he could see the wreck of a warship. He hoped the marauders there didn't need to visit the tomb tonight. The lock of the tower was average but tellingly well oiled from regular use. Down the winding tower stairs. The huge chest as promised. The lock on that was a bit more advanced, so Revyn ignored it for now. He shoved a lit torch through the bars of the tomb with enough force for it to slide and tumble up against the booted feet of a seated dragor. Dead eyes flared with unholy light and the creature slowly stood. He shoved the tip of the conjuration staff through the bars and sent a frost atronak in. Then daringly inserted his hands through the bars and summoned a fire wolf, the spell his wife made him learn. The wolf was a fireball on 4 feet, tracking and pursuing until it ended with a leap and bite that exploded over its target like liquid fire. The dragor remains of Isgrammer's son, Ingol, was a nightmare of devastating shouts and a frost-wreathed greatsword. But the grill held solid and protected Revyn from the worst of the shouting if he wasn't able to duck to the side in time. The other dragor roused, some stabbing through the grill to get to Revyn. The staff was soon drained and he hadn't packed any soul gems to recharge it. All he had left was the fire wolf spell. The ancestral necklace he always wore next to his skin was infused with power that, among other things, enhanced conjurations, 2 wolves at a time, but with the number of dragor in there, the wolves exploded almost as fast as he could summon them, and he was rapidly becoming exhausted. He was also becoming lightheaded from the smoke and stench of roasting rotted meat. Sadri's finally arrived, hoarfrost pickaxe in his left and flaming ebony sword in his right. What remained of the lesser dragor stood no chance. His speed and dual weapon skill was precise and powerful. Against Ingol, he ducked and rolled with the shouts to come up swinging and soon cut a leg from the Death Lord, then hooked the sternum with the pickaxe. Hoarfrost covered the penetration site like white, fuzzy rot, then a twist of the pickaxe to shatter the ribcage. He spent a bit of time searching for a lever or a pull chain to open the gate, but it wasn't until he pulled the enchanted helmet off Ingol's corpse that the gate opened. As they were piling the treasure scattered about in the room into another chest recovered from within the tomb, Scout's many marshes came down the stairs with a warning that the marauders were getting ready to move. He'd parked the skiff on the land strip below the door and had swum out to the warship and had seen them readying their small boats tied under the broken ship's hull. He'd poked holes in the boats before coming here. He let Sadri and Marshes do the treasure hauling while he watched for marauders. Once the treasure was out the room and up the stairs to the skiff, he told them to head out. He wanted to reseal the tomb if he could, because the Nords, if they found out the tomb of their Isgrammer's beloved son violated, would come asking, as it was no secret Hells had explored ancient tombs. He put the helm back on Ingol and moved the corpse to an empty coffin. The gate resealed and he jammed old daggers into the slots and used a mace to hammer them and then break off the hilts. He and Sadri would come back later with buckets of bone mold resin to fill the slots. There was no way to raise the stone puzzle doors, so he just dropped the key claw in an ice water pool in the tomb and threaded through the tunnels to the initial gate in the pillar room. Got that gate to raise again, so same plan with the gate and pillars. He actually made it back to Windhelm before the other two, which meant the youngsters had stayed out late to play with the marauders. Sadri confirmed this when he showed up at noon to inform Revyn that Marshes was waiting with the skiff halfway down the river. They'd both been leery about pulling into the docks with the chests with the guards watching. There was also the body they'd recovered of a fisherwoman from a cage on the ship, a Nord woman Marshes knew and whom Revyn also knew, once told her name. Revyn ordered him to get back to Marshes and dump the Ingol chests into the water for later retrieval, but keep the marauder chest and the body and return to the docks. They were to be ready for and submit to apprehension by the guards. When questioned, tell the story but omit the part about the treasure inside the last room, invading Ingol's barrow beyond the gate, and about fighting dragor. Modify the part about the tower. Yes, after they'd retrieved the scholar's body they'd gone looking for it and engaged Marshes's help, but the marauders had already taken the treasure from the tower. It was Sadri's and Marshes's idea to take on the marauders, while Revyn was told to return to Windhelm because he was not a warrior and of no use in a fight. That was the story he told Horleaf, Jarl Ulfric's steward. The story was faithfully corroborated by the Marshes and Sadri's, who had been questioned separately by the officer of the prison guards. Guards sent to the barrow attested to the locked gate and the corpse of the Nord found there. The priestess of Arkay confirmed the state of the Altmer's body. More guards sent to the warship confirmed the bodies there and the state of the ruined tower, of the drag marks of a heavy chest up through the tower and along the shore. Both Revyn and Marshes confirmed the identity of the Nord woman, and Revyn presented a plea to the Jarl that the majority of the treasure be given to the family the woman had been the primary support of, which consisted of her parents, her late Stormcloak husband's parents, and her 2 children. Marshes should get a bounty for his part and Sadri a full pardon and, perhaps, a refund of the fines paid. It would help Revyn, after all, in shipping the dead scholar's body back to Winterhold. XXXXXXX. He's a slick bastard, I'll give him that, said Sadri. He eyed dubiously the small plate of raw fish and pickled bits of vegetable rolled in seaweed Marshes had handed him. The Argonian assemblage was celebrating Scout's many Marshes' cut of the recovered treasure and his commendation of service received from the Jarl instead of the bounty Revyn had been pushing for. The commendation didn't mean much, it still didn't give them permission to enter the city, but it was good for a laugh. Revyn and Sadri had been invited to the celebration. Revyn was trying to coax a merry Argonian female into giving up some of her recipes. Sadri was doing his best to get along. He couldn't help be a bit twitchy though, his childhood had been blighted in the shadow of the Argonian invasion and sacking of Mournhold. Marshes hissed in laughter. Only since he married, he said. He was always one of the pleasant ones to us. Once he married our dear friend, he has had to become so much more active and clever to keep up with her. His plans are like swamp eels, spear 1 slippery snake and 10 more wriggle away through the muck. Sadri remembered watching the Argonian going after the marauders who'd thought to escape by jumping into the water. He'd spitted them on his fishing spear as easily as the slaughter fish they'd had for breakfast afterwards. So tell us how you met our dear friend Helzet. Sadri popped the seaweed lump in. Not bad. It could do with a spicy kwama sauce. I was digging myself into a hole and I needed more to keep going. Chapter 10, Party Favors. Party Favors. Good morning, Orthus. And how is business for the East Empire? Revyn asked with a genuine smile for the Imperial. Orthus's return smile was tight and not very happy as he set the crate of goods Revyn had ordered from High Rock on the counter. Morning, Revyn. Business is good. Oh, but you don't seem happy. Well, I do have a bit of a problem I need your help with, especially as it involves your wife. Oh, dear. Not more pirates I hope. Not exactly. Orthus chewed his lower lip as he glanced around the shop, noting customers browsing wares. It's a rather sensitive matter. Do you have time to meet later today at my office? Lunch. My treat. And I have someone you need to meet. I think I can manage that. XXXXXXX. The man Orthus wanted him to meet was company man by the name of Razalan. You'll have to excuse him if he's a bit rude. He only gets that way after a few drinks, and he's had a few since this morning. And yesterday. And the day before that since his arrival, Orthus softly informed him after the Reguard had only grunted after introductions and then had wandered away to grab a plate of food and bottle of brandy to nurse in a corner. He's actually one the company's top traders in Tamriel and handles trades at the government levels. Here, try this collovial brandy. I picked up 2 bottles when I was at that last mandatory attendance at the Thalmor embassy on Mount Kilcreath outside Solitude. Orthus poured him a goblet. An obscene amount considering the price per bottle. I was surprised to see Helzet there. Oh, dear. Orthus kindly waited until Revyn had a chance to try some of the delicious food before returning to the subject. Gods, I hate having to attend those things. Accounting books are so much more intelligent and pleasant than having to deal with some of the egocentric, vapid nobles that attend those things. And if they're not vapid nobles, they're ill-tempered ones who only come to keep an eye on the Thalmor, and then there are Thalmor wannabes. In any case, I was also there to meet Razalan, who was just transferred to Skyrim. It was hoped his experience in dealing with the Thalmor in the Cyrodiil markets would help us boost our trades, and because he's dealt with Ambassador Elenwen before, but it seems his drinking has become more pronounced upon the transfer north. And this last party, well, it was a disaster. Got drunk and insulted the ambassador. Got drunk, yes, but it wasn't his fault. I'd heard the ambassador had ordered the servants not to serve him any alcoholic drinks at all. Everyone else knew not to give him any alcohol except Helzet. I saw her bring him a goblet. Speaking of which, do you know why she was there? Not a clue, my friend, said Revyn truthfully. Haven't seen her in days. Last she wrote, she was butchering vampires in Morthal. That would almost explain why she was at a Thalmor party, muttered Orthus. Or maybe she wasn't there. The woman that looked like her said her name was Indaraman and she was a trader from Solstheim looking into the Skyrim markets. She had elaborately coiffed fiery red hair braided with gold chains and gems, the dress and cosmetics was that of a noblewoman of the high court, and she spoke with a Redaran accent. She fluttered a fan and flirted like a courtesan, drawing every eye so that Elenwen was fair jealous at being overshadowed at her own party. The only time she didn't have everyone's attention was when the Jarl of Morthal suddenly began attacking Razalan. By the time Elenwen and the guards had separated Jarl Ravencrone from Razelan, the mysterious Lady Revyn had vanished. Then there were guards running about and Elenwen ended the party. If Revyn hadn't been such a flirt, talking to every man and woman present, Razelan and I would have been questioned by the Thalmor for speaking to her. But as it was, there was no way Elenwen could hold every guest back for questioning, and so we were allowed to leave. I collected Razelan and brought him here. A fascinating tale, Orthus. So what need have you of me? Revyn contemplated a second goblet of brandy, but decided he didn't want to spend the rest of the day sleeping on the warehouse floor. To put it bluntly, Razelan needs a new position after this incident. He's good at his job when he's sober, but until Elenwen's temper cools, he's of no use to us here or even back in his old position. Perhaps he can open a market in Solstheim and eventually reopen lines in Morrowind, but for that he'll need letters of introduction that I believe you can write. I'm sure the husband of the hero of Raven Rock has some influence. Influence enough to persuade the Redurans to let Razelan set up an official office there. That's all. He can do the rest once he has a toehold. I doubt I have such influence. And, well, do I owe such efforts for the mystery Redoran lady's actions? Perhaps not. Especially not if Helzet wasn't there at all and my eyesight was terribly affected by the fine drinks so that I only thought it was Helzet in fancy dress and affecting vapid giggling tones and behaving like a shameless flirt. Oh, no, it couldn't possibly be Helzet, our merry reaper of bandits, pirates, and vampires. I'll think about it, friend, I promise, but I want to make sure that I can actually help. Fair enough. Orthus suddenly smiled and it reached his eyes. She was a sight, that mystery lady. Could have talked me into dropping all future shipping charges if she shoved a contract in my hands while flirting. Jarl Balgruelf had an arm around her and snarled at Jarl Sidgir and Thane Erikur if they came near. And Jarl Ravencrone, normally she keeps to herself and rarely talks at these events, but she and her were snickering together behind a pillar. That, I think, should have been warning enough. Free shipping. Forget it, Revyn. One chance only and it's long gone. XXXXXXX. 3 days after Revyn and Orthus had seen Razelan off to Solstheim with letters of recommendation in hand, Revyn went the corner club as usual for dinner and a drink. That night there was a Bosmer he had never seen before entertaining the club. Snakes. I see snakes. The drunken Bosmer yelled. Sandworm special. Revyn asked Amberese, referring to a Reguard drink that featured a drink distilled from a succulent ground shrub in which the Reguard stuck a semi-poisonous caterpillar for flavor. No, just a story. Pretty funny so far. Amberese shoved a small flask of Flynn at Revyn. Came in this afternoon, been drinking since. The Bosmer heard. You'd be drinking too. Just lost my job. Bish thing to happen too. Lushy, stingy, nitpicking, whip happy Thalmor. Ambassador whip bitch. Probably not good to mention Thalmor hereabouts, friend, Revyn gently observed, casting a quick look about the room. A couple Nord guards, but they didn't seem to be tensing for action although they were listening. Been bartending and catering steward for them for years since prison bought in Valenwood. Shipped here just months ago. God's damned cold Skyrim. Last party. Had enough. Disaster. Ran away. Thalmor want my ass, have to find me in Morrowind. Go on, tell Revyn about the party, said Amberese. He nudged a cup of thick meaty stew under the Bosmer's hands. Tell him about the party crashing Redoran lady and the drunken Jarl and the East Empire man. Revyn managed not to choke on his bread. Yeah. Another diplomatic party. Empire-friendly Jarls, rich ass-kisser merchants the usual lot. Newest was this gorgeous Redoran woman claiming to be a trade merchant from Shalsh, Solstheim. The kind of woman that makes any man sit up and pant. Had every man there wanting to sidle up to her. Jarl of Whiterun was specially hot for her and kept anybody else from gettin' too handsy with her. She even charmed any woman there cept that maven of Rifton bitch. She and Tay ambassador nothing but power to make people miserable gets those bitches hot. She was fun to watch. The ambassador kept trying to corner her and question her but she kept dancing away. Well, the party's just rolling on its boring way. Yap, look at how rich I am, look at how much richer we'd be if it weren't for the war, look at yada yada yada. Someone slipped that EEC traitor, Rajlan, a bottle of collovial brandy. Not me. Ambassador Whipbitch was furious, but it wasn't me. Been educated enough on that subject. This guy, he gets drunk, he gets loud and starts ticking people off. This time he sets off the hag Raven of Morthal. Guess she had too much brandy cause she comes up to him and starts yelling that she sees snakes in him, on him, whatever. Snakes. I see snakes everywhere. He cries again, changes pitch so that he sounded like an drunken old woman. Treacherous snakes that hide in the shadows. I see the snakes in your souls. Venomous, treachery, deceitful. People were laughing now and hissing. So now the hag Revyn and Razelan are screaming at each other, and then the ambassador starts yelling at both of them to calm down. But that ain't the worst of it. Yells the Bosmer. It was spiders too. Big, glowing, magic spiders that burst into fire when they jumped on you. The guards run in screaming that they were under attack. The ambassador had the guards shove all the guests out. All except the Redaran lady. She said she'd felt sick just before the hag Revyn went after Razelan, and I felt sorry for her, so I showed her to a back room where it was quiet. Well, it turns out she weren't no lady or merchant but a robber. Came to steal stuff and threw down magical spiders that attacked the guards. Even killed some of them. So I ran. Ran all the way from the embassy to here where the Thalmor patrols won't dare to follow me. Goin' to Morrowind. They'll never find me there. Revyn sighed and pasted on a jolly smile before clapping a hand on the Bosmer's shoulder. Good story, friend. I'm Sadri. I run the store next door. If you're serious on traveling to Morrowind, stop in and I'll sell you supplies and maybe a tip or two if you've never been there before. Sounds good, friend. Malborn's the name. See you then, Malborn. Revyn nodded at Amberys before leaving. Malborn showed up in the shop 2 days later looking hungover, exhausted, and fearful. According to Amberys, the Bosmer had tried to leave yesterday, but had returned looking like he'd seen death. In fact, he'd mentioned something like it before trying to drown himself in ale. Amberys had suggested to Malborn that Revyn might have an invisibility potion in stock and maybe something for sneaking. Dodging a Thalmor assassin, friend? Revyn asked softly, setting the items on the counter. Malborn's composure shattered. Yes. Gods, yes. He buried his face in his hands. There's a Khajiit assassin waiting outside. I can't hide inside Windhelm much longer before they send human ones. Quite an effort and expense for a mere prison slave. The Bosmer began slinking back towards the door. You say you've worked for them for years, and yet for some unknown lady's weak claims of illness you suddenly bend rules that you know are harshly enforced as only the Thalmor can enforce. Oh, calm yourself, Malborn. I'll help you get out of Windhelm safely for her sake. Why, you know they. Revyn gestured sharply, slapping that question aside. Modron's trade caravan will be arriving in 2 days and we'll both go out and visit them as cover. Or at least I will. You will be invisible and you can whisper to me the Khajiit assassin and I'll take it from there. The Bosmer looked him over, doubt clear in his expression. Are you sure you can take on an assassin? Revyn smiled and set some scrolls on the counter. These are my latest imports from Sol's Thyme. Recognize them? Yes. I smuggled several in for. Malborn choked. Oh. There's actually a variety of effects besides fire, like these poison ones. But thanks to recent events I can't sell any of them now or be known as a source for magical spiders. Luckily, I hadn't put these out for the general public to purchase yet. So much for my anticipated profits. I'm sorry. Not your fault. But do think hard about your tendency to tell stories while drunk. And you'll forget my name once you leave Windhelm. Of course. Good. Now go get some sleep. Assassins aside, it's still a hard run to Morrowind and you'll need a good rest to start with. And probably a good bow and arrow set besides that pitiful knife you're carrying, the usual travel supplies. A third off. Free supplies and weapons, including some scrolls, and safe escort into Morrowind if you tell me everything I want to know about the Thalmor. Chapter 11, Sol's Thyme, House Cleaning. Revyn goes to Sol's Thyme to inspect his wife's new property and organize more of the junk she constantly collects. He finally gets a chance to meet a blood relative. Sol's Thyme, House Cleaning. The ash storm pounded its port side until the ship turned and rounded the coast to where the bulwark of Raven Rock took on the storm and the Northern Maiden dropped the ash from her sails and glided into dock. It was the end of fall and seas were rough. Passengers, Dunmer all, were eager to get onto solid land. Particularly eager ones jumped the distance between the boat and the dock. It made for some hilarious landings and the Nord crew weren't at all shy about laughing and calling out unwanted advice about how to properly jump ship. One passenger in full head-to-toe, weathered hide armor and who had lounged the last hour at the front of the ship and taking on the full force of the ash storm, finally got to his feet, picking up a pack, and sauntered to the gangplank. As he passed Captain Jalland, he said, "See you next month, Captain. Safe journey. And good endeavors to you, Revyn. Oh, wait up, Second Counselor Arano is coming this way. I'll introduce you. I've exchanged correspondence with him, but yes, that would be nice." Revyn pulled down his dust veil and shoved the goggles and hood higher onto his forehead. Captain Jalland. Counselor Arano. Full shipment despite the storms. Excellent. The counselor's gaze slid to Revyn. This is Revyn Sadri, Hel's at Pharaoh's husband. Revyn, Adril Arano, second counselor of Raven Rock, House Redaran. The look of surprise upon the councillor's face at hearing his name was quickly shoved aside, but Revyn was inwardly pleased to see it. Councillor Arano's letters had been stiff and formal. Typical Redaran disdain for House Hlalu, with Helzet being the exception. Clearly the councillor had not been expecting someone wearing an Ashlander's hide armor. Welcome to Raven Rock, Revyn. We've been looking forward to finally meeting you. Likewise, my lord. While I enjoy our correspondence, speaking in person is so much better. But I'll take my leave now and let you and Captain Jaland conduct your business. However, may I call upon Councillor Morvain, you, and your lady later this evening? We look forward to it, said Arano. He pulled a ring of keys from his pocket and extended it to Revyn. The keys your lady left in our care. I will send an escort for you when we are ready this evening. My pleasure. Revyn turned to his right and gestured to the two who had come from below deck and stood a respectful distance away to come closer. My lord, let me introduce to Savella Nethry, my apprentice, and Tony Scarpelli, an intern of the East Empire Company office in Windhelm sent to assist Master Razalan for the quarter year. Councillor Arano nodded curtly as the two politely bowed. A few more courtesies and then the three disembarked and began walking westward along the waterfront towards Severin Manor. The waterfront was busy. Old buildings were being torn down to lay foundations for new ones. Temporary living barracks had been built for the influx of job hunters and hastily erected business offices, stores, and warehouses. Another longer pier was being constructed for larger, heavier trade ships. As they walked along, Revyn was occasionally hailed by those who had migrated some months earlier from Windhelm when word got out that Raven Rock's fortunes were on the upswing. Severin Manor, for now, was on the western outskirts of town. An outwardly modest-sized Dunmer-style building nestled up against a hillside. Inside, however, it was carved deep into the hillside. The upper level was primarily a basic open kitchen area. A second level below was even larger and boasted a master bedroom that was also part armor display, a second large bedroom with an ash garden, and then 3 alcoves for an alchemy lab, an enchantments center, and a forge. Fully stocked when transferred to Helzet, then stuffed with even more things she'd collected during her wanderings over Sol's Thyme. Need another assistant, he thought as he assessed the rooms and junk piled haphazardly in each. He could sense magic. A mage or apprentice mage. For now, they would set up beds in the upper level. Tony was puzzled by that, but Savella explained that it was generally safer to not sleep so close to so many unidentified magical items. No telling which ones were cursed or had malignant spells. Revyn was pleased to listen at how confident she sounded now. XXXXXXX. The retching Nedge. Upper level. Spacious, uncluttered, a courtesy cooking spot for those who preferred to do their own cooking. A young boy attended the area, keeping surfaces clean and the fire stoked. Welcome, Sarjo. You wish to cook something? You can buy ingredients below at the bar. Master Geldis keeps a well-stocked larder. There's also the menu. Tonight's specialty is Nick's hound pies baked today. The meat pieces and steaks have been marinated in spiced flin and smoked with green tondile stalks for sweetness. Yes, I can smell the tondile. The specialties sound delicious. Best there is, the boy stated. You won't regret it, Sarjo. You can order and pay at the bar. Below stairs, it was packed. Dunmer primarily with about a dozen Nords or Imperials. A bard was off in a shadowed corner singing what must be current popular tunes in Morrowind. Revyn listened appreciatively. He'd listened to Skyrim bards so long that he'd forgotten the different tuning and melodic preferences of his homeland. Winding through the crowd, servers in uniform aprons bore trays to customers. Revyn noted approvingly that a numbering system had been set up to match orders to customers so that one could order at the bar, pick up a little numbered flag, and then wander off to a preferred spot to wait. He pushed his way to the bar. What'll it be? House Sujamma, a specialty pie, and a word with Geldis when he has time. The barmaid poured him a Sujamma and set a little flag next to the tankard. She took his money to Geldis and pointed Revyn out to him. Revyn nodded back and pointed upstairs. Geldis shrugged and made change. The Nick's hound pie was superb and Revyn amused himself by trying to pin down the ingredients. A half-mark later, Geldis came to his table. Revyn stood. Geldis looked as his wife had described him. Revyn searched the other's face for anything familiar. Revyn, originally from Vivek City. Cousin Revyn. Yes. Helset's told me about you. Our grandsires were brothers. Yes. Eldiag took to trading in the Ashlands. He met his wife from a small clan, part Zainab, part Urshilaku. His son, my father, likewise married in that same clan. I spent most of my youth in the caravans and my teen years apprenticed to my aunt learning to run a shop in the wasteworks of Vivek City until being evacuated to Skyrim. And Svatik moved to Nessus to try his fortune trading around the ebony mines if I remember correctly. Geldis smiled faintly and nodded slowly. Selling supplies to miners was profitable and we joined with a hostelry family and started running inns alongside the shops. Worked our way from Nessus to Blacklight, and then my parents came here to Raven Rock to set up shop. This was before the Redurans took over. I was born here, married and took over the brewery part of the business from my in-laws while my wife worked the inn with her parents. And you lost them to the Argonians. Geldis looked hard at him. Revyn looked down at the table. Oh, I've been doing my own searching. The deaths records in the temples, you know. They'd linked the Sadri name to their Rivuth ancestral records, like the Rivuth groom had linked in his bride and her family. The records of the local temple and were destroyed in that raid, but the Rivuth had already formalized the link in the records of the main temple in Mournhold before traveling to the wedding site. Geldis waved the serving girl to bring another bottle. Bad luck. Bad timing for a wedding and their family reunion. Just one of the many small battles before the full invasion. He refilled their tankards. So you ended up in Skyrim. Didn't think anybody from your branch made it out of Vivek. The woman my grandfather married was the daughter of a wise woman of a family of the Narivaran cult, those whom ordinators frequently hunted for the heresy of believing that the tribunal murdered Lord Narivar, that Narivar would return. The wise woman told my grandfather to get as many of his kin out of Vardenfell as he could. Azura had told her the end of the tribunal was coming, and when they fell, so would all their works. And so those of us who believed, joined with our Ashland kin. Some by boats that went to Windhelm, to Dawnstar, to Winterhold, others risked the mainland. I was part of the Windhelm group. At that time, the Snow Quarter had no room for us and we went north to Winterhold to meet up with those that landed there. I spent 2 decades mining, hauling rock, building a shrine to Azura. After that, I wandered a bit. Eventually went back to Windhelm. By then, Windhelm was handling so many refugees that we had taken over the Snow Quarter, renamed the Grey Quarter by the Nords. I've waited there since, hoping to see more of my immediate family come through. Never saw them. Geldis nodded. Too many couldn't find boats out of Vardenfell. Too many were no better than rafts. No sails, no steering. Dependent on tides to get them to Blacklight. Normally, that'd work. But Red Mountain played hell with the tides and changed the sea currents. Instead of Blacklight or the Morrowind coast, boats were swept to Sol's Thyme or joined the Sea of Ghosts. Many boats couldn't make it. Ships from Fort Frostmoth and fishing ships out of Raven Rock risked the storms to aid any refugees they could find. But weren't any safe harbor to return to. Red Mountain took out all the shore settlements. Raven Rock was no exception, but most survived because the majority were working in or able to get to the mine when the main blast hit shore. Fort Frostmoth was destroyed. Those ships still seaworthy set for Skyrim. Those needing repairs had to limp around to the north coast to the secondary fishing port. Those surviving on land and hoping for a ship trek to the north coast through the ash storms and under constant attack by Reeklings. Who made it out, where they landed, nobody really knows. They fell silent, drinking to their own memories. Geldis excused himself, saying he had to get back to work. Revyn went back to the manor. Tony was napping over the first volume of the history of Raven Rock. There was still a couple of hours before evening, so Revyn strolled further west, towards the Earthstone. Villagers still avoided the area. The Allmaker Stone, a pillar etched with ancient, unfamiliar runes set in a pool of water. The outer shell that bespelled villagers slaved away at building until his wife broke the enchantment, was an unfinished pile of rubble. There was immense power in the so-called Allmaker Stone. But there was a discordant edge that set his teeth to aching and his ancestor's necklace vibrating in warning. A partially healed wound, raw edges still with the possibility of reinfection. It was the first stone his wife had freed when she finally got a dragon soul to fuel the first word of a shout the shaman of the Skull told her she needed. Then she'd freed the stones nearest the Skull village and the one nearest Tel Mithrin. There were 3 others. 2 she knew the location of but hadn't the time or energy to take them, and the third was in the main temple of Marake, and that one couldn't be taken down until Marake was defeated. And until that happened, there was always the possibility that this central stone would reinfect the others. He returned to the manor and prepared for dinner with the councillors. XXXXXXX. Morvain Manor was a fanciful name for a tired 2-level dockside structure that hadn't seen better days since before Red Mountain blew. Severin Manor was much bigger, but then the previous owners had a lot of money to spend on building it. Ever since the mine's closure, the town's value to the Redurans dropped considerably. The only thing keeping Raven Rock going under the past 30 years was Morvain's personal wealth, supplemented by a weak hunting and fishing industry. The town had been in a slow death spiral. Morvain's coffers were empty. Then Helzet Pharaoh drifted into town on her quest to learn more about her heritage. The seemingly feckless Lalo child, too young to be roaming on her own for propriety's sake, spent her first week just wandering about town, asking lots of silly questions and doing small errands. At first, they wondered if she was a spy for the Hlalo Yulin family, who tried to stage a coup some decades earlier, but that idea was quickly discarded. At 16 years, she was far too young and artless for such intrigue, and had no shame admitting that she'd been raised imperial and was only half Dunmer. And, as usual, his wife's altruistic streak wouldn't allow her to stay out of trouble. After taking on several hero-type projects solving the mystery of the ebony mine closure, solving the mystery of the Ash Spawn attacks on Raven Rock, clearing the local temple of Ash Spawn, allowing proper burial rites to resume, saving First Counselor Morvain from an assassination plot. She'd become the darling of the Redurans in the 2 years she'd been there. Lady Sindiri definitely saw herself as a stand-in mother to Helzet, while Morvain and Adril were concerned uncles of a sort who were reluctantly realizing Helzet was far more than a precocious child. The three were at or near the 2nd century mark, with Sindiri the youngest at 190. It was like being looked over by in-laws, except this was her Redoran family, and their critical eyes saw an untrustworthy Hlalo shopkeeper, not a warrior, and 200 years older than his wife. So, questionable courage, morals, honor. Lady Sindiri handled the initial conversation while the councillors judged. Revyn was a polite, as if he were in the tents of his Velathai cousins. With Geldis being your cousin, I expect you'll also be spending time at the retching Nech, Lady Sindiri was saying. Indeed I shall. His branch of the family had separated from mine a couple generations earlier, and I knew they had moved to the north, to Nissus and to Blacklight. I didn't know about Solstheim until my wife mentioned him to me. I do hope our renewed kinship will be a strong one. I've little doubt of that, she remarked. You seem to think alike. That seemed a good sign that, so far, they weren't openly disapproving the match. Normally, he wouldn't care what their opinion might be, but they viewed Helzet as family, and their goodwill opened avenues that he didn't have. The Morvain name, though impoverished, still had influence in House Redoran. Arano had an extensive political information network in Morrowind and Cyrodiil. Lady Sindiri had her own network of social contacts. Light inquiries about his family, which he easily gave, knowing they'd be checking with their contacts. We had planned to ask her if she would accept membership in House Redoran, Morvain said, startling him, for all that she has done for us, but Telvanni beat us to it. Quite a surprise to me, the Telvanni, he acknowledged. But, Telvanni. He shrugged. There wasn't much to say. The Telvanni lived by the code of he who has the power is the power, at least within their respective domains. And if Telvanni Mage Lord Nelith wanted to pay with a house membership instead of gold, he just did it, and that was that. Helzet wasn't sure if she should have been outraged or amused, but had settled for amused and asked Revyn for ways to push this new relation to her advantage. Why delay? Why not make the offer when you gave her the manor and citizenship? Asked Revyn. I was waiting to hear from my contacts for information on the Pharaoh line of Hlalo, answered Arano. Political affiliations, you understand, and what came to light forced us to pass review by the Redoran Council. I found the Pharaoh line, an obscure offshoot branch of the Araetham house. He paused, as if expecting some reaction from Revyn. When Revyn gave none, the three exchanged speaking glances. You have the advantage, my lord, said Revyn, holding his hands, palms up, to invite further information. My contacts are primarily in Skyrim and in trade, not political information. Pray, enlighten me further. After a glance at Morvain and receiving a slight nod in return, Arano began his lecture. The Araetham of Ebonheart and Mournhold, of course, produced Kataraya, the Duchess of Vardenfell, whom Emperor Magnus Septimi arranged to be married to his son, Jarl Pelagius of Solitude, later Emperor Pelagius Septim III. She ruled as Empress Regent when her husband went mad, and then as Empress Kataraya I when he died. She ruled 50 years until her assassination, and the throne passed to her son, Cassander Septim. The house also produced Queen Berensia and King Athen Lethen. Of the pharaohs, the only well-known member was a noted court beauty by the name of Anelisi Pharaoh. Here, Arano paused to clear his throat, now showing some discomfort. She was a handmaid of Queen Ravani Lethen and was dismissed when her nephew, heir presumptive Talon Vandas, began showing interest in her. She returned to court shortly after the deaths of King Lethen and Talon Vandas as the concubine of Hlalo Helsith. Then, just months before the Red Year, she leaves him to abruptly marry Knight Protector Gaius Felix, who was recalled to Cyrodiil. Revyn closed his eyes, his mind a flurry of sorting, reviewing, and reorganizing any scrap of memory his wife had mentioned of her past and her family. What he was learning now had so many implications that were currently beyond his scope to handle at the moment, but he knew it would require intense study at a later time. So the Redoran Council balks at adopting a suspected descendant of Hlalo Helsith and his pharaoh cousin. He suddenly laughed. It's a great honor you would show her. But, 3 houses? I know she would still hold to House Hlalo even if it is no longer a great house. Telvanni shows its contempt of Hlalo by adding her to his house without her permission. You laugh. Why? Asked Lady Sindiri. You've given me a revelation. Let me give you one. But this is not for general knowledge. I would tell you this in confidence, but only because a debt is owed. Is that so? True, said Morvain. I owe her my life, the future of this town, the honor of my name. Arano dismissed the house guards and the servants who had been attending the kitchen, sending them all outside. Outside this room, we know nothing, he stated. According to what my wife knows as fact is that the man who introduced his good friend Knight Protector Gaius Felix, to Anelisi Pharaoh was the Narivaran. The Narivaran, as prophecy required, was Hordator of 3 houses Hlalu, Telvanni, and Redarin. Morvain's faint smile looked more a grimace of an upset stomach, while Arano seemed to be swearing in a whisper. He was also required unite the Velathai, with at least 4 tribes naming him the Revyn. By these signs, we knew him as the fulfillment of Azura's promise. Now, my wife, her path parallels his. There are 9 holds in Skyrim. She is Thane of 3 so far, and well on her way to a 4th and 5th. She also is bloodkin to the Orsimer and champion of Malakath. She has also recently become Azura's champion. What all this will ultimately make her, gods only know. I do hope they're having a good laugh. I know I must. She'd burdened with the Nord prophecy of the Dragonborn. And, like the Revyn, she's working in a culture that would happily kill her for usurping their precious preconceived Nord hero by being a Dunmer. I remember the confusion and anger among my Velathai elders and kin when it was realized Lord Narivar had returned to us, as both an outsider and of the lesser race of the Empire of Man. Lady Sindiri looked at Morvain. Then you might as well bring her into the house, Counselor. No better precedence has been set for multiple houses. You know more about Helset's maternal family than she, Revyn said admiringly. How can this be possible? Demanded Lady Sindiri. From what I've deduced from stories my love has told me, Inelisi has told them little to nothing of her life before her marriage to Felix, who took his secrets to the grave. And if Cheydinhill society knows anything, they've kept their mouths shut around the Pharaoh women. Or, at least around Helset. I do not know how much the general knows, but Helset certainly is ignorant of her Dunmer ancestry. They cannot be as ignorant as you think if they gave her a name so blatantly derivative. Lady Sindiri wore a stern, disapproving frown. Revyn shrugged. Perhaps you are right, my lady. I have no facts on that matter. I've not yet had the pleasure of meeting her parents to ask them. Our courtship was quite unconventional. As unconventional as the woman herself. I've written to them, but have received no reply to date. Yes. Your courtship. I've heard Nords often rush into marriage days after meeting. She sipped her wine. The eyes peering over the brim of the goblet held steady on him. And did you rush her in the same fashion? She seemed to be asking. He mimicked her action. So they do. I confess to being startled out of my wits when she showed up after only a handful of business exchanges with an amulet of Mara. The popular way to propose marriage throughout most of Tamriel. I pretended not to notice. I was hoping she'd worn the trinket by mistake and was meaning to ask someone else after stopping in my shop. 3rd time she came in, I finally asked her if she realized what it looked like when she wore that amulet around people. And so you accepted? No. I told her I was too old for her, but she refused to let that be the obstacle. She won in the end. The only way out was to tell her I never wanted to see her again. Azura as my witness, I did not have the strength to do that. Morvain abruptly pushed away from the table and went upstairs. He returned moments later with a book that he set in front of Revyn. Treasures of the Museum of Artifacts. Revyn opened it to a page marked with a silk ribbon and saw a full-page reproduction of a royal girl's portrait. He knew that face so well. She wore a large, elaborate, burdensome crown of gold and 25 blood diamonds, rare gems of power only found deep within Red Mountain. The beautiful young girl stared confidently out, eyes reflecting knowledge one so young should not have, yet, smiling a gentle smile of whimsy and mischief. The plate below the picture identified the portrait, Coronation of Queen Berenzia. He had never seen his picture before and was acutely aware of the intent eyes of his hosts. He wondered if they could also hear how loud his heart was pounding. Well. He looked up at Morvain. Well. And how long have you known this? Lady Sindiri answered him. One of the newer immigrants here was an apprentice to the artist that painted portraits for the royal family and nobles of Mournhold. He brought this book with him. Geldis had borrowed it, and when he came upon this picture he brought it to my attention the next time I visited there for a drink. I borrowed it from him to show the counselors. This is our copy we ordered from Blacklight. We've never had the opportunity of speaking with her about this, said Arano. The times she's returned to Raven Rock, she stays only long enough to purchase supplies and then heads out. When she returns, it's only long enough to sell things and then she's gone again to Skyrim. I was beginning to think she was deliberately avoiding us. Then she broke the spell on the accursed shrine, said Morvain. Creatures of oblivion emerge from the pool around the stone. He shuddered. Waking to find those nightmares and only having a hammer and chisel in hand to fight with. Although, a drill, you handled your shovel pretty well. A spear would have been better, but it served, Arano said with a grim smile. Her arrows were lightning bolts making the creatures twitch with muscle spasms and befuddling their reaction time to where we, though exhausted from hours of mindless work, could strike it with chisels, shovels, pickaxes, or even just throw large rocks. Morvain continued. She told us a mad tale of an undead dragon priest named Marek wanting to come back to life to restore his rule over Sol's thyme. We had no time or space to think of asking her about her possible relation to the last of the Hlalo kings, we were too busy taking count of our people to see who's missing, inexplicable injuries that we'd never remembered receiving or even having. Suddenly remembering friends, people who have gone missing and never realizing it, interjected Lady Sadri. Some we still don't know if they are working on other accursed stones or are dead. Yes, said Morvain. And working out ways to stretch our overworked guards to cover areas outside the bulwark to watch for those still bespelled. If you find people seem too nosy about where you go or what you are doing, said Lady Sadri, please understand that we've developed that habit to keep track of each other, because even with this stone free of the curse, there are other stones still out there calling through our dreams. Sleepers of a dead house, Revyn said flatly. Sleepers. Of course. Morvain rubbed his eyes wearily. Of course. How could this have escaped me? I now remember my mother's stories of the sleepers. What next? Corpus beasts? Ascended sleepers? The constant attacks by those monsters upon the original manor in Aldirun were the horrors of my childhood. Horrors for everyone, Revyn said, sighing deeply. I know when my wife returns lately from Solstheim she is ill from lack of sleep and exhaustion. If she hasn't told you, Marek is an Apocrypha, a servant of Hermias Mora. She's travelled twice there, the first when she found a portal book in Bloodskull Barrow mine, the second at the temple of Marek. The portals will not allow her to take any help with her, so she must travel and fight her way free on her own. And even leaving here, she gets no rest because his priests follow her into Skyrim to try to kill her. And Marek pursues, in spirit, to taunt her. But she is determined to find a way to defeat him. If she's avoiding you, then she is probably feeling guilty at how long it's taking her to find a solution. She should not, Morvain said firmly. I would be grateful if you could convince her to let that guilt go. We will endure, and we will gladly aid her if she lets us know how we can do so. We miss her company, Lady Sadri admitted. I've written about her to my cousin and he has travelled here to meet her. Seeing Revyn's faint frown, she laughed. Oh, no, he is not here for that purpose. He knows she's married. Happily married. There was the challenge. I endeavour to keep it so. She is not one that can be held if she is unhappy. He yawned lightly. Forgive me. I am more tired than I thought. And the revelations of her house that you've given me are things I must take into consideration in my current and future plans. You understand? And that is your role, said Morvain, a shrewd look in his eyes. An army does not advance by sword alone. Not even an army of one. Well, I agree, it's time we retire. I look forward to many evenings of interesting exchanges. Well, that went fairly well, he thought as he walked back to Severin Manor. Allies in House Redoran would be a good bolt hole if needed. A darker thought he reluctantly considered was how bad things would have to be if ever he needed to call on the heavily armoured forces of the Redurans. Chapter 12, Solstheim, House Calls. Revyn continues to inspect his wife's new property on Solstheim. He also continues to meet interesting people. Solstheim, House Calls. Can I help you, Sira? Revyn relaxed against the left door frame as he regarded the glass-armoured warrior who had come knocking on the door of Severin Manor on this particularly fine, ash-free mid-morning. The warrior removed his helmet. The friendly, disarming smile seemed genuine enough. Revyn Sadri. I am indeed. Greetings, Sira. I am Armiger Pelintelimo, Sindiri Arano's cousin. I came here to Raven Rock in hopes of meeting Hel's Et Pharaoh. I know she's not here on the island at the moment, but I was delighted to hear you were. I wish to learn more about her. Perhaps even offer my services to her, if she'll have me. An Armiger? I'd wondered if any survived the Red Year and Lord Vivek's disappearance. Revyn kept his tone soft and non-challenging. The bright smile dimmed. Many lost faith and retired, but enough remained to take on young believers like me. We believe the Lord is somewhere. Diminished, perhaps, but around in spirit. And even if the Lord is no longer present in physical form, the spirit and purpose of the buoyant Armigers is still a force to carry through. The conviction in the young mare's voice made Revyn smile. With song in heart, blades in hand, and eyes shining for the glory of life. Come in, Sira. Revyn stepped inside and invited the Armiger in with a sweep of his arm. Pelin, please, Sira. Revyn. Your words are fair. Is that a quote from somewhere? I was describing my wife. I'm afraid my sad attempts at poetry are inspired only by her, and she's kind enough to accept them. She's far better at verses. Narivar's return is known in Morrowind. Redoran guards rotating out from Red Rock have brought tales of her exploits and copies of her songs that she sings at the retching Nedge. And many still wishing to leave Morrowind by the direct route through Dunmouth Pass grasp at the rumours of the protection of the buoyant Armiger of Windhelm. We of the Order, know she is not formally one of us, but we can see the same spirit, the same soul. Revyn smiled again at the other's enthusiasm and showed him the table and chairs set by the hearth. He soon had sujemma, tea, sweetened ashyam treats, and salty seaweed chips on the table. The armiger selected the tea and picked up one of the chips, which he eyed before taking a small sample bite. I acquired a taste for it from the Argonian dock workers at Windhelm. They harvest it from the thick kelp beds in the Sea of Ghosts, coat them in a spicy seed oil from elsewhere, and hang them to dry over smoking applewood. Pellin's eyes flicked over him, doubtlessly noting his age and wondering at an older generation's hatred of the Argonians after their invasion into Morrowind. Revyn replied to the unspoken question, saying, Dunmer and Argonians, all refugees to the nords of Windhelm. We refugee invaders are either properly grateful and get along or get thrown out with only the clothes on our back if we're not killed by the guards for disturbing the peace. Many of the dock workers are descended from escaped Driz plantation slaves. They have little or no tribal ties in Black Marsh, so come to Skyrim to make a new life. My wife is one of the few non-Argonians welcome into their home. Chivri, a sweet and cheerful Argonian lady, has this delicious mash dip she makes from kwama eggs that go well with those chips. Haven't managed to charm her into giving me the recipe yet, but I'm working on it. Pellin nodded thoughtfully, licking the spicy oil and salt from his lips. I think I could develop quite a taste for these myself. They spend a few moments discussing Argonian flavor twists on Dunmer cuisine. So your interest in my wife, is this your own initiative or that of your order? A little of both, but primarily mine. My cousin wrote such glowing tales of Hlala Pharaoh, her bravery, skills, songs, and especially how her actions revived Raven Rock. She knew Adril and Councillor Morvain would stick with Raven Rock to the bitter end, even if it kills them. Now Adril is crazy busy with all new businesses and wealth, and while he publicly curses all the new responsibilities, he's actually very happy. And his renewed energies haven't just been to this town either, he's also making my dear cousin very happy, too. Which explains the old, dusty book my wife had me rebound for the councillor's birthday gift, Revyn murmured. A book. For a moment, the armiger looked puzzled. A rare original edition of the sultry Argonian bard by Elia Erdane. The armiger blushed. Oh, I suppose it's a match to Sindiris, a folio signed by the author himself. He seemed to shudder slightly. Hard to believe that stick in the mud has it in him. Yes, it demonstrates interesting new fingering techniques. Oh, no. Please, Sira. I prefer my image of Cousin Adril as a humorless political hack with no imagination. If by imagination you mean a dreamer, yes, Councillor Arano is no dreamer, Revyn said in dry tones. The councillor deals quite competently with potential realities which led him to sacrifice his dignity to ask help from an outlander who drifted in from Windhelm of all places. Indeed. He and Councillor Morvain are the picture books of ideal Redaran nobility, willing to give all for the greater good. Pellin cleared his throat. We seem to have strayed from your dear lady, he said. How unfaithful we are. Shameful. But your lady, I've been actively gathering stories, reports, rumors. I wish to meet her and, if permitted, travel with her. There are many who offer to travel with her without compensation. Glory seekers, a few who wish to learn and better their skills, some who think they understand the crusade they imagine she's on, and some who just want someone to lead them and give their life meaning. Even some who imagine themselves in love with her. No insult, Pellin, but which kind of fool are you? Pellin's answering half-smile was a twist of humor and light self-mockery. I strive for the glory of Lord Vivek, that his people know he ever watches over them. I'm always looking to improve and learn new skills. She's doing good for people she doesn't know and to whom she owes nothing to, I need not know her reason, only that she does it. And perhaps traveling with her for a time, I might find my own answers, to reinforce the purpose for which the buoyant armigers were created and to carry it onward even as our Creator has passed from this world. As for love, I have already confessed to you my admiration of her works. Revyn suddenly felt tired and rubbed his eyes. And there's a new one every day. All right, Pellin, I need to travel to the Skull village, but on my way I need to pay a courtesy visit to Tel Mithrin. I've already engaged Teldrin as escort, but as you say, an extra blade may be useful. Will you come? XXXXXXX. Kolbjorn Excavation. The expedition leader, Ralis Sedaris, was out recruiting miners and mercenaries to guard the site, according to the harried-looking miner left in charge. So what have you found worth angering the Dragor? The miner shrugged and waved a hand towards the largest tent with 2 guards. Stuff's in there, Sira. Ain't much from what I see, but the boss keeps saying the biggest payoff is at the lowest level. He keeps reading that book there, he pointed to an outside table that held a book and some pottery pieces, that talks about who's buried down there. Now, if you don't mind, gotta get back to work. Revyn went and picked up the book Ozidal's Descent, the tale of an ancient Atmoran/Nord enchanter. He could see the appeal for his wife, who practiced that same craft. He'd seen the pieces she'd brought back from this dig. She loved Ozidal's water-walking boots and it frustrated her no end that so far she could not tease out the spell secrets. According to her masters at Winterhold, certain rules and aspects of magic had changed over the years since the creation of Nirn, and markedly every occurrence of the dragon breaks, an event, real or mythological, depending on whom one talks to, that changes time, space, and reality. So now she has uniquely enchanted pieces that, according to current magic rules, should not exist and cannot be duplicated. And there was more below, at least 2 more armor pieces to complete the set, a helmet and body armor. Revyn didn't much care about the armor. He was concerned about the 11,000 drakes Rallis had conned from his wife and the 2 drag attacks his wife had been obliged to deal with after 2 crews were slaughtered. This lot was what remained of the second, and they were occupied in retrieving the bodies of their comrades and burning the twice dead dragger. Teldrin didn't have much information on Rallis, except to say that the mayor had tried to hire him for this dig but couldn't meet Teldrin's asking price. And not many miners from Raven Rock wanted to work out here when there was the ebony mine and the retching netch nearby. But he did find it strange that the mayor was having so much trouble with the dragger that he needed to call in a young girl to handle the danger. He'd seen Rallis in combat, and his combat skills should have been sufficient to deal with the troubles. Revyn decided that when he returned to Raven Rock, he'd ask Arano to investigate Sadri's XXXXXXX. The missing apprentice. A broken shell of a small house southeast of the dig. The court wizard of Solitude had asked him to inquire about her apprentice, who had ran off some months ago in a tizzy about his lover in Soul's Thyme. Revyn had said he'd make inquiries while gathering her order for unique Soul's Thyme alchemy ingredients and a few pounds of heart stones. Ash spawn. Of course. He stayed out of Teldrin's and Pellin's way. He shoveled the remains of the ash spawn into a bag for sale and mined some heartstones from a deposit right at the back of the house. When he came to inspect the interior, he smelled roasting meat and soon found the door to the cellar. Pellin went down first. They heard him issue a challenge, then Teldrin went down after him. It didn't take long and then Revyn went down. Some gold, gems, love letters, and books, one a diary of the house owner. Yes, they heard the thrumming the diary mentioned, and Revyn found the secret doorway behind the bookcase. More machines. Of course. And the body of the missing apprentice wizard with the blood-stained letter that had sent him running to Soul's Thyme. He bagged what more items he could for sale, while the other 2 went and located the missing lover's body, which they found by the shoreline. The bodies were placed in the house and Pellin said a prayer invoking the presence of their Nord ancestors, while Revyn drew the symbol of Arche on a blanket and then covered them with it. Then they burned the house down. A report would be filed with the Redarin Guard when they got back. XXXXXXX. Tel Mithrin. Drovaz Nelvi, the steward of Tel Mithrin, was happy to be of service to Revyn, introducing him to the chief alchemist, Ilinia, who sold Revyn unique wellness potions at a merchant's discount, and promising to ask around among the new Telvanese settlers for anyone of magic skill interested in helping Revyn the rest of the month to sort his collection of magical items. He'd also let it be known the newest Telvanese of Nelith's house was looking for a steward/guard for Severin Manor in Raven Rock, magical abilities preferred but not required. The Telvanese settlement was growing, not as fast as Raven Rock, but growing nevertheless. A ring of pod houses were growing around the mushroom towers, and someone had enough daring to bring a small herd of pack goers. None for sale at this time, but maybe in the future if they took to Soul's Thyme well enough to breed. Revyn recalled his childhood perched atop a goer in his father's caravans. His job, like all the other younglings, was to sit high atop the packs during travel and yell or blow on their little horns if they saw anything suspicious approaching the caravan. There were no slaves in the settlement, as the Redurans forbade that practice and enforced it. However, if captured reavers were put to work, that was allowable. Drovaz was also immediately able to recommend a master mason willing to relocate to Skyrim as soon as his contract with Tel Mithrin was up. Raven Rock already had all they needed and could afford, while Nelith wasn't going to pay enough to persuade him to stay any longer. The Telvanese mage lord Nelith was not in a good mood, but aside from loud verbal abuse, he was surprisingly courteous for one of his station and reputation. He permitted Revyn to collect the gear and treasure stored in Helset's trunk, and graciously allowed Revyn not only to clean and brush out the furs of Helset's bedroll but to assist around the tower as well, assuming that Revyn's living with Helset's sort made him marginally competent in recognizing and keeping clear of dangerous items while cleaning. Teldrin and Pellin were sent off to gather some items that hero types were good for, since it involved a lot of physical danger, tedious fighting, and rooting through dirt, ash, and other muck that was beneath a wizard of his stature. Teldrin and Pellin came back with the quest items and a sizable sack of loot. Revyn had a long shopping list of items Nelith wanted from various parts of Skyrim and a hefty starting purse to use for shopping. He also had a modest-sized chest enchanted with security spells only a paranoid Telvanese master could create. Drista had easily rounded up over a dozen hopeful would-be stewards. Revyn gave them a quick outline of expected duties and promised more in-depth interviews on his way back from the Skull village. XXXXXXX. Skull village. The village leader, Fenari's strong voice, was pleased to guest them in the longhouse, and Shaman Storn Cragstrider was willing to tell the husband of the Skull friend of how Helset was quick to take on the dragon of the northwest coast to find the power word to break the spell of the tainted stones. Pellin was especially interested. The tales of sleepers working on building temples around the Stones hit hard to one whose order dedicated itself to fighting the sixth house and all its monstrosities. He wanted to rush to the temple of Marek where there was still an active stone and working sleepers. The shaman pointed them in the direction, but cautioned him to go nowhere near the stone itself or even touch it. Storn's daughter, Freya, was there, trying to wake the sleepers and worked hard at discouraging the curious from coming any closer. The three went to the temple, grimly observed the sleepers, and listened to the dull, droning chants. Freya found them and gave them a sad account of how many she witnessed dropping dead from exhaustion or suffered horrific construction injuries and continued working until they bled to death, how many she had to chase away, and idiot mages who came thinking to use the power of the stone, were captured, and later emerged from the depths of the temple wearing the robes and masks of Marek's priests. She was quite the talker, repeatedly stating so much that was obvious. But they forgave that because she was obviously suffering from an extended lack of sleep and saying things aloud, as if to remind her own fogged brain of why she was here and what she was supposed to be doing. Pelin also cautioned her that mind-protecting charm or no she had to take time away from the temple. Rest and take the time to resharpen your weapons, foremost which are your mind, spirit, and body, he cautioned her. I mean no insult, but as champion to champion, I can see your weapons are dangerously dulled from overuse. Pelin kept talking to her while they led her back to the village, his voice soothing and his words simply repeating his message. Because Marek's in Apocrypha, said Revyn. The three were relaxing by the fire pit in the longhouse. Fenari had left them to attend to business, Freya was sleeping at home under her father's watchful eye, and Pelin wanted to know why Helzet was not here battling this menace. The black book she found in that temple was the gateway Marek used to escape when the dragons finally succeeded in leveling his temple. The prince has given him servants and the power to enslave dragons, and right now he's clearly more powerful than she. She's going to need a lot more words and experiences before she can take him down. She's done what she can for now, but it's an uphill battle all the way. Part of it is the battles must take place in Apocrypha. With a mind as curious as hers, the knowledge there is tempting, but that's how Hermias Hermaus Mora traps fools and twists them to become creatures called seekers. She might show you one if you travel with her. One of the tricks she picked up there was how to conjure one. Besides, the prince has expressed interest in her. He's even trickier than his sister, Mephila, who at least is honest about her games with our lives. He's obviously setting her up to fight Marek for the position of his champion. Pelin and Teldrin again went off for a while to do hero things with Freya, intercepting new sleepers and bringing them to Storn to gently free their minds, and to stand guard in case some sleepers turned out to be ungrateful, violent-minded reavers that needed killing. Revyn, in the meanwhile, worked out a tentative agreement with Fenari for trades between Raven Rock and the Skull, general goods and exchange of information. The Skull may have been here first, but since the High King of Skyrim formally gave Sol's Thyme over to Morrowind without regard for them, there was nothing to stop the Dunmer from eventually pushing them out unless boundaries of respect were set now. And of the two houses, Redoran was far better to work with than Telvanni. They returned to Raven Rock with some of the awakened sleepers, a mix of civilians and guards, escorted by skull hunters that could be spared from the village. The guards reported to Captain Velith, the civilians were seen to by alchemist Malor, healer Aphia, and Cressayus, the ebony mine foreman who knew about mining/heavy construction injuries. Revyn went to councillors Morvain and Arano to discuss agreements he'd made on their behalf with the Skull. Morvain was willing to work with the Skull, seeing as they were the one advising Helzet on the Allmaker stones and Marek and not the Telvanni. Arano and Captain Velith would travel out there immediately to formalize agreements with the Skull. It was an opportunity that had never been present before. Revyn and Teldrin, this time accompanied by Arano and Velith, traveled out. Revyn was dropped off at Tel Mithrin to conduct his interviews while the other three went to the Skull. There was a lot of eager would-be stewards for Severin Manor. He was paranoid enough to believe that some were spies for Nelith. To be expected of a house, where killing one's superior is the most common way to advance in rank. He would naturally want to keep track of what tricks and toys his new house spellsword had in her possession. Revyn ended up hiring a 2 to help with inventory and sorting. He also had 3 promising candidates for steward. XXXXXXX. Kolbjorn Barrow. Rallis was occupied solving something in the excavation and didn't have time to see him, according to the guard Revyn had asked to deliver his message. When asked, Arano had promptly written letters of inquiry to be sent along on the next bi-monthly courier ship that brought letters and small packages to Raven Rock and Tel Mithrin from Blacklight. The councillors had heard about the death of the miners at Kolbjorn, but only superficially. Digging through unstable ash and with the island subjected to occasional tremors was dangerous business. Not every mine could afford to have people like Cressayus Cerelius overseeing the dig and handling safety concerns. There was a lot of independent operations and many casualties. The guards could only act on those reported, and even then, usually by the time they arrived, there wasn't anyone around or alive to take an account from. Kolbjorn had been reviewed and Sedaris had been honest about digging into an ancient Nord tomb. This was a treasure hunt and subject to different rules than a mining operation. By signing on to this job, the miners were more or less operating under a mercenary contract and willingly putting themselves in harm's way. By hiring guards, Rallis was fulfilling his part by providing reasonable safety measures. Helset's investment in this had not been known. Had it been, the councillors assured Revyn that they would have looked deeper much sooner. XXXXXXX. I've decided that I'm needed here, said Pelin. He'd returned the day before to Raven Rock to apprise Revyn of his decision. I still hope to meet your lady in the future, but I believe I can better serve here. I'm sending word to other armigers. I'm sure at least 2 or 3 will show. He tapped a stone amulet of skull design. Freya and her father made this for me. And, here, they asked me to deliver this to you for your lady. Can't fight effectively if you can't get any sleep. Revyn took it to later store in the safe. Setting up a guard post there then? He asked. Pelin helped him carry a heavy tub of fresh ash to the secondary bedroom below, which had an ash garden. The room was being cleared to create an office and a small ancestral shrine to invoke the old magic of ancestor guardians as a ward against Marake's influence. The Skull have offered to let us bed down temporarily in the longhouse until the Redurans build a small barracks. 3 guards will be on rotation there, plus myself and any other armigers that come. The Skull are building a guest house for 6 to 8 people. It's one of an open longhouse design. No separate rooms, but a clean floor space to put a bedroll down and chests to keep things and a hearth with shelves for cooking supplies. It will serve those of us guarding who need a break away from the temple and room for other foreign guests. A Skull lad, Nicholas, will be running the house. Bright lad. Curious about the outside world. His mother, Edla, will help him with guests. Revyn handed him a tray of ash yam cutting for planting in the newly laid ash. And so much for the simple life, Revyn sighed. And life moves on. Chapter 13, Solstheim, Stewardship. Winding up affairs in Solstheim. Solstheim, Stewardship. The new East Empire Trading Company office was a 2-room unit in one of the new buildings on the dock, the front room being the office, the back room, Razalan's personal living space. It's an improvement, Razalan said, after having shown Revyn and Tony Scarpelli, an East Empire intern, the Shaved Septum tour. First 2 months, it was a floor in a group room along with other recent immigrants at the retching Netch, and my office was a reserved table in a dark corner of the Netch. Councillor Arano gave me first choice of space in the new buildings after I'd warned him off on contracts that stank of Thalmor origins. The Reguard's attitude was much improved. Now here was the savvy East Empire trader that his good friend Orthus had praised and introduced him to some months ago in Windhelm. Back then, the impression hadn't been good, as the man had been slowly recovering from a week-long drinking binge. Due to his drunken, unintended contribution to the chaotic collapse of a party at the Thalmor embassy, Razalan had needed a quick exit from Skyrim. Orthus has pressured Revyn to provide that, and so Revyn had written letters to the Redoran councillors here, trading on his wife's good name in Raven Rock to persuade them to allow Razalan to set up a trade office. The mines were producing, but Raven Rock at this time was not yet open to major trading outside Morrowind, their priority first to house Redoran and to rebuilding Morvaine's house standing. Limited contracts of raw ore to the Empire, but they had no intention of supplying the Dominion anything if they could help it. Razalan's focus was on finding parties the Dunmer were willing to trade with and in exploring what other resources Solstheim still had worth trading. It was clear Morvaine wasn't going to allow the East Empire Company to regain its stranglehold on Solstheim, but if Razalan continued to be useful, the Redurans would offer him more opportunities on the mainland. Solstheim still has good deposits, but it can't sustain any major mining in the long term, not without destroying what livable land the ash hasn't, said Razalan. And the Dwemer ruins are already proof that many deep deposits have already been mined out to build their cities. The ash, of course, as they've already discovered, cripples crops, hunting, and fishing industries. Still, it's possible under careful management and planning. Garen's already got a good feel on what needs to be done for crops. He just needs capital and help with his projects. I've got contacts searching for Driz plantation crop breeders who may have escaped the Argonians. Provided they've learned their lesson about slaves, and provided they're willing to work under tight contract to the Redurans, they might be what Raven Rock needs to feed its own and start their own crop economy. He led around the office to the various maps he had pinned to the walls. He'd spent most of the time since his arrival tramping around the island, making maps and surveying visible ground deposits. He'd talked to the Skull to map major Reichling camps, which also corresponded to many Dwemer ruins, old mines, and natural cave systems. Hard to map Reichling-infested resources without involving wholesale slaughter of the little savages. The little buggers had some intelligence, though. Razalan had been talking to the Reichling chief who'd taken over a Nord place called Thirsk Hall, having driven out its sad lot of Nord inhabitants. The Nord leader was gutless and denigrated the followers who'd gotten soft under her incompetent guidance, so they moped and moaned in their pitiful camp on the beach. Razalan had declined to help them. No profit. The Reichling chief, however, was intelligent and ambitious. He'd somehow learned to speak common. More importantly, he had wider concept of trade beyond me kill you, me get your things. Razalan was working on convincing them to give up Thirsk Hall for their own safety and go back to the caves. Preferably one with ores. If he could do that and get them to expand their concept of foraging to include ore mining, he could then work out simple trades. He was talking to miners to find one crazy enough to move in with the savages and teach them how hitting rocks could actually bring them food and other pretty stuff from the tall invaders. Tony was fascinated. From Orthus, he was already learning trade contracts, logistics, and everything needed to maintain a trade office. What Razalan could teach was seeking, finding, and developing trade. Revyn was happy that they were getting along so well, and so he went to find Savella the alchemists, where she was learning about the local herbs. She and Malor were occupied in distilling something from truma roots, so he went over to Garen's food stand and talked about his successes in adapting Morrowind crops to Sol's thyme. Garen's latest project was an experimental farm just outside the bulwark, where he was trying to adapt wheat to the original tundra beyond the ash-smothered southern half of the island. It would take some years, maybe even a couple of decades. Sol's thyme was colder than the temperate grazelands of home. So it was slow harvesting of seeds from those that survived the frosts. There was also the problem of reavers and animals eating up the grain before he could harvest them. Garen had little help with running the project because the Raven Rock just didn't attract people with crop breeding experience. Something Razalan was helping him with. On the other hand, he'd started getting workers to help with the grunt work of farming. With the growing population, more food was needed, but getting more farmland was difficult, expensive, and dangerous. Garen was also developing a process he called intensive gardening. It doubled or even tripled the initial labor to prepare the soil and build of raised growing beds, but the yield potential rewarded the extra work and required no more land than what he already had. The horker stew that Garen made and Helzet loved so much was made with komery, bitter greens, and scathe craw. He was happy to give Revyn the recipe. Malor and Savella, done with their potion brewing, came over for lunch. She has skills in alchemy, Malor said, smiling at Savella. Yes. Master Quintus at the White Phial has indicated he'd be willing to offer tutoring, said Revyn, also smiling approvingly at the girl. I do like cooking things, Savella said shyly. My territory, said Garen, laughing. Food and farming is an alchemy field in its own. Savella looked interested. Revyn caught Garen's eye and lifted his eyebrows while nodding to the girl. Gary grinned and nodded back. Enjoy your lunch, Revyn said to Savella, patting her shoulders. Go ahead and stay and chat with Master Garen while I go and visit with the Allors. Fethis Allor, General Goods Merchant, East Empire Booster. Razalan's opinion of him was tolerant. Allor had fixed outdated views of just how much power the East Empire Company had, which in reality, was nowhere near what it was 200 years ago. The company had lost its primary revenue resources when Morrowind imploded. Then, in the times preceding the Great War, the Aldmeri Dominion had cut down a lot of company people, who also happened to be blades. There went the skill and the number of people needed to run an empire-wide business. The Emperor's cousin, Vittoria Vici, was the primary reason of the company's slow regrowth in her determination to push through further development in the Skyrim market. She firmly believed Skyrim had more to offer than just bodies to fill out the imperial armies and to raid raw resources from. If the stubborn snowbacks could only see past their icy pride and get off their frozen arses, the East Empire could be reborn as the North Empire Trading Company under her leadership. He wished he could have been more help, but Skyrim's cold weather chilled him to the bone, depressed him, and the task of having to again deal with the Thalmor just re-added old stress that altogether became more than he could handle. Hence the drinking. Speaking of drinking, he was working with Geldis Sadri on an empire-wide marketing scheme, provided Geldis could increase his volume of production. He'd lured two friends who knew the alcohol connoisseurs markets to come to Raven Rock to sample as many brews as Geldis could craft to identify initial sure sellers. But, back to the Allors. Razalan had initially found use for Allor's limited knowledge of Sol's thyme, but there was a distinct lack of ambition that warranted no more than a low-level manager/trader. His opinion was that the mayor used business to mask the pain in his past. The mayor could do better if he found the right help that wasn't his daughter. That girl was not shopkeeper or trader material, hated Sol's thyme, and her own depression only fed back into her father's grief of his losses. Revyn, during his light chat with Fethis, could find nothing to contradict Razalan's assessment. The mayor missed his home in the southern marshes, but that still being held by the Argonians, returning would never be possible. He'd lost his wife, all his family except his daughter. His attempt to hold on to his daughter was unrealistic and strangling her. It hadn't happened yet, but soon that sullenness and passive hatred of Sol's thyme would turn to soul-killing apathy and poisonous, bitter resentment. Have you considered taking a business partner? He asked Fethis. Interested? Fethis replied, a touch too brightly. Revyn laughed lightly and shook his head. No, no. I've enough on my plate in Skyrim. I was thinking of some people I knew in Windhelm who might be interested in relocating to Raven Rock now that it's become significant again. Of course, starting a business from scratch is difficult and costly, but there might be interest in buying into an established presence. You'd get capital, a partner interested in expansion, and perhaps you'd finally have the wherewithal to provide your dear girl a dower. He nodded at Drela, who was sorting through some rags for items that could be repaired and resold. With so many young men coming back, I'm sure a pretty girl such as her would have many suitors to choose from. A girl with a dower means she could afford to hold out for a good match. This town could use some children running about. A frontier town like this is not my idea of a place for children, Felix said sourly. Revyn looked disapprovingly at him. I'm part Velathi myself, and I think my formative years in the Ashlands were beneficial. A little grit in my soup or meat didn't hurt me any. No offense, friend, said Felix hastily, but under his breath, he added, I suppose having knife-happy grandchildren wouldn't be too bad, all things considered, in this barbaric place, even if it means growing up Redarin. Captain Veleth, passing by on his rounds, had that instinctual, finely tuned awareness that a target had just been slapped on his back and glanced over at them. Revyn hid his smile of amusement. Helzet had shared the local gossip with him about Drela's and Veleth's courtship games played out of sight of her father. On the one hand, he could sympathize with Felix's discomfort that Veleth was twice Drela's age. On the other, Drela, a little over 90, was a young woman and legally an adult for a few decades now. Revyn personally thought that she needed time away from Thyme and to be on her own for a while. He would normally recommend counseling at the temple, but he was ambivalent about Elder Othrolith. Certainly the elder was devoted to the princes and passionate in his preaching of the reclaimed faith, but he'd tossed Aphia, a compassionate temple healer, because she would not immediately conform to the new regime and she dared defend the past strengths of the tribunal. The ambitious temple second, Galdris Hlervu, was only devoted to whichever gods brought in the gold, and the elder failed to see this. He handed his donation over to Hlervu and he and Savella visited the altars of the princes. She had never been in such a temple and Revyn gave her a quick, simplified summary of each prince. His opinion only, mind you, not to be taken as gospel. Boethia, mother of the Velathi, the prince of plots, whose vision of a different type of Aldmer more contentious, more robust commanded the prophet Velathi to lead his followers out of the Somerset Isles. When Trinimac attempted to stop the exodus to keep the Aldmeri united, she voided his warranty. Helzet was annoyed that Boethia viewed mortality as one giant cockfight for her/his amusement. Mephila of the Web. This was the 13th of Frostfall, while the rest of Tamriel called it the Witches' Holiday, this was Mephila's honor day. Revyn set before the altar a pot of death bells that he'd brought in from Skyrim, but was careful not to say anything that might be misconstrued as an invocation to the Prince of Lies, Lusts, and Secrets. The Dra created. The Didra changed, which is a process of creation in its own way. Mephila manipulates the temporal. It's a dark power, a fearful power, because it means one can never be complacent or settled or certain. Helzet wasn't old enough or embattled enough to take the long view. He would mourn the day she did. Azura, lovely but vain patron who claims the first and last hours between day and night. Boethia may have birthed the chimer, but Azura's was the hand that rocked the cradle and taught the chimer what it meant to be chimer. She reflected to them the hopes, the dreams, the gentleness they craved and that Boethia was not interested in providing, and jealously claimed the power of their returned devotion. Helzet chose to side with Azura only because he worshipped Azura. She considered the princess too high maintenance and the ultimate mean girl when crossed. That's how he explained it to Savella, but of course, she had the rest of her life to decide what she would or would not believe. He doubted Elder Othrolith would accept his views. Devotions done, it was time for supper. They went to the retching Nedge, where the special of the day was a rich clam stew with dense salt rice dough balls. They claimed a small table on the upper level by the hearth and discussed the progress being made in sorting Helset's treasures. Geldis dropped by bringing their desserts himself. Cousin, talk to that Thera applicant. She was in here earlier and telling Adril you're planning to bring in a bunch of Outlander mages to live in Severin. True or not, she's got no business talking your plans to anyone without your permission. Is the counselor still here? No. He's left already. But Thera's talking with your other two steward candidates downstairs. Revyn tossed down his napkin and stood up. Right. Savella, take your time here. I'm taking these candidates back to the manor to discuss some things. He found his candidates. Come with me back to the manor, he ordered. Tony wasn't around. He must still be at Razalands. Good. He considered his 3 candidates for steward. For Vian Vindney, retainer, 90 years old. Vindney had experience as a steward to a mage, but had lost his job when that mage had lost a magic duel. The winning mage already had his own servants, so Vindney and his family were ordered to leave. He himself had minor magical talent but knew how to identify and to safely handle magical artifacts. He had a wife and 1 son. Manolis Themvos, spellwright, illusion and conjuration, 350 years old. He'd had a career at a Telvanni bank in Vivek City, the Security and Fraud Investigation Division. Like everyone else, that job disappeared when Red Mountain blew up. Nilvanathera, spellwright, destruction, 120 years old. She came from the ruins of Tel Brenora. What ruined the place hadn't been Red Mountain but the Argonians and then the hordes from the Oblivion Gates. Revyn had only considered her a candidate because she seemed so pleased to think that she might serve the newest rising power. After all, Master Nelith hadn't just sponsored Helset's way into House Telvanni, he'd actually filed her adoption into his personal bloodline. Revyn hadn't realized that until she'd mentioned that during her initial interview. He suspected his dear wife hadn't realized that. She probably hadn't been interested enough to ask that type of question of Nelith. So while her rank was technically hireling because she was so new, the inherent power in Nelith's family name gave her a higher, if indefinite, rank. The job of steward of this manor may seem to be an easy job, said Revyn, once they were all seated in chairs around the upper-level hearth. For the most part, it is. Just keep the place clean and ready for the times when my wife drops in unexpectedly. Sort through the stuff she drops off, sending most items to me in Windhelm, and safely storing those items she wishes to safeguard here. We require more than just a guard who will see to the security of the physical property and all its contents. We need a steward because we will be doing business through Raven Rock and we need some intelligent representation. Part of our business may be playing host to various guests we choose to invite to stay here. I was hiring among the Telvanni for a purpose. Primarily, the steward here will be expected to be competent in matters of magic. I could probably find such among Hlaalu and even Redoran, but it would take far too long and I would have to convince them to move here. Any guests we choose to have here is our business. And even if you suspect our guests are abusing our hospitality unless it is blatant criminal activity, you bring your concerns to us before you discuss it with the authorities of Raven Rock. Am I clear? Also, not for public discussion are any plans that you may be informed of as part of your duties as our steward. He glared at Thera. She scowled back. The Outlander mages of Winterhold have no business here, she asserted. Why did you not present your concern to me when I first mentioned this? Why did I have to be told that you went running to Councillor Arano with your objections? Since when does Telvanni run to Redoran to solve an internal problem? Why would you not express these same concerns instead to Master Nelith? I think the Mage Lord has less influence on you than the Redoruns. And Councillor Arano Areo has even more reason to have caution around Hlaalu. And why do you plan on bringing in these Outlanders when Telvanni is here? She demanded. 1, 2, 3. The fingernails of Revyn's right beat a slow, deliberate beat against the tabletop and he slowly drew a deep breath and released it. So, is your objection truly to Outlander mages, or to me personally as a Hlaalu? You realize by now my wife is a half-breed Hlaalu and Imperial, yes? Her adoption by Master Nelith changes nothing about that. Put my wife to the test, and she will choose the house she was born to over the one that snatched her in without permission. She never asked to be adopted. He bestowed his house's name instead of the gold she'd thought he was promising her. So I've learned, Thera hissed. Of course, all a Hlaalu would see is gold and not the great honor given by one of the greatest of mage lords. I swear by Mephila, all I want is a trustworthy steward, Revyn hissed back. Listen, you three, I am Hlaalu and I am an Ashlander. My wife is Hlaalu and Imperial. My wife is a spellsword who has earned her place in Redoran and Telvanni by willingness to take on dangerous tasks. She's done this not only here, but in Skyrim. She has other properties and ventures in Skyrim one in the same way. I manage them for her. The steward of this manor will report and answer to me when my wife is not in active residence here. If you cannot or will not accept this, leave by noon tomorrow. He went immediately from there to Morvain Manor. As expected, the councillors weren't happy with his future plans. Revyn apologized for the manner in which the information had been given to them. It was something he was going to discuss with them only as a future proposition and only after first having assessed its practicality. And what have you assessed thus far? Asked Councillor Morvain, coolly. Marek is the most immediate threat and Helset can't solve this without help from other mages. At present, the only one of sufficient experience and skill currently on Soul's Thyme is Telvanni Nelith. With all due respect to the most powerful mage lord in Morrowind, I would prefer not to rely solely on his help. A second reason, many clues lie in the Nord Barrows. The College of Winterhold has researchers dedicated to studying and documenting them. Lastly, the Dwemer cities below. Sooner or later, any mining operation will dig into one. I know our people have long disdained the Dwemer ways, but there are resources that can be claimed and the original owners long gone. The college also has researchers studying Dwemer ruins. And will this research be shared with us? Asked Arano. Of course, of course. I'm sure the majority of it will. At least the practical knowledge that would be of interest to the Redoran Council. But this is far in the future. My wife is only an apprentice in the college. She doesn't have the rank to suggest this to the masters there. At most, we were considering asking one or two of the college's reputable researchers to come here as our paying guests to stay in the manor, since neither of us can afford to live here any length of time, what with all our work being in Skyrim. It was only an idea that I shouldn't have been so free in discussing with my steward candidates. In any case, it did help me eliminate one whose perceived insult of Telvanni competence caused her to talk more than she should have. But I assure you that the creation of any such outpost of the college here in Raven Rock would not be done without the approval of House Revyn. Councillor Morvain's expression had relaxed to his characteristic open, friendly demeanour. That is good to know, friend. If you choose to have guests at Severin Manor, that of course is your business. As for the idea of any college outpost, we will give it due consideration as we trust any proposal presented by you and dear Helset will take into consideration Revyn concerns. Thank you, Revyn. Have a good evening. He went into the manor and found that Thera had not even waited until morning to leave. Fine. He retired to the master bedroom where he'd finally been able to sleep in for the past week. He had an innocuous dream of frost spiders. 3 cocooned figures hung from the ceiling. The spiders chose 2 and cut them loose. Even dreaming, he snorted at the simplicity of symbolism. 2 left in the running, yes, of course. The only curious part was that one ran free of the cave and the other was buried under a pile of snow as he ran out of the cave. Then something shrieking ran past the spiders to dig frantically at the snow pile. Revyn woke to the sound of someone pounding on the front door. He and everyone else in the manor were up to investigate. Forvyan Vindny was the first to reach it, and when he opened it, a woman fell into his arms and hugged him tightly. A tall, gangly child, his face strongly resembling Forvyan's, hovered just outside, his expression relieved and embarrassed. Dulcia, what's wrong? Vindny asked. Come away, husband. You're in danger here. The ancestors came in my dreams to warn me you were entering the web spinner's lair. I saw her webs waiting to fall on you. I had to come. I'm sorry, father, nothing I could say would stop her, the young mare said. Vindny's wife was clawing at the spider silk in his hair and on his shoulders. It's nothing. Nothing. The crates I was looking through had a lot of dust and old webs, Vindny asserted. Revyn noticed that Thumvos, watching Vindny calming his wife, was idly combing spider silk out of his own hair. That was odd. His job yesterday had been cataloguing a sack of enchanted jewelry, which Revyn knew had all been clean. Manolas, you are steward at Severin Manor. Congratulations. This silenced Vindny's wife. Vindny looked stricken. Vindny, I may also have a position for you if you are willing to relocate to Skyrim. It will require intensive retraining in Skyrim laws and commerce. The manor and businesses on the Karth Delta of Jalmarch hold. The steward's position of the estate has already been filled. What I need there is a business manager. If you take it, be prepared to leave with me at the end of this week. In the meantime, good night. XXXXXXX. Raven Rock was fading. Another ash storm from Varden fell crashing into Thyme. The rolling waves of ash met the bulwark and was deflected upward, part arcing over the town and part falling back on itself that later the denizens of Raven Rock would turn out to shovel away from the base of the bulwark. Even out here, he could hear the faint, wailing call of Dusty, the aging silt strider. Hopefully not the last. Vindny's son, before leaving Vardenfell, had found 2 cocooned eggs and would be staying with Riva Sarvani as an apprentice. Revyn had spent some time with them, idly discussing the idea of adapting the creatures, if they survived and thrived on Thyme, to the swamp conditions of Jalmarch. Telvanni help would be needed to change their biology. Vindny's wife, Dulcia, turned out to be an experienced town clerk and used to overseeing all the records, lands, taxes, census, births/deaths, licenses, etc., that go with maintaining a busy town. With the Telvanni settlement growing, she had started setting up such an office for Drovas who did not have such civic experience or skills. She agreed to Skyrim, but Vindny would move ahead of her and she would stay behind a year or so until Drovas and her replacement were trained. Besides, her mother was due to arrive on Solstheim in 3 months. Solstheim was finally disappearing over the horizon. Revyn patted loose the ash from his armor and veil and went below deck to have tea. Chapter 14, Mothwings Note, I know the yellow flowers and mothwings don't officially have the affix given here. Mothwings. Welcome to Sadri's used wares. Have a look around, I'm sure I have something you need. I was told you could suggest things I might need in Solstheim, said the Dunmer. Revyn scanned the customers hovering just inside the door. The Nord was old, wearing Master-level College of Winterhold robes. He had a pleasant smile on his lips and the distracted look of someone occupied in another plane of existence. The Dunmer also was old and wearing scholar's robes. Unlike his companion, he looked haggard. Haunted. Revyn noted the way the mare flinched in pain as he passed by the caged rack of enchanted weapons. The mare approached the counter and laid down a silver dragon ring. She, the new Archimage, told me she had an account here and that this accords me discounts. Revyn took the ring, saying soothingly, it does indeed, friend. Would you both like some tea, something to eat? Forgive me, but you look like you could use a moment of rest. Tired eyes flickered at him. Does that come with the ring? Yes. And I'm also madly curious to hear about what the Dragonborn is up to now. The new archimage is it? Get many dragons flying around the college. Both men studied him thoughtfully. Since the very first day she showed up. The Dunmer sighed and conceded, tea and something to eat would be lovely. Thank you, Sira. Oh, Tolfdur. Both sound lovely, Savos. Revyn called Savella from the storage room to take over the counter, then he led the mages into the side kitchen/office room. The name's Revyn Sadri, Sira's. Let's see, for teas I have canis, lemongrass, mountain mint, glade special, and ash fire ice. I am Savos and this is Tolfdur. What are the last two teas? I've never heard of those blends. Glade is from the yellow flowers that only grow in the sacred groves of the ancestors' glade. Very good for memory problems. Ash fire ice is a tea blend favored by the Skull of Souls thyme. It's minty with a touch of pine, snowberry, pepper bell, and ash, and it's good if you need some extra pep on cold days. But you. He paused and eyed the Dunmer critically, you look like you've had excitement enough. Glade special then. It sounds fine. Actually, said the Nord, if you don't mind, there are several fascinating items I see in your shop that I'd like to look over. But please, Savos, go ahead and enjoy our host's hospitality. I insist. I'll join in later. The old Nord smiled down at Revyn's apprentice, who took his hand and led him over to a display of enchanted jewelry. The larder snack shelf had a few scrip jelly rolls from last night and little savory flatbread rolls of thin sliced venison, leeks, and tomatoes dribbled with a lemon pepper sauce. He set a small jug of Nyx Hound consommé by the fire to warm. He served the tea first to Mage, silently urging him to drink. The Mage spent minutes just cradling the teacup in his hands and inhaling the scent. It was working and Revyn could see some of the stress lines fading. He waited patiently. Blessed Om Shivi, I could have used this so many times in the past, the Mage breathed at last. Flowers of the ancestors' glade, pollinated by the ancestor moths. My wife finds the tea calms her mind so that she can better study, or soothes the headache when she overstudies. Fascinating. And who is your wife? Hell's et Pharaoh. We around here like to call her the buoyant armiger of the Grey Quarter. Interest and amusement flickered in those tired eyes. Pharaoh? Ah, yes, that mercenary Onmund and Jay's Argo found. She certainly looks and behaves like an armiger. The mayor began sipping the tea. Another long, silent moment. Revyn watched more stress lines fade away. Telvanni. I am Savos Aaron, the former archimage. Retired. I don't know how much you may have heard about our recent troubles. Hold guards talk. They've all been cursing the college for messing about with Sarthal. Believe me, all the mayor here have suffered the guards dredging up the self-righteous history of the Nord slaughtered by us evil elves because of Sarthal. Yes. Jarl Koror has been quite vocal. The Dragonborn even personally confronted him during his public rants to remind him that until the Nords came from Atmora, there were no dragons or dragon priests in Tamriel. If anything, the ancient Famr were terrified that the Atmoran dragon priests would seize Sarthal's power, so they stupidly panicked and killed settlers who had fled the dragons. There was no official written history books to back her statement, of course, but the dragon priest mask she always wears does carry some weight. And her observation that all dragon priests were Atmorans. Any road, the Thalmor got involved. My fault I suppose. I agreed to let the Thalmor plant a representative in the college as my advisor, in hopes that if I let them at least have one spy there, it would blunt more aggressive tactics. Ankano embodied the worst elements of the Thalmor: rude, insulting, patronizing. People avoided him, and unfortunately, it was exactly what he wanted because then no one was about to see him do his real work. The Dragonborn found Sarthal's secret. When Ankano made his first move, I tried to stop him and he swatted me aside like an insect. Nearly died when he blasted me out of the Hall of Elements. If Colette hadn't been in the courtyard, I should have died. Mirabelle, she went after him with full shields ready. But it was much later, and his power had grown. She never had a chance. The Dragonborn found the key to counter the eye and brought it back to stop Ankano. A student less than half a year and she earned the right to my office. You do know, of course, how Telvanni advance we kill our predecessors and take what's theirs. Like Orsimer chieftains, Revyn commented, smiling to take the sting out of the mild insult. Fighting words, Sira. Traditional Telvanni method in Morrowind any road. He who has the power makes the rules. I once had the opportunity to study under Master Nelith when he was still at Tel Naga. But I knew I didn't have the ruthless killer's edge to survive him or scheming underlings who'd happily step on my dead body to elevate themselves in his regard. Not then, not now. I was a scholar and researcher first, which is why I was attracted to Winterhold. Power was never the objective, just a side effect of my studies. The mage paused and blinked, staring thoughtfully into his empty teacup. What exactly is in this tea? Why am I telling you all this? Have some more tea. As I said, the yellow flowers only grow in the ancestors' glade, the only place you'll find ancestor moths. They pollinate the flowers and the scales from their wings mix with the pollen. The moth priests out of Cyrodiil are named after the ancestor moths, you know, because the moths, their silk and their ability to channel the old magic needed to read an elder scroll. So I've read. Pension of the ancestor moth. My wife likes the tea best when she has to think out problems she can't shoot an arrow through. The mage willingly extended his hands and Revyn carefully poured more tea. Revyn drank some consommé and ate a couple of savory rolls while the mage slowly dosed himself with the tea. I'm hurt, the mage said softly. Our restorations master could heal the physical trauma, but there's little she could do for my mind or spirit. Magical items causes pain, even thinking of spells can trigger a migraine. Using one? Then I'm in agony for hours. Ankano blasted me with the eye's power. The Eye of Magnus we called it, that thing we took from that grave that is Sarthal. It rips the magic out of you like a torturer rips out your eyes, teeth and anything else that causes maximum pain but doesn't immediately kill you. It was all locked in. This tea is easing the pain. Purging the festering poison. And so here I am bleeding, out secrets to a complete stranger. The mage set the teacup down and reached for a jelly roll. Revyn poured a cup of consommé and slid it over. Anything said here is confidential, friend, Revyn said quietly. I'm no temple healer, but even I know some wounds, no matter how well treated, will fester and never heal if you keep wrapping it down and not let it air out a bit. I can spare a couple hours to just listen today. At some point later, the Nord mage slipped into the room, helped himself to some tea and savory rolls, and retreated to a chair near the hearth pit. Savos didn't seem to mind his presence, but Revyn was acutely aware of the Nord's attention. By now he knew the Nord was officially the new master of wizards at the college, while in fact he was the acting archimage. The Dragonborn, the official archimage, was much too busy and inexperienced in wizardry to fulfill the role, yet the college faculty insisted she keep the title, believing that as long as the Dragonborn held the title, it would palliate some of the anti-magic hostility of the locals. Aaron talked half the night away, current college matters, Aaron's history even to the life-altering tragedy at Labyrinthian, and the anguished oaths that drove him to seek the archimage's position at the college and shaped his administration's policies. Safety. Safety first. Do not willfully endanger anyone else. No studies with the undead. At the end, Revyn accompanied them back through the unlit streets of the Grey Quarter to the well-patrolled and well-lit streets around Candlehearth Hall. We'll return tomorrow and we can talk about purchases that we didn't make today, the Nord told Revyn. I'm sure you'll have many interesting and needful things in your shop. Your wife always did trade such interesting things in return for lessons. So you've made the connection, have you? Oh, yes. It's not hard. The Nord smiled. Savos will realize this, too, after he has rested and had time to reflect. The Dunmer mercenary whom Onmund befriended and brought in for odd jobs. Then, soon after, the Dragonborn applies. The two are never around at the same time. The Dragonborn's mask is the only face she shows us. There was one incident with Jay Zargo, he'd been dazed by my spell during a test of his warding skill. Antonia was the only nearest to us at the time. When she came near to check on him, he called her Hellset, because she'd forgotten her perfume that day. And the name's Hellset Pharaoh, Antonia Felix. I had the pleasure of a short correspondence with General Inanna Pharaoh, a Dunmer, and husband, First Legate Antony Felix, an Imperial. They are a legendary pair from the Great War. They needed my advice on alteration magic they were facing from Dominion Batlemages. Revyn drew a deep, calming breath. Well, good. After your purchases, you and Master Aaron must come for dinner. It's my turn then to tell you things you need to know about the Dragonborn and Soul's Thyme. Excellent, excellent. I look forward to our next meeting. XXXXXXX. So it was this Marek who told her she was Dragonborn long before the Greybeards called to her. Do the people of Raven Rock know she's Dragonborn? The former Archimage had returned looking much less haunted. Evidently, he and Tolfter had done quite a bit of talking before returning to the shop, so Aaron was fully aware of the Dragonborn Felix's hidden life. The Nord's eyes twinkled affably upon greeting, and Revyn knew from talking with Savella that the old Nord had managed to charm quite a bit of gossip from her and from customers while Revyn had been occupied with Aaron. Thank the gods the old Nord had taken to magic. As a confidence man, he'd have been devastating with that distracted, kindly uncle manner of his. After a profitable hour of purchases, then a good dinner, Revyn began outlining the situation at Soul's Thyme. There are dragons there now, and they've seen her kill a couple. They know she is hunting some ancient curse named Marek, who is rumored to be the first Dragonborn, and who ruled Soul's Thyme long before the First Era. They're starting to realize that he's not such a myth and that he's responsible for the sleepers. Aaron drew a sharp breath, eyes widening in shock. Sleepers? Like Dagathurs? Yes. My wife has broken the spells on the stone shrines near Raven Rock, the village of the Skulls, and the Telvanese settlement of Tel Mithrin. There's 3 more she hasn't had time to break. You'll see the poor fools try to go to bed for rest and end up sleepwalking to the stones to work. At Raven Rock, the guards try to be gentle at capturing those still affected and hold them in the cells until they awaken on their own. At the temple, there's another post of guards and armigers and Skull doing the same. Blessed Shivi. I wonder if I should go there at all in my condition. I don't think that would have been suggested if she didn't think you could be useful there. There's quite a bit on her plate right now and she desperately needs a magic knowledgeable scholar over there finding answers. She needs to take down Marek. There's nobody there that can do that. The shaman of the Skull can help you understand some of the nature of the ancient magic there, but he's a priest first and more concerned with his people's survival and historical traditions. He also absolutely wants nothing to do with those books. There's an imperial scholar there studying Skull history and has some interest in Nordic ruins and can help with reading the ancient language, but his view is purely non-magical. And Master Nelith is there, but I suspect you know better than to interact with him. As Marek's power does not directly affect him, he is indifferent to the danger to anyone else. Speaking of Nelith, I'm sure you know by now my wife was adopted by Nelith into the Telvanni in spite of her house association. All that means right now is that he permits her to keep a bedroll and trunk for storage in his tower. There may be things in there that could be of use to you. What's her rank in his house? I don't know, but I would think the Dragonborn and new Archimage of Winterhold would be no one's mere hireling. I'm surprised House Redderin didn't jump at the chance of making her one of theirs, Aaron said dryly. Oh, you'll hear all about it when you get there. But it was a Hlalo house behind recent assassination attempts. When they awarded her the confiscated Yulin property of Severin Manor, she told them that she was of the Hlalu, but they still deeded it over to her. And they are proceeding with granting her membership at the rank of kinsman. Her continued association with the house is beneficial. You'll hear all about it once you get there. Severin Manor is a nice place, really. The Yulin spared no expense in equipping it with its own forge, enchanter, and alchemy stations. My wife had me approach the Raven Rock counselor about the possibility of setting up a satellite post for the college, as the rooms could certainly house a small barrack of researchers. Of course, she wasn't the Archimage then, just a new student with no authority to speak for the college. No firm agreement set, but I'm sure with you there to represent the college, Councillor Morvain may be moved to commit. Especially since I'm Telvanni who may be able to advise them on handling potential meddling of Telvanni in Redderin territory. Savos smiled tightly as he said this. Oh, we couldn't ask you. But if you choose to assist, I'm sure the Redurans would be ever so grateful, Revyn blandly replied. I can recommend my cousin, Geldis Sadri, the owner of the Retching Nedge, if you want in on the latest gossip and political situation. So cousin Geldis as well as that Teldrin Ciro fellow. Yes. Oh, and I'll give you a note you can give to Armiger Pellin. I'm amazed the Armigers still exist. Yes. Surprisingly. They'd happily accept Hel's Ed into their order, but she's declined because she has enough on her plate handling Skyrim. All very good to know, interrupted Tolfdur, but there's still Aaron's concern and mine. How is he to protect himself from becoming this sleeper state, as you call it? He's unable to cast any decent warding spells to keep his mind free. He's also not physically recovered to be doing any heavy mining work. There's an amulet in the master bedroom safe that can ward your mind, a gift to my wife from the Skull. This is more than I bargained for when I accepted her assignment to Sol's Thyme. She never mentioned any of this. Aaron rose from the table and paced about the room. Arms crossed over his chest, fists tucked under his arms, showed his tension. She trusts you. She needs you, Revyn asserted in a low, steady voice. Marek is one more powerful enemy trying to kill her. Every time the Northern Maiden comes back from Sol's Thyme there's another team of assassins. No blame to Captain Jaland. They use command spells. As the Dragonborn, she needs to feed on dragon souls to grow her power and 4 out of 5 times he steals her kill to feed himself. It leaves her dangerously exhausted after the battle, with nothing to show but for a few bones and scales. Marek's hiding out in Apocrypha. She needs more insights into the black books of Hermias Mora. She needs more history on Marek the first Dragonborn. Can you get those for her? Can you keep up your promises to your dead friends in Labyrinthian to never let an undead, ancient monster get free of its prison? Careful, said Tolfdur in a mild tone. His expression was bland, but Revyn knew different. He'd been told him of what had happened in Sarthal. The human may spend most of his twilight years floating in an academic fog, but under the right circumstances, he could jump full blast into battle and take out Dragra and puzzle out pieces of an ancient orb while it's trying to kill them. Revyn looked at the Nord and held his hands up in apology. I know. I'm pushing. I'm sorry. But this is my wife and I want her to have every advantage that keeps her alive and winning. The Marek problem and Sol's Thyme has been distracting her from the study of dragon power that she needs to take on your Nord dragon demigod. An undead dragonborn, allied with the demon of forbidden knowledge, is what she just doesn't need at all, but they're there. We've got sword allies enough between the Redurans and the Skull, but mage allies are harder and there's no way we can go to Nelith with this. He'd turn on her in a second for his own advantage. A given, said Aaron, sighing. And there's one other thing, Revyn reluctantly added, I hope you realize that if you decide to do this, when you start prying into secrets, those damn cultists will be coming after you. They're all mages. Any fool mage going to the island thinking to steal power ends up like ascended sleepers. Well, not as bad, but almost. Revyn went to a wardrobe drawer and soon dropped items in front of the mages. That's what they wear. No subtlety to them, so you won't have to worry about disguised assassins from them. He tapped the tentacle mask. They never take these off. They all silently contemplated the mask. It was rather like the face of the damned, twisted ascended sleepers of the unlamented sixth house. She helped Nelith free a black book from a Dwemer ruin. Nelith stated the Dwemer loved forbidden knowledge. I wonder how much influence that prince had with the Dwemer, with Kigranak. And Dagathor took the tools of the Dwemer and was corrupted. My wife has described the creatures she calls seekers that she's fought in Apocrypha. I thought she was describing ascended sleepers. I think these cult priests are twisted into poorer, weaker reflections of those horrors. He dropped a tome atop the cultist robe. There. An extra she brought back from Apocrypha. Most of the books you'll find at Severin Manor were taken from Apocrypha. A spell to summon seekers. Take it, please. I'm sure your conjuration people at the college will enjoy studying this monster from Oblivion. If these are the things she fights regularly, no wonder she was able to take out Dragon Priest Morokiai. Said Aaron softly, slowly shaking his head. I truly hope I can live up to her trust. I can't fail a second time. You may not have won, Savos, but then you didn't totally fail either, said Tolfdur. He put a hand on Aaron's shoulder and squeezed, comforting. The Morokiai creature was imprisoned long enough for a Dragonborn to be born and to destroy it. Now, as soon as you are settled and have a sense of things, send word back to me, tell me whom or what you'll need. Master Aaron, said Revyn, starting to hold his hand out to Aaron, but then hesitate a moment, pulling back. A determined expression settled on his face. Suddenly, he flared, becoming the center of a maelstrom of fire. A ward flared before Aaron by the Nord's hands. Revyn focused on Aaron. By Azura, Mephila, and Boethia's shadowed insights, unknown answers, unrelenting battle we are Chimer. We don't wait for the light of Aetherius to guide and sustain us as the Altmiri do. We left to become our own fires that light our own path. And we're Dunmer. We got lost, we got burned. But our fires remain, despite the ash. That's the bargain, that's the price. He held out his hands, palms up. Dazed by the eruption of power from the shopkeeper, and more so that it wasn't hurting him, Aaron stretched past Tolfdur's ward and put his hands into the others. A wave of energy that should have had him collapsing in agony swept up his arms, into his heart, tapping and awakening a deep, primal power. He sighed and reveled in being the channel of such ancient expression of essence. The next thing he felt was Revyn dropping the cord of a large, silk bag across his palms. All my current stock of Glade special tea. Please take it. No charge. You're helping me protect my wife. Now, I deeply apologize for being such a poor host, but I really need to inventory some stock brought in late yesterday to get it ready for the shop tomorrow. But please take your time, enjoy dessert and the wine. He went into his shop but left the door open. The two mages silently did as instructed, thinking their own thoughts. So, said Aaron, at last, to Tolfdur, that was, enlightening. Do you think you can keep the college safe until she comes into her full power? The Eye of Magnus left some residual power that weakens reality and interferes with the college's power flow and protections, said Tolfdur. I've been considering ways to fix that, but I don't think I can. Best I can do is to ward the college to deflect the rifts to other places. No way to tell where the deflected rifts will show up, though. We'll just have to wait for people to report the locations to us. Tolfdur. Dangerous, I know. But the new archimage with the staff can close the rifts and she seems to have no problem with constant traveling. I've seen that she's one of those that learns best when thrown headfirst into situations. The residual energies will eventually weaken and dissipate, but until then she'll have plenty of practical opportunities to apply any new lessons she's learned. Rift watching as well as dragon chasing. That's a lot to demand of anyone, Tolfdur. Agreed, Savos. And I must reluctantly agree with her husband. You are needed in Soul's Thyme. This type of study requires experience, techniques, and a maturity in magic she just doesn't have time to acquire. Another undead monster. Savos Aaron shuddered. He's right, he said in a low, pain-filled voice. I will always owe Atmer and Hofnar for betraying and sacrificing them so. I'll sell my own soul if I must to find the answers she needs. The two turned as Revyn knocked on the door frame and came back in. Oh, sorry. Just letting you know I'm popping into the cellar to unpack some things. Let me know when you're ready to leave so I can lock the door. Oh, and some last bits of advice, Master Savos, ease off any mention of the Shivi around Elder Orthrolith of the Reclamation's Temple unless you like loud sermons. He's as bad as fanatic Talos priests except less sword-waving. But he'll gladly help you if your devotions to the princes are a bit rusty. I recommend Azura for insight. Helzet, after all, is her champion. And since she's also the champion of Malakath House of Trouble, I know a quick prayer to him wouldn't hurt. I suggest discussing the topics of betrayal, broken oaths, broken dreams, and for the strength to continue even after your world has been turned into the ash pit. There's no shrine on Soul's Thyme, of course, but Volendrung is one of the weapons on display in the manor. Despite what I may have said earlier, Boethia only favors you if you are winning and laughs at the losers. Helzet has twice emptied Boethia's shrine outside Windhelm of cultists because they annoyed her. Savos Aaron nodded and Revyn disappeared through the door on the back wall. Tolfdir started talking, drifting into his rambling stream of thought speculations while Aaron's own thoughts drifted to the shopkeeper's surprising display of power. It was raw and untrained, but the sense of the ancestors was strong there. It was odd he couldn't explain it, but it gave him the notion that he'd found a lost part of his own soul among Sadri's used goods. Chapter 15, Aegisbane. Aegisbane. I need to go to Raldthar and I want you to come with me. Am not an adventurer, he slurred, still half asleep. She nipped his ear and rubbed his backside and parts of him started waking, but he resisted, needing sleep and recovery more. I don't want you fighting, love. It's just I've been so busy that I never get back here to see you enough. Come on, she purred seductively, a nice fire, bottle of sujamma, bedroll big enough for two. Rallis sniping. Dead bodies being dead bodies. Blood, gases, leaking awful. Ah. He stuffed his head under a pillow. XXXXXXX. Hee hee. Ha ho. To the workshop he will go. My uncle's candy is so sweet. It's such a yummy winter's treat. When the sugar is warmed by the pale hearth light, the happiness spreads throughout the night. Hee hee. Ha ho. To the workshop he will go. Uncle Sweetshare is coming near. To spread his candy and his cheer. It's better than trinkets, games, or toys. So say all the little girls and boys. Hee hee. Ha ho. To the workshop he will go. Candy, candy he makes so much. Uncle Sweetshare has a magic touch. So it's back to the workshop in the snow. With lovely lanterns all aglow. Hee hee. Ha ho. Hee 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 ha ha ho. Dear Helzet was singing a relentlessly cheerful child's tune she'd picked up from Cressayus Cerelius on Soul's Thyme, some cute jingle about a Nord candy maker who was popular in his grandfather's day. It called up visions of a jolly Nord caparaiing in the snow in a house lit by many lanterns of different colors. Revyn shuddered as another clump of snow fell on his head as they passed under a snow-laden tree branch. The skull hat, coat, pants, and boots kept him toasty warm, but he couldn't help but feel like a child dressed in heavy, puffy clothes. It made it a challenge to ride pillion behind his wife, not that she or he minded the necessity of him hanging tightly around her waist. His own horse, tethered to her saddle, trailed to the left, carrying supplies he'd packed as well as empty bags for future collectibles. Slightly behind to the right was Rallis on another horse. That mare didn't like horses any more than Revyn did, but he'd at least been required to gain experience with the beasts, unless he wanted to run behind Helzet's mount in full armor, while carrying extra supplies and any loot they usually salvaged from jobs. Occasionally the mare let loose a fireball or ice spike to discourage an animals or trolls that wandered too near. Helzet had let him have the Ring of Ozidal, which let even non-mages use adept-level fireball and slash or iceball attacks with minimal power draw. And he was actually better shot with the ring than he was with a bow and arrow. We're here, Helzet trilled. Revyn peered past her, adjusting yellow-tinted goggles that had gone ajar while he'd napped against his wife's shoulder. We're a bit of a distance yet, he observed. Him. You'll wait here with the horses while Rallis and I go on ahead. Keep your spells ready. Frost trolls love this kind of weather. Just pay attention to the horses. They'll alert you when danger's near. She gave him a staff to summon a flame Atronak, then she and Rallis slipped away. Waiting was thankfully uneventful. By the time the two came back, he had tea and warmed meat pies ready for them. Helzet cooed happily. Rallis declined the tea, having snatched ale bottles from the bandits. They led the horses up the stairs to the doors of the ruins, but before leading the horses inside, Revyn stopped long enough so that he could wrap cloth strips around their hooves. He didn't want metal or stone fragments getting lodged in them. It was a bit tricky getting the horses past the flame jets in the outer room, but further down a left corridor was a nice area with rooms, forge, and a pipe providing warm water. The dead bandits had hauled in hay bales for bedding and they spread the hay in one of the rooms for the horses and set up a large broken pottery piece for a watering trough. Once bodies were hauled outside and the horses settled, Helzet and Rallis went deeper into the ruins. Revyn occupied himself with gathering food from the barrels and sacks the bandits had scattered about. And sorting loot. He poked around. The machines kept him awake and constantly soothing the horses. The forge was fascinating. No coals but volcanic rock over flame. No wood. Using a machine strut, he moved the rocks around until he could see the stone or cement-like pipes where gases hissed out, and it was these gases that the fire fed off. There were tales about Argonians floating gas-filled bladders among invaders in Black Marsh and using flaming arrows to pierce the bladders. Huge explosions that would set the surrounding bubbling marsh afire. What gases were the Dwemer using? Where was it stored and how much was stored that kept burning for thousands of years? 8 marks later, they returned bearing more things. Revyn had bread baked, a hearty vegetable soup and roast pheasants from the bandit stores. Rallis took himself a distance to get some sleep, leaving Revyn and Hells at some delicious privacy for a few hours. Then they were gone again. He gathered the pieces of a spider. He'd read Calc Elmo of Markarth's treatises on the Dwemer. There was an odd beauty to the spiders. The delicate tubes of oil that pushed and pulled like muscles to move the legs, the nest of wires around gems and soul gems that gave power to the metal body and provide a level of, could it be called consciousness? Awareness? He poked at the soul gems. Some vague memory of his wife reading aloud during her studies a writing by Nelith about affinities of certain metals and stones to certain enchantments, enchantment of properties. Iron more than iron. Flesh to leather to drums. The drum of pistons. Wind. Hissing of steam. The roar of gases through pipes. The many as one. Kwama workers, foragers, a queen. Hive mind. Numidium. Body of the bones of the earth, a nest for the heart of a god. If Narivar had failed, could the Dwemer have resurrected Lorkhan? What would the world be like under an imperfectly resurrected undead god? A loud noise shattered his musings and the cacophonous piece of machinery. Voices. Shouted orders. Bandits seeking their comrades? A hiding place. There was a small room full of oversized urns. It was a tight fit, but he managed to slide into one after shedding jacket, vest, and equipment belt. Look around. Find them. The cook can't be too far. Tie the prisoners over there. Phelan. Hands out of that gem bag. We can sort that out later. Revyn groaned as he recognized that voice. He started wriggling out of the urn. Hands grabbed his wrists and pulled him out. Hello, Adolf. Did little Lissel like the bow you bought her? Found him. The black-haired Nord yelled. The ends of his long mustache lifted as he grinned down at Revyn. Long way from Windhelm, Revyn. Everyone needs a vacation, Adolf. Icewind and Calder arrived. What are you doing outside the Grey Quarters? Icewind demanded. Good day to you, my lord. I'm tagging along with my wife to see what she does when she's away from home. Oh, thank you, Phelan, he said to the man who'd fished out the rest of his clothing from the urn. He got back into them and started walking back towards the forge area. The storm cloaks followed. The top level is secured, he assured them. I wouldn't be here otherwise. He checked on the bread and pulled it out of the urn pieces he'd been using as an oven. You missed her by 2 marks. She'll probably be gone for another 6 or 8, unless the Famr are particularly feisty. But let's not let the food go to waste. Fresh, hot bread and cheese over there. I have leftover vegetable soup that should warm up very quickly. Give me a few minutes and I can fry up venison strips with apples and potatoes. And as you can see over on that table, plenty of mead and ale. Icewind sneered, but left the Dunmer to his domestic duties. He ordered Adolf and Tadius to double-check the area while he and Calder inspected the sacks of goods piled in a room. Phelan and Perry stayed, keeping watch on the captured soldiers and searching out more bowls, plates, utensils, and other supplies for their own comfort. Revyn glanced at the 2 Imperial soldiers, Nords, that Phelan was tying to a heavy gate. He left them each one arm with enough slack so that they could feed themselves. Should I ask? He said to Perry, the other Nord, besides Adolf, who was friendly towards Dunmer. Skirmish near Sheer Point. That's all I can tell you. I know the weather was bad when we got here. I take it it's gotten much worse if you were forced to look to Dwemer ruin for shelter. Couldn't see my outstretched hand, said Phelan, the archer of the group, with eyes reputed to be able to see in the dark like a caveat. Turning out to be a really bad season if the storms come this early. Yes, the cruel seas and other farmers have been desperately harvesting. My wife provided the Argonians special enchanted items to protect them from the cold for the grand hunt they're planning for fish and a small whale in the deep trenches of the Sea of Ghosts before the ice gets too thick. Thousands of pounds of meats, bones, and oil. They're also harvesting from the thick kelp forests. They won't starve. Neither will we in the Grey Quarter. There will be oils for lamps, fat for candles and soaps, bones for our bone mold crafters. Revyn kept up the light stream of chatter while he cooked. Of course, due portion to the Jarl, which will be distributed to Stormcloak forces, I'm sure. And the Shatter Shields will be richly compensated for the time their workforce disappears. Gods forbid he should suffer a loss for having to hire Nords at triple the pay to temporarily work the docks. Some of that harvest will go to the East Empire in trade for more cheeses, dried fruits and vegetables, flour and such, with more available for sale, of course. Revyn set the hot food on a bench. Icewind had come back from inspecting the goods Revyn had been sorting, a new Dwemer axe hooked to his belt. I'm confiscating the gold and gems for the Jarl's due, he told Revyn. I'm sure Jarl Skald will be delighted, said Revyn calmly. Don't be stupid, elf. Quite right. Forgive me. Just because this is the Pale. I'm sure Jarl Skald would have happily turned the goods over to Jarl Ulfric anyway in his unflagging support. Your wife's a treasure hunter, what else is she searching these ruins for? More of the same, I suppose. I don't know. I'm just campsite support. Cook, take care of the horses, sort things for the shop, that sort of thing. He pointed to another set of bags. You can also take those if you like. Standard grade Dwemer armor pieces, swords, daggers, and axes. There's plenty of random metal pieces I was planning to sell to War Anvil to turn into ingots. I've an overstock of weapons, so no loss to me. Saves me the trouble of organizing another sale. Not that it'd be successful. No one has any coin to spare this season. I'd only end up selling the lot to the Cagiat or shipping the excess to Rifton or Dawnstar. Pack them, Icewind said to Calder and Perry. Revyn smiled. Icewind scowled, certain he was being cheated but unable to determine how. Adolf and Tadius returned, confirming that everything on this level of the ruins was dead. More or less. If anything in a Dwemer ruin could ever be dead. The men settled down to eat, talk, or sleep. Revyn poured out grain for the horses to eat, then went to haul in snow for water. The water from the pipes was fine for bathing, but he didn't like the heavy mineral taste and the horses didn't seem to care for it either. The blizzard had already piled snow waist high. As he packed buckets with snow, the howling wind carried faint voices. He strained to listen then cursed, abandoning the buckets and ran back in, struggled to close the massive doors against the wind. He ran back to Icewind's group. Where? Bandits. How many? Icewind demanded. I only saw 3 before I ran back inside. There were other torches farther and I heard more voices. They could hear the banging at the front door. Icewind ordered his men to the entry chamber, while Revyn stayed back in the forge area to dig through his packs for vials to secrete in his utility belt. Every health and stamina potion he had went into his carry sack along with more oil cans. Then on went the belt, carry sack, and work gloves. He wished he'd brought his stop thief gloves with its paralysis touch, but he'd left that at home with Savella who was managing the shop on her own. But he still had the Atronak staff and a small bow with a quiver of steel arrows. The bow was hardly meant for battle, more for shooting at birds and small animals, but it would do for close quarters, especially after he tipped the arrows with a paralytic poison. Definitely more than 3 bandits. The majority must have been out raiding or foraging and the storm had driven them back. He cautiously moved forward towards the fight in the outer flame trap room, but was met with Icewind and his company retreating. The bandits had 2 Dunmer fire mages that were using fire bolts to drive forward. Phelan was out of action, a thrown dagger in his shoulder. He was fending off attackers with a shield in his right hand. Revyn drew and took down 1 mage. The other shielded and withdrew to let the armored fighters surge forward. Perry cried out as his shield was broken by an Imperial dressed in wool and silk and swinging a war hammer with an ice enchantment. Perry held off another attack with good sword work, but it was clear his left arm was injured. Revyn's arrows cleared Perry's way for retreat. But now the bandit archers were aiming for him and Revyn was forced to find hiding. Adolf, Tadius, grab Perry and fall back, he yelled. As the 3 men retreated, Revyn charged up a fire Atronak and then summoned a fire wolf. The ice hammer crushed the wolf and the man screamed as it exploded and set fire to his clothes. He recovered quickly enough with a healthy swig of a healing potion. He hoisted the war hammer aloft. The runes on it caught the light and Revyn recognized it. Every shopkeeper, blacksmith, and weaponsmith in the Stormcloak holdings had been sent its description. Aegisbane. The Shattershield hammer, Revyn shrieked at Icewind. He sent another fire wolf. He ducked behind a rubble pile as a fireball engulfed his position. But being a Dunmer what flames that weren't absorbed by the rubble he easily shrugged off what would toast off the top layer of flesh of a human. 2 bandits had managed to circle around the Stormcloaks and were coming after him. Revyn fled back. One almost caught him, but he ducked, twisted back, and slapped the Atronak staff against his knee. The man fell hard, his body and weapons tumbling towards the fettered Imperial soldiers. They kicked him savagely. Revyn grinned at them and ran away with the second bandit still in chase. He summoned another Atronak. It sang as it chucked fireballs at the bandit, who suddenly found his rapidly heating iron armor a great hindrance. The ballistay room. 2 massive machines. One Hell's Ed had discharged already out of curiosity and that had taken out the bandits' makeshift cooking area, tents, and chests. The second he aimed at the locked gates that barred the corridor that led directly to the flame-trapped entry room. The lever was stiff to move, but he shoved it and the ballista blew the gate open. Icewind and his men came through. How many bandits were there? Revyn was out of arrows. Icewind had Aegisbane and was in berserker's madness. His men were familiar with this condition and stayed clear of him. Perry and Phelan limped up the side ramp to the upper level, where Revyn was. He shrugged off his carry sack and fetched out healing potions. Phelan was soon back to firing arrows. Perry also, but only after Revyn had repositioned his broken arm bones before letting drink a potion. He joined Adolf, Calder, and Tadius to drive bandits towards Icewine's line of sight to be struck down by him. This wasn't a stupid group. After the initial shock, they were pulling back. The heavy armor fighters brought up shields and behind them, through the gaps of shields, archers were positioning. Imperial column tactic. But the mismatched shields left serious gaps. Anyone among them with any level of magic was now casting to distract, disorient Icewind and his men. Adolf was downed by an arrow in the side. Revyn dug into his carry sack for the oil. He chucked half behind the shield wall. He tossed the remainder to Tadius and told him to spread it at the feet of the mercs. Another Atronak and another fire wolf. He followed them into the fight. The wolf exploded and set the oil alight. He grabbed Adolf and dragged him clear of the oil. Once clear, he tapped Ancestor's Sanctuary, the power lending extra explosive power to his wolves and boosting his own natural resistance to fire as he stood at the edges of the burning puddles of oil. He concentrated again on summoning. He was summoning as fast as they were destroyed. The storm cloaks drove the foes back into the fires. Except... Where Icewind? Perry screamed. Revyn scrambled desperately out of the way as Aegisbane came down. Damn Nord berserkers! He shoved Adolf among other dead bodies. The Nord had the wit to play dead and Icewind passed him by to pursue the flaming piece of charcoal that maddeningly danced just out of striking distance. It ran out of the combat area. In the ballista chamber, a giant beetle, screaming in berserk fury, flanked by 2 Dremora lords, entered and finished off the rest of the bandits. The remaining storm cloaks reflexively collapsed to the floor, playing dead. In the side corridor, Rallis was running towards Revyn. He grabbed Revyn and boosted him out of the way and braced for Icewind's charge. His sword and pickaxe came up crossed in defense against the war hammer. The hammer's momentum was too strong and his defense collapsed and the hammer smashed against his chest armor, freezing and cracking the breastplates. Helzet tackled Icewind from behind, pushing a shock knife into his leg, sending him into a spasm. He released Aegisbane and grabbed instead her shoulders. Rolled, pushing her down and him on top straddling her. His hands went to her throat, choking off her shout. Revyn jumped on top of them, pulling Icewind's helmet off and grabbed his hair. He fumbled through his belt, found a yellow vial. With desperate strength, he smashed the vial against Icewind's scalp, grinding the glass and poison in. For a few terrifying moments, it didn't seem to be working, but before Revyn could use the second vial, Icewind abruptly collapsed. Helzet, talk. Revyn begged between great, heaving pants, collapsing beside his wife. Okay, she rasped. She pushed Icewind off and rolled to cuddle against Revyn. My hero. He managed a croaking laugh. XXXXXXX. Jerk Icewind, I've been wondering if we'd ever meet. Helzet smiled down at the Nord, her eyes practically glowing with challenge. Icewind wordlessly snarled and glared up at the 2 Dunmer kneeling on his left and right. It had been close for Icewind. Exhaustion, blood loss, fire, and shock damage hadn't stopped him in his berserker state. What had finally taken him down was Revyn's poison that stopped his heart. But the 2 Dunmer had saved his life, Helzet primarily doing the healing and Revyn supplying her with the extra magic as hers depleted. My love, it's an old Atmoran name pronounced Jerk, a cross between Yerd and Eric. Yerke. Jerk, she affirmed on a happy note. Revyn made an unhappy sound. Excuse me, lady. Adolf dropped to his knees beside her and deliberately shouldered her aside to claim his Thane's attention. I'm sorry, my Thane, we couldn't find a trace of the Imperials. No bodies inside or in the outer areas. Food and the horses were taken, so they're out there running back to their side. Revyn scuttled around to his wife and dragged her away from Icewind, saying, Come along, love. Rallis should have a bath ready for us. The storm cloaks closed the gap around Icewind. Wait, what did he say about our horses? Helzet asked. Imperial soldiers stole them. Now, no baiting the Thane. It's not worth it, he said firmly, shaking her arm. He got to his feet and pulled her up. Still holding her hand, he led her away to an emptied treasure room just off the ballista room. Rallis had prepared a bath in there. He'd also tied blankets on the gates for privacy and set a basket of food and drink on the side with a large blanket. The short blonde Nord will be by later to see if you need anything. Me, I'm off to sleep. Taking on a berserker in close quarters. Stupid, 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 she was grumbling. I've fought enough orcs to know that. I was trying not to kill that damn storm cloak. I know, dear, and thank you. I have to live in the same city with them, Revyn murmured. He set her down on an empty treasure chest and knelt to remove her boots. But... damn. Nord berserkers are unbelievably stupider than orc berserkers. I mean, the extra strength, speed, stamina, and immunity to pain, that's a great advantage. But even orcs in a berserker rage can hold onto enough brains to recognize allies. Why is that? North should leave berserker rages to the orcs. He stretched up and nuzzled her neck while unbuckling her belt and easing off her leggings. XXXXXXX. Beautiful. Yes, it was beautiful on the deep blue velvet sack it was soon going to be packed into. The 4 pieces of etherium fit so perfectly and refracted light to flawlessly in its depths that one could swear that it had never been cut since its casting thousands of years ago. Then he realized he wasn't alone in the cellar of his home. A Nord spirit was on the other side of the table, staring down at the etherium crest. He lightly touched his ancestor's necklace. Miss Katria, I presume. The spirit looked at him. Did I know you? You know my wife. We left Raldthar 2 days ago. She gave me the 4th etherium piece to keep here with the others. She left this morning for Winterhold. When can she meet me at the forge? It may take, possibly come spring. Arrangements need to be made, you see, with the area of Thoft being in a potential battle zone. It's right next to an imperial camp, and so far, the Stormcloaks haven't challenged them. Opening up a Newdmer ruin and its treasures, however, may stir things up. What we are doing, he hastened to add, when it looked like the spirit might speak, is we're submitting a research proposal to the College of Winterhold. Hellsed is going to convince the masters to agree that patronizing a work outpost at the site, thus extending the college's neutrality from the war, may prevent power grabs by either side. To further the cloak of respectable scientific research, we are arranging joint studies with the court mage of Mark Arth, Calc Elmo, the current acknowledged expert of Dwemer studies. Who also, thanks to Hellset's recovery of your journal, has been challenging Tayran Dreth's claim to be the foremost expert on Dwemer metallurgy. Calc Elmo has publicly stated that Dreth's graduate opus, The Etherium Wars, was outright theft of his late instructor's work. Your work? Earthquakes, madam. Political and academic earthquakes. You understand, yes? And Thalmer. No doubt the Dominion will try to send their spies to claim any trace of Dwemer power for their own, possibly by invoking the ancient imperial law that any Dwemer ruin is the property of the Empire, and then insisting they have a right to inspect the ruins since it is located in disputed with known Stormcloak presence. Indeed, a look of wry resignation was on the spirit's face. Of all the things in life that I miss, politics is not one of them. May I suggest amusing yourself by haunting Tayran Dreth? I'm sure he's a disgrace to his ancestors. They might guide you to him and allow you to annoy him for a while. So petty. But... yes, his grandmother agrees. They're not angry that he stole from me, but that he's gotten too arrogant, failed to capitalize on the theft beyond his own aggrandizement, and shows no respect to them. Ha! Revyn bowed slightly as she faded away. He spent a few moments thanking his own ancestors for their guidance and protection. The past week at Raldthar had succeeded in making the Grey Quarters seem a haven of peace. At least for the first couple of days back. Icewind and his men had left as soon as the blizzard had died down. They took with them the majority of weapons, armor, and gemstones salvaged from the ruins. When they had gone, Revyn had pulled out the enchanted stuff and high-quality gemstones and jewelry from hiding, and Hellsed had led him and Rallis back through Raldthar's depths to emerge at a lift gatehouse just 3 hours, through snow and loaded down with stuff, to Onga's mill and then a couple more to Windhelm. At the stables Hellsed had taken a carriage to Winterhold, and Rallis was sent to Whiterun with messages for the Breezehome steward and deliveries to war maidens. Hee hee. Ha ho. To the workshop he will go. Uncle Sweetshare is coming near. To spread his candy and his cheer. Blasted ear maggot still eating at his brain after all this time. Chapter 16, Rifton Connections. Rifton Connections. You sure she's gone? The gate guard said to the guard who'd just come from inside the city. Getting yet another assurance, the gate guard waved Revyn and Savella in. What was that about, sir? Asked Savella. She held tightly to his left arm while nervously looking about. Revyn patted her hand. Just a little misunderstanding. It's been 3 years and one would think they'd have gotten over it, but my wife and I got into a little trouble here that upset some people. Savella still looked confused but just shook her head. The hard stares of some of the people they passed spooked her. The looks in their eyes were judgmental as they looked at her and how tightly she clung to the older mare's side, and the smiles from some of them made her insides churn, although she didn't understand why. Ah, here we are. The Bee and Barb. The breakfast/really late evening crowd had cleared out, so at the moment the only customers were an elderly Nord at a table and 2 mages chatting on a bench near the door to the market. Revyn recognized Marcurio, an Imperial, who also saw him and lifted a hand in greeting. His Dunmer companion glanced at them. Revyn nodded, acknowledging them, then turned as a tall Argonian, balancing a large keg on his shoulders, came from below stairs. So, Revyn, you finally return, hissed the Argonian with good humor. Talon Jei, good to see you. And where is the lovely Kirava? The Argonian grinned and gave a small, hissing laugh. Kirava is upstairs fussing over the room your lady just left this morning. So regrettable you missed her by a few hours. Oh, the world can be so cruel, Revyn fatuously remarked. The Argonian laughed again and tossed 2 sets of keys at him. No, just good civic sense. Your wife left some things behind for you. Thanks. Ah, Talon Jei, this is my apprentice, Savella. Savella, this is Talon Jei, CO owner of this fine establishment. Talon Jei greeted her. She managed to squeak out a reply before hiding again behind Revyn. Sorry. She's a former resident of Honor Hall and just a bit overwhelmed at the moment. The Argonian indicated understanding and sympathy if one knew Argonian body language. They went upstairs. Revyn carefully avoided the hard-eyed gaze of the woman seated at a table in a corner niche. She was trouble he'd like to avoid. Quick look. Maven Blackbriar, he whispered to Savella. They had talked about her on the way to Riften. He wanted to make sure Savella avoided her. So you returned to the crime scene, Kirava said, emerging from the room ahead and lightly punched his arm. She left a lot of junk behind. I expect you to take it all with you when you go. She looked at Savella. Your room is that one on your left. If you use a lock on the room's trunk and you leave without taking it off, we wait 3 days, then we break open the trunk and sell its contents. Use a magic lock, 3 days, then turn it over to the Jarl's wizard to break. She gets to pick through first, then we sell the rest. Got it? Good. A few more sharp pleasantries with Revyn, then she went about her business. They settled in their respective rooms and then inspected the junk left behind in Revyn's room trunk, a fat purse of drakes and gems. 2 glass swords, an enchanted dragon priest dagger, 4 Dwemer centurion cores, books in good conditions, none marked to keep, gloves, boots, belts, various enchantments. Stuff that were likely leftovers that hadn't sold to the local vendors only because they ran out of coin. No matter, he'd time their visit to coincide with a Khajiit caravan, which should arrive in 2 days. He could offload most of this on them. They had lunch and then went to tour the main market area. They listened to the polished spiel of a red-haired Nord man promoting the miraculous properties of oil from Nirnroot-fed Horkers. Revyn made comments to his apprentice, pointing out the eye contacts, hand gestures, and friendly, confident tones of a practiced huckster spewing utter garbage. Thieves' Guild, whispered Savella. Yes, I know. One of their officers. He distracts while his cohorts try to cut your purse if he can't legitimately con your coin away. Revyn flipped a coin to an elderly beggar and moved to an Argonian's stall, exchanged greetings and looked over some items. Then onto an armor seller's stall, where he exchanged some sharp words with that one. That merchant was frightening to Savella, who instinctively cringed away from the harsh, brittle tones. But she listened closely as Revyn met the woman's ill temper with his own imperturbable mildness. He even paid her for a quick lecture about light armor pieces from a warrior's point of view, and he made sure Savella paid attention. The armor seller's attitude may be opposite of what Revyn taught, but her knowledge of the armor and weapons she sold was precise and backed by experience. Revyn confided to Savella that his own wife on occasion paid for light armor lessons with this woman. But she doesn't sell Khajiit armor, Savella pointed out. Correct. She sells what's commonly used in Skyrim, what most foes wear. And by knowing the strengths of each type of armor. He prompted, looking expectantly at her. Savella reviewed Greca's lecture. Knowing what's good. Oh. And knowing what's bad. Oh, I see. Advantages and disadvantages, Revyn corrected gently. Couch purchase options in terms of greater and lesser advantage. Good and bad aren't necessarily bad descriptions, but it does set unnecessary limits or seeming moral judgments that do not take into account the product user's circumstances, needs, skills, and expectations. Just try not to use the words good and bad when trying to sell something. People can have strange reactions when you tell them something's either good for them or bad for them. Lower level of Riften, doors and walkways barely a meter above the water level, to visit the alchemy shop. Elgrim's elixirs. The thick smell of herbs permeated the shop like it did in the white phial, but unlike the phial there was also the damp miasma of the canal and sewers. Revyn couldn't imagine the humid conditions and fumes were any good for the herbs. His skin had itched for months after the wedding fiasco, when guards had dumped buckets of canal water on him and his bride. He had to consciously suppress the urge to scratch. And poor Savella couldn't stop sneezing. In Gun Blackbriar was an interesting piece. Her fascination with poisons and watching animals dying from them was unsettling. But she remembered a woman matching the description of Savella's mother. After a quick assessing glance at Savella, Revyn engaged in Gun in a discussion about local poisons in her experiments, always bringing her back and around to local necromancy groups in the area that patronized the shop. Savella's mother had stopped in some months earlier, looking a bit run down. She had asked about any Dunmer girls seen in Honor Hall and had appeared very distressed at hearing there was none. She hadn't been back since. Yes, plenty of necromancers in the area. Lost of dead bodies from little battles between Imperial and Stormcloak camps, lots of animals, lots of Dunmer types who like the hot volcanic areas in the rift, lots of bandits and witches. Most necromancers didn't usually shop in Riften. However, most ingredients associated with necromancy have been regularly ordered by the Dunmer couple at Merryfair Farm. Laneth was their name. They left the shop and returned to the upper level to sit at a bench just outside the Bee and Barb. She sat, head down, her slender hands flexing, rubbing, fisting as she fought through her thoughts and emotions. Revyn said nothing but watched the passing people and occasionally glancing at her. At 13 years now this past month. She was coming along nicely from the starved child he'd caught stealing from his shop. Being half human, she was further along than a mere child would be in physical development. Intellectually, she was bright by standards of either race. Her emotional status worried him the most. So far, she was cautiously affectionate, primarily even-tempered, and wasn't flustered or panicked with aggressive and/or rude customers. Hard to tell what may be natural emotional maturity or forced control learned at Honor Hall. When the sun started sinking below the outer walls of the city, he said, "Time for dinner. We can try Honor Hall tomorrow, or we can walk over to the Merryfair Farm and see if the Lanethas are willing to talk to us. Come." He stood up and trusted her to follow as he went into the Bee and Barb. Savella asked to take dinner in her room and Revyn let her. He saw Ysgir Snowshot enter and intercepted him before he could join his father, who was already into a second tankard of mead. "Sarjo Snowshot. Revyn Sadri from Windhelm. Well met. I was wondering if I could have a few moments of your time." "Nothing to do with the meadery business, rather a special order you'd placed with Orthus at the East Empire office in Windhelm." The Nord's expression at being suddenly accosted was faintly puzzled but open and willing to listen. "Sadri, Sadri. Oh, yes, Orthus mentioned you. You've been very helpful getting the East Empire an agent back in Morrowind. Vittoria is excited about the possibilities if she can re-establish there." "Yes, I can spare a few moments." "Excellent." Revyn guided him to the bar and ordered a cliff racer for himself, and Snowshot was willing to accept, surprisingly, a velvet Lek Ants. Even Talon Jei indicated mild surprise that the CO owner of the Blackbriar Meadery was daring to drink something other than his company's product. "Orthus tells me you were looking for unique gifts for your bride's family, something only a reborn East Empire company connection could procure." "Yes. But then Orthus was suggesting weapons and armor and, well, what unique pieces?" The Nord's voice trailed off as Revyn laid in front of him his Stahlrim knife. A beautiful piece of translucent ice overlaying a core of packed snow. Stahlrim is only found on Sol's thyme. Magic-infused ice as hard as ebony and half the weight. Mined and shaped by the Skull, descendants of Itmorans who settled in that area before the First Era and before a magical war separated that land from Skyrim. Unmelting. It takes enchantments well enough, but has an affinity to elemental cold. Orthus has seen that I have a full armor set and variety of weapons. My wife is a reputable enchantress, the finest outside of Winterhold College, and can set enchantments of your choice on whatever pieces you choose. Razalan, the East Empire man stationed on Sol's thyme, is working to gain the trust of the Skull who mine and shape this rare ore. In time, there may be a custom order only export through the East Empire. "May I?" asked Ysgir, hand hovering over the knife. Of course, of course." Ysgir Snowshot picked up the blade, gently fingering the edge and testing the overall weight and balance. He held it close to an oil lamp along a wall and watched the flames light the edges through the blade. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Pretty bauble. Is it supposed to be a man's weapon?" sneered the velvet fop, coming up to stand on Ysgir's right. Behind the arrogant creature was Mama Nightmare, Maven Blackbriar. "It's from Sol's thyme, Hemming," Ysgir said in a wearily patient voice. "A cheap dark elf imitation of glass then." Hemming was utterly immune to the death glares of several pairs of red eyes around the bar. "It's Stahlrim, Hemming. By Nord natives of that isle. Quite rare. Quite expensive," Maven Blackbriar said repressively. Her gaze fell on Revyn, who politely bowed and shuffled back out of striking range. She tapped her son on the shoulder and he quickly moved out of her way. "Evening, Maven. I'm looking for a unique gift for my bride's cousin, and Revyn here is showing me a sample that the manager at the East Empire in Windhelm had written to me about." "Revyn Sadri of Windhelm. I've been hearing things about you," said Maven, staring thoughtfully at him. "A humble seller of used goods, madam. I occasionally have the fortune of unique items crossing my counter," Revyn said in a depreciating voice. "Oh, yes. Now I remember. You and a woman tried to burn my city." "A misunderstanding, madam. It was a wedding and an unfortunate confluence of uninvited guests. You were banned. The ban only prohibits my wife and I from being inside the city at the same time, madam. I am here merely to talk to some people. And I was fortunate to come across Sarjo Snowshot here tonight, else I would have tried to visit him." "You," he turned back to Ysgir, "later at either your office in the meadery or at your home." "Tonight as good as any," said Isgur, who had gone back to admiring the knife. I think I would be interested in seeing other pieces. You are in Windhelm, you say? Yes. Sadri's used wares in the Grey Quarter. Hemming started laughing. Wait, you're going to buy the Emperor gifts from a second-hand junk peddler? He crowed, loud enough to silence everyone in the taproom. Hemming. Maven's low voice was flat with displeasure. Her son immediately shut up and slunk away to a table. A few more words and Snowshot agreed he would come to Windhelm by next month to see what Sadri had and to take a tour of the Windhelm office of the East Empire Company. Revyn would have hastened away, but a new crowd had come in and was converging at the bar, pushing him back towards it and then aside into the Black Briar. Her hand clamped on his shoulder to steady him and hold him in place. I have some questions about your business, she said. Revyn. Finally dug yourself out of the snow I hear the gods dumped on Windhelm, said a cheery voice with a strong Lalo accent, and a hand snaked out of the crowd and pulled him from Blackbriar's grip and through a gap in the bodies. His rescuer was the blue-robed Dunmer he'd seen earlier with Mercurio. A young mare, a mixed blood with round features and improbably curly hair, indecently pretty for a male. Once he'd pulled away from Blackbriar's immediate vicinity, the young mare released him and grinned apologetically. Sorry, but you looked like you needed a rescue, Syrah. Revyn, please. And, yes, many thanks. And who do I owe a drink to? Call me Talon. Mycologist sometimes bard. Came through Stone Falls from Ebonheart. He guided Revyn to the bench next to the market door exit. Mercurio, a mercenary mage based in the Bee and Barb, moved aside to make room for the two of them. Hey, Revyn, said Mercurio cheerily. Mercurio. Any interesting jobs lately? The Imperial made a rude noise. Hardly. I see you've met Talon. He and I were at the Imperial College. Do you also do mercenary work? Revyn asked Talon. Talon Jei came by and took drink orders, which Revyn volunteered to pay for. If the coin is good enough, answered Talon. But as I said, I'm studying mushrooms. Not much work around here for mercenary mushroomers. And a bard, you said? Talon unslung the long, slender leader case off his back. He untied a flap to reveal the head of two-stringed huachir. Fully revealed the wood and pegs were from the rare red bamboo from Black Marsh, the drum-like resonator of stretched guar hide, and the strands of the bough stripped from the stalk of a giant mushroom, woody fibers beaten and soaked until softened, and the instrument strings from the rainbow silk of a shock spider. If his skill matched the quality of the instrument, what was he doing wandering Skyrim? Ah, it's been so long since I heard music from such an instrument. Not since I was child in the Ashlands. Maybe I'll put down a bowl in the marketplace and play. Perhaps tomorrow if I don't find something more interesting to do. So what are you up to? Asked Mercurio. Revyn was happy to talk. Mercurio and his friend were good company, informative, and they made it easier to ignore Blackbriar's glowering regard. XXXXXXX. It was quite sudden. She just went to sleep and never woke up, said Constance Michelle, the young and new matron of Honor Hall Orphanage. Revyn sat with her in the kitchen area, having tea and a slice of cake, while Savella visited with those she remembered from her time here. The door to the small courtyard was open and he could hear the children out there playing. It was so hectic. All these years of dreaming how I would change things and then one day it happens and I just couldn't steady myself. But I had help. A good time for the civic-minded to step up, Revyn said as he teased out some plump snowberries from the cake and ate the tiny sugared morsels with appreciation. One would think. But no. I was helped by the Dunmer mercenary paid to deliver 2 orphans from Falkreath. One was barely weaned baby and the other was just a little over a year. Despite Grelod's earlier treatment of him, he stepped up to help me. Not to speak ill of the dead, but she'd lit into him when he'd delivered the babes as if he was personally to blame for their presence. And, oh, she didn't like him. As near to striking an adult with her fist as ever she dared. And he wasn't reacting to her, just standing there with his face expressionless as a statue, staring down at her. He was the most frightening man I'd ever seen. When the baby started crying, he went to her and picked her up. It was so, the way he held her close to his face and she grabbed that single white lock of hair he had, it was so cute. And he was so gentle. So unexpected. Grelod went into a rage and threw a tankard of ale at him, screaming at him to leave. I think she was about to hit him with a small cheese wheel, but he did look at her so and she went to her room. Didn't come out for the rest of the day while he was there. Constance went on in this vein for longer, clearly infatuated with the Dunmer warrior. Revyn was wondering if there was something in his tea. He must have imagined it. The description. Surely there weren't 2 white-locked Dunmer warriors wandering around Skyrim, were there? Couldn't have done it without Selrun. Damnation. Selrun Moore, the ex-ordinator now Whiterun Guard, father of the Dragonborn steward. You say that very evening Grelod died, he reiterated, suddenly horribly suspicious. You're being paranoid, he told himself. Just because ordinators hunted and summarily executed your kin? Yes. I found her next morning when I went to see why she had not come out for breakfast. Thank the divines that Selrun stopped by that morning to check on the 2 children. I was just a total wreck. A natural death, or so it appeared. Revyn wondered if a visit with the priest of Arche would be in order. And just to quickly dismissed the entire matter. The Aretino boy who had run away from Honor Hall had finally been taken into custody by the Jarl's men. The rumors of the boy performing the Black Sacrament to summon a Dark Brotherhood assassin had grown too strong. There had been an investigation. The guards had broken in and found the boy, mad from starvation and lack of sleep, mindlessly chanting the sacrament over the rotted corpse of his mother. He was being treated by the priests of Talos now. The Jarl was looking for someone to appoint as the boy's guardian and trustee of the Aretino fortune. The Aretino house was claimed for the crown and likely to be awarded to a new thane. Then there were children like Savella who'd sooner run to die in the wilds or take their chances in the dark underbelly of slums than stay here. No. Constance Michelle was looking forward to a happier future for her and the children. The orphanage had a strong protector who, once he fully knew what was going on, would certainly be looking to get the orphanage out of Blackbriar control if not out of Rifton entirely. Revyn decided that, apart from a few words to Selrun's daughter in Whiterun, all that was needed was a little artful arrangement and the stock could sell on its own. He got her to let him look at the books for the house normally done by the late Grelid or Hemming Blackbriar. Clumsy and overconfident was his easy judgment just after a quick skim. Now he made an excuse to check on Savella to whisper some instructions. Savella went to Constance and started to ask her a lot of questions. While Constance was distracted, he went into Grelid's room and started searching for little hidey holes. A false bottom in a clothes drawer and a loose floorboard under the bed. Now he had the true accounts books, a ledger of current and past children and their individual qualities, letters from prospectors wanting children of certain abilities or looks, Sibyl Blackbriar's list of requirements for little girls, the list of children who had trust funds whose lucky new parents could claim possession of with the child, a ledge of Blackbriar cuts, and Grelid's secret accounts book. Into his carry sack they all went. Revyn offered to do some shopping in the marketplace for Constance. He went straight for the market. Local help was needed and he knew whose debt it was time to call in. Branche, a moment, if you please. XXXXXXX. Absolutely not. Melt them down. I think you need to calm down, Revyn. Bolimund grabbed the small steel knife out of Revyn's hand and nonchalantly tossed it into the case with the others. It was only about 24 cutlery knives, all of them one-piece steel, single-side sharpened blade, and squirrel tail handle. Totally common at first glance. In the right hands, they burned hot enough to slice iron ingots and needed no soul gem to recharge. The right hands happened to be virgin females. Bolimund had created them in the afterfires of his half-destroyed smithy. Revyn and Helzet had just been dragged off by the guards as public menaces. The impromptu Dunmer marriage ceremony had set fire to his forge and the flames had cracked stone and was melting the steel ingots he'd had piled on the rim. Rather than lose the steel into the coals, he scraped up what he could into flat molds that he normally used for iron cutlery. Any decent pieces from that impromptu casting were polished and sharpened for sale. Some mishaps involving children, girls specifically, and he'd bought back the knives. He and the court mage eventually worked out that his forge that fateful day had been affected by peculiar magics that would have been imparted to any blade forged in those flames. The magic had dissipated when he'd let the fires die and forge go cold so that he could repair the heat-cracked wall and foundation of the forge and walls of his house. Melt them, Sadri insisted. His face was quite purple from embarrassment. Don't be that way, Revyn. Helzet didn't have any problem with me putting them up for sale. You get a third of the net profit. Quite generous considering what it cost me to repair my forge and my house in the week I was out of business while repairs were being done. We offered to compensate you for that but you refused. True. But I've changed my mind and I am going to sell these knives. The old Nord grinned with unapologetic humor. I like you, Revyn, but this is business. Don't worry, I won't sell cheap. It's not like you'll be tossing any more brides onto my forge, so once they're gone, that's it. Helzet assures me the enchantment can't be duplicated. Gods. All right. If my wife has no problem, I suppose I can live with it. Just call it anything else than Sadri's blade. They hear about this in Windhelm, I'll never get any peace. Hey. How about, Maiden's Defense? A bit more accurate and would probably sell better. What do you think? Whatever. Cheer up. Come in, lunch and drinks at the Bee and Barb, my treat. Hey, Savella, just in time for lunch. Bee and Barb, my treat, he invited as the young girl entered the forge area. She had a large basket of fish. Thank you, sir, but I need to deliver this to Honor Hall, and I was going to stay for lunch there. Did you need me for anything? She asked Revyn. No. Enjoy your lunch. Oh, wait. A gift, said Bolimund. He gestured towards the knives. New enchanted blades I'm selling. Have one. Savella glanced at Revyn to check if he disapproved. His gaze had a strange intensity that puzzled her, but he didn't seem to forbid it, so she reached and picked up the first one she touched. She was startled when it seemed to catch fire in her hands. Oh. Is it supposed to do that? She set down her basket and experimentally held her left hand over the flames. Odd that despite the flames curling around her palm, she felt no heat. Yes, dear, it's supposed to, Revyn said. Chapter 17, Connected. Rifton, Connected. In Gun Blackbriar remembered seeing the woman described in the letters Revyn had sent out over a year ago, and her memories further directed them to Merryfair Farm just outside of Rifton. It was owned by a Dunmer farmers who grew and sold standard foodstuff, so ordering stuff only of interest to healers and necromancers was unusual. Not that it would normally be their business what customers bought, but a law had been enacted in Rifton about a decade ago that certain alchemical ingredients were to be considered a watched substance, and buyers reported to the Jarl's steward. It had been a proposal by Maven Blackbriar, in fact, who justified it as a way to keep track of the growing number of necromancers invading Rifton. The Jarl had thought it a fine idea. Elgrim thought it a waste of time. Buyers of that sort rarely left a name, much less an address, but it did track a growing trend of necromantic activity in the Rift. The Merryfair Farm was a short distance west from the city stables. Have you been able to recall anything about the Laneths? No, Savella said sadly. I don't remember ever visiting the farm. When I ran away from Honor Hall, I traveled along the other side of the lake. How about the names, Draven and Cinda? Uncle Draven or Cousin Draven? Aunt Cinda? Cousin Cinda? Brother? Sister? A sister. Cinna, I thought. Could be Cinda. Mother was waiting, saying she was coming later. But then Mother was caught. She sighed, then visibly shrugged off her melancholy. But this is good. This is the first solid lead in months. Revyn smiled. So it is, Savella. Oh. Revyn and Savella stopped. Revyn recognized the blue-robed Dunmer who had rescued him from Blackbriar. The mare trotted up to them. He had a basket full of mushrooms and neat bundles of flowers and leafy plants. He grinned at Savella, who blushed and looked away. Fine morning for a walk. Going to Merryfair? Yes, to both, Revyn said coolly. How did you know? Hofjorg, Talon answered with a sly half-grin. I was selling some mushrooms to her and she shared with me the letter you had sent out about a necromancer you were looking for. This was 2 weeks ago when I first came to the area. I'd gone in to sell some excess plants I'd gathered while walking from Ebonheart to here, and I'd offered to look for plants for the shop while I was out and about gathering more mushrooms. And, no, I hadn't found your necromancer, but I've sighted some necromancer camps around the lake area. As for Merryfair, Ingun had been reminded by your visit that there was delivery that needed to be made to the farm. I did that yesterday. Fox leaf rot, a poison that works by overstimulating the heart until it fails. Necromancers like it because it's the basis for a drug to make a freshly dead corpse's heart to beat at least for a half mark, provided the death was by strangulation. Certain types of poison, or any type of death that doesn't damage the heart, hasn't caused massive bleeding, or change in blood character such as red asp poison that turns blood to the quality of jelly. Pretty damn bold of them considering Elgrim is required by Rifton law to report suspected necromancers to the Jarl's steward. Never heard of that until I came here. Well, catch you later. I'm heading back and selling this basket to Elgrim, then I'm spending the rest of the day singing for my supper in the market. I hope you come back in time to hear me play. What a strange one, Savella remarked when the mare had left. I've seen him at the Bee and Bar belong with that mage that's always by the door. Revyn hummed acknowledgement. Spellswords the both of them. My wife has worked with Marcurio and says he's honorable and trustworthy to his employers. Marcurio was trained by the Synod. Talon claims training at both the Imperial Schools of the Synod and the College of Whispers, also personal Telvanni tutors from Morrowind. Both are entertaining and have lots of information beyond Rifton. I did tell them what our business was in Rifton, especially as they gave me a brief rescue from the Blackbriar. Talon's made another point of being helpful. Probably has heard from Marcurio my wife pays very well and is generous with bonuses. A spell sword that gathers mushrooms and sings for coin. Talon is practical. Money is money and he practices alchemy, so he recognizes coin that's just growing free in the ground. Ah! Savella lightly clapped her hands as an idea lit up her face. And he knows where necromancers are. Maybe we should talk to him afterwards, hire him to take a closer look at those camps. Excellent thinking. Let's hope his price is reasonable. Merryfair Farm. Draven Laneth was pushing a millstone and Cinda was milking the cow. Revyn stopped at the path that led to the farm. Savella, shall I approach them or do you feel you can do this? He asked. Savella took 2 slow, deep breaths. I can do this. He was pleased. She could be confident and assertive in the shop, but still the shy mouse outside. The hope of finding her mother was stoking the fire of her spirit. I'm right behind you, dear. Go for it. Savella took another deep breath, set her shoulders, and strode confidently up the path. Good morning, she called. Draven Laneth raised his head and pushed off the mill beam. He dragged his arm across his forehead and stared hard at the slender girl walking boldly up to him. Cinda, he barked without taking his gaze off her. His wife hung the half-filled milk pail on a nail and then joined her husband. She also studied Savella with an intensity that was quite rude. Excusable rudeness if it was indicative of the desired result. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Savella Nethri. I am hoping you know Selvini Nethri, my mother. She shifted slightly to fully face Cinda. Records from the temple in Nissus indicated no siblings. Yet my mother once mentioned a baby sister. Cinna. Are you possibly her? Before she could answer, Draven demanded, and how does this bring you to my farm? Savella's cheeks were blue, flagging how high her emotions were, but her voice and expression remained calm. I have to start somewhere. I was at Honor Hall. If my mother was still alive, she'd have to come to Riften to look for me. She was seen in Riften. The alchemists in the city remember her. They also say you order things that only necromancers are interested in. By law, they have to report to the Jarl's steward who orders those types of materials. Draven swore. By the stricken look on Cinda's face, they hadn't realized that that was a law in Riften. What do farmers need with fox-leaf rot? I'm sure I'm not the only one who knows there are necromancers in the rift despite the practice being illegal. Oh, another patrol is coming up here. Trolling for dead bodies perhaps. Draven tensed up. The patrol had stopped to question Revyn, presumably why he was loitering there on the path. Savella suddenly threw her arms wide and loudly declared, Uncle Draven. Aunt Cinda, and threw herself at him. Draven reflexively hugged her as he staggered and worked to keep upright. His wife automatically reached to catch him, hugging him as she braced him. It was quite a touching picture. Revyn pointed at them, said something to the guards, and shrugged. The guards rooted around the farm. Revyn decided it was time to get involved. Savella's intimidation by speculation approach, followed by a hard sell attack, had surprised him. He hadn't thought her ready for such deviousness. Everything going well here? And who in oblivion are you? Draven demanded. Revyn Sadri, shopkeeper, Windhelm. Savella is my apprentice. So are you her kin or not? If she speaks true, yes, I am her aunt, said Cinda, releasing her husband and pulling at Savella. I was born after the fall of our home. On the road. We lived a few years in a small village outside Blacklight. Mother fell sick, but she urged father and Selvini to leave with the caravan that they'd already paid a spot for. They were supposed to go on ahead and find a home. Mother and I would find another caravan when she was better. She didn't get any better and eventually died. I was still too young to travel, so I stayed with a family, worked as a maidservant until I was old enough and had saved enough to find a caravan. I met Draven here in the caravan. Refugees' Rest was in ruins. I had no idea how to begin a search for family I knew nothing about. She sighed. Draven gave her a quick, comforting hug, then went to fetch the milk pail. I'll finish with the cow. You take our niece here inside and talk, he said gruffly. To Revyn, he said, you can wait out here or return to Riften as you like. Or you can make yourself useful and start pulling carrots for tomorrow's market. 2 buckets of carrots, a small cart of cabbages and a willingness to take a turn at the millstone was enough to sweeten Draven's temper and get him talking. Selvini had come to Riften in search of her daughter. She'd seen Cinda in the market, seen the strong resemblance to herself and her mother, and had followed her to the farm. This was the story she told them. She and her father had initially wandered the Pale looking in vain for a friendly place to settle. Her father was injured by a frost troll, took sick during recovery, and died. She'd been found by a group of necromancers and had been spared because one of them, a Reguard, Savella's future father, had decided to keep her. The group moved to Falkreath Hold, settled into a cave, and were eventually discovered by an Altmer mage exploring the area. The mage evaded capture and reported them. Jarl Dengir led his guards in the attack and those that weren't immediately killed prisoners of the Coven, ones captured while sleeping, and children were to be taken back to Falkreath to stand trial and the convicted to be executed. Children under 12 were automatically sent to Honor Hall. She escaped, got caught up in a robber band of spellswords led by a powerful Orsimer mage. She dared to take an unauthorized trip to Riften to try to find her daughter, but failed and returned, only to be accused of treachery. They'd cursed her, depriving her of her magic, then pushed her into the tunnel full of frost spiders, where she'd been cocooned for later eating. She'd been saved days later by a Kaidan-armored mercenary and a talking dog. The journey back to Riften was slow and perilous, as she no longer had any magic to defend herself. But she made it and she found them. She'd taken up with other necromancers, hoping that another among them might know how to remove her curse. But none were interested in helping her unless she could reciprocate. The only skill she could trade, the one she had been forced to learn, was her skill in alchemy for poisons and other drugs necromancers found useful. Revyn hadn't liked the idea of ordering the ingredients in his farm used as a delivery and pickup point, but he'd agreed for his wife's sake. And that law about reporting suspected necromancers, that explained why the patrols kept bothering him. His wife kept telling him not to lose his temper with the guards. They can't afford any more fines, but they came, tramped through his crops, and didn't do a thing about the thieves, bears, wolves or other dangers. No, he didn't know when Salvini would next show up or where she camped. But he certainly would have some choice words with her before sending her on to Windhelm. XXXXXXX. Brand Shay returned the original Honor Hall accounts ledger to Revyn. They were in one of Auri's caravan tents. The guards had seen Revyn go to Kajiat caravan with a large sack of goods. They didn't see the invisible Brand Shay with him. They were speaking out here because Hemming Blackbriar had visited Honor Hall to do the books while Revyn and Savella were at Merryfair Farm. He'd also buelled his way into Grelad's room but didn't find the hidden spots. Michelle innocently mentioned Revyn's visit, and Revyn had been followed since returning to the city. He'd had Savella deliver a basket of trinkets, the invisibility potions among them, and a folded note at the bottom of the basket to Maidsie, who redelivered the basket to Brand Shay at Helga's bunkhouse. Everybody with any good sense knew what a piece of work Grelad was. But if anybody even thought she was a child slaver, even our Jarl couldn't have ignored that inconvenient truth. Maven's investment in Honor Hall explains a lot. How Grelad stayed there as long as she did, Brand Shay said. He yawned. He'd worked non-stop to copy the 4 true accounts ledgers since Revyn had tapped him yesterday for the job. But now she's got the meadery and doesn't need to pretend to be a great civic leader by sponsoring Honor Hall. It used to be run by the previous Jarl, but Jarl Lila easily gave it up when Maven convinced her a Jarl had more important concerns. Naturally, Maven also gets all the honorariums all the holds pay for Honor Hall to take in all their unwanted orphans and all the money for all the children Grelad adopted out. Sorry. Sold. The celebrated Blackbriar meadery. Brand Shay's voice was thick with loathing. Isgur Snowshot's gold financed half the startup cost. He manages the day-to-day business and keeps it profitable for her. She's got the fool convinced that she's necessary for the success of the venture because, after all, she comes from a long line of merchants with many long-standing contacts around Tamriel, whereas his family are just locally known warriors and vociferous Stormcloak supporters. She must be over the moons thinking how she'll take over the East Empire Company once Isgur marries the Emperor's cousin Vittoria. She overreaches, stated Revyn. The higher she climbs, the tougher the opposition. All it takes are the right words in the right ears. Vici may choose to live in provinces, yet she is still a Mede and potential throne candidate. She well knows how power plays are staged. Now Honor Hall. Yes. Now is the time to be rid of Honor Hall. Constance Michelle is not Grelad. If she'd found the books, she'd have reported it and then she'd have a mysterious death. But Miss Michelle unknowingly found herself a protector, and I've already sent a courier to him to suggest he take advantage of events. He'll need your help, of course. You know who the players are in town better than I. Not a local then. Not even a Nord. Dunmer and Morrowind born and currently working at Whiterun. And you needn't worry that he'll come into town like a king Razortusk protecting his pack. His daughter happens to be the Dragonborn steward, and I expect he and by extent you will have her assistance and the implied patronage of the Dragonborn. That should make it easy for the Blackbriar to withdraw, gracefully. The Dragonborn? All right then, Brand Shay grumbled. But it's still not right Maven comes off clean from this. She won't in the long run. You'll see, Revyn assured him firmly. Now, anything you'd like to suggest? What about Mjol the Lioness? Brand Shay named the local warrior heroine who'd named herself Rifton's protector. Absolutely not. Blackbriar deals in assassins and thieves. My wife has ventured with the Lioness. Mjol well deserves the name, but a lioness is not particularly suited for hunting rats and snakes and night predators. What do you plan to do with the original ledgers? You had me make a copy of it. Why not keep the original with the other books and lists? The Blackbriar knows Grelad will have tried to create her own insurance of safety, so she had Hemming searching Grelad's room. He's incompetent and failed. Maven will send a pet thief to do a more thorough search. Which will turn up the ledger, said Brand Shay, letting her think she's safe. Actually, no. She'll know there was more. With any luck she'll first suspect her own thieves' guild of trying to hold out on her. Karyo, whose tent they were using, hissed outside the door flap then stuck his head in. Done yet? This one wants to get some sleep now. XXXXXXX. He'd been to Honor Hall, he'd wandered around the market, and he'd been to Elgrim's Elixirs, but no one had seen Savella. She had not come down for breakfast and when he'd checked her room, her bed had not been slept in. The Thieves' Guild did not deal in kidnapping, but he would not put it past the Blackbriars if they really suspected him of working against them. Could she have gone back to Merryfair on her own? He waited at the gates and eventually Draven and Cinda came into view. They were pulling a cart of vegetables, sacks of flour, and small wrapped chunks of farm cheese. He did not see Savella with them. He asked. No, she had not come back to their farm. They were expecting to spend the rest of the day with her in Riften after they delivered their products to buyers. They pushed the cart inside Riften. Just as they got to the bee and barb, Savella came running up to them. The spellsword Talon sauntered along behind her. Uncle Draven. Aunt Cinda. She danced up to Draven, holding an elegant longbow to him. We found your bow. What? How did you? Never mind. Tell me you didn't go into the ratway by yourself. Draven demanded, grabbing her upper arms, ignoring the bow. What? Revyn exclaimed, horrified. Savella, what were you? Where? He stopped and glared at Talon. You. Explain yourself. Talon's eyebrows lifted. Sorry, friend, I don't owe you any explanation. Talk to my employer. He nodded at Savella. Draven had released Savella to Cinda's arms. He'd taken back his bow and was holding it a slightly defensive position. My fault, I guess, Sira. She took it on herself to retrieve my bow those fetcher thieves stole 2 weeks ago. My fault, insisted Cinda. I told her about it and how upset Draven was to lose his family heirloom. But I never dreamed. Oh, Savella, it wasn't worth risking your life for. It wasn't any risk, Savella insisted, her expression stubborn. I hired Talon to protect me while I looked. You hired? With what? Revyn asked, incredulous. I know you've been saving what I pay you, but it's all in Windhelm. Mercenaries don't work on promises. Not waiting on an answer, he turned on the spellsword, intending to calm. Fear, anger, shock all slid away, leaving him faintly bemused. But, not entirely devoid of thought. Bespelled. He glanced at Draven and Cinda and recognized the same calmness in their expression and posture. Hey. Cute. Calm your marks into indifference so that they don't care if you rob them blind or walk up to them and slit their throats. Master level. Never saw the cast or felt the power draw. Able to affect multiple targets. Calm down. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the spell. Calm down. Stay awake. Think. So, an invisibility spell and slash or potions, Revyn speculated aloud. Calm. Controlled. So cool that I'm cold, indifferent to tension and shock. Only for the little miss. Nirnroot upsets my stomach, and I try to not to ingest vampire dust on principle. Fresh out of Shri's eggs. I'm still mad at you, Revyn stated, yawning. Flippant son of a. Language, Sira. The spellsword smirked at him. Revyn felt the faintest twinge of irritation and yawned again as the spell exerted itself. Talon looked at Savella. Savella, I'll trot out and start looking for your mother. Shouldn't take me long to trace her and bring her to Windhelm. Fetcher, Revyn said as the spellsword brushed past him. Talon stopped and gave him another gut-churning smirk. You kiss my baby sister with that mouth. His Morrowind accent was gone and instead was pure Cyrodiil. Revyn yawned again, staggered towards the nearest bench and sat. He was being pacified to sleep. The name's Taliesin Pharaoh Felix. He tucked something into Revyn's belt. Baby sister wrote this introduction. I'm not apologizing for withholding it until I'd looked you over. Nice to meet you. Sorry it took so long for the family to connect. Chapter 18, Kind Read. Riften, Kind Read. So how was the trip to Riften? Find Savella's mother. The afternoon lunch crowd had thinned out and Amberys sat opposite Revyn after setting down a tray with 2 tankards and a bowl of cheese bread rolls. Yes, the alchemists there positively identified her. Excellent news. How's Savella managing? Astonishingly well. She surprised me. Revyn grimaced and downed the tankard with speed that made Amberys' eyebrows climb up. We found an aunt she never knew about that had settled in the area shortly after she'd run away from Honor Hall. Acinda Nethri. She and her husband bought a small farm just outside the city. Her aunt confirmed that her sister is somewhere in the area. At first they weren't going to acknowledge her, but she bullied them into it. She bullied someone? Well, the little skeever roars. A welcome change to the frightened child you first brought in. Now that she's caught fire, she's going to be a handful. Revyn absent-mindedly shredded a roll but didn't eat more than a couple of bites. The very next thing she did was hire a mercenary to help her invade the ratway to find her uncle's stolen heirloom bow. Amberys coughed a badly covered laugh. Revyn scowled at his friend. Oh, you'll meet him soon enough. Savella has him tracking down her mother, so we'll soon meet both of them. Good is he then? What do you think? Revyn pulled the letter from his belt purse, unfolded it, and tossed the first 2 pages across the table. Amberys smoothed out the vellum sheets, which looked to have been crumpled in anger or frustration a number of times. Dearest Revyn. I wish I could have stayed to introduce him to you, but you know the rules here. We're also running late for meeting with a vigilant of Stendarr at some crypt. I also didn't know he was going to just show up in Riften. Typical of my family. Meet my brother, Taliesin. Mother says he takes after our father. I really don't know. He was always away at school and his visits home were erratic and too brief for me to really get to know him. Good memories, though, but being 30 years older than me, our relations were pretty superficial. I do know Taliesin's a master in both conjuration and illusion. I've asked him to teach you. I hope you take advantage of that, although I know you're as interested and fond of magic as I am of balance sheets and exchange rates. Please, please, please consider taking more lessons. With you traveling more about and starting up more projects, I worry you're making yourself a target. Despite your mother henning, I did manage to get some talk time with Adolf at Raudthar and I am not happy. I thought it was my job to be the troublemaker. We are going to be talking about this, sweetheart. She's got a point there. You do seem to be irritating the Stormcloaks more than is healthy. Says he who regularly goes to the palace to lodge complaints about conditions in the quarter. Taliesin can show you some shortcut tricks tailored to your style and reactions. He's also studied in Morrowind and is familiar with ancestral spirit-based magic, which I think you instinctively rely on seeing as how your mother and grandmother came from wise women lines. Wise women? Really? What kind of magic? So I can do a few tricks. For Azura's sake, I spent over 2 decades in Winterhold and never once did I get the urge to apply at the college. So once or twice I've called upon Ancestors' Sanctuary like I did at my wedding. That's all. It hardly qualifies me as a mage. Embry stared at him thoughtfully. Actually, in my experience, not many can tap that ability without some form of training. Most untrained, like me, I've touched it 3 times in my past, but only ever in the heat of battle and state of utter desperation. Oh. Oblivion Gates, remember? It was the equivalent of throwing dirt in a Dremera's eyes and running away. I'll try and finish this search and secure job for the Dawnguard as soon as I can. Taliesin says he's an advanced scout for our parents. They have to be careful, and Daddy's health is a concern. He's 85, after all, and it's a long way to Windhelm. Constantly thinking. Embry returned the pages. It's about time her family acknowledged you. So. Her older brother. Does he look anything like Helzet? Superficially, no. He's shorter, stocky, light-skinned, curly-haired. But the way he grins when he's making a fool of you and the way he sings, then their inherent similarities begin to show. Revyn's gaze became distant and he began nibbling absent-mindedly at a new cheese bread roll. They didn't grow up together as siblings, so it must be something they each learned from their parents. I wonder. It will be interesting to get to know him. Maybe worth putting up with magic lessons. Perhaps, toss him to Eleni. See if he survives her. He's done something to piss you off then, Embry quipped. Revyn mumbled something. Come on, Revyn, tell your old friend Embry, or do I need to pour another tankard into you? No need. Revyn sighed and ran his fingers through his hair, forcing himself to relax. He rescued me from Maven Blackbriar and he's an enjoyable conversationalist. He's also musical and as inventive as Helzet when it comes to verse. He abetted Savella's foolhardy mission to delve the Ratway to steal back her uncle's heirloom bow. And I couldn't even be mad at him at the time because he'd hexed me. Illusion's master. And it was only when I was half asleep from his spell that he told me that he was Helzet's brother and he gave me her letter. Wanted to look me over first, he said. I don't believe he yet fully approves of me, but he's willing to learn more. Good enough, Embry said, slapping the table for emphasis. You've got a toehold. Take it for what it is. I intend to, Embry. Revyn nudged his empty tankard forward and Embry obligingly refilled it. Now what gossip have I missed? Revyn asked. Preferably anything not involving accursed Rifton. Embry grinned in a way that made Revyn uneasy. Oh, it's a good one. The guards are all twittering about at that Whiterun guard, Selrun Moore, the father of the lovely Odessa Violet you were tutoring in Skyrim's financial laws. Oh, no. What's he done now? What's he done now? Embry repeated with interest. So he's got trouble besides the Dark Brotherhood. Revyn blinked, stunned. I may be. Why don't you tell me about the Dark Brotherhood first? Embry shrugged. Well, it starts with he went missing from Whiterun. No word. Just didn't show up for work. After 3 days, he turns up in Dragonbridge and walks into the Penitus Oculatus outpost right up to the commander there and drops the head of a woman he claims is the leader of the Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim. Additionally, he'd dragged in 3 other victims the Dark Brotherhood claimed there were contracts on. One was a Legion deserter wanted for killing civilians while claiming heat of battle madness. He was arrested for later trial and execution. Another was a notorious criminal wanted for kidnap, extortion, rape, and other stuff. Same deal as the deserter, trial, and execution. And the last one was a very angry, nasty old biddy. She was returned to her unfortunate children. The Penitus Oculatus offered him an insane contract to kill the rest of the Dark Brotherhood. They'd found the Brotherhood's bolt hole in Falkreath. Figures it would be near the biggest graveyard in Skyrim. Quite convenient, right? Turns out Falkreath had been Selrun's hunting grounds before joining Whiterun. He took the contract. 3 days later the Emperor's fancy bodyguards followed the smoke and found the sanctuary burning. He'd dragged out from the sanctuary a stone coffin, burned out the body in there, and stacked the heads of all the assassins in it. And for it, he got 3,000 gold and his name sent to the Emperor. The commander also personally escorted him back to Whiterun to let the Jarl know what his missing guard had been up to. Jarl Balgruelf gave him an additional 100 for each assassin for the honor he brought to Whiterun. What in oblivion is he doing hunting assassins? Revyn wondered aloud, not really expecting an answer. Well, intentional or not, he's just knocked one fang from the Black Briar. Perhaps I could get him to investigate the ominous Dawnstar door my wife found. We suspect it's another Brotherhood post. Or have him share the passkey with her. I know she'll want to investigate. And there's more. Comes to light he was an ordinator before coming to Skyrim. The guards have been asking about ordinators, making the Indorils we've got nervous. And with Whiterun suddenly looking Dunmer-friendly, the ones with families are making ready to move out. Malthur and Eleni can tell you how many have come to your shop looking for supplies or to sell things and to get some information from you about Whiterun. Oh, and catch free winter when you can. He's stopped by to say that your name's been coming up in court in a rumor that you're recruiting Dunmer for Balgruelf's guards. Someone's seen you hanging around Dragon's Reach. Oh. Revyn palmed his eyes, searching intently for the calm center of the ethereal, shimmering, tangled web in the darkness behind his eyes. The web faded and he dropped his hands in defeat. With his eyes still closed he said, I think I'll have one last drink now, please. XXXXXXX. 10 in regular bone mold armor and 2 in Gojulan style and silk such as nobility would wear. They were also the only 2 armed with chitin spears. The dozen armored riders were stopped at the foot of the bridge. One rider dismounted and tossed the reins to one of his followers. He removed his helmet and walked to where Revyn waited. His eyes noted the 4 guards blocking the bridge and lingered thoughtfully over the flanking gatehouses, as if seeing the waiting, watching guards hiding within. Nisel Farron from Blacklight. Revyn Sadri I presume. Revyn pushed back his hood. Yes, indeed. Welcome to Skyrim. Apologies for our lateness. Some trouble with bandits on the Morrowind side and the guards of the villages needed our help with armor and weapons. But you did get our message, yes. Yes. And he returned to you with mine. Unfortunately, no. He must have run into the bandits we were driving out just as he was returning. Is there something that will prevent us from traveling? Oh, no, no. I was merely suggesting that you bypass Windhelm and go directly Kynes Grove. There is a civil war going on, you know, and lately people hereabouts are more ill-tempered than usual towards Outlanders. Farron's lips quirked up in a wry smile that matched Revyn's. All right. We can go a few more hours to Kynes Grove. Will you be coming with us or later? I will be right behind you. My dear friend, Eleni, is already there to help you settle in. The rooms have already been paid for and basic supplies as well. I am also awaiting the carriage from Whiterun. Ulfberth Warbear, your host in Whiterun, is on it. Once he's here, we'll head right out to Kynes Grove. Farron returned to his group. After a few moments of talking, he remounted. The 2 Gojulan noble warriors dismounted and brought their horses to the stable while the others rode off. After seeing their horses settled, they picked up their gear and walked up to Revyn who had watched them with a puzzled frown. The 2 removed their helms. 2 women, one young, the other older, around his own age. I am Melines Selvat, the younger one announced. My aunt, Lady Carries Selvat. The older one nodded stiffly. I do hope we can count on your assistance in settling in Windhelm, but we will understand if you do not. We come uninvited and without warning. However, I refuse to wait passively in Morrowind while my intended wanders about this frozen land, trailing after your wife. Revyn's eyes crossed slightly as he processed this. Then his eyes squeezed tightly shut as he shuddered briefly. After that, training took over and he smiled, relaxed into an open, friendly stance, and said smoothly, I absolutely won't hear of you staying anywhere else but with me. I have room above my shop where you may stay as long as you need to. How generous, Sira. We certainly Melines stopped speaking and Revyn sighed in resigned anticipation. Thane Icewine smirked at him. You do have a talent, Revyn, for stocking up on lovely women for your shop. Excuse me, Moth Siras. Revyn turned to Icewine and suddenly slammed both palms against the man's chest. Icewine staggered back a couple of steps in surprise, then snapped into a guarded stance. Revyn followed. Enough, my lord, he hissed, eyes slitted and black with anger. I've done as you ordered and sent my visitors away at the end of a long, dangerous journey because you didn't want a group of armored Dunmer in the city. These noble ladies, however, will be guests in my home. They are not refugees. Show them courtesy or fry like those bandits at Raldthar. Icewine slowly smiled. The pleased expression of one who had finally found a chink in a foe's defenses. You're right, shopkeeper, I do owe you and I pay my debts like a true Nord. He bumped Revyn aside to advance on the ladies and make a shallow bow. Since Master Revyn is obliged to wait out here for his guest from Whiterun, allow me to escort you into the city and bring you to a warmer, more comfortable place until he is ready to show you to your new home. I am Jerk Icewind, Thane of Windhelm, a title I earned on the battlefield in service to the Jarl of this hold. The Selva ladies glanced at Revyn, who nodded and smiled with what he hoped was convincing reassurance. He and Icewind hadn't been discreet and the ladies had clearly heard their exchange. On the other hand, the ladies had clearly heard their exchange. They didn't feel like the type to be easily cozened. And now he had several guards witness him threatening a noble with physical harm. The carriage from Whiterun could be seen in the distance. XXXXXXX. Warbear was a blessing. Once Revyn had explained the situation, the Nord had put aside his normal reserve and his other name could have been Hrothmund Wolfheart, who wrote that Nords of Skyrim book promoting Skyrim culture and hospitality. Once Revyn had made introductions and again apologized for the inconvenience, he gladly stepped aside and let Warbear take over. The Nord was aptly named heavy-framed, thick muscles, shaggy black hair, and deep-chested, growly voice. His choice of armor was iron and leather, well-made and custom-fitted. The massive, two-headed steel battleaxe was not Skyforge, but the best his wife could make for him, and the skill and elegance in the simple lines was admired by the Dunmer masters. His speech was laconic, but boasting about his wife's skill at the forge was when Warbear became truly eloquent. Otherwise, with well-timed, good-humored grunts and gestures, he managed to convey a sharp understanding and wit. With many apologies and promises to return the next day, Revyn excused himself and hurried back to Windhelm. He arrived past midnight to find waiting for him outside his shop was one of Icewind's servants. Icewind had roomed the ladies in Hierim Hall and had sent servants to fetch Dunmer-style food from the corner club. Once Revyn had prepared rooms for the ladies, he could send word and Icewind would escort the ladies over. XXXXXXX. He was quite polite. Very curious about House Redoran history and values. He was concerned that we would find the present population of Dunmer being of House Hlala would not suit us, said Melinese. The Redurans had settled into the spare bedrooms above the shop and they were now in the corner club for dinner. They had set aside their heavy armor for simple, elegant coats of heavy silk and fine wool. Nevertheless, beneath the coats were short vests of tough leather. They had also kept on their long-armed left-hand gauntlets of bone-mold scales over leather, and belts, from which hung a hand buckler and weapons. Melinese favoured a dagger and Lady Carey's, a small axe. The Selva had been a small but respectable house, and like the majority of the oldest Redoran lines, had lost home, land and wealth in the destruction of Dirun. Lady Carey's and her brother had not been there like the majority of Redoran forces because they were all out answering the call of the Redoran councillor in Mournhold who had taken control as the tribunal fell, the Oblivion gates were opening, the Imperial forces were abandoning Morrowind to save Cyrodiil, and all Redurans and any who had private armies were battling Malag Bal's Didrik armies. And when the gates had finally closed, then came invading forces from Skyrim and Black Marsh. The Nords were pushed out, as they were not led by any particular Jarl or organized agency. The Argonians, however, took the greater toll and much of southern Morrowind was lost. Melinese had been born to the surviving Selva house troop that had settled in areas north of ruined Vivec city where they continued to uphold law. Rallis came from another such family stationed in Mournhold. The survivors separated from the Redoran emergency services, moved back to the northern Ashlands, and reverted to a mercenary troop. Rallis had been part of a contract escort to a Sadra's merchant train through territories Melinese guarded. They'd met. Things went on from there. Then he'd taken on a treasure hunt contract to get enough money to continue his courtship plans. Melinese, tongue-in-cheek, had gifted him with Hoarfrost, a frost-enchanted pickaxe as encouragement and to give him a way to cool water as he dug through hot ash and sand. They hadn't heard anything further until letters of inquiry from Thyme, from Councillor Morvain, began circulating, asking about the reputation and service record of Rallis Sedaris. Then the rumors about murders and an undead sorcerer. Then strange tales of an unlikely Hlala hero that had saved the councillor from a nefarious plot by her own disgraced house and Morag Tong assassins. Then strangest of all, Councillor Morvain notifying the house of his intent to take a descendant of Hlala Helseth to his house, the same Hlala hero who had already been declared by Mage Lord Telvanni Nelith as his house's newest member. And Melinese Rallis was in the thick of things. They had to investigate. Once they got indefinite leave from their duties, they went to Blacklight where Lady Carey's had arranged to meet a friend who had been one of the investigators sent to Thyme to look into the murders. From there, they were led to Masters Farron and Gollum, who had filed a tour plan of Skyrim. And so they landed here on Sadri's doorstep. Neither families of Sedaris or Selva had the coin to buy off Rallis' debt, even if they were inclined to. Neither was Melines here to mitigate her intended's burden of service and honorable discharge of debt. She was here to assist Sadri in supporting their wandering mates. Sadri had Councillor Morvain to thank for suggesting that course of action to Melines. I hate to say it, but Thane Icewind does have a point. Not that there aren't other houses here, but most are hlalu, said Revyn. Of course, Lady Carries said briskly. But Red Mountain, Dagath and Shiagaroth shat on everyone. The House of Troubles leads Morrowind. Hlalu, at least, are predictable. There's a rumor from the Telvanni, of all people, said Melines with a little laugh, they say your house on Solstheim is full of favors from the Didra princes. That you use Malakatha's hammer to pound flour, Azura's star as a paperweight for pressing flowers, and the shattered pieces of Murren's razor are embedded above the mantle of your cooking hearth as decoration. The women laughed at the silliness and Revyn laughed lightly along with them. What is the situation with Icewind? Asked Carries. He was quite courteous despite your conflict with each other. He doesn't like Dunmer. Lost family to criminal necromancers who also happen to be Dunmer. He and I have also had some, business dealings, which I succeeded in despite his interference. But my wife and I saved his life a short time ago, and he acknowledges that debt, albeit reluctantly. Like many who follow Jarl Ulfric Stormcloak, he has grown wary and intolerant of outlanders, especially Mare, whether Skyrim-born or not. The Stormcloak, well. Revyn sighed. It's an ugly story for later. Ho, Master Revyn. Revyn cringed. The ladies noticed that and looked with interest to the plump Dunmer pushing through the evening crowd towards them. Revyn heaved himself to his feet and turned to face Taliesin. Master Taliesin, welcome to Windhelm, he said unenthusiastically. The mare dared twinkle at him. And a miserable cold ice nugget hanging off the backside of High Hrothgar it is too, he said cheerily. He beamed at the ladies and glanced expectantly at Revyn. Master Taliesin, Melines Selvat and Lady Carries Selvat. Miss Melines is pledged to Rallis Sedaris. Lady Carries is here in support of her niece. Ladies, my brother-in-law, Taliesin Pharaoh Felix. House Selvat, Taliesin acknowledged with a little bow. I've had the pleasure of raiding a slaver den with a 5-man group led by Mithril Selvat. I know that mission. Are you the insane Telvanni mage his reports mentioned? But you're not Telvanni, said Lady Carries. Well, I was wearing stolen robes, so the mistake is understandable. The slavers were expecting a Telvanni buyer and I'd killed the fool and took his identity to get through the contacts to find the place. Join us, why don't you? Revyn caught Malthur's eye and signaled for another drink and a chair. Gladly. Oh, and I suppose you're wondering about the Nethris. Yes, I found her. She and Savella are getting to know each other under Ilani's care. They'll all be by tomorrow. Revyn quickly explained the Nethri situation to the Selva ladies. You found her so quickly, Revyn said. Ah, I can't really claim any credit there. Day after you'd left, she came wandering back to her sister's farm to pick up the fox leaf rot. After the Lanthills were done yelling at her, I had her show me which group of necros she'd been hanging with. A truly idiotic group led by a stupid witch wanting revenge on the world for her dead soldier husband. Raising an army of Dragrin revenge? What nonsense. I'll trot back down there in a couple days and alert the Rifton priests to be ready to relay the restless dead after I'm done burning out that nest, that is, if they want my help and are willing to lay out some coin for it. Or they can send a troop of outraged Stormcloaks in to avenge their ancestors. Their choice. He shrugged. Or, he smiled slyly at Revyn, you and me could go back there and we can see if my sister is right about your magic. I am a shopkeeper, not a spellsword, Revyn asserted stiffly. I can call fire enough to heat a pot of tea and I can summon a fire wolf familiar, and that latter spell only because my wife made me learn it. Taliesin acknowledged with an indulgent note that irked Revyn. Malthur brought a large sectioned platter with bread, meats, vegetables, and sauces. Taliesin reached to a roast goat leg and began slicing cuts with a simple squirrel tail steel knife. Well, we can talk about that later. Talk turned to general topics, like local politics, what Revyn knew about Raven Rock and the Kalbjorn fiasco, and some of the adventures Helzet and Rallis had been having. The Selva were very sharp and clearly had a lot more questions. Taliesin was charming, talkative, and maddeningly elusive. Revyn had a massive headache. He figured he could hold off talking about double lives until Helzet and Rallis returned from their latest Dawnguard job. Soon, he hoped. Chapter 19, Waiting Door. Borrowed Song Tunes, Morrowind, March of Cambredth by Heather Alexander, It's May from Camelot. Waiting Door. By my faith, by my love, by my hope, I am recalled. From the moon-shadowed realm of dusk and dawn. I am reborn. The corner club was over capacity, with Dunmer and Nord crowding in to listen to the bards. It helped that it was a mild spring night, meaning no rain and temperature was tolerably cool for Dunmer and warm for Nords, so the door was propped open for the people in the street to listen. I once made a promise and I now must fulfill. Morrowind. Taliesin's Huachir was the distant, sky-arching call of a silt strider, the soft wail of a restless child. The short, round, soft-looking half-Dunmer mage had the long sleeves of his robe pinned back so that they would not interfere with his bowing. Morrowind, Morrowind, wipe the ash from your eyes. There is hope in the storm, trust Azura's will. Blind ambition and greed and great pride struck me down. I am reborn. Helzet was tallest of the trio and tonight she wore a simple long dress that hid lean muscles of a warrior adept with both bow and sword and shield. Her long hair was allowed to hang loose and had been brushed and oiled until it glowed like lustrous black silk. She played no instrument, but instead gracefully swayed and her arms and hands danced in the air, evoking, coaxing, shaping intangible emotions. Oh, no faith and no love and no hope, Morrowind. And no honor and no strength to stand once again. The third singer, playing a reinforced hoop and leather drum, had walked into Sadri's shop 2 days ago with a huge bundle of silver swords to sell, a 19-year-old imperial with lips stretched in a wolfish grin. His wolf's head amulet marked him as a companion. Hail, cousin. And that had been Revyn's first meeting with Nicholas Little Nicky Faustus. 2 other companions, senior companion/trainer, Farkas, and fellow trainee, Athos, shared a table with Revyn and the Selva ladies. Cousin Nicky spoke fluent Dunmaris with a strong Cheydinhil accent. Cousin Nicky shared Taliesin's short, powerful build and had the same almost baby-faced features and his sun-streaked brown hair curled in like fashion. Their shared imperial family blood coming through. Though the mountain may shake, from the ash we arise. Morrowind, Morrowind. Abrupt mood change. The Huachir's voice became a cliff racer shriek. The relaxed heartbeat quickened to fierce drumming. Swords a clash, spears a swing, shining armor, arrows sing. Rushing forth with polished shields, neither side a quarter yields. Banners high, ancestral home, fight to keep this land our own. Embers hastily took jugs and tankards and bottles off the wall shelves as the audience roared the chorus, pounding on tables and walls and stomping their feet to the war drum's beat, shaking the building and sending tremors along the surrounding street. Heed the call, sound the cry. How many of them can we make die? The coin made tonight would equal a year's profits, but Amberys wasn't smiling with this song. His expression was tight and grim. A few faces in the crowd reflected the same. Revyn recognized the Dunmer veterans of the Oblivion Gate battles and the Argonian invasion. The Nords that also didn't smile, the veterans of the Great War. Close your mind to stress and pain, fight till you're no longer sane. Heed the call, sound the cry, how many of them can we make die? How many? How many? How many? Can we make die? For a moment the Nords seemed to forget the singers were Dunmer and Imperial. The singers didn't and their eyes burned with a peculiar madness all their own. Revyn shuddered from a spiritual chill and he swore he could hear a mad prince merrily whistling the tune and the ancestral prince laughing blooded approval. Cousin Nicky took the lead and changed the mood to a mischievous Herson-inspired ditty about clueless hunters and a great white stag. The ring of Herson flashed on his hand. Arrogant cub. The companions hadn't tried to turn him yet. They were in for an unpleasant surprise if they thought him ignorant of their secret, or they thought that because he wore that ring, that he would so eagerly go down on his belly to accept a spot at Herson's feet. The rumors had finally reached the Dunmer of Windhelm that Helset's family was a bastard line of Hlalo Helseth, a rumor long known to the Hlalo of Cheydinhil and confirmed by the Redurans. Morvain and Arano swore they hadn't talked, but Arano's investigations had been picked up and spread by other Redurans in black light. Sadri's shop now hung the banner of House Redoran along with Hlalo and Telvanni. So tonight all 3, yes, even the Imperial, wore 2 badges, the scales of House Hlalo and the wolf's head that was the personal sigil of King Helseth. An unusual sigil. Wolves were not native to Morrowind. But after his father was slain in a rebellion, his mother had married the king of Wayrest. Wolves were very much in Breton, and by default, he was a black wolf among the grey and white. He kept that symbol as he returned to Morrowind, to his mother's house Araetham, and to the royal court his mother had given up when she remarried. Requests for Age of Oppression and the Dragonborn comes were turned down. The maid, a lusty kind of maid. Bright of eye and scale and tail aloft so proudly they're displayed. Come here, come here. Come, sweeting, dumpling dear. Come bring the oil and cleaning cloth, there's wood to polish here. Who in Oblivion improvises a musical version of the lusty Argonian maid? XXXXXXX. His wife and her cousin, and Rallis and his ladies, were all out a refugee's rest, capturing and caging frost trolls for the Dawn Guard. That wouldn't take long. Then they'd spend the rest of the day discussing plans for the abandoned ruin that was still technically Dunmer territory. After that, they would visit with the Dunmer smiths in Kynes Grove who were still acclimatizing to the weather and food. That left Revyn with some quiet time with Selvini Nethri. He left the shop in Savella's care and he and Selvini took a wagon ride to Rifton. Alpharin was delivering mail packages and Revyn and Selvini were bringing supplies and gifts to the Laniths, staying the night, and heading back the next day. He had Salvini tell her story to him. And then he told her his, "I caught a thief and made her my apprentice" story. As they were Alfarin's only passengers on this run to Rifton and Alfarin had been well paid to be deaf, they spoke freely. There was always something about changing scenery, perhaps an unconscious sensation of temporarily outrunning a problem that enabled confidences. No worries about bandits or wild animals, despite them being the only passengers in the cart piled with deliveries to Rifton. Rallis had a couple of Atronac staffs and Salvini had access to her magic again, courtesy of Taliesin, who had removed the mental block in her mind that a curse had set. "Really," said Taliesin, "it was a pretty basic inhibition spell used in schools on students who refused to act or were incapable of acting responsibly with their magic. Of course, the one who had set the spell had added some vicious twists that preyed upon other scars set even earlier in her life: substance addictions, automatic responses trained into her by a previous owner. Taliesin could ease or even block some of it, but only after she had some counseling and awareness of what had been done to her and a follow-up plan for healing. The counseling and planning he had casually dumped in Revyn's lap. Honestly, where was he getting the idea that Revyn was a trained temple healer? Did he think that because Revyn was older that he had all the answers? Solving Salvini's past and current mental health issues was not his responsibility. His apprentice was his concern, so he focused on that. Which still led to him holding Salvini comfortingly as she cried against him. Talking about her daughter's skills training and future had brought out the memories of her own past and the parents she had desperately missed. It was no stretch of imagination that her training in alchemy had gone the route of being forced to self-experiment, which led to using. She didn't know how she was going to manage her addictions on her own. She'd become dependent on others to regulate her access to certain substances to keep her sane. She'd focused on finding her daughter as an anchor point to her sanity, but now her daughter was found and she was safe, happy, and with people who gave her a future her mother couldn't if she was being realistic about it. And she was being realistic about it. She couldn't stay and risk dragging Savella down with her. Embarrassing her should her mother's past come to light. She should just crawl off and let Sheogorath have what's left of her. She cried herself to sleep. Revyn continued to hold her, feeling that she needed the contact. When she seemed to stir from bad dreams, he softly sang lullabies in Dunmaris. Taliesin said one of the mental hooks used against her was her fear of being lost to all she had known, of wanting a parent that she believed was still out there, who now could never find her. That was the anchor point she'd used and by empathy, had thrown the other end to Savella, forcing herself onward to the belief that she had to find the daughter who was going through the same thing she did when she was younger. But now her daughter was found and she was safe. The hook had torn free, leaving an ugly, horrendous tear in her spirit. There was nothing to pull herself along by. The pain was no longer a goad. It was just pain. Where was the balance? He held her, sang to her, and meditated on the question. A bear came too close to the carriage and he absent-mindedly chased it off with conjured fire wolves. He fingered his ancestral necklace, praying and inviting their inspiration. His logic said Winterhold. There had been a lot of changes dictated to the Restoration School. Sub-departments were being set up for the alchemic arts and, shockingly, necromantic studies. Yet another still being negotiated, a cooperative between illusions and restoration. Curses and spell-induced mental sickness was the initial focus. Salvini had something to contribute to each area, whether as a knowledge source or as a study subject. But his instincts said her soul needed anchoring first. She needed her family. All he could think of was back to the Ashlands, back to Vilathai, back to the Wanderings. She needed to reclaim her father's body from its lonely grave somewhere in Dawnstar, a priest or priestess of the old ways to perform the proper ceremonies. If he remembered correctly, Priestess Arania Enith was currently at loose ends. She still tended the shrine of Azura in Winterhold, and had been joined by 2 or 3 others who had wandered back. If she agreed, she could accompany Salvini on her quest and be the spiritual guide and counselor on the journey. Guide, quester, now what was needed was a guardian or caretaker. The quester had to be protected from outside interference and from most of the distractions that came with travel. The third member would take care of the mundane details of food, shelter, dealing with people, all that. He could think of 2 or 3 female warriors in the Grey Quarter who could be hired to fulfill that role. He also had a feeling that Cinda could join her sister on the return route over the Vilathai Mountains to guide her sister to where their mother was interred. It would be a good bonding for them. If she agreed, her husband would need help with the farm and Revyn could temporarily release Savella from her apprenticeship contract to work with him. XXXXXXX. Dunmer had taken over Warrenville's forge. Turik Gollum, master bladesmith, had 2 apprentices melting down the silver longswords cousin Nicky had flooded Revyn's stock with. The better technique used in Morrowind was either to inlay the silver to steel or to forge 3 plates, the outer 2 silver and the inner of steel, into a blade. The other 2 apprentices, he lectured on the importance of laying in magic as they were hammering the weapons into the forms favored in Morrowind. And not just longswords. That made no sense to limit fighters to only one style of weapon. Master Armourer Nyselfarin fielded questions from the audience about battling Daedra and hostile ancestral spirits and undead, utilizing silver as the solution for warriors who did not have or did not know magic, and the types of enchantments silver could help to counter. Helsed supplemented with tidbits from her own experience in battling Dragor, Dremora, and vampires. You aren't seriously thinking of bringing silver weapons back to Horvaskr, are you? Cousin Nikki grinned at Revyn. The cocky cheer that Revyn found so charming in Helsed was faintly terrifying in this young human. Not right off. But Master Farron wants some time to study Nordic weapons and the Dawnguard weapons. One has better metal and the other has the intrinsic anti-vampire protection, and he thinks the Nordic style lends itself artistically better to silver inlays. He thinks he should have something to try once he gets to Whiterun. Very nice. But what I mean is... Oh, I know what you mean. Nikki interrupted, shrugging. I recognized the signs right away. Smelled it too. Stinky wet dogs. Ah. There's a division there. 2 are dedicated, the rest are tired or ambivalent. The leader is actively searching for a way out. But I take it Daedra princes don't let go of their worshippers easily. Ah, no. They can be quite vindictive. Any advice? Not really. Just realize they are by nature hostile and it is never wise to let them out of your sight. It does tend to make a paranoid culture. Witness the Dunmer. Everything's a test. Everything's against you. Revyn grinned. But I will say, the reasonable princes are the ones that know to ease up on the leash and offer rewards if you prove yourself against their tests. Doesn't mean you can relax, though. Nikki snorted. No kidding. I've seen the inner circle. They never sleep. They're like dogs that never get enough to eat. Farkas is the mildest one there. A couple of other seniors irritate the piss out of me and I find their attitude insulting. Not Daedra influence there, said Revyn. Sounds to me like a personal trait problem. The nature of the beast enhances what's already there. Certain virtues or flaws will be exaggerated. I'm hungry, Nikki announced. Corner club. I suppose a drink wouldn't hurt. It's only been 2 hours since breakfast. But I forget the appetites of young children. So much to do, gotta keep the belly full and fire burning, Nikki agreed, nodding. They agreed on the corner club and began trekking back to the Grey Quarter. So tell me, Nikki, why did you join the companions? Was that why you came to Skyrim? Nikki snorted and laughed, shaking his head. Course not. Came after you, old man, he said ominously. We got your letters, but none of us are very good with personal correspondence. We got enough spies peeking at our business correspondence. Dominion naturally wants to keep tabs on General Pharaoh. They keep trying to find ways to control her, so it's come that we don't dare write each other letters, other than generic invitations to political events. Anything we have to say or plan has to be done face to face. But your letters, oh, man. You are so lucky you're in Windhelm. As I was saying, you worship Daedra, you learn to watch your back, Revyn said, sighing. Well, Aunt and Uncle were already pretty upset that Helsie went and ran off to go on adventures without telling them. Sure, she was 16, which is fine, I guess, for humans. But the whole mare community was upset. Starts that old, look what happens when you marry a human arguments. Children thinking they're older than they really are and humans encouraging it because they're all short-lived swits who can't help that their sex outpaces their brains. Papa had to explain to me that it was like an 8-year-old human girl running off on her own. Sure, Cousin Helsie was wicked smart and better than anybody in her age group when it came to weapons, but Mare don't really think anyone under 25 is ready for adult responsibilities. Humans, fine, 'cause of our shorter lives. Like dogs can breed after a year or so on account most don't live past 10. Nikki's matter-of-fact expression had Revyn chuckling until the boy added. Imagine how much screaming there was when some 200-year-old Lek writes in to tell us he's already married our sweet little baby girl. The young man affected not to notice the way Revyn shrunk in on himself. The Dunmer remembered quite well his fears when he was penning the letter. Aunt Inanna was all for a quick flambe and Uncle Tony wanted to string you up for selective cutting. Even my parents weren't happy. What, 50, 60-year-old marrying a child of 10? I mean, when I really thought about it, and I was only 16 then, I was ready to come up here and kick your ass all the way to Red Mountain. And Cousin Talon, oh, man, you were lucky he was on assignment on the other side of Elsewhere playing surf and turf games with the sea elves. But a couple of years ago I actually did take off from home to come after you. I stopped in Falkreath first. Ran into Isolde's caravan and got to talking with them. I was curious how a Nord came to be leading a bunch of Lalo and Ashlander caravanners. Your name came up. Isolde thinks you can schedule the moons by the way. Went to Whiterun to check out the other people she'd said you'd been doing business with. Naturally, I heard the whole Dragonborn thing. Certain, things clued me that there was something going on. Her name, really? Antonia Felix from Cyrodiil? Man. Checked out Bree's home, talked to Syrah's Lydia and Odessa. Tried to be discreet, but I'm no good at those games. Sira Adasa set her dad on me. A scary man. Long story short, he said I wasn't smart enough or good enough as a fighter to be the exalted Dragonborn's cousin and that his daughter didn't need me distracting her from her duties. Said she had enough on her hands and shouldn't have to babysit the Dragonborn's inept cousin. Said my cousin was playing deep games, and you were the only one keeping her safe. So he hauled me to Horvaskr and went and talked to the Harbinger. Why the companions? What? Oh, he saw my ring and had me explain the run-in I had with that prince when I was trying to help solve a murder mystery. He gave me a choice to either join the companions, change my name and claim kinship to a certain Dunmer adventurer out of Windhelm, or he'd bury me in the dungeons until the Jarl could arrange to have me escorted under guard back to Cheydinhall. Guess which I agreed to. When was all this? Revyn paid for a bottle of sujamma for himself and a mead and a meal for Nikki. As he poured the sujamma into a tankard, he idly reflected that his drinking may be getting a bit out of hand lately. About a year ago. You were in Thyme, I think. Sarjo Selrun was rather happy about it. I get that he respects you, but he just doesn't like you very much. I get he didn't tell you about me. You get right. Funny how Adasa also neglected to include you in her reports. Revyn snagged an ash hopper leg off Nikki's plate, feeling he needed something to buffer the sujamma flooding his system. Other than the attitudes of certain senior companions, are you satisfied with your time there? Oh, yeah. Learning lots about Nords and Skyrim politics. The companions do so much political dancing around to maintain their neutrality, you know. Getting a good understanding of why all the masquerades and maneuvering. Sarjo Selrun was right that I didn't know what I was charging into like a Kagouti in a Kwama nest. The companions is a good place to hide out while studying both sides of the dispute. I see. Now the silver weapons, the silver hands, they're a particularly vicious group for a trainee to take on, Revyn said. Why would the companions assign them to you? Oh, they didn't. I was given a job to kill a bear that had invaded a mine. Did the job, did a little exploring and stumbled on their camp. I retreated to Heljarkin where I met up with Farkas and Athos, who had just finished a kidnap rescue job, and Farkas decided we needed to investigate. Get some info and numbers. Well, we got spotted and had to fight. I figured this was the perfect opportunity and excuse to finally look you up. Those swords were heavy and not worth hauling all the way back to Whiterun. Took me a bit to convince Athos to come along. Farkas was willing, especially once I told him Helset was my cousin. So once I told him I wanted to visit Windhelm to see her, we came here. Oh, and just so you know, my papa's come north, too. His own name. Nicholas Felix. His buddy, Razalan, invited him to try some new find in Thyme that he thinks papa's business should invest in. He's a wine merchant. He and Granddad are business partners with Uncle Timberwolf, who once did time in Morrowind as the Revyn. Revyn finished the bottle of sujamma. Mephala hates me, he muttered. Hey, so is this Geldis Sadri on Thyme, he a relative of ours. Second cousin on my father's side. Our grandsires were brothers. Hey. He doesn't know anything. He still believes I'm just a shopkeeper in Windhelm. Nikki snickered. Okay, got it. Protected non-player. Papa may stop in Windhelm, but only if he feels it's safe to do so, so don't be offended if he doesn't. Thalmer, you know. Nikki polished off a second plate, then they left the corner club and to Sadri's. The Dunmer smiths and their apprentices had been allowed into Windhelm after agreeing to leave their heavy armor and their weapons, save for a sword or knife each, behind in Kynes Grove. Sadri had arranged for a skills demonstration at Warranville's forge and a side effect had been put people in a shopping mood, so there were a lot of Nords about, even in the Grey Quarter. Savella and Warbear handled the counter. Master Farron's apprentices, since they weren't needed at the demonstration in the Stone Quarter, were helping by keeping watch for thieves and standing guard at the door. They found Taliesin down in the cellar, meditating before the special niche designated as the ancestral shrine or waiting door. Nikki solemnly bowed towards the door. There wasn't much to see on the shelves of the niche: a polished stone necklace, a broken spearhead, a carefully coiled silk scarf, a ring, an empty box velvet lined where Revyn often stored his ancestral necklace, all tokens, remembrances of lost family members that he'd carried with him when he'd fled Morrowind. You left a place for our family, said Taliesin. Of course. Revyn knelt beside him. When I married your sister, I felt briefly the power of your ancestors in her. Dragonborn she may be, soul of a dragon she may have, but her spirit is Dunmer and her heart yearns for that connection. The dragon would have let me die. Yes. She told me how she finally broke past that barrier. I think she's right about you being, in touch with the old magics. A rare gift. Only Sijic monks actively practice that type of magic. You are talking nonsense, Revyn said flatly. I just believe in the power of the ancestors, and I like to think that they sometimes believe in me enough to help out once in a while. Taliesin only smiled faintly at that. Now was not the time to argue. Revyn was looking tired and a bit rough from all the work he'd been doing recently. He went back to his meditation. For some reason, the guards hereabouts were fond of remarking to him, "Don't think you can barter with me like I'm one of those damned shopkeepers." Too bad. Some shopkeepers knew how to put together bargains. Chapter 20, Felix Spiritum. Felix Spiritum. So to sum up, you don't practice magic. Rather, you rely on prayer and invocation of ancestral spirits to access and shape and direct any power that you use. You believe yourself a channel. Revyn wilted against the Northern Maiden's rail. He really didn't like talking about magic, but his wife had made him promise to cooperate. There was a darkening in her spirit lately that concerned him. The appearance of her family had brightened it a bit, but it hovered still too near. And if his learning magic eased whatever burden she felt, he would do so. Taliesin adjusted his dust veil. He and Revyn were sitting in the foredeck. Varden fell behind them, the bulwark looming overhead. The older mare was in netch leather armor and relaxing in the wind and the ash and the way the boat bounced as it hit the tides reflecting off the island. It was also more private here and he felt he needed the distraction as he tried to answer Taliesin's questions. Absolutely. And so far the ancestors have been kind. I hate to impose on their kindness. Oh, I learned a little fire magic because it's useful to be able to light campfires and warm food when traveling. And I only learned the fire wolf spell because my wife made it a requirement as part of my first anniversary gift. I'll admit it has come in handy, but all in all I would prefer not have to learn more. I don't know why, but all my gut instincts tell me that pursuing a study in magic is all wrong for me. Maybe not the study of magic itself, but the methodology and focus are wrong for you, Taliesin said thoughtfully. Strong secular habits and responses built around a strong personal religious source. This shaman of the skull you mentioned, have you and he ever? An interesting fellow, but we were both too occupied with other matters to discuss anything personal. I doubt he has little time even now because of living right on Marake's doorstep. Still, shamanism seems more your style. The Ashlanders, weren't there any men who fulfilled that role? Yes, there have been. But traditionally women held that role since our shamans' duties were teaching and nurturing the minds and spirits of the tribe. Although the shamans could lead the clan if the Khan and Ashkan were dead. Prophets came in both sexes, but I have no inclination to be an oracle, unless we're talking financial speculations. Taliesin's fingers splayed over his dust veil. I see, he said, the tone implying he was grinning underneath it all. I don't have any great source of power, Revyn insisted wearily. As I keep telling her, all the magic I know is how to tap into that thing people insist on labeling ancestors' wrath. It isn't wrath of any sort though it commonly manifests as an all-consuming burst of fire. The original name for it is sanctuary. Ancestors' sanctuary, as in protection of the family. It is not a power feeding on anger or vengeance. Any Dunmer can find a way to invoke it. And the common path is through anger or fear, said Taliesin. And so the name. I've always thought it apt considering Velathai and his followers sold their souls to the Didra princes to make that break from the Aldmer. Anger, pride, and rejection of what was. I'll agree vengeance was not part of the mix, but I'll assert anger was and still is a key factor. He could see Revyn's eyes narrow. But after a considering moment, a slow, reluctant nod conceding the point. The necklace you wear, there's quite a bit of power there. A complex sort because it's sentient. It recognizes you and gives you access. It would fight me or anyone else who tries to use it. It's made from the bones and ashes of my ancestors, of course it recognizes me. It would also respond to Hellset to a degree simply because we are soul bonded, and most certainly to any child of mine should I be so blessed in the future. Highly unlikely at my age, though. All right. So tell me about this soul bonding on your wedding day. I've heard several versions of the event from people in Riften, a little from Hellset, but I want to hear yours. XXXXXXX. This would be a short trip. They'd leave at the end of the week with the Northern Maiden. Revyn had things to deliver to the Telvanni, and he wanted to introduce Taliesin to Savos Aaron and others in Raven Rock. He'd also received word from Dulcia Vindney, the wife of his business manager at Winstad, that her mother had arrived with 3 surprise Telvanni guests looking to relocate to Skirim. Savos had met with them already and strongly recommended that Revyn meet with them. Manolis Themvos, the estate steward, greeted them at the dock. He hustled them efficiently through the crowded street towards Severin Manor while briskly delivering to Revyn a summary of important activities people who wanted to speak to him, standing invitations from the Redarin councillors, the Skald, other important citizens, and a warning that the Synod had recently come to research the Allmaker Stones, Nord Barrows and Umar ruins. They were also petitioning for entry into the manor. The Synod got only cold courtesy from the Redarin and the Skald. The Telvanni had forbidden them any welcome in Tel Mithrin. Savos was avoiding them by staying at the Blood Skull Towers and investigating the Blood Skull tomb where there was a word wall and shrine to Hermias Moras. Imperial scholar Tharstan was also avoiding them, preferring to work with Savos Aaron recording and translating carvings and ancient texts in the tomb. Severin Manor's reconstruction and expansion plans were on track and comfortably under budget. Kitchen and general household storage shelving on the upper level were in place. The secondary bedroom had all armory and display cases transferred there and a magic insulating vault installed for dangerous items. The main bedroom had been sectioned into 3 parts for now. The largest was a semi-private bedroom and work office, secondary barracks-style bedroom, and a workroom that was the staging room for the current excavation to expand the second level for more rooms and the beginnings of a third level for more general storage and security vaults. Shortly after settling into his new position, Manolas, an adept-level mage and an ex-bank clerk, had inspected the wall safe and discovered the back panel was false. The revealed trigger opened the Yulin's hidden tunnel. The tunnel schemed over the upper level of the ebony mine and dipped down to a vast, watery underground cavern containing a crumbling Nord ruin underneath the bulwark and Revyn Rock's jail. He reported this to Captain Velith before exploring any further. The rest of the investigation they did together. They found the prison escape tunnel, a huge chamber inhabited by a trapped family of netches, which would be later captured and sold to someone wanting to start a domesticated netch herd, the hidden escape hatch outside the bulwark, and another large chamber of heartstone deposit and ash spawn. Hidden behind a dais of the ash spawn chamber was another tunnel that ran to the ruins of Ashfollow Citadel. That explained how easily the Yulins had been able to move their Morag-Tong force about. Velith reported this to Morvain and plans were made to collapse certain sections. And with the Redurans securing the underground areas, they had provided active security and contributed to construction costs, which meant Manolas scarcely had to touch the security budget. Crime levels in Revyn Rock were quite low considering the growing population. Still, Solstheim was also becoming known as a place to find ancient Nord and Umar artifacts, and Severin Manor as a place holding Daedric treasures. A couple of clumsy burglary attempts had been made, the culprits set to community service scrubbing netch scum off the bulwark. XXXXXXX. Telvanni settlement. A courtesy call on Master Nelith to deliver an Isranite wielder staff in exchange for a paralysis staff of Nelith's making. Nelith took a dislike to Taliesin and wouldn't let him see the staff enchanter. Taliesin only smiled and suggested Revyn and Talvis find something to do outside the tower while he and Nelith talked. He'd find his own way back to Revyn Rock later. That left Revyn spending the morning talking with the 4 ancient Dunmer, all-powerful sorcerers and each easily past the average lifespan of 300 years. Dulcia introduced first her mother, Irera Uvulas, Nelith's previous mouth in Sadrith Mora. Retired now and looking forward to the challenges of living in Skyrim. The other 3 had shown on Muthsira Irera's doorstep and had invited themselves to come along. However, settling at Tel Mithrin was not a possibility, nor was Revyn Rock. Mage Lord Baladas Demnevany of Nissus, reluctant High Counselor of Telvanni, who had taken the position at the maneuvering of the Nriveran. Nissus was lost and he'd blown his considerable reserve of power battling Oblivion Gates and then protecting survivors from the after effects of Bar Dau until evacuation from Varden fell. He wanted to retire back to a life of research into the Dwemer. Solstheim, with its Nord and Dwemer ruins, would have been ideal except for the presence of Nelith. He detested Nelith and the feeling was mutual. Savos Aaron had spent time talking to him about Dwemer research and the possibility of a considerable grant by the College of Winterhold if he would head up their research branch. He liked the idea, but he detested the cold in Winterhold. Familiar, sharp golden legs peeked out from under the mage's chair and behind his robes. A Dwemer spider. He'd found it in a ruin northeast of here. A lone researcher had sent out letters looking for funding, another reason why Baladas had wanted to come to Solstheim. Unfortunately, this researcher, receiving no response, had risked hiring some mercs who had turned on him once they got his notes. Baladas and Nr Realith, his former mouth, had taken care of the treacherous thugs. A little exploring, a few rounds of battle against Dwemer automatons, and he found this friendly, attentive little automaton. There was more to explore in that ruin but the keys, small crystals he showed Revyn, were scattered about. Actually, I have them, Revyn said, startled. My wife found them and is using them for paperweights. I'd heard that was Azura's star. The last Telvanni sorcerer was Ed Fast Eddie Theman, former mouth for the Nriveran. He'd heard the rumors that the Nriveran was still alive. It was an interesting morning. Afterwards, Revyn was delighted to find the experimental Guar herd had grown since his last visit. The owner was willing to sell him a mount at a low price because Revyn was a known citizen of Revyn Rock. He would refund the sales price if the animal was returned in good condition when Revyn left the island. He having bought the Guar. The long, 2-legged bounding of the riding lizard over ash and sand resurrected old memories and tears fogged his goggles. He passed Kolbjorn Barrow. The Synod were there now, scrabbling for any secrets that may remain. He chatted with the foreman of the workforce, another former Windhelm inhabitant, and fled when a Synod boss came to challenge his presence at the site. He found himself at a ramshackle shack. A cloud had pulled itself over the island and blocked the moons, and it was really too dark to risk riding even such a short distance. The shack was on an incline. There were signs of recent habitation, mainly a lantern with oil and wine bottles with lingering scent of wine soaked into the dry floorboards. The Goer was happy enough eating 2 loaves of bread and a thick cheese wedge. He had a slice of cheese and 2 apples. He lit a lantern, hoping it wouldn't attract any reavers. The Goer fussed a little and an ebony armored mare walked into the shack. Come to trade. Oh, this one his wife had mentioned. So this was his trading shack. A few things, Revyn said, smiling. Let's see what deals we can make. XXXXXXX. At dawn he said goodbye to Felix and headed towards the Skull village. He stopped at the wind stone. It had been the 3rd stone she had freed after learning the Bendwell shout. Somewhere nearby he knew was the back door to the Temple of Mrake. He thought he heard his name called. As he turned his foot slipped in the loose sand, causing it to slide between some rocks. The sharp edges rammed his ankle and he stumbled, falling hard, hitting his head. Steel on rocks. Deep, flat droning. He woke in a dark place that stank of fetid water and damp parchment. The grill underneath didn't feel like any metal, rather like hardened layers of substance spat out by a creatures he didn't want to imagine. The air stank of slime and spit. Dark sky, swirling sheets of paper, twisting nightmare. How was this possible? He should have ended up working on a damn pillar, not an apocrypha. He had been nowhere near a black book. This had to be apocrypha. Calm. Breathe. His wife swore stealth was key. Pools were to be avoided. Watch for black fog, they could quickly manifest into seekers. There was also the distinctive breathing sound they made. If you couldn't avoid it, focus on killing the original. Kill that one, do not get distracted by the copy. His only weapon was... Wait, where was his Stahlrim knife with its cold and paralysis enchantments? His ancestor's necklace was missing. He didn't dare summon a fire wolf because it would attack the seekers he was trying to sneak by. One more check. Ow. That pinch hurt. So did dipping the tip of a pinky finger into a black pool. So did the tip of the tentacle that whipped at him from the pool and scored on his hip as he desperately dived and rolled away from it. No book. He hadn't entered via book. It took a book to get out. Was there an exit book somewhere? He had to hope so. Phlegmy breathing almost on top of him. A seeker manifested. He didn't move, barely breathed. After a moment the hairy, tentacled monster floated off to chase some fluttering page. It was fatiguing and boring, creeping about to avoid the seekers. Keeping up with the floating lights because the darkness burned. If he died there, he wasn't confident at all that he'd be returned to Soul's Thyme. The distinct sound of dragon's wings overhead. He pressed next to a wall, partially hidden beside a messy stack of rotten books at the edge of a floating light area. He hoped the stupid light thing didn't move off. Mrake on a dragon. The dragon landed, the platform shaking beneath it. Mrake slid off and paced a few feet away. Dragon's mate, I know you are here. Let us bargain. You cannot leave here without my help. So saying, he made a gesture and the floating lights all went to him. Revyn hissed as darkness wrapped him and started burning from inside out. Mrake homed in on him and hauled him into the light, easily holding him upright. She will return. She has to learn what I learned if she seeks any chance to defeat me. I shall just hold you here and show her the futility of fighting me. How did you get me here? Revyn demanded, struggling weakly to be free. Mrake let him go with an amused grunt and crossed his arms over his chest. Revyn staggered back but managed to shakily keep standing. All his muscles still tingled unpleasantly from the darkness. Your soul is bound to a dragon. When you fell, I summoned your soul as I would hers if ever she fell, as I summon and consume the souls of the dragons she slays. Are you saying I'm dead? You are here, are you not? XXXXXXX. Cousin Nicholas Felix was nice to meet. Would have been nice to know he was coming. Geldis thumped the food tray and Sujam a jar down. He eyed Taliesin. Geldis, this is Taliesin Pharaoh Felix. My wife's older brother. And I am sorry about Nicholas Felix. I had no idea he was our cousin or that he was the expert Razalan was bringing in. I swear. I haven't even met the man yet. Please don't blame Revyn. We all jumped on him rather suddenly, said Taliesin. Pleasure to meet you, Geldis. Cousin Geldis if I may. Cousin Nicky was really impressed. His initial order was impressive, I'll give you that. Geldis sat down. So tell me what kind of family I've got. Gladly, Taliesin jerked his chin to the basket of parchment and quill and ink that sat on a chair. Revyn wanted to start mapping the family to figure out what to give to the temple archives, letting it formally be recorded that Sadri of Windhelm has joined with the Felix house of Cheydinhal and Kolovia. Geldis snorted with amusement. Well, aren't we a fancy lot? And a big one. I suggest a bigger table, brother, said Taliesin. You're going to need the space. They shifted over to a 6-seater table. Let's start with your grandparents. Hlalo Helseth to Anelisi Pharaoh, cousins, House Araetham, Revyn muttered, bastard daughter, Inanna Pharaoh. Born after Anelisi married Knight Paladin General Gaius Felix of the Imperial Guards assigned to Mournhold. The general was in the process of transferring out, his tour over, when he married, and they left Morrowind to settle in Cheydinhill. Of course, marrying the king of Morrowind's mistress came with some perks, like land in Cheydinhill's domain, which was why Gaius didn't return to Colovia. Instead, he gifted his portion in Colovia over to his brother Max's new wife, Gloria, a penniless widow with a young son, who chose to keep his father's family name. She immediately passed the land title on to her son, which he promptly sold back to us so that he could afford to start his own mercenary company. Ambitious boy by the name of Titus Mead. Oh, how nice. Imperial ties as well as Hlala royalty, commented Geldis. Royalty by fiat, said Revyn, shaking his head as he wrote more names and drew lines. The royal house of Morrowind was created at the pleasure of Tiber Septim because dealing individually with all the houses was beyond his patience. He dealt with the tribunal. The Morrowind royals were supposed to control all the great houses and the Velathai. All right. So, Titus Mead. Back then, the boy was a foot soldier with an outlaw mercenary troop. With a substantial inheritance now, the boy quit the outlaws to found his own troop. Now that he had his own army, he battled his way to warlord, to a king of Colovia, and then decided to make a bid for the empire. Gaius supported his nephew by marriage and was actually part of the command in his army when they marched on the imperial city to overthrow Thule the Gibbering. Gaius Felix took injury and retired from active fighting and went to Intel. He did have a son by Anelisi, namer Felix, but the lad died young in a hunting accident. Inanna joined the armies when she was old enough. Eventually she made general by the time a new heir was selected from the Mead cousin candidates after Prince Atrebus Mead disappeared after the Umbriel incident. The new heir was granted the reign name of Titus Mead too. Now Antony Felix was the grandson of Gaius's brother, Max. He got himself assigned as an aide to his cousin's command along with another enterprising Westweald fellow, a Jarlan Tullius. Tullius went on to a brilliant career, yes, that Tullius currently stomping about Skyrim. Papa had to get himself reassigned to another unit because courting one's immediate superior is terribly bad form. He made legate and managed to convince his cousin of his seriousness and they wed and I came along. Then 30 years later Hell's et. Revyn sighed. All right, tell me about little Nicky's line. Solidly respectable spirits merchants. Start with Gaius's brother, Maximus Felix. From his first wife, Renata, he had Selena, Hilarius, and Quintus. He had no other children with Gloria Mead. As I had said, her son chose to keep his father's name. Selena married, but her branch disappeared in the controversial dragon break. If it weren't for written records of her birth and wedding, we'd not remember her name. Quintus traveled to High Rock. We have the letter saying he married, then nothing, then another letter saying he was sick and could we send money, then nothing. We tracked a couple children from the marriage but they were little more than infants and adopted by relatives of her family who had no interest in maintaining contact. Hilarius married Valeria Aquila, daughter of a minor noble. His sons are Antony and Sully. Again, Antony, as soon as he was old enough, enlisted because he was in love with his older cousin Inanna, and did everything he could to get assigned as one of her junior officers. Uncle Sully maintains the wine business. He avoided the Blades thanks to Uncle Timberwolf's counsel, choosing to do his spying purely for family interests. A good thing, too, considering the Thalmor are still actively hunting Blades. But the Thalmor keep watch on him. His children are Nicholas, Horace, and Martina. Cousin Horace handles the vineyards and brewing. He's married to Cadence Maris of the Maris Vineyards, and their children are Amelie, Poppy, Learca, and Phelan. Poppy and Phelan and their mates manage the vineyards and the brewing. Amelie and Learca aren't married yet, but Amelie is eyeing a lad whose family owns a trade warehouse and little Learca is fascinated with clay and marbles and paints and determined to make a name in the arts. Cousin Martina is married to Gunsh Ansari, a wine merchant, and moved to Sentinel. We get the occasional letter from them. Politics and the ongoing conflicts makes keeping contact difficult and sweet Martina hasn't the temperament or talent for intrigue. We do know of at least 2 children, Binyamin and Ishtar. I should see that you get a copy of her cooking with wine book. She's a genius in that. Send me a copy too, said Geldis. Always looking for ideas. Sure thing. Cousin Nicky oversees trade and continues the family spy business. He's married to Helen Faustus, the daughter of a competing wine trading family, and has little Nicky, Crystal, and Flora. Little Nicky, as you know, is adventuring with the companions, and the twins, well, stringing along several prospects. Now that's the main branch. Grandmother has more detailed records of her Araetham house, and also tracks the immediate families of the marriage partners, like the immediate families of Valeria Aquila's 4 brothers and 2 sisters. Solid, respectable kin to know in Colovia if you do business there. And if you do, better introduce yourself quickly to them before they die off. Revyn heard the faint bitter notes there and nodded understanding. It was an irritating and sad point that humans died too quickly. Invest a few decades getting to know them, and then they're gone, and their children are already having children. Taliesin watched, amused, as Revyn carefully mapped relations. The Felix side was looking decidedly fat and bushy compared to the Pharaoh side. He found it touching that the older mayor insisted on creating this map so that he could add it to the shelf of the home shrine as a token way to introduce the Felix ancestors to his own. All right, a vague tie-in to the Mede dynasty. Wonderful, said Geldis. Now who is this Uncle Timberwolf you mentioned? Is he blood or honorary? He didn't miss the silence. Oh, bloody hell. That Timberwolf? That Severus Timberwolf, the Revyn? There's a rumor about that he's still alive. But then here's also a rumor that there's some damn sorcerer who claims to have found the Clockwork City and is looking to become the next god king of Morrowind. That confirms the worst of our fears, said Taliesin, good as admitting to the assertions. But, cousin, those are rumors best left unsubstantiated. One, because he is family, and the other because such a city is accursed and best left alone in its own bubble of oblivion. Geldis considered it. We need another bottle, he decided. He made a sound of irritation when the nearby servers appeared to be ignoring his calls. So he got up to fetch another sujamma and a brandy. Felix Estates brand. Sorry about that, he said when he got back and sat down. They're usually very alert. Taliesin shrugged, a small smile on his face, and he picked back up. Since he was responsible for matchmaking Gaius to Anelisi, Gaius asked him to be God's father when Inanna was born. He's been the unofficial God's father to all of us ever since, and so far he seems not to resent it. We're careful not to make that title too onerous a burden. I can give you more information about him later. But we're worried about him. As I said, he's disappeared back into Morrowind, and the only clue he left us involved the legends of Suthasil's Clockwork City. Oh, so you want us to listen for any gossip about Suthasil or the Revyn, Revyn concluded glumly. Any other family gossip it might help us to know about. Taliesin smiled. Oh, now here's a secret known only to the family. He eyed both of them sternly. No records and your word of silence. I'll give it, but you're sitting in a tavern, Geldis drawled. I've no doubt sharp ears have already been making notes. I suppose I should mention I'm a master at illusion spells. You probably haven't noticed there's a bubble of silence about this table. No one's been able to hear a thing we've said unless they've been standing within an arm's length of us. So, sorry, your waitstaff couldn't hear you calling for another drink. I'll tell you later about the illusion tricks he pulled on me when we first met, Geldis, said Revyn. Irritating. But go on, Talon, what's the next grand secret? The Great War. Papa went undercover into Valenwood. A botched job got him captured by General Narafin's Dremora servant. He got free of the Dremora and took its sword, Goldbrand. Goldbrand. Revyn interrupted, astonished. Boethia's sword Goldbrand. Yes, that one. Uncle Timberwolf recovered it first, sold it to the Museum of Artifacts, and how General Narafin got it for his Dremora, I don't know, or care for that matter. It's a family artifact and it's going to be Helseth's for her next birthday because I don't use swords. Hell of a lot of artifacts went missing from the museum even before the Argonians sacked Mournhold, Geldis grumbled. We've seen some come through Raven Rock with refugees. I'd wager plenty more scattered about. Smugglers. They try to make hideouts in the caves around the island, but where there are caves there are reeklings. Now, to continue, said Taliesin, Papa took its sword, Goldbrand, for his own. He also got vital intel of General Narafin's obscene plan to sacrifice every soul in the Imperial City to summon armies of Didra. Got the intel to his grand-uncle and to Mama and then went north to find the Emperor who had, as you know, fled north at the fall of the Imperial City to regroup in Skyrim and to join up with the forces of Hammerfell. The Emperor had been injured by Thalmor assassins. He wasn't able to lead his part of the army that was to take back the Imperial City. Papa took his armor and he led the Imperial and Nord armies in battle. He captured General Narafin and hung him from the White Gold Tower. After that he gave back the armor to the Emperor and went back to Mama. No awards, no recognition, because the Emperor could not afford to be anything less than the absolute conquering hero if the Empire was to stabilize. Lovely, Geldis commented acridly. Revyn, you do know that when you marry the bride you marry the family. I know, cousin. But I saw she was Hlalo and I discounted her human ancestry. I was obviously, horrendously, mistaken. Felix Spiritum is the family motto. Welcome to our house, gentlemen. So now you've got the main family for the past 200 years. I hope you find it useful. Not a Septim or Elchion in the bunch as far as we can tell. How little sister gets to be the Dragonborn is a mystery to me. Spontaneous mutation, nature responding to a void by creating the perfect predator, Revyn said automatically. Is that your thought? Taliesin challenged, looking interested. Mine? Oh, no. It was something Master Savos wrote in his regular reports to me of his studies on Soul's thyme. Most of it is beyond me. It's why I brought you along so you could explain some of his theories to me. I can also have copies of his past reports made for you when we get back to Windhelm. Revyn looked down at his map. Taliesin, you should come with me when I take a copy over to the temple. I have a feeling you should introduce yourself to the princes at each of their shrines. You do realize I was brought up in the proper worship of the 9 divines? Grandmother converted to the imperial faith because she refuses to be separated from her husband when she dies. Of course. So was Helzet. But that didn't stop Azura from taking her on as champion. And she's got Mephala's sword, and you said she's going to get Boethia's. You need an introduction. You have plans to be chasing after your uncle in Morrowind, do you not? I thought so. The divines aren't welcome there. It'll be easier on you if the princes are aware of your plans. I would think such, introductions would only draw unwelcome attention, said Taliesin lightly. Showing up unexpectedly in their territory only irritates them. Letting them know of your intent is only polite and might amuse them enough that they might let you go unhindered. Revyn shrugged. I find that approach generally works with those 3. XXXXXXX. Marake's offer appeared simple. Give him Soul's thyme and he'd teach Helzet the words she needed to command dragons. Help him get free of Hermias Mora and he'd help her against Alduin and any dragon afterwards. Afterwards, well, the world was surely big enough to split between 2 Dragonborns. Then he'd flown off leaving Revyn pacing the small platform in frustration and mounting despair. He wasn't dead yet. He was certain of that despite what the first Dragonborn implied. There was a grain of truth said, and it sickened him, that dragons can and do eat the souls of other dragons. But, he was certain that Marake did not have first claim should his wife fall. No dragon did. And he didn't believe his own soul was for Marake to claim, soul-bound or not. This was Hermias Mora's realm. If he died here, it was possible he'd remain here forever as some wretched bookworm in this rotting library, but he doubted the prince would allow Marake to use him as a pawn. Gods of the Chimer, guide my hand. Here, where unknown mysteries lie. Wandering beyond our safe homeland, witness our battles to live or die. That song fragment came to mind, Taliesin's inspired versifying after Revyn had introduced him to the shrines of the 3 in the Reclamation's temple. Get angry. Get mad. Don't ask for permission, don't ask for approval, just do it and be ready to battle out the consequences. That was the Chimer, the Dunmer, way. He had to get out of this nightmare, awaken before his body in the real world died. He hadn't come by book, there were no tentacles holding his physical self in a ghostly transitional state. His body was lying there at the windstone, exposed to elements and to any wandering bear or troll or wolf that may come wander by. The usual mantras didn't work to calm his agitation. He couldn't do it. He couldn't reach his ancestors. Couldn't feel a whisper of their presence. The mocking emptiness shredded and chilled the edges of his anger. The papers swirled around him, their rustling a constant whisper telling him, here was lost knowledge no one would ever see, no one would ever find again. He reached up and caught a page. Unknown symbols. Worm scratchings. He crumpled it in anger. Strange letters. Letters. Marake had reeled him in because he was soul-bound to his wife. Could he? Ancestors Felix, hear me. I call upon you, Gaius Felix, Maximus Felix. He listed every dead Felix ancestor he could remember. His desperate hope was that Hermias Mora's realm was reinforced only against other Didra-ruled realms and not so much Aetherius. He wasn't quite sure where Imperials went when they died, but as long as it was not to one of the Didra, there was hope. There. Mind and spirit focused and reached. Heart beat with certainty of a connection. Power welled and was freely offered to the ancestors. AI. About time. He looked up. A tall, lean Dunmer in the armor of an Imperial general paced about, hands casually clasped behind his back. The ancestor's expression showing distaste as it surveyed Apocrypha, and grim amusement as it regarded Revyn. House. No house. No family name of lasting import. I just married into Araethum, answered the ancestor. Like you I willingly married a world of trouble. But let's hope you survive it better than I did once we get you out of here. He pulled a glass dagger from his belt and with it gestured to a pool. A large scroll rose from it. House Felix got your message. AI. And breached the barrier between this cesspit and Moonshadow. The ancestor grinned. Gaius is an amusing fellow. Wish I could have met him in life. He flipped the knife and held it hilt first to Revyn. Consider this a letter opener and there is the envelope. Revyn cut the rope on the scroll. It unrolled, revealing a page on which symbols and strange writings drifted across in opposing patterns. The ancestor shoved him into the scroll. Sunlight blinded him and he heard himself groan as he struggled to sit up. Easy there, friend Revyn, said a familiar voice. Storn. Pelin saw you fall when he called out to you. He helped Revyn sit up and held a cup of warm tea to his lips. No magic or potion could revive you. You've been here a week. Now drink, and then I will fetch Taliesin in the guest house. XXXXXXX. It was a small cave on the northernmost coast. A failed mine invaded by Rieklings. A smuggler's cave filled with jewelry and the usual miscellany that Rieklings gather. Revyn had been dreaming of it since waking in the Skald village 3 days ago. At his insistence Taliesin, Armiger Pellin, 2 Redaran guards assigned to the Skald, and a few Skald hunters helped him find it. One treasure Revyn found in a niche behind the eerie, giant skull was the glass dagger of the ancestor ghost. Simicus's dagger, stolen from the Museum of Artifacts in Mournhold. It was an important artifact that probably should be returned to the Dunmer people, but Revyn had the strong feeling that Simicus, an imperial general for Tiber Septim and then a king when he married Queen Berenzia, meant for him to keep it. According to lore, the dagger had gone to Helseth when the Simicus died trying to put down a rebellion. King Helseth gifted the dagger to the Nrivaran who later sold it to the museum. Very nice enchantments on it, said Taliesin, handing the dagger back. Looks like Ancestor Simicus really likes you if he gave you this. You are keeping it of course. He and Armiger Pellin took the skull and fitted it back into its niche. Yes. Redurans should be happy with the rest of the recovered antiquities. Taliesin tapped the hand-long fangs of the skull. You know, this reminds me of a story my god's father told me. The Blood Moon Hunt of Souls Thyme he called it. While Taliesin entertained everyone else with the story, Revyn wandered out of the cave and sat on a crate. He made some vague feints with the dagger, feeling its weight and taking in the play of sunlight through the glass. Like you, I willingly married a world of trouble. This was a warrior's weapon. He was a shopkeeper. All right, he'd been stretching out and enjoying the bargaining and business making, working at being more than a shopkeeper. Now the ancestors had sent a solid message, and he wasn't sure what it meant. Chapter 21, Twisting the Blade. Twisting the blade. 3 barbed arrows were deep in the Nord's chest. Revyn removed the man's Talos necklace. If I live, I'll see your son gets this. The man nodded and whispered, knife. Family, great-grandfather. Revyn nodded and the man died. Small comfort to the lad, said a surprising voice from the darkness, or to his sister in Kynes Grove who now has another mouth to feed. Amberese. What are you doing here? What are you doing, Revyn? Revyn shut up, catching suspicious sounds and then the stench that wafted over the fungus and moss miasma. He turned around, searching the mushroom-lit gloom. He heard Amberese hiss behind him, then the sound of the mare landing in the shallow water pooling along this corridor. Behind me, ordered Amberese. Revyn's eyes widened. Now that his friend was out of the shadows, he saw that Amberese was in his old imperial heavy armor and wielding an imperial shield and a Daedric short sword. Amberese shrugged off his pack. Your glass dagger is inside. Your armor and carry sack too. Savella packed everything she thought you might need. Revyn silently called on every blessing he could think of on his apprentice. His wife infused his netch armor with powerful protections. His stop thief gloves with the paralysis needles. His ancestor's necklace, gods, how he missed that. He strapped on the glass dagger and shrugged on the carry sack after stuffing it with half the potions. After a moment of thought, he also took all the food from Amberese's pack to further lighten it. He helped Amberese shrug back into the pack. From a small bag of enchanted rings and amulets, he gave Amberese a health amulet against disease and poisons, a thief ring of hauling and stealth, and a ring of stamina and health renewal. He also insisted Amberese use the goggles from his netch armor as added measure against the poison-spitting shrus. Before he forgot, he quickly removed the knife and its sheath from the Nord's body, wrapped the Talos necklace around it, and stuffed into his sack. Distinct hissing and clicking sounds got louder. A flicker of movement in the gloom. Send in your dogs, Revyn, and keep watch behind in case the bastards are hiding in the walls. Revyn charged up 2 fire wolves that immediately bolted forward onto a giant truss coming at them, blowing it to burning fragments. The staff-wielding Falmer behind it recoiled from the fiery projectiles. Amberese surged forward, leaping over the burning insect and atop the spellcaster, sword first, spitting the Falmer then smashing it off and against a wall with his shield. He back-kicked the staff to Revyn who caught it up in time to use its ice blast against the armored warrior dropping down from a hole high near the ceiling. A second, lightly armored figure dropped almost on top of him. He scored it with the steel needles in his gloves and it fell aside, twitching from the paralytic poison. He swiftly sank his dagger through the atrophied patch of flesh that should have been an eye. Did the same to the thawing warrior. He spun back around. Amberese was engaged against 2 armoreds. 2 more unarmoreds were coming, one with the telltale glow of a mage shield. Revyn sent in 2 more wolves. The explosions didn't slow Amberese. The fullers of his Daedric blade glowed brightly through the thick rivulets of gore running through them. Revyn darted forward when he could, slapping and paralyzing anything that moved then stabbing. They found a room to retreat into. Revyn kept watch while Amberese rested. What are you doing here? Did Savella tell you I was in trouble? Of course she did, you wit. She heard you and this Breton woman arguing. When you weren't to be found the next day she came to work, she came to me. I'm only aware of one Breton named Delphine and she is not good company, Revyn. I know that. But how do you know her? How did you find me? He didn't like the long silence that followed. The shuddered expression on his friend's face was not one he'd seen before. Delphine appeared around a bend in the hall, following the trail of bodies. There you are. Don't you have any sense to stay in place where you can be found? She demanded haughtily. Certainly. Until the farmer find us first. Durant is dead if you hadn't noticed, Revyn retorted. Delphine only frowned. He stood aside to let her into the room. She froze as she saw Amberys. Who is this? She demanded of Revyn. Before Revyn could answer, Amberys drawled, I'm a bartender, Riverwood innkeeper. She leveled her blade at his face. Oh, really? Unusual outfit for a bartender. Oh? And Blade's armor is common to innkeepers. Amberys slowly got to his feet. Not from any care or caution about the sword pointed at him, but more from aches in long unused muscles. I was recruited by Cosadas. I don't know him. Before your time, my dear. Day before yesterday. Over 200 years ago in Balmora, when I was a young, idealistic idiot stationed at Fort Moon Moth who believed in the Empire. I was a finder. You're a blade. Was. Morrowind chapter. And don't be thinking to pull rank on me and order me about. I'll have nothing to do with you or your cause. You'd turn your back so quickly your duty. She challenged. Duty ended even before the last septim was spent, Amberys said on a hard note of finality. He went around her and nudged Revyn aside to get into the hall. Now, what are we looking for and where do we find it? He looked at Delphine, expressionless. I take it back. I'll take your lead this once. But I'm only here to protect my friend. Got it? As a blade. She began. Amberys interrupted. Call yourself Grandmaster all you want as the last member of your chapter. But it would take the Dragonborn herself to call any of the remaining Morrowind blades back to service. A bunch of old Dunmer are all that's left. And if she does, if we came, we would only take her orders. We don't give a damn about any Akaviri scum legacy. They're not our ancestors. I am the only one who can guide her to her true purpose. Amberys' opinion was a level of obscenity Revyn physically flinched upon hearing. Delphine lunged sword first. Amberys' shield blocked and followed with a back spin kick, slamming her against a wall. Delphine collapsed, coughing mightily. Company, said Revyn. He sent ice blasts down the corridor as Amberys hauled Delphine into the hallway. He dropped her at Revyn's feet and then drew his sword and stationed himself further up to give Revyn time to treat Delphine. Revyn put a mead flask to her mouth. Drink, he ordered. He helped steady the flask as she drank, then let her in it go as he stood to start casting his fire wolves. The Falmer were driving their Shrispets towards them first to weaken their defense. XXXXXXX. Welcome to Sadri's used wares. Take a look around, I'm sure I have something you need. The stone-faced Breton woman acknowledged his greeting with a curt nod. Revyn turned his attention back to a young man trying to decide which necklace to buy for his mother's birthday. When that was settled, he went to the Breton woman standing before a rack of weapons. Over the rack was a black daikatana, clearly marked not for sale, and underneath that displayed two mounted parchments. The larger of the two was the final writ of the sword's owner, Bowler. The other was a note on where the blade was found and the date. Is there something here that interests you, madam? Revyn inquired. There's a special item I want, but we need to talk in private. Revyn arched an eyebrow. I don't deal in contraband. Not contraband, but I've heard you and your wife have a knack for obtaining lost treasures. Ah. Are we talking Nord barrows, ancient Dwemer ruins, or bandit strongholds? That type of lost treasures? Yes. Perhaps. But we've quite a full plate as it is. What are you looking for? Not here. In private, as I said, the Breton said, stepping close. Revyn stepped back. What? And give you privacy to kill me for knowing too much if you tell me what you are seeking and I still refuse? I am not buying. Good day, madam. The door is behind you. The woman scowled at him. Gold. Is it gold you want to talk about? Fine, we can discuss that here if you want. I don't buy items unseen anymore. I'm not talking about you buying. I'm talking about payment. Still buying trouble. And I don't bargain for my wife's employment. You'll have to discuss that with her yourself. I don't want your wife. I want you. Revyn couldn't help himself. He laughed. I'm a shopkeeper, not a spellsword. I don't do treasure hunts. Now please leave. He turned away, but she caught his arm. I'm on an important mission for the Dragonborn and I need your help, she said, spitting the words out between clenched teeth. It took a couple of heartbeats for Revyn to get over his shock. Really? He said lightly. You really should be talking to my wife then. She's been employed by the Dragonborn a time or two. I don't need a spellsword. I need a ghost talker. Word around the grey quarters is that you're one. That nonsense again, Revyn burst out, discretion be damned. Savella and other customers looked at them. Find a priest or a necromancer if you are having trouble with haunts. It's no business of mine. He tried to tug his arm from her grip, but she held on. Release me, madam, and leave. Not until you hear me out. Madam, I grow as deaf as you. She let him go. Fine. But the Dragonborn will not be happy if she has to take time from her important tasks to fetch. The Dragonborn knows how to contact my wife when there's a job that needs doing. You are the one specified for this task, the woman insisted. Revyn paused, eyeing her intently. Who specified me? And I want your name before I will listen to anything further. It's not important. Revyn merely lifted his chin, mirroring her arrogance. Camilla. Of Riverwood. He had surprised her, he could tell by the way her eyes flickered. Pardon, but you do not match the description of Miss Valerius. Now tell me who named me or you can give me your real name. Her eyes flared with hostility. Delphine. The Sleeping Giant Inn. Yes. My wife often warns me to avoid Ornyar's cooking should I ever need to visit Riverwood. Very well, Miss Delphine, if you'll come this way, we can talk. He signaled to Savella to take over the store as he and the Breton went into the kitchen. All right, Miss Delphine, tell me what you are searching for, why is it important, and how this relates to the Dragonborn. You don't need to know all that. All I can tell you is that it is important and you will be paid well for your trouble. Revyn made a sound of disgust and pivoted sharply about to leave the room. Tamriel was once covered with numerous wayshrines. These wayshrines allowed travelers to cross vast distances like the teleportation stations in Morrowind that the Mages Guild and the Temple controlled, except that the wayshrines needed no attending mage or priest to facilitate transport. Revyn sat on a chair at the dining table and poured himself a glass of juice. He was old enough to remember the transport service. Had travelled by them. But she was wrong to think the wayshrines allowed one to self-teleport. They were merely beacons so that those who had the power to teleport had somewhere safe to aim for. He did not offer the woman a seat or refreshment. The wayshrines functioned up through the Second Era, but the system ceased to function or was destroyed at some point early in the Third Era. There are rumors of intact wayshrines, but non-functional. However, ancient texts were found that hinted a special focus crystal could be used to manually reactivate a shrine to create two-way travel between the reactivated shrine and the destination shrine. Revyn stared into his cup, tapping the sides and watching the ripples in the orange koumari juice. Sounds interesting, but chancy. But how would one go about finding intact shrines? And having found one, how to find one to connect to? Beyond my expertise and none of which concerns you once we find the stone. Delphine invited herself to a chair. I see. And where is this stone to be found? If I agree to this, I have no intention of traipsing about all of Skyrim searching. I may consent to one location. If your information is false and there is nothing there, then that's it. Also, I have no idea what ideas you have about this rumor that I talk to ghosts. Hostile ancestor ghosts, hauntings. This is something the wise women handle. Or a priest. Or, at worst, a necromancer. I am none of those. So you keep saying. The stone is in a Dwemer ruin infested with Fomor. I've been there so I know the shortest way to get you in. The stone is behind a Dunmer ghost fence and Dunmer guardians. I had a mage with me. They repelled every spell he threw, and then they killed him. Harold Greentree. He was a Winterhold scholar you spent some time with talking Dunmer theology when he was writing his treatise on the spiritual aspects of necromancy. He was the one who mentioned you as a practitioner of the old ways of Dunmer religion. Revyn rolled his eyes. Really, these Nords? A little home shrine anyone could set up and suddenly they think he's the archcanon of Vardenfell. Do you know the house, clan, and family of these ghosts? And before you ask, yes, it does matter. Ancestral guardians. Understand? And ces tral. The connection is blood. Hlala Ordras. Those are the nearest territories. That shrine was a gate to Skuldafn, the neutral meeting place of the leaders. The cavern I want to get to was a hidden weapons depot for the Dunmer armies of Almalexia and the Nord armies of Joran Skald King. The guardians were put in place in case the mortal guards fell. Almalexia relied heavily on the Redurans in her army. Equally likely they could be guarding, Revyn said. Willing sacrifices or a binding of unwilling miscreant spirits. And yes, it matters. Unknown. The more I hear, the less I like my chances. It's still suicide. He stood up. Give my apologies to the Dragonborn. I can't help you. XXXXXXX. Delphine tried one more time to recruit Amberys to her cause, this time citing the proud legacy of the Akavirai dragon slayers who bowed to the Remand Dragonborn. Amberys listened, impassive until she'd finished, then spat, Ebonheart packed at her and turned his back and walked away. Revyn only shrugged at her gaze and walked after his friend. They'd found a room with a working inner lock that looked safe enough to sleep in. Delphine went the far end of the room and settled down. Revyn and Embers took a corner warmed by large pipes that let out occasional hisses of steam, and which also helped cover their voices. Why'd you go with Delphine? She and Durant jumped me when I was on my way back from the White Phial. They'd already had me deep in the ruins when they stopped drugging me and let me wake up. I don't suppose you know where we are? He asked, plaintively. The entrance is a small cave entrance hidden by brush just below the summit of Farlhost in the rift. I'd guess that we are east of the entrance. Embers removed most of his armor. Revyn helped him clean off bug slime and Falmer blood. Savella came to me when she couldn't find you. Delphine was her instant suspicion. Damn shame the Selva ladies weren't about or that cheeky brother-in-law of yours. I'd feel a hell of a lot better with them along. How I found you comes back to that Nord, Durant. You'd left for the White Phial. Durant then came in. Savella waited on him while he picked out presents for his son and his sister's children. Savella got him talking. That small talk you've been teaching her is so important. What she gleaned is that he's originally from Markarth and that he and his son were relocating to the Rift along with his widowed sister and her brood. All pretty innocent, except that he wore the same type of blade Delphine did. The blade's katana is a distinctive weapon. Then he asked if couriers hereabouts or the wagoners could be trusted to deliver the presents to Kynes Grove. Savella convinced him that, for a little extra fee, she would arrange for guaranteed delivery via couriers privately contracted to the shop, and so she got the name and location of the sister. Eleni watched the shop while Savella and I went to Kynes Grove. What I got from the sister is that they are survivors of a village wiped out by a dragon. Savella flirted with the son and got that his father was about to leave on an important mission in the rift to a fortress of dragon priests. Once back home, I packed my old armor and weapons and rented a horse. I got lucky with a Dawnguard patrol that knew which of the ruins was that fortress, and the quickest road to it. The fortress was locked tight. I had to work my way around until I found the cave entrance. After that, it was easy enough just to follow the bodies. There was better armor in my shop. You could have taken any you wanted. I'm used to this one. The bone mold was tempting, but I prefer not to learn on the fly how to make the best use of the armor. Now, what's the mission? Revyn explained. At the end, Embers shook his head and laid back and closed his eyes. Short-sighted with blinders. She fixates on an old, easily defined, singular foe because taking on the Dominion is beyond her. No doubt with a teleport system. She dreams of making some sort of glorious strike right into Somerset. Revyn hummed agreement. Why'd you join the Blades? Revyn asked. Seemed more exciting than formation training and drills. And I was young enough then to think all the intrigue exciting. I was fetching stupid back then, Embers answered. He sighed. Dragons aren't the worst of what came out of Akhavur. She forgets that part of history. It was the Tessai in the first invasion. Lord Vivek and Droop Kings drove them to Pale Pass and the Revyn armies came. They kneeled to the Revyn Dragonborn, claiming they had been searching for one such as he to lead them, according to Delphine's romanticized shit. In the second invasion, the Akhavur invaders were the snow demons, the Kamal. No dragon-voiced emperor helped us there. It was Lady Almalexia, the Skald King of Windhelm, and 3 tribes of Argonians to face the demons. That was the Ebonheart Pact. Now the first wave, the Tessai, may hate the dragons, but they weren't any friend of men or mare either, those snakes. They loved intrigue. And that, friend, was the biggest failing of the Blades. Sure, in the past it made the Blades strong by ensuring that beheading one chapter did not kill the nest. But men and mare are not Tessai, yet the Blades seek to emulate the Tessai. Don't trust Delphine's assertions that the Blades serve the Dragonborn. Pa. To the Blades the Dragonborn is nothing more than a weapon to be used. She will never acknowledge that it's a bad habit inherited from the original serpent-scaled Akhaviri invaders who considered men and mare as the dragons did, no better than meat to feed on. And if the meat proves a dangerous animal and invaluable tool, what better way to domesticate it to service than by pretending to swear allegiance and say that all that you do is to keep it safe. The Tessai subverted and killed their exalted Dragonborn remans and ruled as potentates until Tiber Septim. Keep that in mind. That's horribly cynical, said Revyn, subdued. Call it a result of our breeding, Revyn. We call 3 charming Daedra our ancestors, remember? We'd be a disgrace to them if we didn't assume ulterior motives. Revyn couldn't but chuckle along with Embers. You surprise me, Embers. I had no idea you were such a lore and blade master. I was trained to a sword as soon as I could stand. My father was the arms master for a lord's private militia. I'm actually quite surprised my reflexes are still there even if my endurance isn't. Speaking of which, do you have any extra stamina shots? I'm down to my last 2. I've 6 left. I'll keep 2 and the other 4 are yours. Also, let's trade blades. The enchantments on my dagger bolsters blade skill, stamina, and health. I think you could use it better than I, even if it's shorter than your Daedric short sword. He handed it over to Embers, who made test passes with the blade. He frowned and studied the weapon more closely. This isn't one of your wife's crafting. It's older. It's the dagger of Symmachus. I found it in a smuggler's cave on Sol's Thyme. Embers slowly grinned. So your wife's family heirloom. It'd be an honor. As for lore, thank my mother, the historian and novelist. She loved stories and finding facts behind legends. And listening to stories is part and parcel of being a bartender. Incredible how much history floats on the currents of alcohol. And if I hadn't argued and questioned so much with the local priests during religion classes, I probably could have qualified for the Armigers instead of ending up in the Legion. I don't understand, the Armigers value a quick mind and independent spirit. The priests didn't. They thought I was too rebellious and too lazy to comprehend their gospel, and so refused the character references needed for temple service. Revyn made a sound of disgust and shook his head in sorrow at such short-sightedness. XXXXXXX. Hours of tedious sneaking and fighting made even slower as they ran out of potions. The enchanted rings and amulets helped, but they were no substitute for food and rest. But finally, they got to the Wayshrin cavern. Dunmer-style columns and cement work and lit by magical fires instead of mushrooms. There were chests filled with gold or potions or other supply tools and materials, rows of shelves laden with armor, freestanding racks of weapons. At the back of chamber was an elevated platform with biers of armored skeletons holding their favorite weapons, the sacrificed guardians of the Wayshrin. Banners of the tribunal, of houses Hlaalu, Druz, and Redoran, and of Windhelm hung on the walls around them. Skeletons of past trespassers littered the floor. Near the Wayshrin itself, the mostly decomposed body of a Winterhold mage. Revyn dashed forward and roughly pulled Delphine back before she stepped over the threshold between the chamber and the corridor. Watch the corridor, he ordered. Let me do what you brought me here to do. Embers, it will take all my concentration to make any connection. If I'm successful, they'll talk. But I may be incapacitated for various reasons. If so, you will need to do the negotiations. Don't let her do any of the talking. Understood. He loosened the scarf around his throat and tugged at the neckline of his armor to pull out his necklace, spreading it to display across his chest. Oh, the dagger, I'll take it back now, please. He removed his gloves and tucked them away, then used the dagger to rather dramatically cut his palms. He thrust the dagger under his belt instead of into its scabbard. Hands extended over the threshold, he let blood drip onto the floor before crossing into the chamber. He would kneel. He would pray. He would stand and advance a bit further. He would place his hands together and, eyes closed, would seem to aimlessly turn here then there then meander in random directions, kneel again. All the while, gently glowing orbs seemed to seep from the walls and the floors, some made slow circles around the room and others followed the mare about. Some orbs floated placidly, some were agitated and grouping as if arguing. Sometimes he spoke and it wasn't always his voice. XXXXXXX. Revyn held the sigil stone. Imagine the shape of water poured into a basin and made solid. Black, yet reflecting light within its prismatic depths. The stone felt warm. It was, in fact, getting warmer and starting to vibrate every so subtly. Now, according to Esbern, that stone will activate an ancient network of teleportation shrines that used to cover all of Tamriel, even to Somerset. Delphine's eyes shone with predatory glee. Think of it. A way to infiltrate the Thalmor on their own home ground. Now all we need to do is find an intact Wayshrin in a more convenient place. That's all very fine, but we need to get out of here, said Embers. Revyn, you well enough to move. I need a moment. Embers is right, we need to leave now, said Delphine impatiently. She reached for the stone, but Revyn jerked away. Embers stepped between them. If you take the stone, I guarantee you won't leave here alive with it, said Embers calmly. And neither will we. He's the only one they'll allow to have the stone. Which means, Missy, even if we all get out of here, you still can't have the stone. Find your Wayshrin, but you'll need him to bring the stone to it. He grinned unpleasantly. And you'd better be able to convince his wife to go along with it, because kidnapping him a second time won't work. Delphine found it hard to argue. Around them, the orbs were morphing and assuming defined shapes, the guardians came forth. The temperature dropped noticeably, the breaths of the living frosting in the air. An ominous rumble was starting and the ground began trembling. The final caution of the guardians had been to get out because once the stone was taken, they were going to destroy the Wayshrin. Fine, she hissed. I'll lead. You take. Both of you, behind me. The ghosts will lead, said Revyn, tiredly. He'd put the stone in his carry sack and Embers helped him to stand. They know a way we can go that's the fastest way to the surface. And they did, taking them out of the chamber. With the spirits surrounding them, Falmer hissed and withdrew. The Shris and Shris hunters fled. The spirits led them to a tunnel that ended in machinery and an icy body of water. The giant machine seemed to be moving water. Square buckets attached to a broad belt went into the water. Looking up, empty buckets returned. The way out, the spirits insisted, was through the lake. Hold your breath and grab onto one of the scoops of that belt, said Revyn, miserably. Just, hold on. Delphine was sandwiched between the two Dunmer. As they were dragged into the ice water they both invoked Ancestors' sanctuary, their fires just barely kept the cold away else they'd all have lost consciousness moments after going under. They were dragged up into a small cavern lit by mushrooms. They let go of the belt, the water-laden scoops headed into the ceiling. They lay in a heap, gasping for air. Revyn forced enough energy to tug at the flame staff that was tied to Amberie's pack. He used it to flame a pile of rock debris. They crawled nearer to the heated stones and slept. Once they woke, it was a steep but relatively short climb to an abandoned mine. They found rusted pickaxes and dug the rest of their way out. Fortunately, the collapsed section was shallow and of loose rubble over the entrance. The mine entrance let them out onto the steep side of a mountain. They walked downwards and once the trees thinned due to recent logging, they could see a massive fortress. Fort Dongard. Well, at least we can be assured of food and a safe place to rest, said Revyn. I'll take the sigil stone now, said Delphine. You stupid swit, Amberie snarled and stepped forward to block her. The stone stays with Revyn. You weren't listening very well while I was negotiating with the spirits, were you? You lucked out that most of the spirits there were Hlalu. His wife's family had the name pole the spirits recognized and that made him an acceptable medium, even though he was no blood relation. And I'll admit, you made a good call in choosing Revyn because his own bloodline were shamans and he's one of the few in the quarter who knows the old ways of ghost handling, especially since there were Druz, Redarin, and others. Most of the spirits have accepted release and will go to the rest once they destroy the Waishran. The ones still here have reattached to the stone and will only remain peaceful so long as the stone stays in Revyn's care. You've done your work for the Dragonborn, you've found the stone. Now you can go back to her dragonship and tell her it's in safe hands. And if ever the time comes, Revyn will bring it to her. That's not how this works. Don't try me, girl. This old and rusty blade can still take your jumped-up Grandmaster pretensions to the ground. Now run along and report to the Dragonborn we're supposed to be serving. Delphine glared, her hand twitching a long while over the hilt of her katana. But at last she spun around and walked away. They watched her until she disappeared into the trees. Thank you, Amberies. Yet. Right. Amberies was scowling at the ground. When he finally looked up and met Revyn's eyes, he looked ready for battle. You know, Revyn, you've been involving yourself in trouble since you married. Tell me true, is Hell's at the Dragonborn? Revyn heaved a great sigh of relief. Yes. Ha. Eleni owes me a keg of brandy. Amberies grinned. A very big keg. Amberies. Revyn. Amberies echoed, mockingly. They started walking to Fort Dongard. Wall sentries spotted them, and they could see 2 guards starting uphill to meet them. The ghosts will be happy, Amberies remarked. In case you are too tired to sense them, the attached spirits on the stone are Nords. Officers in Joran Skald King's army who volunteered for sacrifice. They wanted to go home to Windhelm and they'll hang around your shop and guard it along with the stone. I didn't catch their names, but I'm sure you'll find that out later in your own time. But they did say that when the time is right, they'll gladly go to glory in Sovngarde. Oh, how nice. Revyn said, inanely. Chapter 22, Past the Line. A/N, so we've met and we'll meet more of Helset's kin. This is a wistful sigh for Revyn's own. Past the line. Revyn. Hurry it up. Gonna pack the whole caravan. Cousin Tyrania slapped the butt of her spear lightly against his backside, which was sticking out of an oversized leather and wood chest. The top half of him was buried under a mound of stuff that lumped and tumbled with his activity. I'm coming, I'm coming. Just gotta make sure I... Aha. Got it. He wriggled backwards, emerging with a lumpy leather roll that he quickly attached to the bottom of his travel pack. Ready now. He didn't immediately answer her, being occupied with strapping his knife to his leg and readjusting the straps of his pack. Lastly, he picked up his walking stick. Ready, he said. She preceded him to a campfire where Bonsu, Maludren, and Athican were waiting. His older cousins grinned at him. Ready for your last adventure, city boy? Asked Maludren. Stop calling me that, said Revyn, scowling. I grew up here in the Ashlands. Stop that, Malu, Tyrania said, lightly punching his shoulder. He doesn't become a soft city boy until he's been there a year. And becomes another of the false gods' housebroken pets, muttered Athican. Revyn skipped up to Athican and kicked his leg. Say that to my father's face, Scribwits, because if he says that's what I have to do to become like him. His other cousins laughed and shoved Athican until he grinned and held his hands up in surrender. Apologies, little cousin. Thrain Sadri is as fierce and shrewd and capable as any Khan of the tribe and is no one's foot-licking tribunal pet. If he says you must spend the most important years of your life in the crowd and filth of the cities, so be it. Apology accepted, Revyn huffed. Then he brightened. Provided you teach me how to throw axes like you do. Maludren, the oldest, picked up his pack. We all ready then? Everyone did mental checks on what they had packed. It took Revyn a little longer because he habitually packed more. When they all nodded, Maludren led them at a brisk trot out of the tribe's encampment. The cousins were heading towards the ruins of a rare Dwemer surface settlement. The general belief was that it was a trading post before relations between Dwemer and Chimer crumbled. From the encampment, it was 2 days of travel. It took that long because the older cousins had to slow their pace for Revyn. They didn't want him collapsing from exhaustion for stubbornly pushing himself to keep up with them. It wasn't that he was weak or sickly, but his lifestyle wasn't centered around hunting and herding as theirs was. A caravan brat. When he traveled in the caravan, his position, as most children's were, was to sit on top of the pack-goers with a small horn, and bow and arrows when they were old enough, and from that higher vantage point keep watch for dangers. At 14, he had become too old for that and had walked with the adults the last 2 years. He could keep a good walking pace while carrying goods, but that wasn't conditioning for being able to jog along with them from sunrise to sunset. He was also over a decade younger. Maludren, at 26, had just passed his final maturity test and was considered an adult. Tyrania and Athican, in a half-year, would take theirs, and Bonsu in another year or so. And, again, he did have that bad habit of packing extra weight of things he thought he might need. The trader's habit of always having some goods he might be able to trade on, although out here, who or what was there to trade with? Keeping options available, his father often said, and which the boy faithfully quoted. Heavy options, the cousins thought, but they weren't going to gainsay a father's training for his child. They found a small waterhole with a couple of large zirika clumps. Revyn used stick to break through the dried vines and long thorns and knock free the nuts growing amidst them. He gathered the nuts and the detached and unbroken thorns while the rest of them bagged water. There were kagouti tracks, many overlaying tracks, so they wouldn't be staying in the vicinity long. They made camp under an overhang of rock. Bonsu and Athican went hunting while Maludren and Tyrania filtered the water. Their city cousin had packed a small, hammered iron wok and spices and dried vegetables, so when the hunting pair came back with an alit, he was able to make a delicious soup from the tough meat. He also boiled his share of the filtered water. Fussy like his father about the taste of the water. Then from Revyn's pack came a jar of scrib jelly and a bag of salt rice grains, pre-cooked, smashed, dried and broken into flakes. He smashed the oily ziriku nuts, put them in a blight moth silk bag and twisted it to squeeze out the oil. He was making nunsriku, a dense, nourishing travel food of nut meat, scrib jelly, and grains. The flavorful but slightly bitter oil was put into the now empty scrib jelly jar. It was good for flavoring and even better medicine to rub into the skin for rashes, light burns, preventing infections. Athican showed Revyn how to find the right hold on an axe or knife he intended to throw and to recognize the ideal types for throwing. The others chatted and worked on smoothing the broken ends of the ziriku thorns. They would make fine sewing needles, dart weapons, even decorative pins. Revyn didn't volunteer for guard duty hours. He knew he wasn't quite up to his cousin's standards. Falling asleep while on guard duty would have been unforgivable, so he made up for that by being resourceful with food. But still he didn't immediately fall asleep, though he was physically exhausted. Bonsu, Maludren, and Athican were already asleep. He could sense Tyrania ghosting silently about. After this adventure with his cousins, the trade caravan was returning to Vivek City. He was saying goodbye to his cousins and his mother's clan for the next 10 years. He was to be apprenticed to his aunt to learn the shopkeeper's trade in the wasteworks of the Hlalo Canton, where his family sold goods from the ashlands and grazelands. He wished he didn't have to, but father said it was time for him to learn the ways of a city and how to build trade in the city. The family fortune was not in trading between the tribes, it was in selling the treasures gleaned in the ashlands to the wealthy houses. And the Ashlander family and tribes didn't need the material goods of the houses, they needed information of what was happening among the houses, anything that might affect the clans. Information, solid and reliable, was the biggest trade good among the tribes. His grandfather had taken the time to learn who wanted to know what random news he heard in the cities would be valuable. The cons he gossiped to showed their appreciation with gifts that could be traded for a nice profit elsewhere, or concessions, such as those smoothing the way to courtship. That enabled his grandfather to court a bride from the Zainab and his father from this family of Urshilaku. In the future, he imagined, he would also find a bride among the tribes. His bloodline, for all its origins in the houses, was respectable in the clans. Both his grandmother and mother had been daughters of wise women with strong gifts in the female children, and his grandfather and father had established their name for fair trades in goods and information. He would miss his mother dearly, but she reluctantly agreed with his father that this was necessary. One more thing kept him awake that disquieting moment 2 nights before with grandmother Hlali, the wise woman of this tribe. He had been leaning against his grandfather, being shown how to fletch an arrow so that it would spin for straighter flight. He'd idly talked about his dreams of coming back to the Ashlands in the trade caravans after his shop apprenticeship. But his grandmother had gotten one of those looks that even his grandfather had automatically tensed up. "You are not coming back," his grandmother had said. "Your destiny is in a distant city far, so very far away." She looked at him so sadly that he started tearing up. "I'm coming back," he cried. She smiled and patted his cheek. "Carry that fire in your heart. You will need it to be a guide home, one of the mightiest spirits born." She pulled him into a tight hug. "Now don't let your cousins lead you into anything foolish while you're out there. I know you feel as if you need to prove you're as tough as any child of the tribe, but use the sense your father's been training into you. Use your resources wisely." When grandmother had released him, his grandfather had gruffly called his attention back to fletching and pushed feathers, string, and a stick into his hands, ordering him to show him what he had learned. Vivek City, he told himself, is not that far away. 10 years isn't forever. He repeated those assurances until he fell asleep. XXXXXXX. They finally arrived at the ruins late in the evening of the second day. Meandering and Tyrania scouted the area ahead for any signs of dangerous animals or Daedra while the rest of them looked for a good campsite. Earlier in the day, they had come across a group of outlanders. The Ashlanders would normally have avoided them, but Revyn claimed they looked distressed and insisted on talking to them, so they reluctantly allowed themselves to be seen. The soldiers in Altmer had reacted with proper caution. The two Nordwomen waved in an eager, friendly manner to Revyn's upheld hand. The three had met in the middle area of their respective groups. The party was lost. The soldiers were still learning the area and had missed their landmark. The Nords and the Altmer were studying blight diseases and the herbal cures being used for treatment. The group was trying to get back to Valenverion. The party had an unfortunate encounter with Daedra and, in fleeing, had lost food, tents, sleeping rolls, extra weapons, and lab equipment. They had their water skins, small bags of collected herbs, and potions. Prevent blight potions, healing potions, other needful restoratives, they'd had the sense to snatch those up and keep hold of them in their flight. Revyn traded for 6 of the prevent blight and another 6 of restoratives for half the Nunsrika balls, 3 of 6 ash hopper legs, killed this morning and roasted for eating during travel. A crude map he quickly drew on the back of a shield to get them to Valenverion, and he got Maludren to tell the soldiers what to look for in the way of landmarks. All in all, a worthwhile trade stop. Since it was a good trade, the older cousin's cautions about walking up to and talking to strangers was only half-hearted. They finally found the ruins. Ash and sand had half covered the main building. The entrance was partially blocked by stones, sand, and ash, but a couple of hours of digging would clear it. They'd start tomorrow. Maludren and Tyrania would scout about first as a precaution, while the others found a campsite well away from the ruins. No Daedra about. No large animals. No water and very little vegetation that was edible. They had enough stores for a day of exploration before they turned around and headed back home. They speculated on what they might find inside. Since it was a surface building exposed for centuries, there was likely nothing of value left within. The far-off Cyrodiil Empire decreed Aldmer ruins protected, and anything found as imperial property. Ashlanders would hardly care. Most underground ruins were avoided because of the still active Dwemer guardians, the obvious metal ones, and, just maybe, the angry ghosts of the former inhabitants, but this site looked to be picked over. Malu thought there might be a wild Kwama nest inside. He'd spotted the marks of Kwama foragers and scribs. It was something to hope for. Fresh scribs and Kwama eggs would make a tasty meal. Being able to bring back to the tribe the eggs would also be a good thing. Athican woke them all just after midnight. He pointed to the moons that were beginning to fracture on the red horns of an approaching blight storm. They cocooned themselves in cloaks and veils, put on goggles against the rising winds, gathered their supplies and took down their tents. They put the boulders they'd been camped by so that the rocks were between them and the wind. Then they all tucked themselves under Maludren's tent cloth, which was the biggest, to further protect themselves against debris. The storm abated just before dawn, but they stayed tucked under until the sun was fully out, then took their time shaking off the red ash from their clothing and making sure everything else was ash-free. "Do we still want to explore the ruins?" asked Bonsu. "I'm still curious. But it would be a terrible place to be trapped in if any blighted scribs or foragers showed up." "If they were blighted," said Athican, "we could get lucky and hope it was only the ones caught outside that got sick. If there's a nest inside the ruins, they still may be healthy if the foragers haven't returned. The eggs should still be good in any case." "Digging through red ash though," said Tyrania. "Bad enough we have to stay wrapped up in this heat until we're sure. Just far enough inside, I say, to assess if there is a nest and if it's a healthy nest. If no nest, then a quick look around, see if there's anything of interest, then get out." That was agreed on. Revyn got watch duty while the entrance was being widened, also because if there was a wild Kwama nest within, there would be Kwama warriors. Revyn was too young to fight those creatures. His spear fighting was clumsy, the choke as a weapon was chancy and more apt to hurt the wielder before the foe. What he was good at was a child's bow with arrowheads of Ziriku thorns. A nuisance weapon, really, like firing oversized darts to kill small animals and insects. But his aim couldn't be faulted. And, like the rest of them, he knew how to recognize signs of a blighted animal. It made a traveling merchant's life a misery to have to kill affected pack animals. Far more work for much less profit because one could only afford to carry what the merchants and guards themselves could pack out if the beasts had to be slaughtered. Back at the tribal camp, food plants would go unharvested. There would be no hunting for at least a week and everyone would anxiously be watching the animals. Small herds had to be separated to individuals and larger herds separated to smaller, manageable groups. If even one beast in a group showed signs, all in that group would be slaughtered and bodies burned and buried. A cure blight potion worked on a Guar, but it needed 3 times as much as a person, so only prize breeders were afforded the protection if there were any potions to spare. For a week minimum, the only food was protected stores of dried food, and the only water in containers that had been adequately sealed against dust even before the storm hit. After a week, hunting could be resumed with high caution. Having plenty of the proper healing potions was necessary. If that resource was lacking, then starving out another week and praying that another ash storm wouldn't happen in the meantime. Decades of blight had killed more through starvation than the incursions of the houses. Against the blight, the Urshilaku, even the Revyn soon, sent warriors to help guard the ghost fence alongside the hated ordinators and armigers. Maludren would be among those sent in the next year to do his duty to protect the tribe against the blight monsters there. Revyn spotted a forager in a small clutch of scrib. No signs of disease yet. Signs wouldn't show until 2 or 3 days later after the storm. With scrib, the signs would be easy enough when the non-aggressive, aimless creatures tried to attack. Foragers were naturally aggressive, but they hunted in certain patterns. It was the ones that aimlessly wandered about or in purposeless circles that indicated disease. HSST. Revyn. There is a wild kwama nest. Stay out here. The warrior bugs in this one are big ones. We'll come fetch you when it's safe. Fight well, Tyr, Revyn said. Oh. Wait. Here's 2 resist blight potions we got off the Outlanders. Big enough for the 4 of you. Great. Thanks. How long should I wait? She stuck a stick in the sand and drew a line. Any longer, go home for help. Revyn looked sharply back at her. Not worth it if it's that dangerous, he said. This was supposed to be a look-see trip. The storm changed it. We can't pass up the chance to harvest the eggs, she said. Then take the rest of the potions I got from the Outlanders and the Ziriku oil. They're no good to me if any of you are injured or dead. Tyrania set aside some for him and took the rest. He also insisted she take the water and food he carried since he could resupply from what was still at the campsite. She gave him a quick hug and disappeared back inside. He looked at the stick and line. About 4 to 5 marks he estimated, just before evening when activity in a kwama hive was increasing with returning foragers and more warriors were waking to guard against night predators. One of his father's caravan guards came from a family that work in domesticated kwama egg mines. The majority of warrior larvae were identified and killed. Egg miners naturally picked up the hive pheromones in their clothes and skin as they worked, so the remaining warriors sent identified them as hive workers. His cousins, lacking that protective hive scent, would be fighting every step against warriors and foragers. The more sensible approach would have been to sneak some clothes in and tack it to a wall in a nest, then come back a week later when it had nest scent on it. But leaving this nest a week risked blighted foragers returning and infecting the rest of the colony. It was likely that even after they returned to the tribe, a party would go back to examine the hive to see if a burning was necessary. Revyn returned to camp and readied his pack in case the worst happened. He was packed for a run. Snacks, water, potions, and knife and spear. Everything else had been bundled and buried for later retrieval. If the cousins emerged after he left, they knew where to look for supplies. Once all that is done, he went back to the ruins and waited. XXXXXXX. The stick's shadow passed the line. No sound from the ruins. Revyn had to force himself to eat a full meal. Fear could only carry one so far. When the emotional fuel faded, there had better be food in the belly to sustain the burn. A lone warrior approached the ruins. Full chitin armor. The colors of its sash and veils marked it an armiger. He watched it approach. Again, he didn't hide as his cousins would have. City boy, they would have sadly sighed. Quite true. He didn't entirely share their distrust of ordinators and armigers that they had. Hello there, youngling, the armiger called out. A woman. What are you doing exploring a ruin by yourself? Surely not. There must be others. Where are they? Hunting for eggs inside, he said truthfully. He pointed at the time stick. It's past the time they should have come out. I must go back to the family and get help. Ah. Revyn, am I correct? The young boy who helped healer Anna Frostleaf and her party find their way back to Valenverion. Oh, they made it safely back before the storm? That's good. Quite. She was worried about you. She recalled that your party was going towards this ruin. She asked that if I had time on my way to Margan that I check on you. Ancestors bless her, he said fervently. He looked at the time stick. I have to go. Their names are Maludren, Bonsu, Tyrania, and Athican. Maludren's the oldest and he will soon be sent to help patrol the ghost fence. She nodded. If that's your orders, then Shivi guide your path. I'll see what I can do and I will stay until you and yours return here. Revyn watched her enter the ruins, then he began running. XXXXXXX. The silent week of waiting was misery. He had run the entire night to make it back just after dawn. He'd gasped out the tale to the first Gur herder he'd found and collapsed. He'd roused a day and a half later in his grandparents' tent. His father and mother with the caravan guards and parents of his cousins had gone left for the ruins. Finally, Tyrania's mother ran back with news. The hive was fat with eggs and their burrowing to expand the nesting area had weakened the floor, which Bonsu and Athican had discovered by falling through to a lower level. Bonsu had broken his leg in the fall and Athican cracked his head against the broken edge of the floor, a blow to the head which left him dizzy and uncoordinated, unable to see clearly, and nauseated. Tyrania was left to fend off warriors while Malu, who had been learning the healing arts along with warrior training, treated the two with a combination of potions and spells. He couldn't manage to work up a good spell because he had to frequently stop to help Tyrania as the Kwama foragers and warriors ganged up on her. The armiger had found them. She had basic healer skills honed in battle situations and was able to get Athican to walk on his own without needing to be held. He wasn't fit to fight, but at least he could see where he was going, keep his balance, and able to follow orders. They'd made it most of the way out by the time rescue arrived. The plan was to stay 2 days at the campsite while the armiger and his mother, Delor, treated Athican, whose head injury was more of a concern than a simple clean bone break. Eggs were being harvested and packed for transport. Maludren and Tyrania would stay with their parents to watch over the Kwama nest and kill any blight-affected insects trying to re-enter the nest. By the second week everyone was back. 1/10 of the herds had to be slaughtered. The eggs were a welcome addition to their food stores. The armiger had been invited to visit. Her name was Nelt Hassabuller. She was one of the prettiest women Revyn had ever seen. Indoril, respectful of Velathai ways, she made a good impression on the family. Malu was smitten. Revyn teased him, but carefully. Malu was acting like a Bulgur in early stages of must and would likely knock him on his ass if he pushed it too far. And Revyn wasn't so far behind, being a little smitten himself. Maybe someday he'd be able to get such a pretty paragon of fierceness and wit and good humor to smile at him, and he'd certainly wouldn't make himself the idiot Malu was being. But in the ways of a traveling merchant or a tribe, it was time to move on. He asked his cousins for tokens to remember them by since it would be years before he could return. Athican gave him the head of his spear which had broken when he'd fallen through the floor, Maludren gave him a polished stone with luck characters carved on it that young hunters wore, Tyrania gave him a gold ring with a flat face on which had been hammered the moon and star of Narivar for hope, and from Bonsu, a blight moth silk dust veil, fancy enough for city wear, Bonsu had joked, for when the hot winds blow. Revyn gave his grandparents and his mother a final hug and cheery smile. Knowing someday he'd return gave him the strength to walk away. Chapter 23, Trader or Investor. Trader or Investor, PT1. Master, Savella poked her head into his office, Rita Snowden is here to see you. Is he? Interesting. Thank you, Savella, I'll be right up. Revyn cleared his desk of the letters and reports he was reading from all his contacts around Skyrim, Solstheim and Morrowind, stowing them in a box that he put on a nearby shelf. He pulled out the relevant accounts books and brought them up to the kitchen, then went to the main room of his shop to greet Windhelm's chief of tax collections. A fine afternoon, Master Snowden, said Revyn, and unexpected. When you cancelled our original meeting 2 days ago, I expected to be summoned to the palace when you were next available. Are you here to purchase? I don't need these fellows if I'm shopping for a new trinket for my wife, the man said with a small smile of amusement, gesturing at 2 armored enforcers standing a slight distance behind him. Revyn shrugged. The chief of tax collectors wandering anywhere about in the height of tax season always needs protection. But to business then. My books are ready for inspection. If you'll come this way, please. Snowden had his men remain in the shop while he followed Revyn into the kitchen. I'm not here for those, he said, nodding at the books. I've never actually been in your shop, you know, but I've heard many things about the remodel. It's impressive, damn it, which means I have to agree with recent accusations that none of my people know how to properly value your stock or Dunmer craftsmanship. Revyn didn't like the sound of that. Accusations? Who would be leveling those charges against you, sir? He asked. Snowden only shook his head. The same fellow who's been questioning the volume of goods you handle. Questioning your business in other holds. Questions I've no interest in because, as far as I'm concerned, you pay all the proper tariffs. My office is not concerned with politics or military security, but I have to investigate the charge that you may be making more profit than your shop books account for. I believe you an honest fellow, as honest as any businessman can be who isn't out to bleed his fellows for every septim and so had hacked near before me. But after what little I've seen of your store, I have to agree that my field collectors lack the proper assessment skills. Better to say that than say laxness where the whole of the Grey Quarter is concerned, he grumbled, disgusted. I came here to tell you a special assessor will be auditing your business for this year and the last 3 years. The Nord walked a circuit around the room. He came back to Revyn. The one questioning is Thane Eldon Gilder. He's new. A friend of the Jarl's from his days in the Imperial Legion. Gilder is a Cyrodiil-born Nord, educated in finances to Imperial standards, was a career officer in the Quartermaster Division of the Imperial Forces. He decided to spend his remaining years in Skyrim after seeing the way the Dominion is lording it about in the Imperial City. He is now the Jarl's War Finances advisor. Thing is, Sadri, he's heard about your wife. Hells at Sadri is just a bandit hunter and common mercenary. Say, Hells at Pharaoh, then he's jumping and shouting we're all ignorant fools. He's told the Jarl that the daughter of General Inanna Pharaoh, the general who trained and mentored Tullius at warfare, has been running in and out of the city for years now. Snowden paused and glared at him, looking for any reaction. Revyn just shrugged with a look of apology. The Jarl is furious. He didn't want to believe it. He's seen her collecting bounties from his steward. The steward and court mage respect her. The guards admire her. He remembers her from the prison cart taking him to Helgen to be executed. Don't know why Tullius didn't recognize her. But Gilder is staunch in saying she is the daughter of Mead loyalists. Gilder is pressing charges of treason. However, the Jarl is too canny to make any sort of permanent example of you despite the strong urgings of his more radical advisors. Some say you have too many friends, some say we should bleed you for the war chest, and some say we should use you like the bit to rein in your wife to Stormcloak service. That last one is stupid and too dangerous for many reasons. If I had to choose I'd say gold. That special sale you had 2 years ago of your wife's magical trinkets when all fines and taxes were summed up and added to your regular taxes for the year was an amount that would break most of the nobles in the hold. Truth be told, you're one of the hold's biggest tax revenue sources. They want control over you. Watch yourself. I can't help you beyond this. And I've already said enough that could get me accused of collusion with an accused traitor. This time he accepted the wine glass of white gold Tower Revyn had poured and silently offered him. I don't know how long this audit will last, but I must also tell you that until this audit is complete, you are not to leave the city. Jordan and Garen are also staying here to see that the only things leaving your store are goods sold from the front counter or that have been ordered and documented before this visit. Expect tomorrow the arrival of Thane Gilder's conscripted assistant, Mage Wounfirth's new apprentice, who will begin evaluating your enchanted stock. Snowden sipped appreciatively at the wine. You're taking this better than most, he observed. On the contrary, shock pushed Revyn into battle mode. Something his wife teased him about, saying that most people mentally fortifying themselves for battle had that typical grim mask while he, however, in that same state always looked vaguely puzzled as if someone had told him a bad joke. Not at all. But thank you, Sira. I appreciate you troubling yourself to take the time to tell me of this. I owe your wife, Snowden told him. You don't know it and she probably didn't think it worth mentioning. 2 years ago, she rescued a pair of travelers, my sister and her husband, on the road to Winterhold. Their horse was injured by an ice wraith nesting in the snow. They were barely fighting it off. The horse's injured screams attracted frost trolls. Your wife was at the whistling mine and heard the horse too and came running. Oh. Well, my thanks just the same. Talos guide you, Sadri. I suspect you'll need his help more than Rivar's. Ha, Revyn barked appreciatively. Snowden had always been a sharp one when it came to Dunmer. His was one of the oldest family lines in Windhelm and his ancestors were remembered as among the more welcoming and helpful Nord families to the refugees. Snowden left with Jordan as his escort. Garen nodded respectfully at him before stating, "Don't go anywhere without telling me or Jordan where you are going and when you will return. We're not ordered to track Miss Nethry or to trail after you. Things could change right quick, though. We've already permission to do that if we suspect any games. With all respect." "Thank you," Revyn said, sighing. He gathered the books and carried them downstairs. A little later, Revyn was back to his correspondence. Garen was roaming about in the shop, observing activities and asking Savella about products and what she knew of Revyn's business practices. Revyn had informed her a special audit was being conducted and that she was to cooperate with the auditors. And quietly, so a human couldn't hear, told her to treat them as especially difficult customers, keep answers short and simple, don't offer answers to questions not directly asked, and no second-guessing intentions because such customers didn't want to be convinced of anything but their conclusions. Any questions she deemed intrusive of her or his privacy or strayed off his business practice were to be referred to him. Back to the letters he had been reading earlier. Half were relatively harmless personal correspondence and business matters from people and businesses not associated with the Dragonborn. The others were ones he needed to stow in the hidden space under the floor in front of the shrine. The floor's surface had been laid with colored cement tiles of hexagons and triangles and earthy pastels of red, brown, sand, and green. It made it easier to hide secrets under them. Revyn dragged the Dwemer spider table to a place beside his desk. The 6 legs were carefully positioned on certain hexagon points, and once all 6 points were simultaneously weighted down, the points sank into the floor and a hexagon slab in front of the shrine rose. The sides of the risen slab had finger niches he used to lift the rest of the slab out of the floor. It was a thick piece, but not particularly heavy. The bottom of the slab was layered with sound-dampening cork wood. In the void was a stand of 3 baskets. He would normally lift out the basket rack to make it easier to work with the scrolls, papers, and books they held, but he didn't want to risk the chance of Garen walking in on him, so he just dropped the confidential stuff into a basket sort later. The slab was put back in place. When he moved the spider, the slab sank back level with the floor. Tapping for false panels wouldn't find this hiding space or the other which held the treasure chest. He doubted an apprentice would detect the presence of magical items in a chest enchanted against detection by a paranoid mage lord of the Telvanni. He went for a late lunch at the corner club with Embrys and Eleni. "Savella tells me you're in some kind of trouble," said Eleni. "Taxman taking over your shop." Revyn explained the situation involving Thane Gilder. They agreed the war would get interesting if finances continued to be handled by one with high-level knowledge of how the Imperials staged resources and financed their armies. So, the question was, did Revyn want to get out now or wait this out? It had been a great relief when circumstances had finally forced him to admit to his 2 closest friends that Hel's was the Dragonborn. Embrys had been the first to officially know when he'd rescued Revyn from one of the Dragonborn's untrustworthy associates. Eleni was officially informed when Embrys demanded she pays on the private, long-standing bet they'd had between them of whether or not Revyn's wife was the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn's businesses he was not worried about. The Whiterun steward and housecarl already handled all that. They'd take over and handle all the others outside of Windhelm as well if he failed to contact them at a preset time. What he needed to discuss with Embrys and Eleni were the recent transactions he'd made with them that would bring them to Thane Gilder's attention. Eleni had been working a long time to organize an internal council for the Grey Quarter since the Jarl was not interested in handling legal disputes and Dunmer criminal activity in the quarter. Her Indorial nature was outraged at this chaos and her nature demanded an organized house. She'd recruited the Selvad to her cause, counting on their Ridderan nature for order. And up until Eleni finally knew his secret, he'd only been able to donate modest funds in keeping with his pose as a merchant of modest means. Once she knew, he'd given her a purse in the thousands, trusting her to find a way to explain the sudden increase of funds to the volunteers managing the informal orphanage that took the sad waifs wandering the Grey Quarter, a food kitchen that fed basic meals to the poorest, and a dispensary of small necessities of living. The donation was in his books so she could expect some nosy visitors. Embrys was a touchier matter. When Embrys had rescued him some weeks earlier, he had discovered that his friend was an ex-blade. Not a high-ranking one, as his duties in the Imperial Legion limited his mobility to perform blade missions, more mid-level as their ranks went. Revyn had talked to him about using that experience to help him recruit a private security force. The most obvious was hiring a guard for the store. Attempted robberies by Thieves' Guild and amateurs were increasing, and he thought a visible guard would help discourage the number of clumsy, nuisance attempts. He was also finding a need for armored couriers to deliver expensive goods within the city and to shops and customers in other holds. He'd had incidents where servants of noble patrons had come to pick up merchandise and then been attacked on their way back. The last straw was when someone tried to rob Savella as she was delivering a jeweled necklace. She'd had her stop thief gloves and left the fool paralyzed on the street for others to kick about. The corner club owner had been amused and suggested Revyn loan him a considerable amount to help him make improvements on the club. Skilled workers were expensive, you know. At least that's what it said on paper. Embrys had always desired to return to Morrowind but had given up on the dream as finances never seemed to work out that way. So he'd gone about getting building permits soon after Revyn had completed his shop remodel. The amount Revyn gave him was the difference between real cost and inflated cost a Nord could expect for the same work. This was the seed money Embrys would need to seek out the type of help Revyn wanted. So if the Nords wanted to investigate him, fine. Formal loan papers had been signed weeks ago. There were witnesses on the loan. Just a contract between businessmen. Revyn had wondered why his friend had wanted to go through all that nonsense, but he could see now the unpleasant encounter with Delphine the Blade had reawakened the hidden blade in Embrys. XXXXXXX. Thane Gilder didn't show up until 3 days later. By then a thorough inventory of Revyn's store and storage had been done. Books and paperwork were readied for the Thane's inspection. Revyn hadn't needed to do a thing but stay out of the auditor's way. "Welcome, Thane Gilder, my office is in the cellar. We can go there now, or perhaps you would like a look around first." "Your books, please." Looked like a Nord, spoke like a Cyrodiil, and held himself like a military officer. As they walked downstairs he asked, "Is your wife expected back anytime soon?" "I don't know. She's been working with the Dung Guard lately. Vampire hunters located in the rift." "Interesting. Are vampires such a problem then?" "Yes. A growing one. Rifton has had attacks. Whiterun, Morthal, Markarth more often in the warmer climates. But vampire attacks have been reported outside Windhelm, just not in the city yet. I've heard guards talking that a week ago they witnessed 3 vigilants of Stendarr chasing a vampire right past the bridge." Thane Gilder made himself comfortable at Revyn's desk and began looking through the summaries his assistants had prepared. Revyn went upstairs, then carried down a chair from the kitchen and placed it in front of his desk. He waited to be dismissed or told to be seated, but when he wasn't, he moved the chair to the spider table, picked the letters basket from a shelving nook, took it to the spider table, sat, and began reading. A basket-carrying scribe came down accompanied by Jordan, who carried a low table and a stool, which he set near the desk. Ink pot, a box of prepared quills, and a stack of blank parchment came out of the basket, and the scribe readied himself for work. "It's time to talk," announced Thane Gilder. Revyn sighed. Now it began. "It's quite a business you run, Sirrah. Over 50 years in Windhelm running this shop and barely scraping by. You marry the daughter of an imperial general, and for that year the taxes collected from you were 5 times what you paid the previous year, and exponential since. Furthermore, you've aggressively expanded into Whiterun, Solitude, Markarth, and Morthal holds. Your wife has been made Thane. Thanes of Solitude and Markarth are required to be property holders. Proud Spire Manor and Velindrel Hall are not peasant hovels. Yet you live here." "Why? My wife is not a Thane in Whiterun," Revyn corrected. "And I live here out of habit," Revyn said, shrugging. "Windhelm has still the biggest population of Dunmer in Skyrim. She was born in Cheydinhal. The ruling duke is of House Hlalo, and Cheydinhal has the biggest population of Dunmer in Tamriel outside of Morrowind itself," Gilder said. Revyn shrugged. "True. But what is that to my taxes? I am given to understand that there are questions about the source of my capital. Are there questions you have that my documentation doesn't answer? Your biggest trades are in pro-imperial holds or neutral holds. Why not Stormcloak?" "Because their liquidity drains to here," Revyn said bluntly. "Businesses and citizens in Stormcloak allied holds are tax squeezed to support the Stormcloaks. Most of my money in those areas is in long-term investments that I expect to wait 10 to 20 years before they show a profit. Elves, you know. I can afford to wait that long. So you sell arms and weapons to our enemies. Documents show I have sold equal amounts to Stormcloak holds. At a loss, if you will note. So, you sell to both sides. Have you no honor? I consider myself politically neutral, and so I do not think my honor compromised. Your wife is of the Felix family, who have been loyal to the Medes since the beginning. Her mother is one of Mede's oldest and strongest generals." Revyn said nothing, merely tilting his head as if waiting for another question. "Why is she here in Skyrim and not with her mother, carrying on the proud family tradition of military service? I fail to see the connection to my business practices." "Businesses you didn't have until you married her. I gladly admit I'd be nothing without her." "Her family fortune, you mean? If you will review my records, you will see that any monies used for investments, anything purchased, is derived from profits made selling items my wife has supplied me for sale or from coins she received for sword and spell services." This went on for hours, and the only respite was when the scribe needed more parchment or needed to shake out his hand for cramping. Thane Gilder may have only been a year in Skyrim, yet he knew an uncomfortable amount about Revyn's investments and Hel's et Pharaoh's activities in the province. A case of the Stormcloaks not knowing how much they knew until someone who knew what they were doing was looking for it. The man was chasing rumors but had yet to show Revyn any significant solid evidence. But that hardly mattered. By the law of the Empire, the burden of proof was on the accused. Gilder had his men pack Revyn's books to bring to the palace, where he could begin to plot some real fact-finding missions. The Warhammer had been hoisted. The first crackdown was for Revyn to choose between temporarily accepting a clerk spy who would handle all business books and correspondence, or closing his shop until the audit was over. Revyn would rather have closed the shop, but he didn't want the Whiterun contingency to take over, because Thane Gilder would certainly be checking on the status of the outside businesses. And when he discovered the Dragonborn's Whiterun steward had taken over, Revyn wanted to avoid that for as long as possible. He agreed to Gilder's spy. When Gilder was gone, he closed the shop and withdrew to the cellar. He threw a cushion down before the waiting door and knelt, running through the rituals to invoke the ancestors and thereby relaxing into a meditative state. He wasn't seeking anything in particular, just letting his thoughts and emotions drift. Sharing life. He could feel the comforting presence of the ancestors gathering about. After a while, each side withdrew and Revyn slowly stretched, feeling much better. Then he felt the others that had hovered just beyond the ancestors. These were Nord ghosts he'd picked up from that misadventure with Delphine the Blade. 6 of them had self-attached to a stone he safeguarded from Delphine. They were warriors from a time when Windhelm once had an alliance with Dunmer and Argonian, and the three allies had called themselves the Ebonheart Pact. Now one of the ghosts gave him its name. Jotgear Snowdon. With the name came a sense of the man he'd been. Jotgear had lived in the Snow Quarter and had been a dock labourer. Picked up a shield and spear when the Akhaver came, fought and managed to escape the sacking and burning of Windhelm, had fled to Morrowind with the Skald King, had fought until too injured to fight further. When the Dunmer mage priests called for volunteers for their magic to create spirit guardians, he'd offered himself because his spirit was still willing where his flesh could not. No one likes taxmen, but it was duty. It pleased him that Revyn held no animosity towards his descendant. XXXXXXX. He extracted promises from the Selvat and Sevella that they would treat their unwanted guest with courtesy no matter how obnoxious they might turn out to be. The Selvat said they would find temporary lodgings elsewhere if it got too bad, and Revyn promised Sevella paid leave if she couldn't stand the spy. And she needn't feel guilty about leaving Revyn in the shop alone, he wasn't allowed to go anywhere anyway. As circumstances dictated, Thane Gilder's office was too new to have many on staff. All he had were assistants he'd brought from Cyrodiil, all of whom were sent out to other holds to conduct investigations. So for the spy, he'd had to rely on Snowdon's people. As a show of cooperation, Snowdon assigned his right-hand assistant, Hurya Snowdon, his eldest daughter. A lovely young woman, able to maintain control when confronted by raging, screaming nobles disputing their tax bill. She apologized to Revyn about her spy duties and promised to be as discreet as possible as a 6-foot, blue-eyed, white-haired Nord could be in the Grey Quarter. He showed her the room she would stay in and gave her a tour of the living quarters and shop, ending at his desk in the cellar. Go ahead and poke around, get familiar where all the books and tools are. Settle them about as suits you. When you're ready, bring that basket over there up to the kitchen. Those are matters I haven't touched since ordered not to until your arrival. We'll sort out business from personal and then you can start reading and getting familiar with my business contacts. He poured himself a cup of tea and went to join Sevella to wait on customers. Chapter 24, Trader or Investor, PT2. Trader or Investor, PT2. Sadri's used wares was still open for sales and purchases despite the Stormcloak raid earlier last week. Due to security concerns, all commercial and personal armor and weapons had been seized from the property and declared forfeit. All confiscated property would be auctioned off for the general war chest. Plenty of magical trinkets still available, although at slightly higher prices. And even the Revyn ate most of the taxes instead of passing it on to customers, so he was selling at a loss. He still smiled as he handed over a gold and emerald necklace to the buyer at 50 septims below the original purchase cost and after totally discounting the added value of the health enchantment. He didn't bother denying the boar's charge that he'd inflated the price due to the taxes everyone knew he'd been hit with. Standing as guards inside the store were Melinies and Lady Carries, who also had had their weapons and armors stolen. Their grim faces warned off many troublemakers. Those still stupid enough to start anything found out how well these ladies wielded broomsticks and rolling pins and meat forks. Volunteer Dunmer guardsmen stood outside the store and patrolled the immediate area. To ensure they didn't spook the increased Nord patrols, the Dunmer didn't even carry personal daggers but followed the Selvat example of broomsticks or canes of wood or bone mold. The increased security had the unusual effect of encouraging more Nords to enter the Grey Quarter. The draw, of course, being Sadri's. The shop was busy with the influx of customers coming for the scandal factor, and he'd made sure they had a show. He temporarily sent his apprentice, Sevella, away to her aunt's farm for his peace of mind and her safety. Then he'd asked Eleni to help him, and she'd filled the empty weapons racks and mannequins with capes, gowns, shirts, and purses fashioned from sturdy blight moth silk, brought in household items fashioned of chitin and bone mold, useful, ornamental, either or both, and artwork all distinctly Dunmer and created by refugees. Orthos of the East Empire Company sent Tony Scarpelli to assist him. Tony had recently returned from his temporary internship on Thyme and had brought many unique items from there to sell. In fact, one entire wall was a designated East Empire showcase of items they would be importing from Thyme through the Windhelm port. A not-so-subtle boast of the taxes, coins, and jobs that would not have been available if a certain Dunmer mercenary hadn't helped get rid of a pirate problem and her husband hadn't persuaded the Dunmer of Thyme to cooperate with the East Empire. Then, after a full day of sales, nosy questions, challenges, and insults, Revyn spent hours after closing with Hurya Snowdon, the assigned, live-in auditor. Now this matter about Rallis Sedaris, said Hurya, he's not a store employee but he claims a lot of money before taxes. Is he an investor? An employee? Here are notations showing you invested in a project of his. Technically, he's an indentured servant to my wife, said Revyn. He poured himself another cup of tea. They were in the cellar. Hurya was hard at work at his desk, and he lounged before the desk on a chair and his legs propped up on a Dwemer spider table on which he'd placed a cushion. We did initially sink 11,000 septims into a barrow dig he had on Thyme, but that ended in a disaster. He explained the details of the financial arrangement with Raven Rock and House Redoran. You pay his equipment and travel and food expenses, I don't see the notes for that. We've covered that under my wife's miscellaneous adventurer's budget. Hurya frowned and scribbled a while in her report sheet. Hurya wasn't the worst part of this trial. While she was a meticulous fact-finder, she had no political agenda and stuck to facts, which were damning enough in the hands of her superior, Thane Gilder. This new Thane recognized his wife's famous family thanks to his years serving in the Legion Quartermaster's division. Now everyone knew who her mother was and that her father was the family that had helped the Meads to the Ruby Throne. He was determined to make it clear what kind of danger Hell's at Pharaoh was to the Stormcloak cause. Revyn blamed himself for this mess. He'd been too afraid and insecure to push his young bride on information about her family. She'd been so reticent. He didn't believe it was any fear of abuse from them, he knew she was protecting something. So many in the Grey Quarter would not or could not speak of family. Ordinators, armigers, moragtong, slavers. So many willingly or unwillingly leaving their past behind. But he should have pushed harder. She was his wife. He should have pushed. If he had known, he would have insisted she adventure under his name instead of her own. As egotistically distasteful as it might have seemed then, no one would ever think a shopkeeper's wife had an army potentially poised to strike if she fell. Yet her reticence was still not the worst crime here. He knew she shared the Pharaoh name with her mother, he knew she was from Cheydinhill. He had contacts in Cheydinhill and knew people who had family in Cheydinhill that he could have asked for gossip. He would have learned, then, about the high society furor and speculations around the Pharaoh-Felix marriage. He had eventually coaxed from her that her parents were high up in the Legion military hierarchy. And, yet, he still hadn't done anything besides sending them a timid letter of introduction. He was too cowardly to face her kin, afraid of their reaction to his age. When the councillors of Raven Rock slapped him upside the head with their research, he realized he needed to step up his political gamesmanship. The councillors were already working to protect their newest house member by disassociating the Dragonborn legend from Hell's at Pharaoh. Sure, she'd killed dragons, but it was a demon calling itself Marake that appeared and absorbed the dragon souls for some evil they couldn't fathom. Soul's Thyme may be far from the centers of power, but Morvain and Arano kept watch as he should have been doing. Hurya muttered and scowled as she tried to make sense of his Soul's Thyme accounts. Difficult because she was learning Dunmer exchange rates on the fly. The time between her questions gave Revyn space to read over personal correspondence and to review questions and pen replies to Freewinter, chief of those Nords defending him in the court. XXXXXXX. What in oblivion is going on, cousin? Little Nicky demanded loudly as soon as Revyn had walked into the taproom. Little Nicky was his wife's young imperial cousin, a stout fellow wearing the wolf armor of the companions of Horvaskr, the paragons of all things Nord. There were several guards about, seemingly off duty and drinking. I went to the palace to tell them the companions had completed the job they'd hired us to do. I say I'm looking forward to having a drink with my cousins. Who's my cousin? Pharaoh? They practically accused me of treason, me, a companion, and then I'm told you've been cheating on your taxes. You don't listen very well, do you? Revyn observed. I try not to listen to stupidity. I can manage stupid on my own. Now tell me what's going on. 1. A charge of treason has not been made yet. There is some question of loyalty. Now that the Jarl is aware of Helset's parentage, it has not yet come to treason, Revyn repeated stubbornly, automatically. By the way, congratulations on graduating from the ranks of the puppies. Little Nicky made a sound of disgust. All right. But what's this about not paying taxes? What is that? The invention of new tax laws, Revyn said glumly. At least in Skyrim. Thane Gilder's importing tax concepts from Cyrodiil and some of those sound Altmer in origin. The never-ending civil projects. Don't underestimate the effectiveness of an audit to inflict terror and enforce domination. And as an anti-race mongering tactic goes, it's effective. Tricksy, lazy, ungrateful dark elves of the Grey Quarter cheating the hard-working Nords, make your first punishing example of them. Introduce your new tax laws and handily demonstrate the consequences of resistance. Next season's tax haul should be very, very good. Who is this Thane Gilder? An ex-officer from the Quartermaster Division. Ah, hell. So the Stormcloaks have decided to join the Empire's Legion after all. Low snarls from listening Stormcloaks. The young Imperial pointedly ignored them. I suppose he's the one who ratted out who my cousin's parents are, right? Implied she's General Tullius's secret spy. And while she's doing that, she may as well protect Stormcloak holdings from robbers, vampires, and skooma dealers, right? Bet he claimed that if something happened to her, her mother would jump on Windhelm like a skooma enraged saber cat. He's fear-mongering one. Even if something happens to her daughter, Great Aunt Inanna has her duty to guard the border between Cyrodiil and elsewhere. She's not going to march the 3rd Legion up here for personal vengeance. And, 2, General Tullius knows better than to recruit any child of that half of the family because they're all crazy, and he knows it. I mean, you've met Taliesin, for God's sakes. And you married my cousin. Speaking of crazy, why isn't my cousin here? And you imply you're a sane family member? Revyn sighed. I asked her to stay away, this is not a fight she needs to be directly involved in, and I wanted to avoid her physical confrontations with idiots. How long are you staying, Nikki? He abruptly asked. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning to report back to Whiterun. Something you need me to do? Well, I've 2 bottles of 200-year-old Cyrodiilic brandy, a small box of Skull Ice Fire tea, and a case of Ash Fire mead just in from Soul's Thyme, special orders by the Dragonborn. If you would deliver it to her residence, I'd be grateful. No sampling. Crap. Tempt a guy, will you? Okay. That it. If you would, please track my wife down. Taliesin's last letter was that she was in the rift doing escort work. General Galmer has a project for her that I think she should agree to do. He promises that if she does the job quickly enough, she won't risk confronting legionnaires. He wants her to go to the ancient crypt of Corvinjund and find an artifact from the First Empire. If you'll do that and take over her escort contract, I'll send the fee to the companions first thing tomorrow morning. Okay, little Nikki said thoughtfully. I hate escort work, but, yeah, I'll do it. You want me to send her to report to Galmer here? No. She should go directly to Corvinjund. I'm sure Vinar Greymane can tell you where the crypt is. I understand from Galmer that he was the one to find the clues to the artifact's location. How? Never mind. Hell, I'd sooner eat Shra's egg pie than talk to Vinar. He sighed. You're as crazy as your wife, he stated. XXXXXXX. Hurya was in bed. Little Nikki was staying in the new rooms in the corner club. Revyn was sitting before the waiting door and rereading the letter from Taliesin. The mage had returned from Soul's Thyme 2 weeks after Revyn had. By that time, Revyn had been having his misadventure with Delphine the Blade, and Taliesin couldn't wait for his return. He'd left the letter which essentially said he was going to the rift to await his parents at Stonefalls. They were finally getting close to Skyrim's border. If their latest schedule held true, they would have arrived at Windhelm in 3 weeks. Sadly, another delay was inevitable if all parties cooperated. Little Nikki would deliver the shipment to Breeze Home. Ash Fire Mead was a code phrase for an emergency. The Breeze Home steward would search the crate for his instructions, find Helsat and tell her to make more public appearances as the Dragonborn. 2nd, send Rallis to Whiterun. 3rd, after Nikki got Corvinjund's location, he and Rallis were to take Helsat's spare set of chitin armor and ride to Stonefalls to intercept Taliesin and his parents to pass to General Pharaoh and Legate Felix their orders. The rest was up to General Pharaoh and Rallis to complete the Corvinjund mission and the Felix men to get the dirt on Thane Gilder. Just as Gilder was auditing him, he would trade in kind. All his instincts were telling him the man was the hidden knife of enemies unseen. He'd need solid proof for the Jarl that Gilder's loyalties weren't altogether with the Stormcloaks. He'd done what he could for the moment. Now all he could do is pull on the goggles and wrap the veils tighter against the Blight Ash storm and hope he had the resources to wait it out. Chapter 25, Trader or Investor, PT3. Trader or Investor, PT3. The Vici snowshod wedding went off without a hitch. Vittoria made her speech of welcome and hope for a unified Skyrim. Askir repeated his wife's hope and concluded with an invitation to the public to the feast set out in the Castle Duer courtyard. When evening came, an invitation-only reception was at Proudspire Manor. Thane Pharaoh was not in town but had graciously permitted the use of her home since VC's manor was overfull with her guests and Askir's family. Not that Proudspire unoccupied, the mysterious Thane's husband was there, and staying with him were business associates. Revyn was obliged as the Thane's husband, and therefore host, to stand with Vittoria and Askir to receive guests. He had tried to decline the honor, but they insisted. Everyone wanted to meet Thane Pharaoh's husband. Jarl Elisif, welcome. No, my Jarl, I have no idea where my wife is at the moment. Madam Ambassador, how gracious. Thane Bryling and Thane Erikur, honored. And so it went, dressed in radiant raiments finest bought at the last minute and selling it. He'd rather be over with Orthus and Razalan chatting with Avenichi from Whiterun or introducing Councillor Morvain to the appropriate connections. The councillor had been unexpected, and he wasn't coming as the ruler of Soul's Thyme but as a Razalan's business associate. Garin, Revyn's assistant and spy from Windhelm's tax office, was having a good time at the food tables picking through rich and exotic delicacies. The reception duty was mercifully over, and Revyn snagged a wineglass from a server. He glanced around. Maven Blackbriar had cornered Morvain. He glided closer, careful not to draw Maven's attention, so he could listen in as she flirted with Morvain. She wanted information about Salstheim's wealth and plans with the East Empire Company. Before the reception began, she'd asked Revyn about Thane Gilder. She'd heard about Revyn's latest troubles and that Gilder was now living in Windhelm. She smirked as she mentioned she knew Gilder from his days in the quartermaster office of the Legion. Revyn would make sure Garen's reports to Gilder would include the note that Maven says hello. Jarl Elisif caught his eye and lifted her chin, an invitation. He passed behind the councillor, murmuring loud enough for Merry ears, if she were Druz, she would be the pride of the house. Morvain made the mistake of laughing. Maven, thinking he'd agreed to something she'd said, smiled and moved in closer. Revyn hesitated, wondering if he should do a rescue. But Morvain, after the briefest pause of astonishment, was smiling and game for action. Thank the gods he came instead of sending Irano. That one would have embarrassed everybody by loudly declaring he was married. A couple of hours later, he and Garen escaped via the basement door to get away from all the probing questions. Most attendees were Solitude nobles, and they were obnoxiously curious about the dark elf woman the Jarl had appointed to their exalted ranks. A wandering mercenary delivering a case of alcohol to Falk Firebeard, she did some mysterious job neither the Jarl nor the steward would discuss. She did bounty work. The master of the Bards College credited her with restarting the burning of King Olaf festival. And, suddenly, she was the newest Thane, who possessed enough wealth to buy the largest manor in the city. She never attended social events, preferring the company of the commoner crowd. With the way Snowshot is downing the mead, I can't imagine he'll be in any condition to conduct business tomorrow, said Garen. I think he'll be sober enough. But, likely, it will be Vittoria leading the discussion. Did you read her his notes on Dunmer exchange rates? Razelan and Morvain will be representing Saul's themes and House Redoran's interests. And you represent? Mine and my wife's peripheral interests. My attendance is a courtesy, not mandatory for this meeting. Especially as Orthus, Morvain, and Tony know you aren't my employee as we've let Vittoria and Askir think. I'm just there to listen and to give an opinions, but only if asked. You, however, should not speak at all. Orthus and Morvain will not hesitate to ask us to leave. If you are confused by something or need clarification, ask me later. I promise to answer if the answer is relevant to my finances. No problem. Snowdon was quite clear on what I was to keep track of, so anything outside of that is for Gilder's spies to dig out, Garen said. Very good. Would you be game to quickly visiting Castle Duer? Castle. You want to visit the Legion headquarters? Yes. Now seems the opportune time. General Tullius is a friend of the Pharaoh family. My wife has avoided him so as not to appear to favor the Legion while she lives in Windhelm. Even more so after she became Thane here, a promotion he is sure to have not missed, but Gilder and the Jarl believe otherwise. So I see no reason not to meet the man. Garen was agreeable, and they walked briskly back towards Castle Duer. The courtyard was still full of people enjoying the feast, but now off-duty soldiers and guards outnumbered the civilians. They didn't have to wait long at the door before a junior officer escorted them inside to the general's war room. The human was around 60, old for their kind, but still sharp-eyed and full of restless, coiled energy. Grey eyes studied Revyn after having dismissed Garen as of no relevance. If you've managed to attract and keep a pharaoh, then there's more to you than I'm seeing, the general growled. Greeting, General Tullius, said Revyn, bowing slightly. I don't have much time. I have to return to VC's reception, but I wanted to introduce myself and extend my wife's heartfelt apologies for avoiding you. I didn't recognize her in Helgen, the general admitted. She was barely knee-high when I last saw her. The officer in charge of executions did not inform me of her name. Even so, I know she has reasons to avoid me. And I know she's not with the Stormcloaks even if she chooses to make her home base in Windhelm. My beloved feels neutrality allows her more freedom to do what she needs. And right now, she needs you to avoid Corvin Jund. I'm sure your people have informed you that the Stormcloaks are looking for something there. I'm also sure you know what trouble I'm in. They've obliged my wife to do their work there. So I would appreciate it if you don't force her to kill legionnaires over some meaningless, vainglorious token of bones and teeth. The general scowled but was silent. After a moment, without taking his eyes off Revyn, he raised his voice and said, withdraw immediately from Corvin Jund. Allow the Stormcloaks to work and leave unhindered. But General, a woman from a shadowed archway protested. Do it, Legate. At once, sir. Very well. Any other place I should be withdrawing troops from? He asked in a dry, mockingly polite tone. No, that will be sufficient. My thanks. This only works once, you know. Once should be enough. Thank you, General. Also, one more imposition if I may. Why not? I've enough spies asking if you're on my payroll. Oh. I was wondering if you were acquainted with Eldon Gilder of the Quartermaster Division in Cyrodiil. Personally? No. And now, perhaps, you can do something for me. If it's within my current limitations, certainly. I'm well aware of your current limitations. The general's eyes flicked over Garen, who merely smiled. Tell your runaway wife to write her parents so that I don't have to waste resources keeping track of her. I'd like to get Inanna and Tony off my back, and it shouldn't be my job to keep track of their wild brat. I do have a rebellion I need to settle here, you know. Now, I think we're done here. The general went back to reading reports, and the junior officer appeared to escort them out. As they left the Castle Duer courtyard, a ragged creature flung itself at Revyn. Please. You must help me. Off with you. Garen barked, moving quickly to pull the beggar off Revyn. You help people. That's what you do, isn't it? The beggar pleaded, eyes locked on Revyn. Please. He's been gone so long. He's harmless, Garen. Let him go. The beggar shoved a hip bone into Revyn's hands and begged him to go to the Pelagius wing of the Blue Palace, find his master, and talk him into giving up his vacation. Then the beggar fled into the crowd and the darkness. The bone seemed ordinary. And the Pelagius wing haunted and closed off for some time, if he remembered the rumors correctly. Vittoria, Orthus, Razalan, Morvain, and Revyn went to the Blue Palace the morning after the wedding. They were meeting with Firebeard and Thane Ericourt to discuss the possibility of shifting or splitting some of the East Empire's soul's thyme trade from Windhelm's port to Solitudes. Morvain had asked him to come as his advisor. Tony and Garen sat along the wall with the other clerks, diligently recording the meeting. During one of the breaks in the meeting, Firebeard pulled Revyn aside to tell him people had been asking him about Revyn's and Pharaoh's business affairs. Furthermore, Avenichi of Whiterun warned him this was happening. The Windstad steward in Morthal also sent him similar warnings. What was going on? Revyn confessed he was fighting a tax fraud charge in Windhelm. While Firebeard mulled that over, Revyn asked him about the Pelagius wing. The Pelagius wing had been closed off since the death of the Mad Emperor. Shortly after the news of his death on the Isle of Brittany of Daggerfall arrived in Solitude, strange activities began in the wing. Horrible visions, feelings of anger, paranoia, disorientation, and shadows. Nothing the court mages or any of the priests in the city did could banish the hauntings. Palace maids reluctantly go in once a year to clean out spider nests. They run in, shriek a bit, smash nests with shovels, run out, and then ask for the rest of the day off. Sybil Stentor, it said, went in and promptly came out, stating that burning down that part of the palace down was the only solution. But, if Revyn insisted on going in there, here was the key. Was it that easy? Well, Firebeard assumed that Revyn, like his wife, had a way with ghosts, necromancers, and dead things. Wasn't that the Dunmer religion? Garen flatly refused to go in. The two maids, Una and Erdi, primarily tasked with that once-a-year spider hunt, had heard the Thane's husband was going in. Garen flirted with them, and they told their stories about what they heard and saw and felt when in that place. Garen shared with them the stories around Windhelm of a haunted shop and a haunted museum. Revyn didn't come out until midnight had passed. He looked beyond exhausted. He leaned heavily on a staff carved with 3 faces and dragged a silver and crystal greatsword, items he didn't have when he'd entered the wing. Garen helped him to a chair, noticing the mare had a bruise spreading and swelling across his left cheek and jaw. Una ran to fetch him some wine. Edley was upset because the greatsword had gouged a deep rut in the marble floor. Are you all right, sir? Garen asked. Oh, fine. I merely interrupted tea time between an insane emperor and the Prince of Madness to request his insanity to end his vacation. On my way out, the Prince of Order appeared, tapped my face, and complained that he'd just gotten his house in perfect order. And, now, it was going to go all downhill again. He then gave me his sword to hold for him because a sword's useless against incipient madness. Yes, sir, right. Let's get you home and in bed. It's been a trying day. Chapter 26, Trader or Investor, PT4. A/N, reminder, c.net/wiki/lore legal basics. The Tamriel legal system has its basis in the civilized, reasonable credo uttered by the Prophet Merak in the First Era: all are guilty until they have proven themselves innocent. So, the burden of proof is on the defendant. Trader or investor, PT4. Right now, it's an impasse, said Brunwulf Freewinter. We've successfully argued that much of what he's convicted you of are merely discrepancies of accounting. Most of the new rules and laws recently enacted do not consider the practices of the other holds. Fact is, these new rules and regulations used for his base of accusations have never been part of the general tax laws of Skyrim, much less Windhelm. And to give credit, so far, Ulfric has been willing to listen to our reasons. As for the charge of conspiracy with the Empire, well, he has not outright dismissed your arguments on your wife's behalf. A small blessing, said Revyn. The list of missions your wife is engaged in, that has impressed many in the court as well. Brunwulf paced around the cellar and stopped before the furnace, looking at it but not seeing it. Especially the vampires. Your Dawnguard friend, Gunmer, made quite an impression. So has the Imperial cousin who is a companion at such a young age. The sticking point comes again to the matter of being a Thane. She is a Thane of every Empire allied hold except Whiterun. She will defend her hold capital if it is attacked, yes. I'm afraid so, yes. Meaning she'll take her sword against Stormcloaks if they invade. One argues that the reason she won't become Thane of the Rift, Dawnstar, Winterhold, or Windhelm is that she won't raise her sword against the Legion. He looked at Revyn. Can you deny that? Revyn shook his head. And so she stands with the Empire. So Gilder implies but dares not call her traitor to her face. And me he convicts of tax fraud. Revyn refreshed both their cups of Glade special tea. Any penalties assessed, I would argue, has already been taken in stock seized from my store. Furthermore, conscripting my wife to perform missions is also payment. If this were all he's obsessed about, I would concede guilt and surrender the rest of my stock in exchange for my freedom. But my wife? I have to question why Thane Gilder is so determined to prove my wife a danger. To me, it seems he has an argument with General Pharaoh and seeks to strike at her through her child with me as the most convenient hold he has. What grounds do you have for that countercharge? Brunwulf was scowling furiously. He was by no means an idiot, but like many warriors, he preferred clear, straight lines of action rather than the twisting, hidden attacks of tricksters. He detested the verbal sparring of law and politics, yet, he led the fight in court to overturn a conviction. It had been a surprise to both the Jarl and Gilder how many respected citizens of Windhelm like Brunwulf, and other high-ranked stormcloaks, stepped forward in defense of a dark elf shopkeeper. Nothing solid, Revyn admitted, only personal statements from Taliesin and Nikki that their family continually spied upon by enemies seeking to entrap them. Hinting that Gilder is sleeping with the Thalmer is dangerous, said Brunwulf, and you're right not to bring that up. I didn't say. And you're right about the seized property and service, he said thoughtfully, ignoring Revyn's protest. The investigation by Snowdon's people has been yielding up proof of your innocence as well as unpleasant to many opponents of how valuable you are to Windhelm's purse. You and the East Empire are bringing in trade to Windhelm's ports. Those invested, even the Shatter Shields, have urged the Jarl to overturn your conviction. Not something he finds easy to do because he must then convict his new Thane for slander at the very least. A great embarrassment. I have court next week. Enough time, I think, to build those arguments that I can push. Whatever petty grudge Thane Gilder has against you or your wife's family which we can't accuse him of without proof is a private matter. Imprisoning you or exiling you is sure to make an enemy of your wife. It's also an action not worth what Windhelm will lose in coin and resources. They went upstairs to the kitchen. Councillor Morvain of Raven Rock was there relaxing by the hearth fire and sipping a teacup of mulled wine while reading the book, The 5 Songs of King Wulfharth. The book series, Songs of the Return, lay in waiting to be next read, books he'd bought to study Skyrim's unique view of history. He would be leaving at the end of the week, but for now, he was staying in Revyn's master bedroom while Revyn had a bedroll in his cellar office. Revyn introduced them and was pleased to see how quickly they took to each other. He left them to chat while he went to his shop to see if the customer with his wife's ring token had returned. Ah, I haven't seen those in some months. Those are tokens my wife hands out to certain people in exchange for favors or help they've given her, he'd explained to Hurya when she'd showed him the ring this morning. It does entitle them to a one-time 50% discount on any merchandise in stock on the day they come in. Ledgers I've not seen, said Hurya, reprovingly. Is this unique to your shop, or does it apply to any of your business partners? My shop. They have to come here to claim the discount. And their purchases show up on my regular daily ledgers as discounted loss leader sales. The related ledger merely tracks who received the assigned number. He showed them the niche in the back wall where he kept the thin ledgers. Oh, he said, reading the name and note his wife had scrawled. Yarlan, a family friend. Ah, well, when he comes in, find me immediately. There you are, said Eleni. You just missed our ring bearer. Here, I'll go fetch him since he's at the corner club. This other ledger with the dragon design, another ring with numbers, Hurya asked, holding up a second book. Same. He shrugged. Different crafters. True, but not exactly just that reason. The scales were if his wife at the time was Pharaoh the mercenary and the dragon if she was Felix the Dragonborn. The ring bearer was a middle-aged Nord wearing the hides of a trapper. He carried a bundle of fine furs that Revyn could see Eleni was itching to get to make them into luxurious coats and capes. Yarlan, then? Welcome. How can I help you? Asked Revyn. Well, it's a touchy matter, the Nord drawled. Can we speak private like? He asked, glancing at Eleni and Hurya. Got a young lass I fancy and heard you. Right this way, please. Hurya and Eleni at least waited until he closed the kitchen door before they started laughing. Ah, now, to clarify, I don't. Howdy, sirs, the trapper said to Brunwulf and Morvain. The two merely nodded back and looked at Revyn. Just clearing a misunderstanding, said Revyn. He turned back to the trapper. Now, I don't. Privacy, sir. General Yarlan Tullius sent me, the Nord hissed, leaning close to Revyn so as not to be overheard by Morvain more sensitive mare ears. Oh, said Revyn, stepping back and holding his hands up, palms out in a stop gesture. A moment. Brunwulf, forgive me, but I do need to confess something. Should I leave? Asked Morvain, arching an eyebrow. Actually, no, if you please. Perhaps your impression and insight as the ruler of Solstheim would help in the legal trouble I'm in. Purely as a disinterested third party. Hardly disinterested, but do go on, Morvain invited. Brunwolf, as I was saying, I need to confess. While I was in solitude, I did slip away from the wedding reception to visit General Tullius to ask him to withdraw legionnaires from Corvinjund. Brunwolf grunted and set down the teacup. If it had been one of the fussy, delicate kind, it would have shattered, but since it was carved marble and without any delicate handle, wine just sloshed out of it from impact. He crossed his arms over his chest and waited. Thanks to Gilder, everyone knows Tullius trained under my wife's mother. Garen witnessed our conversation. He will confirm that I asked the general to withdraw legionnaires from Corvinjund so my wife would not be obliged to kill them, and he consented. I also asked him if he knew Gilder. He did not. He has, however, sent this gentleman. The disguised Nord legionnaire scowled at him briefly. Name's Brennan, he said curtly. The general says you needed information on retired quartermaster Eldon Gilder. I worked with Gilder as his assistant for the last 5 years before his retirement 10 years ago. While I can't disclose specifics on Legion matters, I'll try to answer any questions you have about the man himself. Ah. The general said he didn't know Gilder, said Revyn. He doesn't. He called in his quartermaster and asked if anyone on her staff knew Gilder. I said I did, and then I was ordered to report to you. I can only stay here another day before I have to start traveling back. I see. Is the name Maven Blackbriar familiar? Maven was at the wedding. She made a point of saying she knew Gilder and asked me to pass on her greetings, he explained to Brunwolf and Morvain. Gilder primarily worked on logistics for cohorts and legions. Logistics for covered operations is another department. Blackbriar is covered operations. What is your overall impression of the man? Asked Brunwolf. Overtly competent. To peers, cooperative and mildly competitive but not enough to garner resentment. Accommodating to superiors. To inferiors cold, given to over-instruction. Easily upset if any change occurs without his prior knowledge or approval. I didn't think much of him. I prefer team planning and execution rather than relying on a single focal point to support our forces. I would know the name, numbers, and location, but no assistant knew what plans we were supposed to support. We were left to make our deductions from a preset list of actions. It made us look like idiots. I see. What can you tell us of his lovers, children, and friends? I would hear him at unavoidable social gatherings sympathizing with other officers on personal relations. If someone complained about his wife's lack of support, then his lover was the same. If another elatedly announced her husband landed a lucrative contract, then his lover was suddenly successful at business. And so on. His personal life, as told by him, was amazingly flexible as circumstances require. Do you think he's the type to carry grudges to the point of attacking the family of his target? The man considered this. No, he said finally. If you're a subordinate and you make a mistake, he'll never let you forget it. But to take it out on others, no. And, as far as I'm aware, General Pharaoh is not his assignment. Quartermaster Airedale handles affairs for the Third, which he's done for the past 20 years. What do you know of his military record? Enlisted in the general forces, later transferred into the quartermaster's division. Was in the thick of the fighting and captured when the Dominion overran the imperial city, released when the Dominion withdrew and the Emperor returned. After the war, stayed as Skyrim's forces returned home. After an hour of questions, Revyn escorted the legionnaire back to the store and invited him to take advantage of the discount the ring afforded him. Your Thane Gilder is someone's agent, said Morvain. The easiest is to start with the Thalmor since he was their prisoner. Gilder strikes me as one with a limited scope of operation with his need to control all minutiae in his sphere. Was he like this even before capture, or did he become this because of trauma? Any captured Legion officer got tortured, and it's not unusual for the trauma to warp a person. I would begin tracking the outcome of other officers captured with him, those who left or killed themselves from prolonged battle fatigue. I can't use any of this, said Brunwolf. I don't like what I'm hearing, but I can't use this. Please, dear friend, I'm not asking you to, said Revyn, touching his arm. I've asked my brother-in-law and his father to look into this. The Thalmor have long been their enemies. The focus remains on either overturning my conviction or surrendering to terms I can live with or live through. The secondary goal is to make a point of questioning these new tax burdens Gilder seeks to impose. I may have a few ideas, said Morvain. He looked at Revyn. Ones I think I should discuss with your defense counsel only at this point. Revyn bowed out. Morvain had his investments to protect. XXXXXXX. Morvain had 2 meetings with Jarl Ulfric before returning home to Raven Rock. What was discussed was unknown. Brunwolf, who had set up the private meetings, was tight-lipped about the results. Revyn attended the final hearing of his case during the monthly public court session. The public court docket was loaded, as usual, with many domestic matters, quarreling nobles, murders, inheritance disputes, or demands for retrials from those who were not satisfied with Steward Horleaf's judgment and who had the money to push their case to the Jarl's notice. Revyn stood beside Brunwulf and carefully watched Ulfric work. So long as none of the subjects touched directly upon the war, Imperials, or Thalmor, the Jarl proved patient and quite intelligent in listening and rendering judgment. 2 bad Dunmer and Argonian cases never made the docket. A commotion at the great doors, Galmer came in, proudly holding aloft a crown made of bone and teeth. Flanking him were 2 familiar chiton-armored warriors. They doffed their helmets. Rallis, on the left, General Inanna Farrow, wearing her daughter's armor, on the right. Revyn's breath caught. So this is what his beloved would look like in another 150 years or so. Gods, she was beautiful. His wife was the Dragonborn. General Farrow, her bright crimson eyes languidly sweeping the audience, was the dragon from which his wife was born. My Jarl. The jagged crown of the High Kings of the First Empire. Ulfric rose as Galmer marched forward. Ulfric spent some time admiring the object until a low, throaty laugh arose from the warrior on Galmer's right. Go ahead and put it on, Jarl. I didn't spend hours wading through Dragra and then arguing with High King Borgas just so you can admire the thing like a silly girl admiring her first formal dress. Show respect to your Jarl. Galmer roared, glaring at her over his shoulder. Then stop posing and be king. Ulfric frowned at her. In due time. Suit yourself. She rudely turned her back and walked towards the door. All eyes were on her. Brunwulf stepped forward, hand raised for her attention. She glanced at him, frowning, and then her eyes fell on Revyn. She smiled. Revyn found himself sidling backward but bumped up against Rallis. Do not show fear to that one, whispered Rallis. Farrow. Stay. We shall conclude your husband's case now. Stay and hear my judgment, Ulfric commanded. Rallis pushed, and Revyn found himself standing beside General Farrow. Her lips pursed slightly, challenging him. He picked up her hand and kissed the back of her gauntlet. Still holding her hand, he guided her around to face the Jarl, urging her to return to the front of the room. Brunwulf fell in beside them. Good job, Helzet. Your habit of arriving just in time is faultless as usual, Brunwulf said in a low voice. I do try, Sira. It was innocent enough a reply, but Brunwulf's nerves, so tightly wounded that he immediately knew something was wrong. He stared hard at her. She had her hair down, the long, thick locks covering the sides of her face. The resemblance was superficial, but this wasn't Helzet Farrow. This certainty was the final push he needed into battle mode. His heart steadied to a driving beat that shaped nerves into an armor of calm and focus. Free Winter, present your final argument, commanded the Jarl. He should be paying attention, but Revyn found his thoughts drifting. He'd let go of the general and had his hands passively folded together in front. He felt this was a dream, that he was a spirit adrift and only lightly connected to a physical point in space and time. Brunwulf was summarizing his past arguments. Then the expected challenge from Gilder, that Revyn was at the Legion headquarters in Castle Duer. So Brunwulf called upon tax agent Garin to repeat word for word the conversation between Revyn and General Tullius. Gilder was outraged that Revyn dared bring his name to Tullius's attention. Unlike the rest of the court and Galmer, the Jarl was strangely unperturbed by the Tullius's easy compliance to Revyn's request to withdraw troops. General Farrow was quietly chuckling. You do have balls, my dear. The Jarl ordered Gilder to calm down and summarize his charges against Sadri. He did, but against Brunwulf's arguments, the accusations seemed to splinter, its force not so striking anymore. Finally, the Jarl rendered judgment. The conviction will stand, but to a lesser degree. I have decided that Free Winter's argument that the new tax laws do not fully suit our ways and have weaknesses requiring further thought. I agree that Revyn Sadri has been quick to exploit such weaknesses and turn them to his advantage. However, one should expect that of a merchant with his proven ambition and skills. I will grant that stock seized and Pharaoh's mission to retrieve the jagged crown is sufficient compensation. I will grant Sadri's used wares the license to sell armor and weapons. The charges of treason against the Stormcloaks and myself I dismiss for now as unsubstantiated. But first, Revyn Sadri, I will express that I am displeased that you saw fit to bring a dignitary of a foreign country through Windhelm without notifying me. I speak of Councillor Morvain, who rules Sol's Thyme, the island granted to Morrowind by the Moot of 4E16. The councillor had the courtesy to bring himself to my attention. He's told me the influence you've had on his domain. His counsel has been more enlightening. You own property in this city, and you are now quite wealthy and contribute to our city's prosperity through the taxes you pay and the business you bring in. We would offer you the title of Thane in exchange for your oath of loyalty to me, but we know any such thing would be false. Your loyalty lies with your kind. I will take advantage of that. Loyalty to your people is not treason. Helzet Farrow, whatever your parentage, your actions have demonstrated your concern for the well-being of my people against dangers not directly connected to our battle with the Empire. Revyn Sadri, I grant you Calixto's museum as your property outside the Grey Quarter where you may relocate your shop. Your current home and shop will now be your office as the steward of the Grey Quarter. You will oversee the welfare of the inhabitants of the Grey Quarter, including the Argonians on the dock. You will enforce the law or Windhelm laws, and your elf laws within reason. You will have the right to pass judgment on civic matters as Horleif does, sending to me only those things only my authority can settle. You will work with Steward Horleif and Thane Gilder to ensure tax laws are structured and enforceable. Any budget for civic improvements in the quarter is whatever you can work out with Horleif, keeping in mind our war with the Empire comes first. As a steward of this court, you will advise me in any civic matter when I require it. If you choose to refuse this appointment, so be it. Here is the first and only chance for the Grey Quarter to have a voice in my court. Calixto's museum will remain a city property. You may continue business as usual and so will the rest of Grey Quarter. This is my judgment. What is your answer? My Jarl, may I have a day to consider this? Asked Revyn. As you merchants would say, reinvest or sell out now. I have other matters to attend to. I've been wabajaced, Revyn numbly realized. He bowed. I accept, my Jarl. You will be notified when your induction ceremony is scheduled. Horleif, next case. Chapter 27, Doomsday. Doomsday, PT1. Welcome to Sadri's Used Wares. Have a look around, I'm sure we have something you need. When can we start fixing the sewers? I'd like that too. Will you consider volunteering to be part of a committee to help me gather and organize priorities for the quarter? Today was his second day of office as the steward of the Grey Quarter. Yesterday had been the induction, and the Jarl returned the dagger of Simicus to him. The Nords had no idea of its significance. To them, it was just another enchanted glass dagger among the many weapons confiscated from Sadri's used wares. In return, Revyn acknowledged Jarl Ulfric as his liege by giving him the sword of Jigalag, the Daedric Prince of Order. There were protests that this artifact of oblivion would influence the Jarl. But Revyn swore the sword itself had only passive magics that made it unbreakable and forever sharp. However, there was an aspect that the Jarl should be aware of: the sword's tempering in cold, hard truths that the wielder might not be fully prepared to handle. One truth Revyn had gotten was that Jarl Ulfric had been too full of frustration and despair that day at Helgen to take note of the young, ragged girl in the execution cart with him. That was his grumbled confession in the few moments of privacy he had with Revyn before the Dunmer was to kneel before him to take the oath of service. It had been raining. The Imperials had dishonorably knocked her down from behind while she was explaining her presence in the area. She fought hard, but it was 3 large men piled on top of her. The soldiers had brutally ground her into the mud as they stripped her of her armor and weapons. General Tullius was too busy ranting at Ulfric to recognize the sad mud-caked waif whose swollen jaw and bruised throat prevented her from talking. Ulfric hadn't recognized her when she popped up in court 2 years later. All he saw was a mercenary in full chitin armor collecting a bounty from Steward Horleif. She'd never approached Ulfric. The only joyful spot of that miserable day was when Brunwulf presented Revyn and the Selva with their confiscated property that he'd managed to redeem. The auction had many eager buyers. It was only possible to salvage their armor because Nords didn't favor things made of magically floating beasties and insect shells. He apologized to the ladies that he couldn't get their shields and weapons back, but he was out of money. The ladies gladly repaid him for their armor, and Revyn gave Brunwulf a permanent 20% discount on anything in his shop. Ever since Doomsday 2 weeks ago, he'd barely left his shop. He was overwhelmed with shop business while making copious lists of complaints that people wanted the new steward to fix. He would prefer to be dealing with his wife's formidable mother. But the general had left with Rallis shortly after delivering the jagged crown. They were going somewhere south of Rifton to meet up with her husband and his group, and then they would all return here. Today was that day. But on the other side of the door, the party had already begun. Family Araetham and family Felix had come to meet Revyn's ancestors. The Felix spiritum were a noisy bunch. The Nord guardian spirits on this side of the door swirled about, wishing they could join in the fun. Revyn's shoulders hunched up as he tried to ignore them to concentrate on paperwork. XXXXXXX. They camped on the dragon mound above Kynes Grove. The inn below was full of storm cloaks coming in from Rifton. General Pharaoh, still wearing her daughter's armor and using her name because it made travel through storm cloak territory easier, wanted to avoid them. The others besides Taliesin and Antony Felix were cousins Horus and Cadence, Pharaoh's legion attendant Danis, and Taliesin's friend Hadrine. Taliesin explained that their traveling story was his father was a retired legion officer visiting Nord friends he'd served with during the Great War. Their current destination was Whiterun, where he could worship at the Temple of Kynareth with its famous Gilder Green and then on to Solitude. Danis tried to keep a low profile, but even in basic armor, her body language screamed soldier. Taliesin's friend Hadrine dressed like an alchemist and carried a basket. He was a synod mage and a master of restoration. Horus and Cadence were merchants, but not on this trip. They wore the gear of mounted collovial hunters, high-collared, long-padded jacks and long, curved swords. They also had Bosmer-made short bows, elegantly carved and polished, also used from horseback. Their dogs, Tangle and Jumper, collovial coursers bred to herd and protect cattle and sheep, looked like massive tangles of hair with teeth. Antony Felix. Bright eyes and a smiling mouth. Helseth got her looks from her mother, her brightness and cheerfulness, that was from her father. 2 logs bracketed the campfire, but Felix was on a thick cushion on the ground with his back propped against one of the logs. Horace and Hadrien were seated on the log above him on his left and right like guardian statues. Take a load off your feet, boy. Relax. I'm feeling too lazy to do any carving tonight. Little Nicky had once remarked, Aunt Inanna was all for a quick flambe while Uncle Tony wanted to string you up for selective cutting. Revyn wondered if Antony Felix smiled like that when he hung General Narafin of the Dominion off the White Gold Tower. That had been the family's original sentiment to hearing a 200-year-old lad had married their darling baby girl. The human was only 85 years, but Revyn acknowledged the other seniority terms of life stages. Revyn chose a spot at the human's feet. Up close and personal, same for Helseth, same for Taliesin, same for their father. At this close, Revyn was aware of the palpable sense of mortality. Revyn smiled and laid a hand on the nearest ankle, squeezing it in a bold show of affection. I do hope your journey was uneventful, Sarjo. Surprisingly, it was despite delays. For me, anyway. The hot pools in the rift were a delight. Nothing like a good, long, hot soak while watching giants herding mammoths and the occasional dragon soaring overhead. Further conversation was short and equally inane, the human was tiring fast. When he fell asleep, Horace and Hadrien settled him into a proper sleep position onto his back and covered him with a thick blanket. Revyn went to Rallis and pulled him away from the fire and Melinies. First thing tomorrow morning, you leave for Whiterun to find Helseth. She needs to come home now. Nicky, too, while you're at it. Taliesin, who was standing nearby, looked as if heart-stabbed. All laughter, all life drained. Are you sure about that? He asked, despairing. I'm sorry, but they're waiting at the door. We bring him to my home tomorrow. He's not to spend another night outside. He'll have a warm, comfortable place to rest, and Hadrien will have all the supplies he needs to keep him pain-free. The ancestors will sustain him until he's ready. XXXXXXX. Revyn and Melinies rode to Windhelm before dawn. While Melinies rode back with the horses, Revyn told Eleni what was going on. She and Embery set up a temporary steward's office in the room behind the bar. Revyn hung a sign out that the shop would be closed until the new location was ready. He and Lady Carys rearranged his office, the largest chamber of his home, to be a group bedroom. It made the most sense for Antony's convenience. The family altar was there, the laundry and bathing chamber and toilet were on this level. They brought down the master bed from Revyn's room and cleared space for bedrolls for Taliesin and Hadrien. Melinies would share Lady Carys's room while Horace and Cadence would take Melinies' room. He arranged for Danis to stay at the stable master's house outside the city, where she could watch over the horses, dogs, and carriage. Where's the general? Revyn asked. Well, since Mother's pretending to be Helseth, Stonefist's men intercepted us at the gate. He has another god's damned mission for my sister, said Taliesin. Mother went along with it so that they wouldn't delay the rest of us from getting here. Mephala take him, Revyn swore. I'm the one Jarl Ulfric collared to service, not my wife. Corvinjund was supposed to be a one-time only service to the Stormcloaks. Lady Carys can help you settle in. I'll go to the palace immediately and remind the Jarl and Stonefist that one of the terms of my stewardship was that my wife remains an independent agent. Galmer Stonefist wasn't happy at Revyn's interference. However, the Jarl reluctantly agreed the steward's wife was not obliged to run any further Stormcloak missions. Slapping Galmer's hands was not without cost, however. Revyn now had to give the Stormcloaks and city guards discounts at his shop. They were alone in the office at the moment. Some were upstairs preparing dinner, and others were wandering about Windhelm. Revyn's office was hot, the equivalent of a summer day in the southern lands. Extra overhead lights simulated daylight hours. The lights were something the healers at Winterhold had been experimenting with for students who showed depression and mood swings after only a few weeks at the winter-locked college. Based on fragments of knowledge gleaned from both Dmer and Allied, something about the quality of lights as a component of magicka affecting the mental condition. The Mare and other non-Nords seemed to flourish with the artificial lights. Nord students varied, depending on where they were born. Felix was sitting up in the bed, propped up by thick pillows. Revyn sat on a chair pulled close to the bed. A chessboard was on the bed tray propped above Felix's legs. So my wife is off to Solitude to give Jarlan hell for Helgen. Poor fellow. He had a legitimate excuse if what Jarl Ulfric told you is true. The human's energies had picked up considerably after 2 days' rest. The ancestors were thick around him. He'd seen them in his dreams. It was the end of his tour, he knew it. And rather than being beaten by the knowledge, he was contented and strangely happy. Ah, but since the officer in charge of executions died at Helgen, I'm afraid that restricts the target for a mother's wrath, said Revyn. Antony merely grunted and changed the subject to the Dragonborn identity. Is this Hedver fellow aware of what she is? Not that I am aware. The people of Riverwood only remember her as Hedver's friend who escaped Helgen with him. I keep regular contact with the shopkeepers there. The gossip they share indicates they all still see her as a mercenary. The one exception has long since left town. A survivor of the Dominion's purge of Cloud Ruler Temple. Damn. A blade. Her name is Delphine, and neither my wife nor I approve of her. There is another named Esbern who would be pleasant if he didn't share Delphine's blind determination to kill all dragons without exception. Meaning there is an exception. Quite. The leader of the Greybeards is a dragon named Parthunax, who also happens to be the younger brother of Alduin. Hell's et. Wait. I read the dragons don't have females. Weren't they all just created along with Mundus? They'd all be brothers, wouldn't they? I understand the dragon used that term to describe his relationship to Alduin. We've just accepted it as is. Now, as I was saying, Hell's et is quite fond of him. According to Greybeard lore, when the goddess Kine looked for an ally, she found Parthunax, who had grown sick of Alduin's rule. He taught man the Thursday turned into great dragon killers. But Alduin was too strong for them, and so they used an Elder Scroll to exile Alduin. The battle was on that mountain, the throat of the world, and Parthunax has sat there since in a self-imposed duty to guard the time wound as he calls it. Fascinating. I'm envious. I'd love to be able to talk with him, said Antony, smiling wistfully. She needs gold brown then. If I remember, what little lore I've been able to find about it, the blade was forged by dragons for a great warrior pledged to protect all dragons. An Atmoran knight, perhaps? Before they came to Tamriel. Interesting, Revyn said. The blades have an ancient weapon called Dragonbane. Hell's et has seen it and refused to use it. Well, one reason is that she prefers to use her bow and her shouts rather than getting in arm's distance to a dragon's mouth and relying on swordplay to keep it from chomping her. Where is this Delphine now, do you know? Skyhaven Temple in the Reach. Hell's et helped them find it, but she's refused Delphine's demand that she help them find recruits to fill it. Delphine has since disowned her until she kills Parthunax. What an idiot. She gives blades a bad name. Now, who else knows she's Dragonborn? Starting at Sol's Thyme, Telvanni Mage Lord Nelith. He's helped her find the Black Books and made the connections between Hermias Mora, the Dwemer, and the current dragon cult problem. The Skull Village because of their history with the dragon cult and the first Dragonborn. I've started reading those reports you get on him. Bastard. The Redoran councillors are aware. They are actively discouraging the association, blaming the legend of Marake for the dragons now appearing on the island. My cousin there, of course, knows. So does Savos Aaron, the mage living in our house over there and writing those reports. Oh, and he's also the former Archimage of Winterhold. Our house steward over there, of course, also knows. There's an armiger and another mercenary that know also and are unlikely to talk. At Whiterun, only the Jarl and his closest advisors know. She first met the Jarl after the villagers of Riverwood asked her to deliver a message to Whiterun asking for guards. She delivered the message, and, while the Jarl was arguing costs and political boundaries with his people, she snuck out and came here to Windhelm to catch the boat to Sol's Thyme. She stayed there for 2 years, endearing herself to the Redoruns, building up her weapons skills, and learning enchantment magic from Mage Lord Nelith. Then she met Marake, and he told her she was Dragonborn, said Antony, tapping the pile of reports on his lap. She found word walls, heard words, but had no idea what they mean or why these words stuck in her brain. The skull couldn't help her, and so she came back to Skyrim to learn more. Yes. In Windhelm, she got a belly full of the overblown fantasies of the great Nord hero who would slay the dragons and free Skyrim. She also got tired fast of their attitude towards her. So she hoped Whiterun would give her more information without the attitude. She had the presence of mind before returning to Whiterun to hide her identity. From Windhelm's example, she expected the Nords there would also resent the idea that a Dunmer was the Dragonborn of legend and not one of their own. Antony chuckled. Has she told you the Nrivaran is the family godfather? Yes. And the irony was not lost on us. The Dunmer savior, our Lord Nrivar, was reborn as an Imperial and Nord mix. And Skyrim's savior? Well, once she took her first dragon soul and the Greybeards shouted to the world that the Dragonborn has come, she felt she could reveal her identity to Jarl Balgrua F. Lydia, her housecarl, knows, of course. I don't know of any others there that officially know. I suspect the inner circle of the companions might know or strongly suspect just by scent. They're all werewolves. But, as we know their secret, they're unlikely to tell hers. At Whiterun, I set up Adassa Vilet as my second-in-command of our business organization. To all of Skyrim, she is the Dragonborn steward, handling all businesses the Dragonborn is known to own, taking care of all the official correspondence. She would also take over my businesses except for my store had Jarl Ulrich's judgment decided a different fate for me. Odessa's father also knows because he's the one person she can't keep a secret from. He's a former High Ordinator and is familiar with the games of demigods and kings. In Morthal, the Jarl knows, of course. The woman is an untrained seer, her youngest son is the same. I don't know if the Jarl has told anyone else. Her son, well, people there think he's touched in the head like his mother. He's too young and distracted to make sense of what he sees. She is a thane there, and we have a property, Windstad Manor, a nice place on the Karth Delta, and an hour by rowboat from Solitude's docks. Only the steward and our business manager and the manager's wife there know. In Solitude, we've not told anyone she's the Dragonborn except for her housecarl Jordy's. She is a thane there also. Solitude had viewed her as a jumped-up mercenary. But, thanks to Thane Gilder, her connection to General Inanafero of the 3rd Legion is now known. She had actively avoided General Tullius until then. He has told me that he understands her reasoning, though not on what he thought her reasons were. What my wife tells me is that she was trying not to be associated with the Legion. It is bad enough that she took the name Antonia Felix for her Dragonborn persona. Quite a lack of imagination on my beloved's part. She's getting better at the game but is still quite clumsy at times. And so she takes up with an old veteran player, Antony grumbled under his breath. I rather resent that. I come from a long line of caravan traders and shopkeepers. I'm a merchant by choice. She gets into so much trouble that I'm constantly stretching my wits to make what I know work in terrain I'm unfamiliar with. Revyn resented the peevish note he heard in himself. He wondered what had set off that burst of resentment. He rubbed his eyes as he set the emotions aside and returned to the original subject. Do you think your wife will tell General Tullius that Helzad is the Dragonborn? Asked Revyn. She probably will confirm it. As you've said, with that name, the tracks were obvious. Jarlan is not an idiot. He will have made the correct assumptions, kept the knowledge to himself, and avoided contact with her. Then I suppose you should know your daughter is on the Thalmer's kill with extreme prejudice list. While working with Delphine the Blade, Delphine set her up to infiltrate the Thalmer embassy on Mount Kilcreath. Things got messy. Helzad ended up killing half the personnel and the second ambassador and freeing everyone in the interrogation dungeon below the embassy. Shit, Tony said, laughing until he began wheezing. It wasn't her first major strike against the Thalmer. Months earlier, she'd infiltrated their illegal garrison at Northwatch Keep, an abandoned fort of the Third Era, where the Thalmer held and tortured their prisoners. The Thalmer managed to recapture at least one victim who identified Helzad by her chitin armor. I keep telling Helzad she needs to wear more generic Nord armor, but she hates iron and steel. And she won't wear Altmer or glass armor because she's more likely to be mistaken for a Dominion lackey and be attacked. The ambassador has tried to brand her an outlaw, but she's a hero to too many people, and the Legion won't cooperate with them. I have no doubt the Thalmer already knew who her parents were well before the Stormcloaks found out. Now, Winterhold is a tricky case. She originally went there and established herself as Pharaoh the Mercenary. When she decided to enroll, she enrolled as the Dragonborn and Thane of Whiterun. And then she became the Archimage. So, everyone knows the Dragonborn and Whiterun's Thane is now the Archimage of Winterhold. She has made full disclosure to select senior staff members that Pharaoh and Felix are the same. Everyone else still thinks the two are separate people. The two I talk with most are Masters Tolfder and Urug. A few senior students know, the ones assigned to assist Master Aaron on Soul's Thyme. It's tricky keeping the identities separate. As Pharaoh, anybody wishing to hire her has to set a meeting at the town's inn. Occasionally we have Lydia, the Whiterun housecarl, impersonating her. It works so long as Lydia doesn't talk or remove her helmet or stay too long in an area familiar with Helzad to note that the impostor is broader built. In Windhelm, only my friends Eleni and Emberis know she's the Dragonborn. Even my apprentice, Savella, doesn't know. I hope not. She's a very bright girl, and keeping a secret around her keeps me on my toes. It helps that even before she joined the college, we managed to establish Pharaoh's reputation in the region as an enchantress trained in Morrowind. At the college, as the Archimage, she's known for the schools of destruction and conjuration, but not enchanting. And as the Dragonborn, she's not popular in Windhelm at all. We set up a charade the Dragonborn would visit Windhelm accompanied by Lydia armored as Pharaoh. And with the added unexpected excitement of attacking dragons, none were the wiser. Lydia ran around the quarter, letting everyone see her. And the Dragonborn sat at dinner at the palace, infuriating everyone with her Altmer-like behavior. Now, thanks to Gilder, everyone knows Helzad Pharaoh is the daughter of General Inanna Pharaoh and Legate Antony Felix. And Gilder obnoxiously tells everyone that the Felix family put the Medes on the throne. I fully expect to be officially questioned about this soon, and I'm not sure how I'll answer. Eldon Gilder. Yes. When you ordered my wife to take the Corvan Jun mission, ballsy of you by the way, ordering my wife to do anything, the rest of us went to the nearest Legion post. Once there, I sent orders to our quartermaster of the 3rd Legion. She would know best how to get information out of the Cyrodiil headquarters division. Gilder is not known to me. If she finds anything, she'll send her findings directly to General Tullius. If it goes to Tullius, the Dominion will think it just another investigation by the Legion. They'll either let it go or, if Gilder is their creature, they'll increase pressure on him for results because his usefulness has become limited. Things should then get interesting for you. I don't need any more interest. I've got too much interest, Revyn said sourly. I would like my life back as a simple shopkeeper building a merchant empire on the sly. This fallout from Gilder's troublemaking has put a serious cap on my trades. I'm supposed to be working with him, you know, to refine new tax laws and collection methods which do not make me popular to anybody here. I have enough worries about getting knifed as it is. Antony hummed with amusement. Tally and I have also been running ideas of how to offset my dear child's mistake of using my name for her dragon persona. He reached out now and patted Revyn's knee. You're doing better than you know, Revyn. You know mercantile espionage, but military and political espionage is our bailiwick and one I love playing. So, are there any other groups to be concerned about? The Dawn Guard, an offshoot of the Vigilance of Stendar, don't know she's Dragonborn. She doesn't think the vampires suspect yet. Vampires, Antony repeated, scowling. Damn. You can tell me what you know about them later. Dragons and Thalmer first. Cadence opened the door. Ready to eat? Uncle, do you feel strong enough to come upstairs, or shall I bring a tray down? Upstairs. I'm feeling stronger than I've felt in months now. Revyn picked up the bed tray and set it aside. He helped Antony sit up, and he and Cadence assisted Antony up the stairs. A king slowly moved to another square. Chapter 28, Doomsday, PT2. Doomsday, PT2. Startups are often a trial of scraping together one's resources along with numerous planning of scenarios. In the case of public office, the idea was not to sink one's fortune into the job as one would with a private business. And so Revyn was meeting with Horleaf about initial funds for the new office of Steward of the Grey Quarter. One problem was that the Jarl had so offhandedly designated his home shop as a public office. All right, he could afford that. Security cases that once held expensive stock would serve for public records and cash boxes. The front counter/main shop room was the public office. The side storage room would have the desks of the clerk's general work area. Then there was the matter of staff. Right now, volunteers were willing to help define civic projects and the initial office setup. But he needed dedicated, skilled people, and he needed to pay them. The initial authorized budget of 5,000 wasn't even a joke. That wouldn't cover even half of shop conversion costs. Costs Revyn was expected to eat if he wanted monies for hiring, training, and keeping staff. One of the liabilities of being rich when marched at sword point into office. Horleaf was apologetic, but the Jarl refused to consider a budget increase until Revyn produced marked increases in tax revenues by the next tax cycle. As for the question of staff, they left that up to Revyn. But they would pay for 2 starter staff. One was a clerk who would train Revyn's new hires in proper governmental procedures. The other would be guard officer liaison between the city guards and the special Grey Quarter guards. Revyn cut off the discussion with Horleaf when he saw Jarl Ulfric and Stonefist leave the war room. He moved to intercept. My Jarl, a moment, please. I wish to speak to you about a guest my wife brought in 5 days ago. Go on. Thank you, my Jarl. I am informing you that my wife was escorting her father, Antony Felix, to solitude when you ordered her to investigate Corvin Jund. The party camped in the rift and waited until she could return. However, her father's health has taken a turn for the worst, she's brought him here so that he may die in comfort. We should take him for questioning, said Stonefist. Revyn frowned at him. Not advisable to move him, sir. My wife, her brother, and their cousins will object. I object. However, if you wish to come to my home and ask your questions under the eyes of his children, you are welcome. Indeed, my father-in-law is expecting your questions. XXXXXXX. I've talked with our local priestess of Arche, and she's willing to participate. I've also checked with the construction crew at Refugees Rest, they'll push up the work schedule, Revyn informed Antony Felix. I do hope this works. Trust me, we've been doing this a long time. Bait and switch it isn't just a merchant's game. Just as the Emperor has a body double cousin to take his place at tedious public appearances and social dinners, we have one for my wife. Not any blood relative, a woman with the wit and voice and mimicry skills, and willing to let a face sculptor alter her features. She's well paid to be our decoy that allows Inanna to roam about, taking care of more important matters. We activated her as we left on this trip, so, for all this time, everyone has seen Inanna at her post, parading with troops and doing routine inspections. And people know me. I wander off on a whim all the time. So my latest trip ends up being my last. I hadn't planned to die up here, but, whatever. It doesn't change the basic plan. The shadow is prepared to play the grieving widow. Silly of him to travel about at his age, but my husband usually had good reasons for wandering away. This time, at least, he didn't travel solo as he usually did. He was with our son, our cousins, and his personal physician, murmured General Pharaoh, delivering in her pre-scripted speech in a flat tone. She was reclined in the bed with Antony cradled in her arms. His itinerary was no secret. The sudden downturn in his health. Her voice broke, and she turned her face to nuzzle her husband's hair. Taliesin started speaking. I found Galathil in Rifton sewers still hiding from the Thalmer. She was the apprentice of Toyerdalin, he explained to Revyn, the sculptor who did our shadow's face. Can we trust this face sculptor? Asked Revyn. Why is she hiding from the Thalmer? And why do we need her skills? We can trust her, said Taliesin, confidently. We've paid her enough to leave Skyrim and set up shop somewhere else. And she knows if she betrays us, I will find her and kill her. As for the Thalmer, they've developed this thing about racial purity and ideals of breed perfection. Anyone cheating by altering their appearance is guilty of perversion, and sculptors are seen as accomplices to this. Plus, she's helped the wrong people escape Thalmer justice by making them unrecognizable. Galantil would create a mask for Mother. She got away with that brief appearance in court with a roomful of Nords, who only saw a dark elf woman in weird elf armor. But, really, anyone who knows Helzet will be able to see differences in bone structure. Helzet may take more after our Mother's looks, but Mother has the classically sharp features, while Helzet's are noticeably softer. That's the first mask. The second mask is the false face for our Dragonborn, a blend of Father's imperial looks and a fictitious Nord mother. I'll add some strong illusion spells to the masks, which should do the trick of adding life to the masks. Rather like the fabled cowl of Nocturnal, but only good for about 2 uses. I'm not a Daedra to make it a permanent mask effect. Revyn nodded, accepting Taliesin's confidence. The ease this family practiced these games, the level they played it, was one he never aspired to. And so the Dragonborn and Helzet will confront each other during the funeral of Antony Felix in Windhelm instead of the social party originally planned in Solitude. The Dragonborn unmasks and shows herself an Imperial, the illegitimate child of Antony. Revyn repeated the plan. I spent a long time in recovery after fighting General Narafin. Years of intense healer sessions and barrels of potions. Helga Onsdotter was among the Winterhold healers who attended me. She had an affair with one of my married Legion officers. He killed her to prevent his wife's family from finding out. But I found out, and I had him tried and executed for the murder, of course. Miss Helga had no family, and this makes her perfect for the purpose of this new story, which is she had a child with me before her death. I'm happy to let you paint me the unfaithful husband taking advantage of a young, pretty girl far from home. I'll let you fill in how she died, where this child was raised, and by whom. As far as I know, Miss Helga's only had a grandfather on record who was a faculty member at the College of Winterhold. I don't know if there are any remnants left there or who may remember her. Her motives for keeping and using my name I'll leave to Helzet to improvise. Damn. Revyn rubbed his face, feeling tired and worried. Antony had this unfounded confidence in his daughter's ability to improvise her role under such pressure. Yes, Helzet excelled at performing under pressure, but that was the ability to improvise physical combat against dragons, hordes of undead, robbers, assassins, and the like. She froze, her brilliance hiding like a frightened rabbit when thrown into unknown social conditions unless she was drunk. She fretted over conversations and social cues. Some part of her wits seemed to shut down unless talking combat and weapons or concentrating on music. Among strangers, the warrior that analyzed motives, tactics, situational cues vanished. She felt no emotions, failed to recognize expressions until much later, often when it was too late to respond appropriately. It made her seem uncaring and flippant. And she knew it and didn't like it. The anonymity of her dragon mask or her full-face helmet was a barrier that kept most of her wits from escaping, and it was a crutch she leaned heavily on. Revyn recalled so many hours of listening to her travel stories and then role-playing social scenarios until she was comfortable without that giveaway shield. It was usually then that he was all too aware of her age and awkward, still developing areas of emotional maturity. Antony had told him that Taliesin aged normally for a mare, not becoming an adult until his 30s. Helzet, right off, seemed to be growing at human speed, which was why they weren't frantic with worry when she took off from home at 16. All indications were that she was one of those hybrids who looked mare but lived only so long as humans. Well, they'd been wrong on that, she'd just been good at mimicking the adult mannerisms. He excused himself, offering to prepare a late-night snack tray. He was surprised when Cadence insisted on assisting him. You're worried about Helzet's role in this, she stated. I know Uncle Antony and Taliesin believe her capable of acting her part. All reports for Tullius and Taliesin's own estimation seem to say so. Father and son think alike, act alike, have worked long together. Helzet seems to have taken after her father, and they assume to know her mental and emotional capabilities. But as her husband, what do you say? He hadn't much interaction with the cousins Horace and Cadence. They seemed happy to fade into the background, letting the more forceful Antony and Taliesin hold the stage. They normally handled the family vineyards and wine production as he understood it from Taliesin. But they'd insisted on coming on this journey playing as bodyguards, not that they didn't know how to use weapons. They'd both fought in the Great War as scouts at the Valenwood border against Altmer-led Bosmiri troops. And then he remembered that half of the family specialized as spies while running the wine business. And, when he'd chatted with them about why they'd brought those great, hairy dogs to scare him, he learned that during the Great War, she and Horace trained and ran war dogs against Bosmer. An accomplishment that, if one truly thought about it, was mind-boggling. It's going to fall apart if Hell's Ed doesn't get here soon, he confessed. As I've told Antony this before, this is a good plan. I can't think of anything better. But this can't be a last-minute improvisation for her. My Hell's Ed can't act at this level to save her life. She needs time to rehearse this. Rehearse. And it might give her time to act out any crippling grief before the final performance. I see. That fits what I've heard of Inanna in her much younger years from grandfather Hilarius, who knew her when they were both children. Uncle Antony married the older, mature, more confident version, so he's never seen the socially awkward girl who hid her weakness with military protocols. Following the Concordat, Great Aunt Inanna was too busy settling the borders at Elsword to give much time to Hell's Et. Uncle Antony, too, was preoccupied. His injuries meant he spent more time with the healers than was public knowledge. When in public or with his children, Uncle put on a facade of energy and cheer. He missed then that his little girl needed more than happy words. Revyn, I'm going to give you a hug, she stated, giving him a moment for a quick breath of astonishment, a chance to escape, and then embraced him tightly. Horace and I will go to meet her. We'll prepare her for this role while you handle things from here. You'll need to prepare Great Aunt Inanna for her part, too. If there's a chance the dragon is going to roar, she needs to know how to react as Hell's Et Pharaoh Sadri would react. XXXXXXX. It was a surprise when the Jarl, Horleaf, and Galmer came to visit. Inanna was absent, called out on an emergency was the excuse. But there was Taliesin, Little Nicky, and Hadreen keeping grim watch in the background. Plotting all night, no breakfast, and medicines taken on an empty stomach, Antony was pale, shaking, and sunken-eyed. The upper levels were pleasantly warm for Dunmer while descending into the cellar was like abruptly dropping into the high heat of a Cyrodiil summer. The three Nords immediately started sweating and removing their summer weight fur mantles. Revyn left the Jarl and Galmer to talk to Antony. He went upstairs, Horleaf gratefully following him. He showed Horleaf about the emptied rooms and discussed the planned setup, how Revyn planned to split his time between the steward's post and his own business. Horleaf gave him more information on who was who in Windhelm's overall government and tips on dealing with specific people and families. How much longer do you think he'll last? Asked Horleaf when the subject inevitably came back to Felix. We don't believe he'll make it beyond the next 2 weeks. The blonde Imperial you saw is his personal physician, a master of restoration magic. He spends hours every day doing everything he can to keep Antony pain-free and lucid. As I understand it, Antony has health issues that have gotten worse as he's aged. He tells me it's from something he caught when he did a tour in Black Marsh. He thought he'd recovered. But Hadreen says it's one of those tricky illnesses that go into hiding, only to re-emerge when the host is weakened either by another severe illness or the natural decline of age. He really shouldn't have tried to travel, but since my wife was too busy to return to Cheydinhill to visit, he was determined to see her before he died. If they had sent a letter asking her to return because of his health, of course, she would have gone. But Taliesin said it's a family trait to push things beyond reason. So it should be no surprise that if their father got it into his head that he was going to make his last adventure a tour of Skyrim, then that's what he was going to do. I see where your lady gets her adventuring ways from, said Horleaf with a smile and sympathetic chuckle. Still, what a loss for your family. Will you be leaving for Cheydinhill to return the body? No. Antony has requested a Dunmer funeral. We burn our dead. Refugees rest, why we've been rebuilding there, his will be the first cremation service to rededicate that site. An Imperial. Hellset's father. Anyone objecting can argue with her or with me. It's our money that has been primarily funding the rebuilding. Priestess Helgerd has agreed to preside since he is a worshipper of the divines. She also has a professional interest in our ceremonies for the dead. Private or public ceremony. In this case, it will be public. For the Grey Quarter, it will also mark the return of refugees' rest as a place for our people to gather, the living and our dead. Your first civic project then, and one you won't have to justify to me anymore for any future funding. I know it's been a long, sore point with your people that they haven't been allowed any space in our cemeteries after the first few decades. Yes. It's a start. One I pray isn't doomed to fail as this civil war plays out. Chapter 29, Doomsday, PT3. A/N, I've taken a lot of liberties with Dunmer death practices, even adding in some aspects of Victorian fascination with death and spiritualism. Song inspiration, Valhalla calling by miracle of sound. Oh ho oh! The echoes of eternity. Doomsday, p.3. Taliesin played the music his father favored, lively dances and gentle romantic ballads. Inanna sat on the bed against the headboard, her husband's shoulders and head resting on a pillow in her lap. Her hands caressed his jaws, neck, and shoulders, pacing their route. Afraid to feel the last heartbeat, the last breath, slipping from beneath her fingers. Helzet lay on her back at the other end of the mattress, her father's feet pressed against her waist. Her left arm curled under her head, the other stroked the blanket over her father's ankles and shins. She told him of all the wondrous hidden groves she discovered in Skyrim. He loved gardens, from the artificial order in domesticated ones to the wild natural selection of hidden places. And so she told him of the lush Gildergreen Sanctuary, a jewel of ancient wonder hidden in the rift, to the fragrant ancestors' Moth Grove high in the mountains over Falkreath. When he wasn't at war, Antony loved digging his hands into the rich garden he cultivated at their manor house in Cheydinhill. Another long, rewarding day of tending the flowers and fruit vines and bushes. He lay again at his favorite spot against a planter box holding a bay laurel tree. His son played his huachir, practicing dance tunes. His high-energy daughter played around his feet while chattering a funny story about chasing butterflies around magic trees. To make everything perfect, his wife was there, whispering his name as she dropped down beside him and pulled him into her arms. They were both always so busy, and he was so tired. It was so rare lately that they ever had time together at home with the children. So rare, it never happened until now. Fragments of memories, decades apart, it didn't matter, it was all as one now. XXXXXXX. The Jarl had visited 2 more times after the first visit with Antony. What was discussed during those visits was between the Jarl and Antony. Antony's only comment was that Ulfric had many questions about the Dominion during the Great War and appeared willing to listen to Felix's view of the war and its aftermath. This was the 4th and last visit. Stormcloak guards glared and used shields to keep a clear space around the Jarl attending the funeral of a famous Legion officer and hero of the Great War. There were other high-ranked Nords with him, attending more out of curiosity than any respect for the deceased or regard for the reopening of refugees' rest. Revyn and Helset's friends were here, as were other influential people in the Grey Quarter. Volunteer Dunmer warriors, the unsuspected number which spooked the Nord guards, kept the crowd in order and watched for trouble. Revyn surveyed the gathering and saw that everyone was finally there. He rubbed his cold hands and breathed a prayer to the great ancestors that this day goes as planned. The costumes were on, the masks in place, and the actors knew their lines. It was now time for the play to begin. A nest of pine boughs filled the round, shallow cremation bowl. Antony Felix's body lay on top in silk robes gleaming with the oils they'd been saturated in, a clay death mask over his face. His children stood on either side of the dais. Halgerd, priestess of Arche, called upon the divines to receive his soul. After her, Revyn stepped forward. From ash, we are born, to ash we return, he began. A stir at the edge of the crowd. A parting as the masked Dragonborn approached on her demonic horse. Helzet and Taliesin appeared to exchange baffled looks, then walked around the dais to place themselves between their father's body and the Dragonborn. Their imperial cousins were quick to flank them. Taliesin, as the older sibling, spoke. Dragonborn, we are honoring our dead here. Do you have business with someone? The mask should have muffled the Dragonborn's voice, but, instead, her words rang clear and shook the air around her. Everyone heard. I came here for Antony Maximus Gaius Felix, first legate of the 3rd Legion, husband to General Inanna of House Araethum. That was him. What do you seek? Asked Taliesin again. The Dragonborn removed her mask, an action that stunned the crowd into silence. She never removed her mask. She was as famous for that as she was for her voice. They stared at the imperial woman. Honey gold hair, thick and curly, her eyes were the green of young, fresh grass, a Nord's pale skin, her nose was classic, aquiline imperial. I came to see the father I was unable to meet during his life, whom my mother loved but knew she could never have. She dismounted. The demon horse whinnied and faded away. She was of the same height as Taliesin, and as she got closer, eyes observed the profiles, the hair, the matching features. On the male Dunmer, it was boyish and cute. On her, it was a sturdy beauty. Helzet obviously took more after the mother, but the taint of human blood, to Dunmer eyes, showed in her forehead, cheekbones and chin. The Dragonborn turned her face to Helzet. I was also there at Helgen, living with my foster parents and earning a living as a trapper and hedge witch. The execution of rebels didn't interest me. I was there to sell meat, furs and potions to the Legion quartermaster. I spotted the dragon as it cleared the mountains and ran for the gates before the first roar. How do you dare claim my father bedded your mother? Burst out Taliesin. Who was your mother? Helga Onsdotter of Winterhold. She was one of a group of healers from the college accompanying the Windhelm regiment led by Ulfric, the son of Jarl Hogue. Upon reaching Cyrodiil, the healers were dispersed to other posts depending on need. Mother went to the 3rd Legion of General Pharaoh. Among the 3rd's many injured was Legate Felix. She shrugged. Things happened, she drawled with a condescending note. He required months of recovery and attention, and General Pharaoh had too many duties to hover over a sick man's bed. Dragonborn, I don't understand, said Helzet, stepping forward while shouldering her brother aside. I've run a lot of contract jobs for the college. You've hired me yourself 3 times to watch your back while you looked for magic artifacts in ancient ruins. I even let you talk me into that damned embarrassing solitude job, and I've been in trouble with the Thalmor ever since. Never once have you asked me about my parents. Why here and why now? Why had you never asked me about my name? Countered the Dragonborn. Helset's hands flicked up in frustration and came down to land on her hips. Of course, I wondered about it. But your reputation for guarding your privacy is well known. I was hoping we were becoming friends. I was hoping you'd eventually tell me yourself. The hurt and disappointment were there. Revyn assessed the audience. Taliesin's spell to amplify voices made sure everyone heard everything said on this platform. Revyn focused on Thane Gilder. Nothing of note there. He had the same stunned, fascinated look most of the watchers had. The Jarl briefly locked gazes with him. No, he hadn't forgotten the way the Dragonborn had insulted him and his court the last time she was in Windhelm. I know. You hinted strongly enough, said the Dragonborn. Her voice went up and mocked a naive tone. Oh, hey, there's a famous Legion officer by that name, are you related? Would you have answered me truthfully if I'd turned your question back on you, saying, oh, hey, there's a famous Legion general by that name, are you related? Of course, I would have. Helzet snapped. Because you have the right to claim your parentage. There was hurt there, too, with the touch of old, cold anger. Revyn scanned the sky. Oh, good. Boethia had decided this was entertaining enough that she needn't again surprise them with a dragon attack. He was cautiously grateful. The 3 were starting to shout. Enough. He snapped. He sprinted to Helzet to wrap his arms around her and swing her away from the Dragonborn. Calm yourself, love. Taliesin, enough. Dragonborn, peace. We can all discuss this later in private. The ancestors are waiting, and they're getting quite impatient. Take your places, please. You too, Dragonborn, stand there, opposite of me. What? Challenged Taliesin. Please, brother. Do you honestly think your father would have kept this from your mother? That she didn't know. Taliesin scowled but made no further protest. Helzet and Taliesin returned to their places. The Dragonborn planted herself at the feet of the body. Revyn finished the prayer, invoking Antony Felix's ancestors to gather and receive his soul. Helzet and Taliesin invoked Ancestors' Sanctuary and set the body alight. As the body became fully engulfed in flame, the Dragonborn ordered everyone to stand back. When they did, she breathed fire. The fire turned incandescent. Then, abruptly, the fires were gone, and there was only a dry, brittle skeleton laying on fine white ashes. Revyn gathered the bones up and put them into a box. The ashes were carefully swept onto a plate. Box and plate were taken by the Grey Quarter's master bone crafter. The remains would go to the ceremonial mill, kiln, and jeweler's forge built at the back of the rebuilt tower to be ground to coarse grit. A part would go into a ceremonial urn to be returned to the family in Cheydinhall, and the remainder would become commemorative jewelry glazed in the glass made from the pyre's ashes. The rest of the tower's rededication ceremony he left in the hands of the Atherons and Hlalu. The Selvac commanded the Dunmer guards and kept order. Jarl Ulfric, naturally, tried to corner the Dragonborn, but she summoned her demon horse and fled the area. Revyn and the priestess of Arche went to watch the master bone crafter work. They sat on a bench in the work area, keeping out of the way but observing the process. Others also came to watch. Cousin Horace and his dogs kept them out of the work area so that the bone crafter and his assistant could work without interruption. Creating memorial jewelry from the remains of loved ones was not unusual or morbid to Dunmer. Bone mold was commonly made from animals. And, yes, in times of war, the bones of enemies or any nameless, unclaimed dead lying about were utilized. The jewelry was merely a more artful way of having one's ancestors about in a form other than a dry finger bone or tooth. There was old magic there, a connection. Dunmer religion used these qualities in the ghost gates. Most famous, most powerful, was the ghost gate that once surrounded Red Mountain to contain the blight monsters and other demons from overrunning Varden Fell. Talented enchanters could sink a lot of magic into these tokens, especially magic sympathetic to the nature of the person whose body these tokens were made from. For example, if the person had been a healer in life, enchantments for health or other health boost qualities would be accepted more than destruction magics. The second method of enchantment was to place the token on the family shrine with prayers and offerings, and the ancestor would bless the token conduit with a power of their choosing. The results were unpredictable in strength and effects. This was haunted jewelry by a partial, willing binding by the ancestor in question whom the wearer, one hopes, had a good relationship with. It didn't take long to remill the bone grit to a fine powder. The Dragonborn's fire had caused the bones to become especially brittle so that a second longer firing in a kill was not needed to bring the bones to a proper state of dryness. The bone crafter remarked that the cremation dais would need repair since the incandescent flames had caused parts of the concrete to crumble. It was good that the concrete had time to properly cure because the resulting explosion from uncured cement would not have been good. The bone dust and special resins were mixed and poured into a clay mold and then into the oven for an hour. Revyn placed the carved sample the mold was created from. Antony had chosen the imperial dragon and an example of a finished bone mold pendant into Helgerd's hands. The example piece was a round disc, and in the center was a pressed image of a Guer in full run. An enamel of ash glass of swirling colors overlaid it. I've noticed Nords have this fascination with displaying skulls as casual decoration, Revyn said. The skulls of enemies theoretically. Does one even know the name, the origin of the skull? Are they sold by the weight at some bizarre shop I've never heard of? But this is the mortal remains of a man with a name and a history. It is an organic soul gem, and the nature of the man will dictate the nature of magic that can be infused into it. Most don't like it because it becomes sentient magic. It can be a blessing if Antony likes you or a curse if he doesn't. The chanciness is what makes mysticism magic unpopular in schools. You are having 4 made, Helgerd said, handing him back the pendant. 1 each for the children, 1 for the wife, and 1 for you, right? Or might one go to the Dragonborn? If my wife and her brother agree after talking with her, I will be giving mine to the Dragonborn. I believe Antony would rather wander about Skyrim with her than hang about a shop. The priestess laughed with him. Oh, let's see, she said, chuckling. What would a man of action do? Go out and slay dragons or watch you juggle numbers? But this is fascinating. We must talk more about your people's customs. They went downhill to Ingle's Barrow where Scout's Many Marshes was waiting at the riverbank with his boat. He pulled them to the dock and they went from there to Sadri's home. XXXXXXX. Revyn woke, the remnants of a dream nagging him. He carefully untangled himself from his wife. She stirred, and he stroked and dropped light kisses along her shoulders and neck until she sighed and wriggled further into the pillows. He tucked the blankets tighter around her and rolled to the edge of the mattress. He went to the cellar. Hadreen was asleep on a bedroll. General Pharaoh slept on the bed, clutching the pillow that still had her husband's scent. Taliesin was at Revyn's desk, reading. He looked up, but Revyn waved him to go back to his reading. Revyn pulled out a box of papers from a shelf. Copies of records from Winterhold on Helga Ansdotter. Copies of the murder investigation and trial records. Helga Ansdotter. Her body had been recovered and sent to Winterhold. There had been no family to receive. A college student acting as an administrative assistant had signed for the delivery and immediately turned it over to grave diggers. No one to say prayers before being dumped into an unmarked grave. No doubt there would be a lot of inquiries in Winterhold. College records were clear that Helga Ansdotter had no known living family there. She had been brought there by her grandfather, an instructor in restorations. She'd become a ward of the college when he'd died, and a search for relatives had turned up nothing. The fictitious Falkreath story would be backed by falsified copies of the Helgen quartermaster records. That was General Tullius's contribution to the ruse. He turned his head and stared at the home shrine, the waiting door. Following an impulse, he went up to the semi-packed bags in the shop. In one of the bags, he found a simple, round silver ring of healing. However, none of the medicinal herbs drew him. He went to the kitchen. Horace and Cadence had brought cooking spices and among them was a bag of fragrant, dried leaves laurel bay leaves from the Felix gardens in Cheydinhill. Those drew his hand. He wrote her name on 3 whole leaves and wrapped them in a silk swatch to make a bundle he pushed through the ring. He'd give her a place in the shrine. It was only fair to give her a place in the house, in the family, seeing as they were dealing in speculative futures under her name. Chapter 30, Walk with the Shadows. Walk with the Shadows. Isgrammer's spoon. It's a fork. Ah, but you didn't know Isgrammer. And you did. Revyn said aloud, mocking the dry voice of the late Calixto, the previous owner of the place Revyn had taken over and was remodeling for his new shop. He put the spoon aside. Non-magical and no documentation to back up the wild claim. The construction workers had gone for the day, and Revyn was alone in the building. A quiet time for doing inventory. A tedious but calming activity, listing the gruesome stock of a dead murderer's museum. Mad Calixto's embalming tools, used in his butchering spree, were tossed into a box, destined to be melted down. Calixto's diaries also went into that box. There was another box for the trash heap. Some items had traces of magic he'd later consult with mages to determine the nature. Others, with disturbing traces of malignant magic, like the dancer's flute, which can cause a person to dance themselves to death, he'd send to the College of Winterhold. Here was another. The Book of Fate, magical and definitely oblivion-tainted. He looked and saw only blank pages. It came to mind that the pages wouldn't be empty if he held the book open for another to read. He noted that suggestion and tucked it into the book. The college's lore master Urig should get a laugh out of that. Salvageable items were the numerous alchemy ingredients and common household goods and clothes. The ones in better shape would stay with this shop and the rest to junk salvage shops. He was, after all, still in the business of selling used wares despite all the recent upheavals in his life. "You have a visitor," was the whispered thought. "Who's there?" he challenged, sensing but not seeing anyone. He set aside his writing board and stood up, one hand on his dagger and the other prepared to cast a ward spell. "Just me, Uncle Revyn." A woman peeked out from what was once the bedroom. "Carla," Revyn said flatly. "What brings you back? Do you know how much trouble you left me in when you sold me all those stolen goods?" he demanded. Her smile lit her unusual, exotic purple eyes. "You found a way out," she said, "as I knew you would. Papa always said you had a way of solving problems. Regardless, I am still so disappointed in you, Carla. You knew I don't deal in stolen goods. I bought those items in good faith." Revyn sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. Carla had the grace to look ashamed. "I know. I needed money and yes, I know you would have loaned it to me," she said. "But believe me, I was balancing out consequences. A few days in jail and fines were nothing compared to what would happen if my enemies thought you were willingly aiding me. So you have something going on worth betraying a long-standing friendship." Revyn sighed. "Very well. I hope it was worth it. But why are you here now?" "I'm here to warn you. You've managed to make Maven Blackbriar your enemy. She's set the Thieves Guild on you. The current guild master is different. He won't shy off from killing if they aren't able to ruin you through the usual methods. It's no secret in Rifton that Maven controls the Thieves Guild." Revyn sat down and indicated Carla should make herself comfortable. She sat near him, almost touching. He studied her, seeing the pretty, young daughter of a dear friend. His friend had been a traveling merchant peddling wares around the Rift and East March. He'd had an affair with a girl he'd met when selling items at her father's farm. They'd parted on good enough terms that he was allowed to know the child he'd sired. Even allowed to take her along on trips to Windhelm when she was old enough, which was how Revyn had met Carla. Sadly, the visit stopped when his friend died. Robbers. He'd see her from time to time in the following years, and she'd usually have small gifts for him and tales about farming and hunting in the Rift. And he'd give her tips about sales and deal-making. Then, one day, she'd come in with a sack full of items she claimed were payments received for a risky adventure. He'd cheerfully exchanged the goods for coin. He would discover later that not only were they stolen goods, but they had been stolen from within Windhelm, and she was long gone. She was tired, he could see. She was on the run. If she'd looked this bad when he'd last seen her, he would not have been so trusting. But he'd changed too since then and saw with deeper insight. "There are shadows, and then there are shadows," he said on a sigh and touched her knee. She tensed, staring at him with startled eyes. "I've not seen you in that armor before. It's almost but not quite Thieves Guild armor. That magic I'm sensing is Didrik. I was rescued from the mess you left me in by an enchantress," he explained, smiling wryly. "An adventurer and an enchantress. I've learned a lot from her since then. I've especially learned in Apocrypha that sometimes walking in the shadows is the worst thing you can do. You're a fabled nightingale. And this guild master who is a killer, he's also one. The stories of the guild's hard luck streak, then, is because he's offended your prince." "Yes and yes. How could you know this, uncle?" "My dear, you lost the privilege of calling me uncle when you sold me the stolen goods. However, I'm still an old, sentimental fool, and you did come to warn me. If you still need help, if my regard has any worth to you, come home with me and meet my wife and her family. You almost ruined me, but she saved me. She might be able to help you if you've got something to bargain with. While you're thinking about it, here, sort these books for me, please, for condition. The poorer ones put in that box, spellbooks, alchemy and necromancy books, put there, and the rest for my shop." Carla declined to follow him home that evening but promised to show up for lunch. He was pleased when she did show up. He'd already told his wife and the family about her and warned them not to scare her off, the poor thing was in enough trouble. "This is Carla," he announced, taking her hand and pulling her forward into the kitchen. "Carla, this is my beloved Helzet, her brother Taliesin, their mother Inanna, and their cousins, Cadence and Harold." They smiled and she tensed, a skinny alley cat introduced to wolves. Helzet came up and took Carla's hand. "So, you're the one I owe my good fortune to," she said. Carla's face showed her surprise. "I'd been courting my old man for some time but couldn't get him to look at me. Then you tripped him up, and I caught him. So, I feel I owe you." Carla tried to pull her hand free but couldn't. The younger woman's grip was still gentle but unbreakable. It was a mistake. I needed money fast for another deal, and I knew he'd be generous with his price because he was sentimental. I should go. After lunch, Helsat said firmly. And I also want to know what that Maven bitch thinks to gain by ruining my husband. She guided Carla to the table. She sat in a chair and pulled Carla down into another. Carla rapidly began listing her findings. She tried to get Vittoria Vici to expand into the rift with her in control as the official agent. Vittoria refused, citing sources. Maven got hold of a copy of that source, which turned out to be a letter written by the Dragonborn steward. The steward quotes your advice, your advice, sir, against investments by the Dragonborn in Riften because of Blackbriar corruption. Vittoria has also begun turning a scare against her. He's been withdrawing his investment and moving to separate himself from the partnership. His family backs him. They may not like a Mead cousin in the family, but at least that Imperial has always been honest about her loyalties. And the rumors that Maven plays both sides of the war are growing. Without him to manage the day-to-day business affairs, she faces further losses if she dares entrust what's left to either of her incompetent sons. And then there's losing control over Honor Hall Orphanage. It would not be possible if not for ugly facts coming to light: the abuse by her sons, the mistreatment of the orphans, and the theft of funds. Maven found out you had visited the orphanage, and that's when things started happening afterward. Maven found out you got the Dragonborn steward her post, that the mayor who's been spearheading the move to Iverstead is the steward's father and the hero who destroyed the Dark Brotherhood. Also, that the smart girl helping and bolstering Constance Michelle's rebellion is a former Honor Hall orphan and your apprentice. She's blaming you for the blows to her reputation. She has other problems, business problems besides Askir's defection, that I've set up. But she can't find me while you are quite easy to locate and go after. I had to warn you. I am grateful for the sentiment, my dear. Revyn dropped a light kiss on the top of her head. Maven has only herself to blame for her troubles. But I am now curious as to why you are trying to strike at her. They boasted on the streets in Riften that she has the Thieves' Guild in her pocket. What has she done to earn your hatred and scheming when she is the guild's biggest customer? Carla managed to tug her hand free from Helsat and started to stand up, but Taliesin pushed her back down. The guildmaster has been sleeping with Blackbriar. She gave him Riftweald Manor and probably encouraged his greed and promised that if he took over the guild, she'd push more money his way, he said, laughing. I've been looking into the decline of Skyrim's Thieves' Guild for my friend, the Grey Fox of Cyrodiil. The fox has been wondering why he hasn't heard from the Skyrim chapter since the murder of his friend Gallus Desidenius by the hand of Nightingale Carla. You do have the strangest friends, my son. Inanna said, disapproving. Thank you, mother. How else was I going to study Nocturnal's cowl? Anyway, the guildmaster's name is Mercer Frey, a very elusive man who lets me, a complete stranger, dance in and out of his guild without challenge. The guildmaster isn't a guard dog, but still. All he does is bark orders through his second, a silver-tongued huckster named Brynjolf. Mercer hasn't even bothered to try to rebuild the Trinity of Nightingales. A good indication that he isn't in favor with Nocturnal. So we have the target, said Horace. Now we require the nature of the beast, said Cadence. Carla blanched as they all looked at her. At last, Inanna said, the food is getting cold, and I'm hungry. We can talk more about this after we eat. Tally, cutlery. Helsat, pass out the plates. Horace, a glass of white wine, please. Carla, we aren't interested in the secrets of the Nightingales, just Frey's. His motives and skill sets. Why he killed Gallus and why he blamed you. And then I want to know what you have been doing to avenge the murder and prove your innocence. And, Revyn, dear, do think of a gift we can give to Mephila. I expect this little tale of sex, lies, betrayal, and secret murders is something to amuse her. Perhaps, Sira. If Frey has changed his allegiance to Mephila. Inanna laughed, a soft throaty sound that was oddly menacing. He hasn't. I'm sure this was all strictly for his own benefit. Greed is still his prime motivation. Now let's eat. XXXXXXX. She had only intended to warn him of the danger, trusting that his wife would be enough to protect him just a little while longer until her own plan could be enacted. It was too bad she'd burned his trust selling him the stolen goods. Her plan to undermine Maven Blackbriar by buying out her suppliers, funding her competition. She could have used Revyn's help. He'd succeeded in pushing Blackbriar to desperation without even trying, and it had the desired effect. Maven was forcing Mercer from his entrenched hiding to deal with her enemies. The problem is, instead of flogging at the remaining guild members and further alienating them by making them chase shadows, they all had one clear target. Just how much did she dare tell them? Thieves, Carla was learning, had such a broad definition. Her uncle had patted her head and told her initial work with Haunting Brew Meadery and the Golden Glow Estates was an excellent effort in upsetting Blackbriar's operations. But it was now time to step aside and let the experts handle this. Hostile takeover or commercial piracy, they called it. Cousin Horace would go to Whiterun to buy honing brew. He was sure one of his children would be willing to move to Skyrim to manage the new family venture. A letter from Revyn gave him access to accounts in Whiterun. They also bought from Carla the Golden Glow estate. Golden Glow would make a perfect wedding gift to Nikki's daughter. Her fiancé headed a group of professional mercenaries specializing in escort and security. Revyn suggested they also buy the land and fort known as Falder's Tooth, which had a commanding tactical view of the surrounding area and of Golden Glow. Revyn again provided the money by tapping into accounts he had for Rift and East March ventures. Walk with the shadows. That's what they say in the guild. The path of wealth. Revyn certainly has been doing that since she last saw him. His wife's shadow. She charged to glory and reaped the initial wealth by her adventuring. But then she handed her purse to her husband to quietly resow the coins, like seeds, to create a forest resource. Helzet took Gallus's journal that Carla had carried since his death at Snowvale Sanctum, a ruin southeast of Winterhold, saying she recognized Fama writing. She'd seen enough of them in underground Dwemer ruins. She was also familiar with the Snowvale ruins. She'd tried to get in but had no luck there. She was certain Wizard Calc Elmo of Markarth or the lore master of the college would be able to translate. Carla said that Mage Enthur, known to frequently patronize the Frozen Hearth, was Gallus's trusted friend, the only outsider Gallus trusted with his identity as a nightingale. He would help her without too many questions. Helset's delighted smile was unnerving, and Carla hoped she hadn't called down trouble on the Bosmer mage. For General Inanna, it was time to return home with her husband's ashes. Once there, she would see that funds from the Felix coffers would be sent to reimburse Revyn. She would also let her nieces know to get ready to move to Skyrim, especially the boy with the mercenary troop. Now for the Thieves' Guild. Revyn had come up from his meditations to reluctantly announce that the Trinity needed to be restored if Carla wanted to avenge Gallus and bring justice on Mercer and restore the guild. Now that was a bit harder. All jokes aside from his family, Taliesin wasn't interested in joining the guild or pledging himself to Nocturnal. Besides, his trip back to Morrowind to search for the family's missing godfather was long overdue. No, Carla had to find 2 others to induct as Nightingales. It was a given that, as Nocturnal's agents, they each had gifts. Gifts that Carla wouldn't tell them. That was fine. They didn't need to know. What he did know was that Mercer had Nocturnal's skeleton key, a Daedric key that could open any lock. If Carla wanted to confront Mercer, bring him down, and restore the guild, she would need the strength of a restored Trinity. And she'd better start thinking of who she could recruit. Carla thought Brynjolf, the guild's second after Mercer, could become a Nightingale. It probably wasn't something he'd want and would need persuading. But he was fiercely loyal to the guild, and proof from Gallus's journal would be the boost to get him to make the ultimate pledge to Nocturnal. But who would be the third? Uncle Revyn. He had forgiven her and allowed her to again call him Uncle, scowled but reluctantly suggested she check out an abandoned mining camp west of Windhelm. The Uttering Hills Mine. A friend of his had detoured to the in-city graveyard to unload after some heavy drinking at the corner club. He'd stumbled upon a burglary in progress. Against all common sense, he'd hung around and then followed the thief all the way out of town to find out where this group had set themselves up. He'd lost them shortly after. Still, Revyn had a good idea of that area and got the assistance of another friend who sent someone to scout the area. As Revyn suspected, this new group had taken over the camp of a previous group of bandits that his wife had cleared out a couple years back. Furthermore, these thieves were all Altmer, and they seemed to be the non-violent type, preferring theft and burglary. In fact, he recalled. Carla wondered about their professionalism if their lair was found out so easily by a half-drunk Dunmer taking a piss in a Nord graveyard. But she was also curious what kind of balls would make a group of Altmer thieves come to Stormcloak home territory. If Carla wanted more info, Revyn told her to talk to Naranyi, the Altmer general goods merchant with a stall in the Stone Quarter. He knew she fenced stolen goods, so she probably could get Carla in touch with the leader of that group. "I've got a perfect test for this Altmer thief," said Taliesin. "When I was in Rifton, I came across this crazy Argonian raving about a Dwemer curse laid on her when she went raiding into a Dwemer ruin after an artifact. A Dwemer lexicon. She was the only survivor. She got the lexicon. However, she couldn't handle the knowledge it kept trying to feed into her mind, which explained the crazy part. She begged me to return it to Avunkenzel and put the accursed thing back. I got that the thieves they hired were rather incompetent, and there were many rooms and storage boxes and safes they couldn't unlock, so the place still has its treasures. Of course, being a Dwemer ruin, there's the usual automatons and traps and Fommer. Plenty of opportunities to show off sneak and fighting skills. I'm leaving in 3 days. Talk the Altmer into this. We'll all go to the rift and to this ruin. Let's see if he truly has the skills to make it. You can keep the treasure. I just want to return the lexicon. After that, I'm going to Stonefalls and to Mournhold. When you're done there, go to Goldenglow," said Helzet to Carla. "I'll meet you there with the translation. You're on your own after that." I've got business with the Dawnguard I need to get back to. Carla shuddered. Vampires. As Uncle had said, there were shadows, and then there were shadows. Vampires were children of a darkness she wanted nothing to do with. No, she had her own vampire to pursue, and his name was Mercer Frey. For all this, if it all succeeded, the payoff for the Uncle Revyn and his family was guild protection for Uncle Revyn's shop, Haunting Brew, Golden Glow, Soranok Mine in the Reach, and Severin Manor in Sol's Thyme. Lunchtime was over. It was time to see if the leader of the Altmer thieves, the Somerset Shadows they called themselves, was a bird that could sing. Chapter 31, Grey Guards. Grey Guards. Michael Anvil had heard the Grey Quarter of Windhelm was a shithole. He'd seen worse in Rifton. Sewage here may flow down the street gutters into the Grey Quarter, but, in Rifton, the town lived over its own open waterway of sewage. Not that he'd had to live in Rifton, thank gods. The 2 times he'd had to visit accompanying food shipments to market was quite enough. He reluctantly, wistfully recalled the sprawling farm community where his dad had been the blacksmith and his ma the local healer for animals and people. 30-odd souls had lived on that farm, all gone in a battle between the Legion and Stormcloaks. Only the Stormcloaks had hung around in the aftermath and offered aid to the survivors. And Michael, his parents dead, had joined the Stormcloaks. He had been a tall, gangly 15 then. As a local who knew the area, he was a darn good scout. His smithing and herbal skills made him even more useful. Still, he'd seen his share of fighting. The last notable one that had gotten him to Windhelm was when the Legion had found their Stormcloak camp. Most of the fighters were out, leaving at camp minimal staff and the injured. Michael was working on repairing armor. When one of the kids out gathering firewood had bolted back to warn of approaching legionnaires, Michael had taken charge and gotten injured and non-combatants into hiding. Then, on his own, with his superior knowledge of the land, he'd turned the attack around. As a reward of sorts, he was sent to Windhelm for officer training. That was 2 months ago. A month of that, and he quit the Stormcloaks. He was mad at the Empire and at life in general, but he wasn't that mad. Call him milk drinker all they want, but separating Skyrim, isolating it from the rest of the world, was not a solution. Blaming all outsiders. All he could do was not be a part of it. Most people just wanted to lead their little lives in relative peace. He did too. And he needed money. So he joined the Windhelm City Guards, quickest job to find, and they were always recruiting because they kept losing people to the army. The guards welcomed him, but they knew he'd argued a lot with his trainers about the core Stormcloak philosophies, so they assigned him the worst patrol, which was the Grey Quarter. In a city of about 10,000, the Grey Quarter held a third of the population. The refugees, the Dark Elves, were only permitted to live here, so thousands were crowded into decrepit buildings. The streets were narrow, and sewage flowed in open gutters downhill from the upper wealthier districts. There would be no patrols here at all if it weren't for the fact that traffic and goods from the dock had to come through here, so his primary duty was to make sure nothing impeded that. The rest of the quarter was the suburb of oblivion for all that anyone else cared. Then a half-year ago, the Jarl created a new position in his court, Steward of the Grey Quarter, and appointed a shopkeeper. This shopkeeper was given a token budget and made responsible for everything: their taxes, crime, upkeep, sanitation, and any problems regarding the Argonians that lived outside the city on the docks. One of the first odd choices for civic improvements was the lampposts. Tall, thin poles of something called bone mold topped with strange, magic lights under domed caps directing the unearthly glow to the streets, lighting them to full daylight. Walking from the upper city to the quarter was like descending from depressing grey, cloud cover to daylight in the rift. Michael actually found himself looking forward to patrols just for the light and the lift in his mood. The elves also seemed livelier and didn't match what older veterans of the guards told him of sullen, moody elves. The lights also unmercifully showed up the decay and the garbage. You had to be seriously in denial and apathetic to ignore the condition. And it seemed the Dark Elves were finally getting sick of waiting for someone else to fix their problems. He wasn't sure about the work gangs. One of the big things the shopkeeper had instituted was community service as prison sentences. Prisoners tore up and repaved streets and dug new sewage drains. They did emergency repairs on dangerous buildings. They hauled rubbish. Michael winced, recalling the horrific skill one Grey Guard showed with a whip when one of the prisoners deliberately threw a load of bricks at some idiot who thought it would be fun to taunt them. After disciplining the brick thrower, the guard arrested the first troublemaker. After being treated for injuries, he'd be joining prisoners the next day for a few hours, paying off a fine for obstruction of justice and paying off a healer's fee. Brutal but effective. Repairs were getting done. Using a prison workforce seemed reasonable in light of the fact that funds so far came out of the shopkeeper's own pocket, from raw materials for civic repairs and rebuilding to the uniforms and batons for the Grey Guards. Taxes taken from the Grey Quarter, as usual, went to the Jarl, who doled out funds for civic projects. Traditionally, the Grey Quarter got nothing. They hadn't for the past decade. He was getting hungry. He wandered to the market area that had been growing ever since the streets there had been cleaned up. The dark elf food smelled strange and tasted different. He didn't dare ask what he was eating, but once he got used to the strange spices, it was quite good and, more importantly, cheap. The scrib jelly rolls were his favorite, an odd, meaty tang but sweet without being cloyingly so. The breaded Nix Hound sausages on a stick were also great. Yelling. A thief! Whoops! Thief down! The nearby grey guard work overseer's wicked whip had kissed the thief's face, causing him to stumble. Nearby elves held him down. Michael sauntered over and saw that the thief was a Nord. Stolen bread and a string of sausages were scattered on the street. Not worth the paperwork, Michael said, shrugging. Suggest you cooperate with the local justice, he told the thief. They'll feed you, friend, fix your face, and give you a few hours of work. I saw more ice blockage that needs clearing again in the sewer lines from Valenstrad. Or, if you insist on the Jarl's justice, 20 septim fine in addition to the 40 septims worth of food you stole and 2 days in a cold cell, or if you can't pay the fine a day for every septim and bread and water once a day. If you fuss enough, we might give you a clean cloth to wash your face with, but you'll have to use the water from your daily ration. One of the grey guards who had appeared snorted and asked, well? Us or the Jarl's justice? The thief swore but decided for Grey Quarters justice. Nevertheless, Michael accompanied the grey guards to their headquarters, an aging warehouse in the midst of repairs. They wrote up the charges, and he signed his name. If the Nord refused to cooperate, they could present that sheet to city guards, and Michael would back it. Michael nodded affably to the elf guards and wandered towards the Nunis's Corner Club. City guards liked it because it was cheap, and the drinks weren't watered down like at Candlehearth Hall. It was also a hell of a lot nicer than Candlehearth. New decorative paneling, more magic lights, long planters along the walls. It was like an outdoor patio brought inside. A staircase along the back wall led to the owner's private quarters and to the kitchen. A staircase along a side wall led to an open barrack-style room where beds and chests could be rented. The owner was an elderly dark elf with red hair bound together high on his skull. He had an attitude towards Nords, but, at least, he kept the same price list no matter your race. Word on the street was he was 1/3 of the Trinity ruling the Grey Quarter. The chief, of course, being the shopkeeper, and the other third was the woman who ran the community services center next to the Grey Guards headquarters. The red-eyed devils had this thing about threesomes. 3 Daedra gods, 3 god kings, now 3 civic leaders. Or maybe it was 4. The shopkeeper had a wife, but she wasn't around much. She was a mercenary and enchantress with an awesome reputation from Winterhold to the Rift. No doubt the lights were her creation. And everyone knew she was the half-sister of the Dragonborn, and her parents were heroes in the Great War. The gossip around her said she was Thane in 3 holds and that her adventures made her incredibly wealthy. Yet, she called Windhelm home only because her husband refused to abandon his people in the Grey Quarter. For the longest time, no one knew why a young, talented beauty wasted herself on an old commoner who ran a pawnshop in the slums. When finally one of the Jarl's cronies outed her on her parentage and her titles in enemy holds, it also came to light that the mousy shopkeeper meekly holding his wife's purse had been turning her prize monies into a plush trade empire. The Jarl had been right quick to snap a civil servant's collar on him and to make sure the city's treasury had access to all that wealth as well as saddle him with the responsibility for the poorest section of the city. One of the few instances of brilliance in this whole sad war was Mikkel's thought. He rounded his patrol out at the Grey Quarter smithy to buy some chitin arrows that were almost as good as iron arrows and at a better price. He had 3 days off and needed to hunt at least 2 weeks' supply of food. XXXXXXX. He heard screaming. He dropped the rabbits, the sacks of berries and mud crabs and ran towards the noise. He had only 6 arrows left, his bear spear, and his hunting knife. No armor, just a hip-length fur-lined leather jerkin over regular clothes. A group of 6 dark elves was coming from Refugees' Rest. Funeral party by their clothes. Being attacked by gods, 2 hellhounds and a trio of vampires. For a moment, he hesitated. He didn't have any magic or silver weapons. The elves were using magic to defend themselves. The strongest of the magic users was trying to attract the attention of the vampires. Another, holding the hands of 2 children, was trying to make a run for it, but the hounds were targeting them. He charged, yelling and drawing his bow. His shots went wide, but the hounds turned to him. He readied his bear spear. Got its butt braced on the ground and its tip angled to meet the body of the first hound to jump at him. The hound spitted itself. The long leaf blade easily sliding into ribs, the widening lower half of the blade spreading and cracking ribs. The wings below the blade stopped the body from sliding any further down the pole. Michael hoisted the spear, turning to slam the body against the ground. He stomped on the thing's guts and tore the spear out with a twisting motion. Serrations on the broad base of the blade tore its lungs out. He swung a wide arc from his left around to right and back, slashing the second beast jumping at the right rear flank of him. It twisted away, circling and snarling. Come on, doggy, come to papa. I've got a nice stick you can fetch right here, he taunted, thrusting and waving the bloody tip under its nose. He deliberately let the tip go wide. The hound leaped, and Michael shoved the thick oak shaft broadside into its mouth. The jaw snapped close. Michael twisted right and used his weight and the hound's momentum to bring it to the ground. Its filthy nails pawed and ripped his leather jerkin. He knee-dropped on its ribs while releasing the spear with his right to draw his hunting knife. Stabbed the hound until it stopped moving. Damnation! The magic-wielding elf had fallen and was being resurrected, and the master's will would make her turn her magic upon her own family. Michael roared again and charged, slashing with his spear to separate the poor elf's head from her body, causing both parts to crumble to ash. The vampire turned its blood-sucking magic on him. He stumbled and nearly fell, but snarling and calling on his ancestors and Talos for strength, he surged forward and speared the monster. It shrieked, dropped its sword, and clutched at the shaft. Michael ground the spear butt again, jerked, hefting its body high, and, with all his might, hammered it head first into the ground. The cracking of its neck and skull was sweet to hear. A gout of flame from one of the defending elves engulfed the second vampire leaping for him. Michael let go his spear, scooped up the first vampire's dropped sword, and swung at the flailing, flaming monster, stabbing deep and holding it there until heated internal gas expanded and blew its guts out. The third vampire screamed a curse but ran away. Michael fell to his knees, exhausted and fighting the blackness threatening to overtake him. Someone was urging him to drink something in a bottle. He blinked rapidly, trying to focus on the tearful face of an elf woman. A guard and an attendant at Refugees' Rest had also been drawn out by the sounds of fighting. They gathered the survivors, and, between them, they managed to heft Mikkel's 6'5" frame up and support him until he was able to stumble along on his own behind them. They all retreated back to the tower to be treated. They would stay the night and be watched for any signs of infection from the foul creatures. The kids and their mother were fine. The one he'd been forced to give a second death to had been the widow of the one whose funeral they'd come from. The other two were friends of the family. One had the infection and was praying for a cure at the altar of one of their gods. Michael also was infected, but he wasn't sure he wanted to pray to Adidra, no disrespect intended. No problem. The attendants had lit 3 fires at the top of the tower. Within a couple of hours, 4 grey guards from Windhelm came running in response to the distress beacon. 3 went hunting for the vampire, and the remaining 1 stood guard over Michael until he recovered enough strength to travel back to Windhelm. On the walk back, they recovered Mikkel's spear and knife. Unfortunately, a troll had found Mikkel's game bags. His elf escort assured him there would be compensation. Michael hoped so. He was feeling awfully hungry. That got the elf urging him even faster to Windhelm, then dragging him into the Temple of Talos when all Michael wanted to do was find the nearest butcher stall and buy the freshest, bloodiest piece of meat there and maybe even a bucket of blood for gravy. On second thought, forget the meat, just the bucket of warm blood would be fine. He woke in his own room. It was actually warm in this rat trap attic above the tannery. Probably due to the elf tending to an odd cooking setup in the center of the room. The rickety table that usually sat there had been pushed aside. In its place was a tripod holding an ordinary iron cooking pot. Below it, glowing with heat, was a stone bowl. Michael could vaguely see through the dancing tongues of fire the runes carved into the bowl. Whatever was in the pot smelled delicious even through the fumes from the tannery below. The elf was an elderly one with shoulder-length white hair braided on the sides and the braids brought together at the back of his head by a ruby brooch. His sharp jawline was softened by a neatly trimmed white beard on his upper lip and chin. He wore the insect armor, but instead of the matching helmet, he had a fur-trimmed leather cap that he'd hung off a chair back. He had the grey guard baton and also a long sword. Feeling better, son? Much better, Grandpa, Michael replied sarcastically. He swung his legs to the floor as he sat up. Who are you? Varen Avahan, commander of the Grey Guards. He brought a cup of tea to Michael. The tea was unfamiliar, smelled faintly of pine and grass, and quickly settled the dull, pounding headache. Next came a bowl of stew. Grilled, tender venison with potatoes, leeks, mushrooms, carrots, and slightly salty, tiny, white grains. The Gamasoa family sends their thanks and hopes you will visit them so that they can thank you in person. One of them died. I'm sorry I couldn't stop it, Michael mumbled. She's with her husband, and you saved her daughter and grandchildren. You also gave her soul swift deliverance from a vampire's foul binding. No regrets. The elf picked up the bare spear. It was near twice his height. The shininess of the blade showed the elves had resharpened it. A fearsome weapon for a Nord giant, he commented. But you normally carry a great sword on patrol. Michael shrugged. Standard issue weapon. I prefer the spear. More useful in hunting. More useful in general. For one of your reach and strength, faster and deadlier too. The elf pulled a chair closer to Mikkel's bed and sat on it. We've been watching you for a while, and for certain after this, we offer a proposition. We want you for the Grey Guards. Michael didn't answer right away. He finished off the bowl and held it out for a second serving. He slowly picked out the fly amanita mushrooms to eat first. They'd been treated with some unknown spice that heightened its meatiness. You want me to quit the city guards to work for you? Not quite. We want you to take over Sergeant Henrik's job as the mandatory Nord commander of the Grey Guards. Technically, I would be your second. I've only been with the city guards a month. Why would they boot a 10-year veteran out of his cushy job for a raw recruit? He's quite the criminal catcher. The elf smiled without humor. We do all the work, but our Nord commander takes all the credit for keeping order in the quarter. This we really don't have problems with. What we do have problems with is when we need to take in non-Dunmer, we need his approval. If they aren't worth any measure of glory, he won't trouble himself, and we have to let them go. You, however, have consistently shown your willingness to back us, like with that petty food thief. 5 times is hardly a record. What else earns me your regard? We've checked your past. Your worth as a warrior and taking big risks got you here. You're an idealist, but you also are willing to acknowledge when your ideals are wrong. You seem an ally worth cultivating. Michael considered this as he ate. He said at last. But what makes you think Commander Irenson will let me take that position? Steward Sadri has some pull there. He can demand it. You probably will get a promotion to corporal at most and only a corporal's pay. But once you're with us, we can offer you compensation such as the Grey Guards get. We are an all-volunteer force, after all. This isn't a full-time job, except for me. Even then, I don't draw a wage but live off savings I've accumulated over the past centuries. Everyone else is half-days or a few days a week, and then in their off times, they're working paying jobs or going to school. We are compensated in discounts with Dunmer merchants, free training for weapons and defensive magics, of course, and other social skills such as reading, writing, and the basics in law and finances. Free services of guard healers for guards and their immediate families. Many traders and crafters also offer reduced prices, first considerations for apprenticeships, and reduced fees for tutoring. As a result, we draw many of the young to service. The average age for patrol guards is 25. That's roughly between 16 and 20 in human years. Old ones like me are trainers or are prison guards, work gang overseers, administrators. We can also find you better accommodations if you don't mind living in the quarter. But if you prefer not, you can at least get reduced prices for materials and carpenters to make repairs. And for all that, you want me to do Henrik's job. You do know he was also supposed to spy on your people, Michael felt obliged to point out. Of course we know, said the elf, grinning. All we ask is that your reports are accurate, non-biased, and made with some effort of understanding our ways. How long do I have to consider this offer? You have time. Sadri isn't back in town until next week. But why don't you come by Sadri's house on your next patrol, and I'll introduce you to Amberis, Eleni, and some other spirits who need to look you over to support my proposition. If you decide to accept, and they approve, we can get the paperwork started right away and have them ready for Sadri to sign as soon as he returns. All right. If you can actually swing it, I'd be willing to make a go at it. Excellent. I have a good feeling about you, Michael Anvil. I do believe you'll be a bright fire in the quarter. Chapter 32, Mushrooms. Mushrooms. I would call this wing certainly fit for an emperor, said Revyn, give one last admiring look at the entry room of the newly remodeled Pelagius wing. The last time he was here, it was full of cobwebs, dust, decrepit furniture, and the mad god having tea with the mad emperor Pelagius. Couldn't have done it without you, friend. Nary a sound or apparition since you lifted the curse. The priests say whatever restless soul that haunted here is gone, and Mage Stentor can no longer detect the presence of any Daedra, said Falk Firebeard, steward of solitude. Firebeard gave Revyn a tardy reward for clearing the ghost-riddled wing of the palace along with rental fees for Proud Spire Manor to house other noble guests that couldn't fit into the Pelagius wing. XXXXXXX. A colony of Dunmer hadn't been planned. It just happened. Such was the Telvanni way. As usual, it started with just one Telvanni wizard, actually, she's swallowed but a Telvanni mage lord co-opted her to his house. Spellsword Pharaoh wandered in, killed a nest of vampires, did a few other favors, and Jarl Idrod Ravencrone made her a Thane. The new Thane bought land on the shores of the Karth Delta across the bay from the City of Solitude. After her assigned housecarl proved himself trustworthy after a few adventures, she made him her husband give him a generous purse with which to build her Windstad Manor. Once it was built, the Thane's husband, who lived in distant Windhelm, sent a Telvanni clerk to handle business ventures. The Telvanni clerk raved about opportunities to his wife and friends in Solstheim and Morrowind. When his wife finally finished her duties on Solstheim and came to join him, she brought a small village of immigrants willing to serve the new rising power of the Telvanni and, by extension, the Jarl of Jamark. Housing all of them would have been difficult if not for a young pair of Telvanni adepts specializing in mycology. They were tasked to grow the pod homes around the manor and then the primary mushroom tower. In a matter of days, an entire village sprouted. More land was bought, and the original manor was converted to offices where business was conducted and the point where items were shipped and received. The main business of the community were alchemical ingredients and potions. Jamarka's swamps were rich with potent ingredients, and the shallows of Drachmer Marsh were perfect for raising numerous species in the fish pens. The College of Winterhold had 3 restoration students there to study alchemy, with one of them doing a second apprenticeship with Mage Feline in Jamark on vampires. The secondary business was tourism. Something in the marshes of Jamark altered the nature of the giant mushrooms from Vardenfell so that they glowed in the dark. It made street lamps unnecessary. Telvanni and encroaching, magic mushrooms jokes were rampant. Fortunately, Jarl Edrod's peculiar sense of humor took no offense. The sudden population growth was also bringing in new wealth to her hold. Plus, she had use of the tower whenever she visited. Revyn and the Jarl watched the sunset from the veranda that girded the stalk of the great tower. Mushrooms were a Telvanni thing, but he found he oddly enjoyed it once he got used to the vegetable smell that one should expect when making a home inside a living plant. The glowing effect was fortunately confined to the outer skin of the mushroom. And the Jarl, who'd lived all her life in a damp swamp, appreciated the way the living house regulated internal humidity and temperature and filtered air. She also enjoyed the magic that made it easy to float 4 stories off the ground. Kataraya. Brilliant woman. A pity her blood couldn't continue in the septim line. But then, with such a widow as Pelagius as a husband, it was no wonder their son was a sickly thing that couldn't live even 2 years after he was crowned. They watched the Emperor's ship, the Kataraya, gliding under the stone archway of Solitude. According to the 8th volume of the Wolf Queen, during the Siege of Solitude, when Queen Potma was making her last stand, a 12-year-old Pelagius was wandering about town doing some shopping and looking for gifts to buy. Incredibly negligence on the part of security, to let the heir wander about on his own. He was found by a disguised Queen Potma, who gave him a soul gem filled with the soul of a demon werewolf. It is said to be the cause of his madness as his young mind was gradually twisted by the malevolent evil of the gift, said Revyn. I think I have the complete book set somewhere here. I prefer to think of it as a truer account and much more believable than the idiocy that mixing mare and man blood produces inferior, mad offspring. There's a whole nation of Bretons who would dispute that. In any case, it was a brilliant move to send assassins to kill Empress Kataraya while she was touring Black Marsh, said Revyn clinically. Keeps Dunmer and Argonians at each other's throats and no protests from Morrowind while the Elder Council purged mare blood from the Septim line. They were never happy that Emperor Magnus Septim chose to marry an Altmer. It mattered not that the Dyrani bloodline is well respected in both Somerset and High Rock. Bringing in Dunmer blood, even one as old and powerful as the Araetham of Ebonheart, was seen as bringing back the mare to lord it over man. The Elder Council was quick to champion an insignificant, unpolluted branch of the Septim line to the throne. Speaking of bloodlines, my Jarl, may I express some thoughts about Jorik? Revyn asked diffidently. About time, said the Jarl, amusement sparkling in her black eyes. My Thane has been urging that my son meets with you, but you understand I was never going to send my son to Windhelm. I also understand your freedom has been, restrained by your new duties as a steward of Windhelm. But she had mentioned the possibility of my son visiting Winterhold under her protection as the Archmage and that you would be able to travel there as Winterhold is Stormcloak friendly. Ah, but the Jarl there is not friendly to Dunmer or to mages. Nor do I have any business in Winterhold unless I claim a religious pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura. It was hard enough to get Jarl Ulfric's permission to come here at this time. I will be closely questioned when I return. I was also invited to attend the welcoming gala for the Emperor in my wife's place but had to decline for the same reason of having to return to Windhelm. Revyn refilled his wineglass and looked down towards the fish pens. A group of children was there casting nets. Among them, the Jarl's youngest, Jorik, was learning to balance on a boat and being instructed on how to clean fish. The Telvanni children had no fear about his unusual powers. To them, it was the way of things that their noble class wielded powerful magics, the Telvanni motto being, the forceful expression of will gives true honor to the ancestors. And it was always good practice to get on the good side of power early on. Jorik's wild, untamed powers were something he sensed as soon as the lad had stepped onto Windstad territory. Revyn thought he could help, but in the long run, the boy's erratic control needed someone more knowledgeable, skilled, and powerful to suppress the boy's gifts until he could control them himself. But before self-control could be achieved, work needed to be done to undo all the Nord inhibitions and fears carved into the boy's spirit by his own people. Here among the Telvanni, he was finding friends. The 2 local wizards were also willing to tutor him for a time. Although they cautioned that the child would soon need a master in spiritualism or mysticism but, with the tribunal no longer in existence, they were at a loss of where to look in Skyrim. What I am proposing is that Jorik takes up residence here. Revyn waved his hand around, indicating the village below. Live in this tower, of course, or a room can be set aside in Windstad Manor below if he is more comfortable there. Valdemar can watch over him. As a Nord spellsword, he has no prejudice about other Nords using magic. But I primarily believe the lad needs to be with others who do not consider him, forgive me, an unnatural freak for the gifts of your line. He cannot learn until he trusts that others will accept him for what he is. And what is he? Asked the Jarl dryly. In part, what I am often accused of being. A ghost talker. A listener who hears what shouldn't be heard by mortals. And by listener, I do not at all infer any association with the Dark Brotherhood. But despite my beloved's confidence, I am not a fit teacher. I'm able enough with my kitchen knife skills, but your son came with a great sword. Still, I can introduce him to some basic meditations which I invite you to participate in. Lead by example, if you will. It should help you two to connect, and your experience should help alleviate some of his confusion. Ah, but I am as untrained as he, said the Jarl, looking intrigued. You have life experience and a mother's love and will to protect your son. And he is still young enough and innocent enough to trust you without question, so that we can temporarily shift some of the burden of his gift to you. Brute force control must do for now until I can find a suitable teacher. The two wizards here should be able to help you manage along, because you have not only the intelligence but the maturity to understand the concepts they teach to control power. I'll talk to my son tonight. We can begin tomorrow. XXXXXXX. Later that evening, Revyn was reviewing invitations. Most of the party invitations were from Solitude upper class and nobles seeking to curry favor with the wealthy but elusive Thane Pharaoh by inviting her commoner husband to their gatherings. The only invitation he did decide to accept came from the Count of Cascabel, who also expressed a desire to sell his apple wines through the Felix trade house. Revyn was interested in meeting him. The book, The Rear Guard, detailing the rise of a Bosmer mercenary to the position of Cascabel's lord, was one of his and his wife's favorites. This count was that mercenary's son. Speaking of which, if you would be so kind, there's a cabinet of wines on the left. Third row down, apple ice wine. Wine cups are in the cupboard below. Feel free to partake, he said aloud while he penned an acceptance to the Count of Cascabel. Moments later, a pale golden hand placed a goblet at his right. Thank you. Revyn sanded off the reply and then turned in his chair to look up at the Altmer. For the shorter, slender shadow behind the Altmer, Revyn stood up and held his arms open. Uncle, greeted the nightingale, going into his embrace. Carla, so good to see you. He looked at the Altmer. So, the new guild master? Yes, uncle, this is Linwy Charmlock of the former Somerset Shadows. Linwy, Revyn Sadri, Taliesin's brother-in-law and the one who suggested I seek you out for alliance. Linwy was sturdily built for an Altmer. Light brown hair and closely trimmed beard. Pale green eyes studied him warily. I'm nothing like Taliesin Pharaoh Felix, Revyn assured him. I am quite sane. So says the mayor who hangs wet laundry from the mad god's cockhorse, the Altmer groused. Revyn smiled. Someone had been poking around his home in Windhelm. He was also curiously skilled if he recognized the staff when the book by the same name had never described the Wabajak. I carved the sigil of protection of the guild on your home, said Linwy. Redundant though it be. I know the Dunmer practice the binding of spirits as guardians, and the ones you've got guarding your home are strong enough to kill any intruder. I had to swear on Nocturnal's name that I was your ally if I wanted to get out alive. Revyn managed not to laugh at the peevish note in the new Master of Thieves' voice. He sat back down and waved the two to seat themselves, but they declined, saying they had more work to do that night. So you're here to take advantage of the fat purses that have come to town? Hunting, yes, uncle. It should be expected, Carla said, laughing. She topped off everyone's cups for the last round. We've got to rebuild the guild's treasury. And, yes, this is a good opportunity to train up some new pickpockets. And housebreaking, Revyn added. Well, I won't wish you good luck. That would be redundant as you have Nocturnal's favor once again. But do stay in touch. I have a feeling I will need to call in a favor from you before I leave Solitude. Linwy frowned at that, but Carla said, of course, uncle. Come on, Linwy, I'll explain later, she hissed at the Altmer as she pulled him towards the veranda door. XXXXXXX. Jarl Ravencrone was at the Blue Palace at the first of many galas welcoming Emperor Titus Mede. Jorik was settled into his new room in the Mushroom Tower and asleep after a long, tiring day learning about meditation from Revyn. As he slept, the two wizards charged with Jorik's education temporarily drained his excess power and placed conduits that they would later link to his mother. Revyn was reading reports delivered by the private courier service set up between his business managers. In Windhelm, the Grey Guards have found a replacement for that lazy lump Henrik. In Iverstead, they were breaking ground to begin the construction of the new orphanage. Primary builders, to many Nord's dismay, were Dunmer, Indorils to be precise. Ex-soldiers and their families who served under Selrunmore at the Ghost Gate. Isolde's trade caravan had added Iverstead to their trade route. In the rift, Flora Felix and her fiancé and his mercenary troop had arrived to claim Golden Glow estate. Also, following Revyn's advice, they had made an offer to the Rift's Jarl to buy Fort Faldar's Tooth and the land around it. Now that it was theirs, they renamed the place Wolfden to reflect the company name of the Wolf Teeth Mercenaries. In Whiterun, the Haunting Brew Meadery was now owned by Amelie Felix, the daughter of Horace Felix. In the Reach, Sanuarich Mine was again being hounded by mercenaries, and Inathach's children, working as kitchen servants in Understone Keep, had unpleasant run-ins with the Silver Bloods. It was getting harder to appeal to Jarl Igmund for justice or protection. Any advice or help Revyn could send would be much appreciated. Soft bells signaled that someone was at the base of the tower. Then Windstad's steward Valdemar landed gently on the lift platform to tell him that a Commander Morrow of the Penitus Oculatus was here to see him. A week before the Kataraya had sailed into port, the Penitus Oculatus had requested through Jarl Ijrod permission to station a pair of watchers at the Windstad Tower because of its view of Solitude's docks and the bay. To their credit, the watchers had been discreet, wore regular clothing, kept out of everyone's way, and made no demands on servants. The Penitus Oculatus were the new blades of the Mede Emperor's guards, spies, thieves, and assassins when necessary. He had no doubt they'd been thoroughly documenting all activities and taking names. Probably even scribing down somewhere every conversation he'd had with the Jarl of Jamark. And they were very good at rifling through any business papers he left on his desk and putting them back in place to appear untouched. So untouched that the strong breeze that swept in through the doors he'd left open didn't touch the papers. However, the flowers in the vase next to the paper stack were scattered. He accepted this with good-natured grace. Dunmer or not, he was an officer in the court of the Stormcloak and therefore automatically on any Imperial watch list. Commander Morrow came with a surprising summons to meet an important person aboard the Kataraya. Of course, he couldn't say whom. There was the option to refuse, but Morrow strongly urged him not to take it. Nothing would happen if he did refuse, just a sorely missed opportunity granted to so few. Before I give you my answer, I suggest you go outside and talk to your men out there, said Revyn. I have no need to talk to them. Revyn frowned, not at all intimidated by the officer. You walk in here in full uniform. You should know by now I have as many spies watching me as are watching the Emperor. Many of them will be reporting to Jarl Ulfric on who I talk to and for how long. I would have you seen out there talking to your men and not cloistered here with me. They went onto the veranda, where Morrow made a show of taking a report from his men. Revyn, in the meanwhile, hung some festive lanterns of small birds. After he hung them, he said, "Have a pleasant evening, Commander. I'll see you sometime tomorrow night." XXXXXXX. I could have sworn the Dark Brotherhood was gone, growled Morrow as he sheathed his sword. The Emperor had just entered his room with Morrow in front and the Chamberlain behind him. As soon as Revyn had said, "Good evening," Mayro's sword tip had been at the Dunmer's throat. He couldn't fault the commander's lighting reaction and equally fast restraint. "How in oblivion did you get here?" demanded Morrow. "Windstad has some of the best alchemists you'll find in Skyrim," Revyn stated calmly. "A few invisibility potions and skillful distractions by friends allowed me to walk in. I actually arrived here 2 hours ago and have been waiting. I trust His Imperial Majesty is still expecting me." "Thank you, Commander Morrow. You may leave me with our guest." The Emperor crossed his arms over his chest and looked down at Revyn, who was kneeling. "Inanna did say you were a surprisingly bold and resourceful fellow. I found the tales of Corvinjund and of your nightingale niece quite amusing. Rise." Revyn was enormously pleased to see 2 of his cousins Sejamus among the Emperor's bar selection. The Chamberlain poured drinks and then was dismissed. It was no surprise that the Emperor wanted to ask about the last days of his dear friend Antony Felix. Among those questions were roundabout probes into Revyn's world and his relation with his wife. The questions were disquieting. He was on trial again for something, and he was so tired of that feeling. But he refused to let that show. Besides, telling the Emperor to shut up and just pour him another drink would not reflect well on his wife. But there was a hell of a lot of questions about Revyn's projects in the Grey Quarter and his connections around Skyrim. Just how much did Inanna confide to the Emperor? Revyn would have evaded most questions but for the ring the Emperor wore. A plain band ring of bone mold that glittered as if dusted with a rainbow. The Emperor noticed his interest and extended his hand so that Revyn could inspect the ring more closely. "A souvenir, Inanna crafted it herself for me," he stated. The bone mold dust had been mixed with crushed crystals. Crushed soul gem shards. The lingering power in them was familiar and sent a tingle of recognition when Revyn touched it. "Trust me," was the faint whisper he heard in his mind. "It's very strange," the Emperor mused aloud. "This Dunmer custom of death jewelry. Antony was one of the few I trusted completely. Inanna is another. She let the Batlemage inspect this ring as they do with all gifts given to emperors. They only detected what they thought was an unremarkable health blessing on it. I never told them it was haunted, and I often talk to my dear friend in my dreams." "The Enwa is laughing right now," Revyn said dryly, releasing the Emperor's hand and sitting back in his chair. The Emperor laughed at Revyn's reference to his father-in-law. "He's telling me to trust him, and so I shall." What do you need to know from me, your majesty? We have 2 hours before I must return to my tower to greet Jarl Idrod and some guests she's bringing back with her. XXXXXXX. Jarl Idrod surprised him by bringing back a member of the Elder Council as one of her guests. Elder Councillor Momodier was oddly eager to meet him. Of course, he professed a tourist's fascination with the glowing mushroom town. He also claimed future trade interests in Skyrim and had attached himself to the Emperor's tour to gauge the viability of such ventures and alliances. There was the East Empire Trading Company, of course, and known private enterprises such as Erekura of Solitude, the Blackbriars of Rifton, the Shattershields of Windhelm, and then there was Revyn Sadri's own quietly rising empire. And, by chance, was he acquainted with the hero of Falkreath who destroyed the last of the Dark Brotherhood? If so, by chance, had the hero happened to sell any items taken from the Brotherhood sanctuary? Perhaps it was morbid, but who wouldn't want a souvenir of the end of the infamous Assassin's Guild? Thanks to Vittoria and a scarce snowshod, Revyn's shop had recently become known for obtaining unique items like the Stahlrim armor and weapons that the pair had presented to the Emperor. It was a thought anyway. While Councillor Modier was trying to impress on Revyn the grand opportunity being allowed him to have a sponsor on the Elder Council, Revyn very softly remarked to Jarl Idrod, "Snakes, my Jarl. Thank goodness my wife isn't here to set fire to the town." Jarl Idrod responded with a soft, surprisingly girlish giggle. Chapter 33, House Arrest. House Arrest. Revyn's past 2 weeks in solitude had been both educational and profitable. He was rewarded for ridding the long unused wing of the Blue Palace of its ghost. He collected fat rental fees on his wife's proud Spire Manor. His business ventures at Tel Winstad were flourishing. The Emperor was visiting Solitude, attracting a multitude of nobles who needed places to rent and places to patronize. The Thieves' Guild was redistributing wealth under the new guild master, and he had more business leads and contacts for himself and for his in-laws of the Felix trade house. He'd come to Tel Winstad escorted by 5 bodyguards. 4 were assigned to him by Thane Gilder, and 1 was Blade for hire Stenvar's young cousin Arvin. And while Revyn had been occupied at Tel Winstad, they'd wandered about as they pleased. Gilder's spies had been happily absent for the entire 2 weeks while Arvin stayed at Tel Winstad because he didn't like the crowds in Solitude that had come to see the Emperor. He was happy to help with prepping fish for drying, protecting plant harvesters in the swamps, and learning the finer points of Dunmer wine and beers. Now it was time to return to Windhelm. He paid the fines to release the 4 absentee guards they'd been arrested by the Penitus Oculatus for asking too many questions. And, no, he wasn't interested in knowing what questions they were arrested for. It was time to return to Windhelm by carriage instead of by boat. Great for Arvin, who'd discovered he was decidedly a landlubber. XXXXXXX. Tobias is dead. Jaku's almost there. He's breathing, but he hasn't woken up since they last fed on him. Arvin helped Revyn sit up, then gave him a limp bag of water. It had grit and other things, but he drank anyway. Then he looked around. Jaku lay on the ground, barely breathing. Torfi and Mandil were trussed like birds ready for roasting, and Arvin's right hand was tied to his feet, leaving him only his left hand to tend to Revyn, whose hands and feet were bound. Revyn also had a magic inhibiting collar on him. Vampires had ambushed them just an hour after they passed the place the locals called Muvartha's Cave, a long-abandoned iron mine. An ice bolt had taken out the wagon wheels, and Revyn had been thrown from the wagon as it collapsed, and then crates fell on him, knocking him out. "They'd have eaten you first because you're the oldest and likely weakest, but their leader acted like he knew you," Arvin told him, "so they ate Tobias instead because he took the worst injuries." The leader of the vampire group was a Dunmer who looked too damn familiar to Revyn. He was wearing Revyn's missing ancestor necklace. "You look like someone I used to know," said the vampire as it fingered the necklace. A thrall pulled Revyn to a seated position and held a torch closer to his face. "What is your name, Meat?" "I could ask you the same because you also look familiar." "The name's Sadri." "You're wearing my family. You then must be Farron Sadri, my paternal grandsire's brother who left to do some research in Skyrim and never came back." There was only the barest of twitches in the vampire's eyes. "Eldiag Sadri was my grandsire. Left Narcissus for Vivek City and took up trading in the Ashlands and married a Zainab girl. The bead with the Cliff Fraser design is him. The bead next to it with the ebony inlay is your other brother, Svatik. Ashlander filth. Malag Bal fluffer. Yes, my young brother had a mouth on him, and you've definitely inherited it." The vampire drew back and grinned, showing long, pointed teeth. "We tracked you from the Telvanese settlement on the bay. What's your connection to them?" he asked. "I manage some of their trades." The vampire sauntered over to Arvin and hauled the younger, bulkier man up as if he weighed nothing. He smiled again, showing teeth. "I'm married to the lady of that tower." "Ah, very good." It dropped the Nord and came back to Revyn. "I suppose after corrupting blood with Ashlanders, why not marry a Telvanese?" "Oh, please. A vampire has no ground to discuss corruption of bloodlines. This Thane, this Telvanese named after a Hlala king, she's quite the vampire killer. Very handily took out Movarth Pekin and his nest. And very well done with the Wolf Queen. And she found Lady Serena for us and brought her safely back to her father's cold arms. I missed seeing the grand entrance since I was too busy in my lab that day. But how the court did talk. She boldly wore both Azura's and Meridia's favors as she faced Lord Harkon and turned down his offer to become one of us. He killed most of the cattle that day in his rage after he banished her. Killed the rest when Lady Serena disappeared again. So we're all about rounding up more stock for the pens. Naturally, I came to Morthal. Let the others herd cattle. I need to restock my lab. But the damn Telvanni have poached all my favorite spots. Revyn sighed and slumped wearily back onto the ground. Yes, yes. I'd give you the family discount, but that's not what you want, is it? If you're thinking of using me against my wife, it won't work. It won't stop her. In any case, the end result will be the same. Harkon is destined for the dustbin. XXXXXXX. The vampires used Revyn's stock of healing potions to keep Jakku alive, but only so that they could bleed him later. As days passed, they alternately bled, fed, and healed each of the Nords. Revyn, however, they left untouched. So far, Farron kept him safe from the other vampires. Revyn managed to keep him amused with tales of the family before Red Mountain's eruption. After that, Revyn confided his wife was not actually a Telvanni but half-breed Hlala/Imperial, and her god's father was Narivar reincarnated. And, no, he hadn't yet had the honor of meeting the reincarnated warlord. Well, his undead ancestor was pleasantly a chatty one and starved for conversation that didn't revolve around hunting mortals for food, ways to curry favor with Lord Harkon, and fantasies about a world drowning in darkness. A reluctant turn at first, but what common sense and compassion had survived the initial turn had been crushed under Harkon's control. Revyn had briefly met Serena. While Lord Harkon was her father, he wasn't her sire. His mind, moods, and desires didn't affect her as they did those he infected with vampirism and enslaved to his will. All the current vampires in Folkihar Keep were Harkon's turns. Those turned by his wife were slaughtered as they defended her when she fled with her daughter and 2 Elder Scrolls. A true pity. Most of them were able to converse on various subjects because the lady had a taste for intellectuals. Harkon had turned Farron because he wanted someone to protect him against the possibility of his wife concocting something from her deadly garden. The rest of Harkon's minions Farron found boring, so he spent almost all of his time in his lab. And as long as he produced useful things on demand, Harkon left him alone. And, over time, he had managed to regain some thoughts and ambitions of his own as long as they were not in direct conflict with Harkon. Sadly, letting Revyn slip away was in conflict with Harkon's will. The Lord wanted his daughter back and Revyn's wife dead. Until she had joined the Dawn Guard, they hadn't been enough of a threat to warrant direction action. But she was a menace. Somehow, she'd recovered the 2 Elder Scrolls Harkon was missing, she'd snatched away a Moth priest from their grasp, she found and killed every agent they sent to pervert the Jarls. Now she was gone to fetch Oriel's bow. There were spies everywhere watching for her return. And when she returned, if they couldn't take it from her before she returned to the Dawn Guard, then all forces would be recalled to Folkihar Castle to ready themselves for the Dawn Guard's predictable attack. Farron's task had been to concoct poisons that could be dropped onto enemy forces, a much more efficient way of killing even if it meant spoiling all the meat for the victory feast. But the Telvanni had harvested most of the plants Farron needed. But when Revyn returned there and ordered them to surrender their stock, Farron would have more than sufficient supplies. And, if he further ordered them to create the poisons, that would be even better. Inefficient, Revyn said. Sleeping potions would be easier to order and would arouse fewer suspicions. Such a high demand for them in these troubled times. Also better for later harvesting. Brilliant, said Farron. What an asset you would be to Harkon. No. I don't think so. I'm afraid, nephew, you won't have that choice once Harkon sinks his fangs into you. Tell me, uncle, if you could regain your life, could you defy Harkon long enough to take that step? Farron stared at him for a long moment. That's impossible. I'm long dead and my soul's in Cold Harbor. Besides, I've grown to like the advantages of undeath. I have magic here that I couldn't possibly imagine before. Revyn slowly shook his head. Your soul is in your body still, and Cold Harbor's energies fill in and sustain your body in place of your destroyed spirit. There is a way, however, to sever that connection and restart your life's spark and restore your spiritual energy by using instead the energy in a black soul gem. There is a mage who has the knowledge to do that. And what would I do with life after all this time? You start all over as the rest of us did. One day, one step at a time. Revyn tilted his head as he stared thoughtfully at the ancestor necklace. As you're so enamored by death, surely they've been talking to you. I know they must be trying. Are Sadri kindred asking questions, the Ashlander kin of Zainab and Urshilaku demanding you return to the true path and true gods of the Vilathai, my wife's side too, the Arayatham Arbasi and the Felix snickering and joking at the details of your life. None of them like being ignored. Shut up, you lot, the vampire hissed suddenly, talking to unseen others. He gathered up the necklace in his hands as if to tear it from his neck and scatter the bones. So tight was his grip that sharp edges from some of the ornaments drew black blood. Then a look of surprise followed by disbelief. I can't continue to delay, hearken, he said. But the direction of his eyes, his tense posture, he wasn't speaking to Revyn. He's sent Windhelm to order me back. It's bad. Once he discovers who I have here, he'll want to immediately enthrall him for. Damn it, Eldiag. I could always count on you to tattle to mother and bring her into this. He looked at Revyn now with a strange smile. You didn't tell me Eldiag and his son married Ashlander witches, nephew. A pushy pair, these witches. They must be the reason the ancestors are suddenly so damnably loud. I've never heard that wearing this token enabled one to hear the dead so clearly before. He removed the magic block collar, then transferred the ancestor necklace from his neck to Revyn's. Now I'm going put you under a spell so that Windhelm doesn't. Because if he does it, you won't wake until you're at Folkihar. Harkin does so enjoy a prey's struggles as he takes them. Once you wake, get over your stupid inhibitions about using those spells Eldiag tells me you've learned from your wife's brother. Revel in your power. It's the only chance to escape. XXXXXXX. The spell was cast. Revyn opened his eyes and gave a hoarse cry of grief as he recognized them. Hey, city boy, taunted one spirit, haven't gotten soft on us, have you? Shut up, said the other spirit. He glared at Revyn. Snow vampires, cousin? Really? Maludren, Athican, I'm sorry to bother you, but I didn't know what else to do, Revyn said. Oh, we know, Athican said, waving the apology aside. We were hoping you'd remember the summoning spell. There were quite a number of us waiting. No one wants to come back to Mundus, but we'd hate even more losing you again. To a cold harbor. A cold Skyrim's not that bad, Revyn weakly protested. Pfft. From Athican. Tell me more, steward of Windhelm. Athai, you give Jarl Ulfric too much power, Maludren commented. Revyn, do what you do best, supply us. Athai, cut em loose while I start on what's out there. Maludren went through the door, and they could hear shouting and cursing from the vampire thralls. Athican knife severed the rope and pried open iron cuffs with equal impossible ease. You're the bodyguard, yes? He said, pointing his knife at Arven, who squeaked in dismay, and ordered, guard our cousin and be ready to carry him out if necessary. Athai, one of those vampires is Farron Sadri. Your Sadri kin is waiting to snatch what's left of his soul to face Azura's mercy as they have. If he gives us the opportunity to cut his bindings, that is. That Harkin is a vicious ash vampire. The spirit went through the door. Arven knelt next to him. Master Sadri, what the hell? What was it saying? All I'm hearing from the ghosts is grey folk talk. The ancestors clear our path. Be ready to move when they come back, Revyn said tersely. Now let me concentrate. Revyn wrapped his arms around himself and bowed his head. He was only vaguely aware after that of events. It took all his attention to continually channel energy to the spell. The Summon Ancestor spell was a drawing of sentient spirits from oblivion. He could sense what his cousins were doing, where they were, could sometimes even see what they saw. He was also aware of Arven shouting orders at the other prisoners, of his own body being carried. Farron Sadri got away. Either this Lord Harkin's hold on him was too strong, or he was choosing to remain a vampire. Revyn woke in his bed in Tel Windstad and screamed for scribes and the Penitus Oculatus agents temporarily stationed here during the Emperor's visit because of the tower's view of the bay. Farron had sneaked in a gift when he'd bespelled him. Farron's bequest was dark knowledge of the horror vampire Lord Harkin was about to unleash upon the world. Revyn spent the next hours dictating to the scribes everything he knew of Castle Folkihar's layout, its hidden resources, the number and composition of troops within, magical traps, security spells, and the counterspells needed. This information would be sent to the Legion and to the Dawn Guard. This wouldn't be enough. There had to be more priests, more mages, so he called upon the ex-ordinators in Whiterun and the Rift, the College of Winterhold, and various priests he knew. He also requested aid from the companions and from the Wolf Teeth mercenaries. That's every available courier the Legion had on hand, said Jarl Edrod. I'm surprised the general was so helpful. Well, with the Emperor wandering about Skyrim now. Revyn shrugged and dutifully drank the second cup of some warmed-up swamp muck that was supposedly healthy, provided he could keep it down. Was anyone left out? Only the Thalmor and the Silver Hands. The Thalmor would hang to the rear until near victory and then stab their allies in the back while sweeping up what's left of the enemy. Then they'd proclaim themselves the saviors of Skyrim against the vampire menace. The Silver Hand only hunts and tortures werewolves and have never even tried to hunt vampires. A good number of our people here are preparing to join this attack, said the Jarl. Falion also wanted to go, but I forbade it. He needs to be here so that any infected and past the point where prayers would help can come here for his sorceries. I've also summoned that Altmer priest of Arcay from Falkreath to assist Felion. I've visions of priest Runel having more than nodding acquaintance with violent magics and bitter regrets. Your visions are true, he's a Batlemage since the Oblivion Crisis and with the Dominion during the early years of the Great War. Keep that as concealed as possible, my Jarl, advised Revyn absent-mindedly. Let the Winterhold students take the credit. If the Dominion looks too closely at him, they will find out he's a deserter. My wife recovered the diary he'd lost when he was exploring a cave in Falkreath territory and had the misfortune of disturbing a nest of necromancers, Revyn explained. Or maybe good fortune, he mumbled vaguely. I got a good apprentice from that. She didn't return the diary to him immediately. It was written in Altmaris, which she doesn't know how to read, but she kept it anyway, being a packrat. I do, however, read the script and found it quite interesting. Vulgar curiosity, I confess. When is he due to arrive? He's already here. I sent a mounted escort for him when your bodyguards brought you to Morthal. He arrived an hour ago. Jarl Idrod patted Revyn's shoulder before rising from her chair to leave. I'll send him to you. I believe you two need to talk about those noisy spirits about you. Revyn nodded but didn't answer. He was intent on cleaning his necklace with a rag he'd dipped in his water cup. When Runel arrived, Revyn pointed him to a small, damp patch of cloth soaked stained with dark blood. A blessing to bind the soul to death, he ordered curtly. Excuse me? I don't. We need to do this before the blood dries, Revyn explained impatiently. I know the spell to summon a soul dead to Mundus, but since he's undead, it won't hold him beyond a few heartbeats unless you hit him at the same time with Arcay's law. He stared up at the priest, his red eyes glowing with deep fires. His name was Farron Sadri, and it's time for my miscreant ancestor to be brought back to House Sadri to face the family. I need Arcay's interference long enough to disrupt the ties to Malag Bal so that I can rebind his soul to the house and to judgment by Dunmer custom. Even at their most cruel, none of the three can match Malag Bal for unending viciousness. Mephala will soon forget, Boethia will grow bored, and Azura eventually forgives, and the soul is redeemed and released. As my grandfather and father taught me, simply believing in a stock's worth won't move it. If salvation means forcefully ripping him out of Malag Bal's grasp to face the true tribunal's judgment, then will he or nil he goes. So, give him his rights so I can bring him in. Chapter 34, Bones to Grind. Aurora Nova, thanks. Fixed asterisk. Asterisk A/N, last story lightly edited and repost. No major changes, just some detail tweaking. Disclaimer, what's Bethesda's is theirs, etc. Stories might not be in chronological order. Bones to Grind. The last two wolves of the pack had the sense to run away. Revyn approached the weary farmer who grinned nervously at him and his bodyguards. Gods bless you for your assistance, friends, the farmer said. I don't have any gold I can pay you with, but... Our pleasure, friend, Revyn said, waving away whatever the farmer was going to say. He eyed the fat bullock the farmer was leading. It had been shorn of its shaggy coat and its hide painted with strange symbols. Might I ask why your beast is decorated like that? Oh, it's for an old bargain my family has with the giants near our farm, the farmer explained with another nervous grin. Once a year we give them the fattest cow or bullock we have and they leave our farm alone. None of our cattle go missing and they don't let their mammoths trample through our crops. Fascinating. Can you tell me what those symbols mean? I'm no expert but I'll tell you what I can. They ended up escorting the farmer to the giant campsite and watched from afar while the farmer walked the beast up to the nearest giant. The giant inspected the animal, traced the symbols on its hide, then grunted and nodded at the farmer. The farmer touched one of the menhirs of the camp and walked back to Revyn's group. They gave him a ride back to his farm and Revyn spent the evening talking to the farmer's father to get more information on their bargain with the giants. Revyn and his guards spent the night in the barn and the next morning, as they were leaving, Revyn paused by the feeding area of the cattle pen. The cattle's grain trough looked to be a large, flat stone in the ground and the grain-filled grooves too smooth to be natural. He stood on the driver's seat of the wagon. Now, at roughly half the height of a giant, he saw the pattern of the grooves. A mark identifying the giants or the farm. It was one of the symbols he'd copied from the cow onto a paper. They went back to the area of the giants, keeping the wagon out of sight, and he sent Arvin to sneak back to the camp and copy the marks on the stone the farmer had touched. Trade, business, profit, the potential and planning made the ride into Whiterun Hold more pleasant for Revyn. He was so tired of vampires. Thanks to them he'd been forced to use the magic he'd never wanted to learn, much less use, had to forcibly wrest an ancestor's soul from Malag Bal by throwing him instead to the hard mercies of the true tribunal, involve himself in the details of a Dawnguard/vampire war and further endanger his delicate standing in Ulfric's court. Vampires had sucked down so much time that a 1-month business trip and mission for Jarl Ulfric had turned into a 3-month travail. And it still wasn't over. There was yet to complete Ulfric's required spy and supply mission, the price for permission to leave Windhelm to go to Solitude. We are supposed to go to Riverwood, not Whiterun, said Mendil, the leader of Revyn's bodyguards. In reality, Mendil, Jakku, and Torfi were Stormcloak spies. Arvin, the youngest, was the nephew of the Windhelm-based blade-for-hire Stenvar and on his first mission outside of East March. By now he knew the others weren't really mercenaries, but he was a sensible young man and, after confirming suspicions with Revyn, kept his mouth shut and promoted a front of blissful ignorance. Better to be believed an ignorant sellsword than be commandeered for dirt pay into Stormcloak service. I have no real business in Riverwood. Revyn flipped through his notes on cattle prices in Whiterun. I do have plans for in Whiterun that I can do while you send one or two of yours to the Helgen camp. Besides, if what I do works, there will be gold in it for Jarl Skald and, by extension, to Jarl Ulfric. And again more gold to the Stormcloaks once it's bled out of me through taxes. Worth a bit of a side trip, I think. Jakku was sent to Helgen with the wagon on the original Stormcloak mission. Revyn recommended the family running the Riverwood wood mill as Stormcloak sympathizers if Jakku needed help on the way. Meanwhile, the remaining guards trailed after him into Whiterun. Arvin was sent to reserve rooms in the Bannered Mare and Torfi was given a shopping list. Mendil accompanied Revyn to Breeze home to meet with the Dragonborn steward. Likely a very busy dark elf, but she owed Revyn her job and pushed aside other tasks to meet with them. His wife had collected mammoth tusk powder from a group of giants as one of the items on a past mission to find rare ingredients for the white phial. These giants knew how to grind mammoth bones in a special way that gave them properties regular millstone ground mammoth bones didn't have. Why they bothered was unknown. Revyn's only concern was, could these giants grind dragon bones? Regular millstones cracked against the bones. If they could do the job, would they be willing to trade if he could manage to get the concept across to them? If so, Dunmer bone crafters would pay insane amounts for every ounce of bone dust. If it was possible, agreed the Dunmer steward of the Dragonborn, who also was aware the price such could command in Morrowind. As it happened, the steward had easily 100 pounds of dragon bone on hand. If Revyn could negotiate an agreement with this group of giants, the Stonehill Bluff group, a group living just beyond the Whiterun border, then she would work out a payment plan with Jarl Skald of Dawnstar for a protected status for these giants. Protected status meaning he'd stop trying to hire people to kill every giant in the Pale. However, he probably wouldn't send guards to patrol against freelancers. If the Stonehill Bluff giants proved useful and needed protection, well, that was something that could be considered later if a deal could be made with the giants. The Dragonborn steward was in. Revyn went on to dinner with the companions. They were greeted at the door by little Nicky, his wife's cousin, a young Imperial and a junior companion who brought them to the Harbinger. When all the companions currently in Whiterun had arrived for dinner, Revyn launched into the tale of being captured by vampires, his wife's experiences with the Dawnguard, and the upcoming battle between the Folkihar vampires and the Dawnguard. Revyn's plea for help had arrived the week before, and there had been many discussions amongst the companions already. Revyn had barely anything to eat for all the questions being thrown at him. Orland Greymane and even Adrienne Avenici were already overloaded with requests for silvered weapons. Fortunately, Adrienne had those Dunmer smiths from Morrowind visiting her, and, once they got back in a couple of days from wherever they were touring, they'd help with smithing vampire-killing weapons and enchanting armor to offset the life-draining magic of the vampires. If the companions weren't adverse to adding a little mage power to the group chosen from the volunteers to go to this battle, he could recommend a Dunmer priest of Mara in Dawnstar, a skilled healer and, if necessary, a competent batlemage according to his wife. The priest also had an uncanny knack for detecting a vampire no matter how good its disguise. During one job to clear out a skooma den, he'd sensed that all the guards and attendants of that den were all vampire thralls. After killing all the thralls, they found a passage to a buried, defiled temple of Arche and its poisoned spring, and proof that the den above was a front for a stock farming operation for vampires. The next day was a morning audience with Jarl Balgruaf. Court mage Farengar had passed the letter Revyn sent him on to the Jarl almost immediately after he'd read it. The Jarl, at the same time, had received a similar letter from the Jarl of Morthal. There had been at least 2 vampire attacks inside Whiterun in the past year. Well, 3 if one counted the false advisor claiming to be from the Empire. House Carl Irilith had been forewarned of this ploy, had devised a subtle vampire test with Farengar, and had quickly roasted the bloodsucker when it failed the test. The Jarl had a request. A small group of Whiterun guards had requested leave to join the fight. The Jarl would grant permission to as many as could be spared, see them properly equipped, and ask the companions to take the volunteers with them. He wanted Revyn to tell his story later that evening for the volunteers so that they knew what to expect before they committed themselves to battle. A couple days to buy cattle and goats and to paint them with the symbols Revyn believed were appropriate. The Dunmer smiths from Morrowind returned to Whiterun, and Revyn easily roped them and their apprentices into the mad venture. He also had Warbear volunteering. Adrienne was not happy. 2 days to drive the beast towards Stonehill Bluff, rocky outcroppings giants had hollowed out to form a ravine with only one way in and out, done long before the Atmarans discovered the mysterious forge in the center of the plains and overturned their boat and called it Horvaskar Hall. They set camp within a good half-hour walk of the giant's home. Revyn, Arven, and Turek Gollum, weaponsmith, led out one fat bullock. If the giant was unfriendly, they each had an invisibility potion for an escape advantage. Turek stood with the bullock while 100 feet further towards the giants. Arven helped Revyn unroll a long cloth that had simple pictographs on it. They then returned to where Turek stood. Lastly, Revyn unwound rope of thin, braided leather cords from a length of flat bone with a hole at one end where the cord attached. A windrower he'd had one of the Dunmer Smith apprentices shaped from a cow bone. He gave it to Arven, letting the far younger man do the hard work of whirling it. Arven had no problem producing a long, sustained thrumming from the primitive instrument, a sound of the high winds that carried for miles across the plain. Revyn nervously scanned the sky. He wanted the attention of the giants, not dragons. Finally, one deigned to investigate. Revyn signaled Arven to stop. The giant studied the images on the cloth, glancing several times at the symbol Revyn was fairly certain meant trade. Looked at them and the bullock. It picked up the dragon bone that Revyn had laid on top of the outline of a bone over a grinding bowl. It studied the bone and grunted several times. It held the bone up, pointing to the sky, held arms to the side and made slow up-down movement. Flying. It knew what the bone was. Revyn knew mere ears could hear a greater sound range than humans, and he could the changes in pitch that dipped lower beyond human hearing. Betmer or the beast folk could probably hear more in that lower range, but they weren't here. Nevertheless, there was a distinction in sound, if one paid attention, that indicated a form of language that would be impossible to speak. The illustrated exchange was simple. Small one brought cow and bone to giant one. Bone to grinding bowl. Giant grind bone. Dust from bowl. Small walk away with dust. Cow go with giant. The giant took a long time to study the pictures. It looked beyond them to the number of cattle. It looked at the bones tied to the backs of the cattle and tied together pairs of goats. It scratched its back with its club while it appeared to be thinking. Then it went away. They waited an hour. It returned, looked again over the herd and pointed out 4 other of the fattest cows and bullocks, looked at Revyn and patted the front of its thigh just above its knee. Come here. Heel. Little Nicky and Turek's apprentice lead out the 4 chosen cattle and handed the leads to Arven and Turek. Step inside, said the giant to the little squashies. Revyn murmured to Arven who chuckled as they followed the giant into the ravine. In the center were 2 massive bonfires. The surrounding rocks absorbed and radiated heat back so that the whole area was surprisingly warm. One of the giants had scooped out a massive stone bowl. Its contents, about 2 pounds of bone or tusk ground so fine it could be mistaken for flour, was piled onto a bare pelt. 3 giants. The one that invited them in Revyn called Ivory for the massive necklace of flat ivory pieces it wore. Another he called Fancy because it had its hair bound back with strip of leather. The third he called Clubber because it carried the largest club of the 3. Clubber plucked the dragon bones off the cattle. It examined one of the bones, grunted, then threw it against a stone wall as hard as it could. It then picked up the bone and examined it again. Ivory picked up a rock half the size of the bullock and pounded a bit on the bone. Another examination. Testing hardness. Dryness. Flexibility. Resistance to fire. Turek listed the actions, an eyebrow arched in surprise and deep interest. Fascinating. What? Is that a taste test? Water and hot rocks. Is it softening the bones before grinding or making dinner? Not much of a dinner if there's no marrow. Ew. It's pissing into the water. Arven said, his face twisting in disgust as the smell swamped them. Turek gagged a little bit. No worse than a tannery. Piss has an amazing corrosive ability. Clubber added a generous amount of white ash to the bowl. Fancy added hot rocks to bring the water to a boil. Turek recklessly dashed after Clubber who added other things to the bowl, making notes of materials and estimated quantities that the giant added. He picked up what samples he could. Revyn and Arven just stayed with the cattle under Fancy's wary eyes. Revyn drew in the dirt the complete symbols he'd copied from the farmer's cow. Fancy grunted and shook its head. It erased 2 and substituted 1 then swept a hand around, indicating the area. Fancy soon lost interest in the lesson, not having a long attention span or else it wasn't able to concurrently talk while tending the stew. The mixture stewed until morning. Breakfast for giants was one of the cattle. The giants had claimed the payment and had it sometime during the night killed and skinned the beast and had it spitted and roasting near the bonfire. The giants didn't invite them to eat, it was their meat after all, but didn't seem to mind Arven leaving the area. An hour later, Nysel Farron, armorer, came with a basket of food. Ivory followed, not happy that a stranger had returned in place of the other. It watched as Farron, with exaggerated movements, distribute food to Revyn and Turek. Satisfied there was no threat, Ivory went back to its post. The 2 smiths went immediately to their craft leaving Revyn slightly bored and sketching images of the giants, the surrounding, and especially of the decorations and markings, noting especially the placement of the symbols. He'd probably send copies to Winterhold and see if any scholar there might be interested in studying the primitive language further. A small sack of bone dust might spur interest. The water had boiled off and the three giants with their clubs gathered around the stone bowl. They began pounding. The three men cringed, covering their ears. The ground shook. The walls bounced the sound. The bone was reduced to flat shards. A little water and more minerals were added and the resulting slurry was again heated to boiling. Now came the grinding. A round ball of granite was used to grind the slurry against the sides of the bowl. The bowl sang a thunderous song that again shook the walls of their home. The giants took turns for a half-day of non-stop, teeth-jarring grinding. I think a future gift should be a proper pestle sized for them, what do you think? Revyn asked the smiths, who laughed and agreed, then debated whether stone or iron would do. Eventually, 75 to 80 pounds of bones was reduced to 5 pounds of soft, silky powder. The giants were grunting at each other as the smiths carefully swept up and bagged the powder. Fancy reached down and took the bag from the surprised smiths. Ivory patted his knee for Revyn to come to him. Ivory pointed at the cattle and gestured. He's tripling the price. Revyn exclaimed, from 200 per bone to 600 per bone. The companions and the smith apprentices drove in the rest of the cattle and negotiations began. Another half-day spent for Revyn to wrangle the price down, 3 cows for 2 bones or 4 goats per bone. And frequency, well, that was trickier. This spot was evidently shared with others who were out with the mammoths. Revyn was a bit frustrated. On one hand, it was a breakthrough to even get the giants to agree to an exchange. On the other hand, he could see weeks and months of negotiating to lock down a mutual agreement with all the giants who called this place their home. He and the Breeze Home Steward would have to not only find mercs willing to patrol this area to protect the giants but to find an agent to continue the negotiations and see to collecting the cattle. Hard enough in peacetime, but in war and with an already hostile power in Jarl Skald of Dawnstar, long-term prospects was dim. The Jarl had made it clear that if this scheme worked, he was expecting a bigger cut. He also wasn't going to encourage his people to take this dark elf-led opportunity. And the giants? They wouldn't accept trade with just anyone that walked by with a cow and dragon bone. The farmers had been in place for a little over a century and the giants were familiar with them. No fly-by-night trade deals with unknown parties for them. That was made clear when the giants wanted some identifying mark from Revyn. Revyn, after a frantic mental search, used the Akaviri symbol for the Dragonborn, which looked like an apple with a worm to him. Boethia's spear shaft. Looks like he'll have to use that reward his wife earned for stopping the plague of nightmares in Dawnstar and, together with a promised cut of dragon bone profits, buy a nearby land plot in the Pale and build a farm or something there with the Dragonborn flag. As for an agent, he'll have to find Nords to handle giants, cattle, and mercs. Jarl Skald the Elder was not going to tolerate any Dunmer settlement in his hold no matter how much gold was involved. Now this was plotting that Revyn enjoyed. Chapter 35, Geirmund's Honor. Geirmund's Honor. Lord Geirmund, Archimage of Windhelm, Lord Batlemage to King Harold. Magus, keep thy vigil eternal. Serve now in death as you did in life. By these seals our realm preserve. From Traders 3 and their charm of strife. So far, it's working, said Constance Michelle, matron of the new orphanage in Iverstead. She and Revyn sat at a table set out for them by the staff at the kitchen tent. She was much happier and healthier than what he remembered from Riften. Sel runs on good terms with Legate Face and Dill. The Altmer Legionnaire surprised him by being so understanding about Dunmer refugees trying to build a life here. I wish some of my own people were so understanding, she added sadly. He had to put himself into so much danger shutting down a major skooma dealer and other like jobs to get the Jarl to make him thane. I know it soured his stomach to have to prove himself because of idiots who object to a dark elf being given control over Nord children. As if anybody else was stepping up. She snapped. He really did not want to have to quit the Whiterun Guards, but Jarl Lila demanded it. And she's so delighted at having stolen Jarl Balgruelf's famous assassin-killing guard. She has him running around taking care of jobs she can't trust the regular guards to do. And he's one the Stormcloaks won't poach because he's an elf. Sorry mare. I did see him in Whiterun, said Revyn. He was at the lecture I gave to the Whiterun volunteers taking part of the Dawnguard attack on the Folkihar vampires. Constance's expression fell. Yes. He's leading a group of Indorils from here. Most of them are the first generation of the soldiers that followed him out of Morrowind. Young men and women won't fight for either the Stormcloaks or the Empire, so look to this as their chance to prove themselves. Selrun squeezed money out of Jarlsid gear for lumber and other building materials. Since the Jarl keeps boasting that Selrun is the hero of Falkreath for ending the Dark Brotherhood, Selrun thought he should pay for the privilege. They'll be joining up with the Wolf Teeth mercenaries. The Dragonborn's Whiterun steward arranged that. They expect to make their name by fighting this vampire battle and hope it will help to bring in contracts. They're not very popular, of course, since they're all Imperials who just recently marched in from the Westweald territory. She sighed and sniffled. Excuse me, she said softly. Just thinking about vampires on top of everything else. Revyn reached across and laid his hands over hers, squeezing comfortingly. I believe in this battle both Talos and Boethia will fight together against the machinations of Malag Bal. After a moment he said, I'm curious, how came the new name for the orphanage? Lord Gearman's tale was deliberately forgotten by royal command of High King Harold. Oh, didn't you know? Constance smiled determinedly, putting aside her fears for the moment. Your wife stopped in Rifton and visited the orphanage. When we told her we Selrun and I were thinking of Iverstead instead of Whiterun as the new location, she told us about the book, Lost Legends, which had the story of Gearman's tomb. She and Selrun took a trip to Iverstead and into a hidden tomb under Lake Gyre. A long time ago, there wasn't a lake or a town. It was the site of the final battle of Archimage Gyermund, the Lord Batlemage of High King Harold, against the last of the 3 treacherous sons of Archimage Galder. They both died and were buried there. She told us the Dragonborn had slain the Dragra of one son in Sarthal and had hired her to seek the prisons of the other 2 sons. Ah, yes, Jurik Stormstaff in Sarthal, said Revyn, nodding. And Micrel Blackblade in the Falgunthur ruins near Tel Windstad. And here, where Lord Gyermund fell and took with him Sigdis Blackbow. My wife is trying to compose a ballad but hasn't finished it yet. Oh yes, she told us. We hope she gets it done. We're planning a little shrine to tell his story, and having a ballad would be perfect. Constance bounced a bit in her chair in growing excitement. You know what was really special? Selrun said that your wife was surprised that the dragon tongue flowers she'd left with Lord Gearman's body were in such good condition. The tomb, you know, is slowly flooding and humid since it goes under the lake, yet the dried flowers she put with the body when she took the tomb's key from him were still as perfect as the day she put them under his hands over a year before. I think it's wonderful. I really hope he approves of us taking his name for our orphanage. I truly hope he'll be our patron. Better than some shifty saint of thieves as one could only expect in Rifton. Our children already have so much stolen away. They deserve to have a strong protector while they're so young. As good a patron spirit as any, Revyn thought as he walked over the bridge from the Indoral settlement to Iverstead. He glanced to his right at the island in the center of the lake. There must have been a charm of forgetfulness or something laid upon it. How else could the locals have been so ignorant of the existence of a massive underground tomb existing below the lake, decree or no decree? Now the entrance was sealed. According to his wife, when she last visited, the tomb's lower levels had collapsed and fully flooded. She felt it started the day the late Archimage Galder had seen his sons committed to oblivion and had repaired his charm for his avenger to keep as her reward. XXXXXXX. Iverstead was growing. Now that there were dragons and a dragonborn roaming about, more pilgrims were showing up. Brandshay had moved out of Rifton along with the orphanage and set up a general goods shop. He continued to do the books for the orphanage. Miss Michelle was too busy with the alarming number of orphans being brought in now that Rifton was no longer the dumping ground. At most, Honor Hall had 20, there was over 100 now, and more trickled in monthly. Would you like some apprentices? Offered Brandshay with a wry smile. Plenty of bright, eager ones here I could recommend. Too old to stay at the orphanage now. 16 to 18 years. Most of them have learned to read and write and do simple math. Revyn eyed the number of energetic youngsters diligently cleaning items and doing other things around the shop. So, storekeeper, bookkeeper, and job finder. How many do you have? 6, actually. 3 younglings of 10 to 12, half-days, learning shopkeeping. 3 older ones, 16 to 18, trading work for lessons. 1 is a budding linguist, and I'm teaching her Gel. Not Dunmaris. I was raised Argonian. I can speak enough Dunmaris to make trades and simple correspondence, but I need tutoring myself for anything complex. Another is interested in general clerical work, not necessarily shopkeeping. And the third wants training and experience in bookkeeping. Enough to get her experience to open opportunities in high finance and in bigger cities. I share her with the Vilemerin and with the carpenters so that she gets familiar with different books of different businesses. Impressive. Yeah, well, just passing on important lessons I learned from my Argonian parents and kin. When the swamp is rising, all hands better be working. Pilgrim customers came in and Revyn slipped out to go to the Vilemerin to rest a couple of hours before dinner. XXXXXXX. Revyn was on his way back to Windhelm from Solitude. Overtly taking a leisurely tour of the countryside along the way, covertly, he was covering for the activities of Stormcloak spies posing as his bodyguards. 4 spies and 1 regular mercenary, 3 spies after a run-in with vampires in Morthal. After the vampires, it had been a largely uneventful trip to Whiterun. Revyn conducted some business, and one of the spies, Jakku, had been sent off with the wagon and supplies to the Stormcloak camp on the other side of the ruins of Helgen town. He'd failed to return at the scheduled time. They were forced to go after him. Not wanting to walk, Revyn bought horses from the Whiterun stables. At Riverwood, they'd picked up the Stormcloak, Ralof, who offered to join the party as he had to report back to Windhelm anyway. He knew the wagon had made it past Helgen because he'd ridden with Jakku as far as that, then walked back home. The ruins of Helgen town had been rain-infested by bandits, but not too big of a group for 5 prime warriors to take on. Revyn waited outside with the horses while Ralof took the others through underground tunnels to launch an attack. A couple bandits were captured and questioned, and both claimed not to have seen the wagon. The bandits had been at Helgen less than a week and had come from a larger group that had settled a few months ago at the ruins of Skybound Watch. They suggested the wagon either met a patrol from the primary bandit group or encountered the witches camped at Orphan Rock. There was also a rival gang set up in the ancient Fort Nugrid. Then there were also rumors that vampires had been seen around a cave halfway between Helgen and Ivarstead. The Stormcloaks decided to first bring Revyn and Arven to Ivarstead, then search for Jakku and the missing wagon. 5 days later and the Stormcloaks were still gone. Captain Nephews of the Rifton Guard said patrols hadn't seen them. She also managed to confirm through the hidden Stormcloak camp that a quick check at Orphan Rock and at Skybound Watch showed no new activity. Legate Faysandill's patrols reported nothing new around Arkwind Point, Autumn Watch, or Thoft. Revyn suggested Hemar's Cave as a place to check. Hopefully, it would still be empty of the vampires his wife cleared out a couple years ago. Ever since the Emperor started touring Skyrim, all Imperial camps were on high alert. And the vampire warnings being issued by Solitude Command just added new pressure. The legate immediately sent a patrol there. A vampire and some pitiful bandit thralls were found and slain. The entrance and exit were boarded up. When there was time, they'd go back later and burn out the coffins, cages, magical apparatuses, anything they could find that the vampires had installed. As for the shrine to Clavicus Vile, they'd leave that alone but let the main temple of the Divines in Solitude know of its existence. That left Fort Nugrid. Outwardly, still in good conditions despite the centuries. If bandits had settled there, they had good defenses that the legate was not willing to throw his men at for Revyn's 5 mercenaries. Revyn had anticipated that and had already sent Arven on the one horse they still had to Rifton to see if the new mercenary troop there would help. Arven came back with Selrun, 3 other Dunmer, 5 mercs, and a healer. One of the mercs was Julius Barrius Victor, newly wedded to the healer Flora Felix. Together, they owned the Golden Glow estate and Fort Wolfton. Revyn reported the results he'd gotten from both Stormcloak and Legion camps, and the group rode off to Fort Nugrid. Arven was sent to the Dragonborn steward in Whiterun. Flora didn't go with them. She'd come along because she wanted to meet the mayor who'd married cousin Helzet. Flora was still so very young, just turned 21, and still learning her alchemy craft. She and Revyn rode east to Avruza Saretha's farm. Saretha was a business acquaintance he remembered from Vivek City, and they'd kept in touch over the decades since. 3 days later, Selrun dumped Revyn's 3 in Ralof at the inn. The Stormcloaks were in rough shape. The group at Nugrid was well armed and tough. Nugrid also had a surprising store of weapons, armor, and other things that made the raid quite profitable. It paid off the contract fee Julius hadn't planned to charge his newest kinsmer by marriage. Legate Faysandil quickly moved to claim Fort Nugrid as it was a part of Falkreath hold. This was a bonus for the Ivarstead Dunmer because there were small gold deposits around Lake Nugrid that Faysandil would allow them to mine. He wasn't going to report the ore deposits to the Jarl of Falkreath. The legate had little respect for Jarl Sidgir, who was only an ally because he wanted the Legion to do all the work of providing the border protection his hold. He barely paid his own hold guards, thus encouraging banditry and ignoring the bandits so long as he got a cut of their take. The horses and wagon were recovered, but only a portion of the goods they'd been carrying. Only 2 Whiterun horses were retrieved. Selrun had collected the Stormcloak spies' reports from the bandit leader's quarters. He didn't say anything about them when he handed them to Revyn, just glared at him. "Why is it whenever I see you, there's always trouble on the horizon?" demanded Selrun. He glanced to Julius. "Take note of that, Julius, your kinsmer is the harbinger of battle. He says he worships Azura, but I'd swear he's either Boethia's or Mephila's devotee with all the scheming he does." Julius's opinion was to fling his hands up as he shrugged his shoulders. "Felix kin for sure, then. Anyone sane thinks twice about marrying into that clan." "Then, by admission, your wits are as soft as mine, kinsman," Revyn murmured, smiling. Flora giggled and elbowed her husband, who proved Revyn's words by the goofy grin he gave his bride. Julius shrugged again, adding a cheerful grin. "You gonna come by Rifton after here then? We'd be happy to throw you a big party and talk trade. We hear you're the best to talk to about opportunities. And leads on jobs. We could use that too. I would love to, but after this, I have to return directly to Windhelm. I'm already in trouble with Jarl Ulfric for staying out too long. And my associates in the Grey Quarter have sent me nasty letters regarding neglected duties. I could use a big party, but it will have to wait. Now, regarding the vampires. Arven has returned with some equipment I sent him to fetch while you were rescuing my guards. Come." He led them into his room at Vilemmer Inn. A long, large bundle lay on his bed. "My wife kept these souvenirs while the Archimage Galder's necklace was given to the College of Winterhold. She has no use for these, as she crafts and enchants her own weapons to suit her style. Constance has told me of the plans to build a shrine to Geirmund. Build a good, strong one because these are the weapons of the Gould Ursons. This staff belonged to Jarik, the eldest son who fell at Sarthal. This staff shoots bolts of lightning, does twice as much magic damage, faster firing rate, and increases the user's magicka reserve and magicka regeneration. This sword belonged to Michael, the second son who fell at Falgunthur, across the bay from Solitude. This blade is vampiric, sucking in the life energy of those it strikes and transferring it to the wielder. The bow belonged to Sigdus, the youngest son, who died here along with Windhelm's Batlemage, Lord Geirmund. The bow is best wielded against mages and magical beings because it is likewise a vampire that drains the target's magicka and transfers it to the wielder. My wife and the enchanters at Winterhold have assured me that no curse has been placed on these weapons. And with the sword and bow, my wife has retempered and refined the steel so that it is stronger than originally made. Bring them back afterward, and we can get the mages at Winterhold to place tracking charms on them so that if ever they're stolen, the weapons can be tracked. Revyn picked up the staff, feeling the power running through the golden oak refinished with linseed and polished to a high gloss. Just holding it and he could feel a deepening of power. He gave the staff to Flora and watched her eyes go wide as she also felt its power flowing into her. Julius was testing the balance of the black blade, and Selrun was trying the pull on the black bow. So whose name again is being honored with these weapons? Asked Julius. This Geirmund fellow, or is it Galder? Both really, said Revyn thoughtfully. Galder created these weapons for his sons, who later murdered him and destroyed his reputation. And Geirmund, who gave his life to stop their rampage, then was damned by his own king to unresting vigil as his reward. My wife saw Galder finally get peace. Use the weapons for a just cause and give Geirmund the justification he needs to discharge his duty. And it's great publicity. Let everybody know that the mercs from Cyrodiil at Fort Wolfden are willing to defend the children of Skyrim. A lot of controversy you should have fun with to interpret any way you want. I knew it. Your Boethia is shill, muttered Selrun. Chapter 36, Frostburn. Frostburn. In hindsight, I should not have stuck a fork in Galmer for groping my ass last time he got shit-faced after a feast or, at least, not when the Jarl and the court were watching. Contrary to popular ideas, heroes do not get free rein with any women present. Although, it may be thought flattering to be seen as still attractive enough to catch said hero's eyes. Women of my family had been blessed with long lifespans and youthful looks. I'm 76, at least 25 years his senior, for sure's sake, and I was not flirting with him when I'd asked him to refill my wine glass. The wine jar was full and heavy, and I'd strained myself earlier in the day lifting a case of books. He was nearer than the servants, and he was already holding the jar, so I asked. He'd laughed it off, and it was forgotten. Or so I'd thought. When the Jarl promoted a Dunmer shopkeeper to the newly created position of steward of the Grey Quarter, it was decided an experienced clerk would be assigned to him. Odd, that mine was the only name to be considered. Steward Horleaf tried to flatter me by saying that dealing with that slippery shopkeeper required an experienced clerk who had a decidedly firm hand on how affairs should be conducted. Was that some sort of joke? Nevertheless, servants packed my room, and guards escorted me to the Grey Quarter and dropped me at Sadri's used wares. If this was a joke of fate, I do not appreciate it. Revyn Sadri, if I properly understand elf years, was a little younger than me. A bit on the thin side. Could use more meals in him. Friendly and courteous enough, but distracted. He was preparing for a month-long trip to Solitude, of all places. What business had he in Imperial territory when he should be attending to matters here? Shouldn't he be minding himself, considering he recently had been investigated for possible treason? But then I saw the bodyguards accompanying him to Solitude 4 spies Galmer had added to recent payroll. How inconvenient to take on a spy mission at this time, but, I suppose, orders are orders. I'll just have to whip his staff into shape and work on him later. There were 20 gathered after business hours in a schoolroom in the community hall run by Ilanidarum. Their colors ranged from a light grey to one solidly black. Red eyes gazed steadily at me. Because of their lean and sharp racial features, they all seemed to be glowering demons. Now that we're all here, let's begin. I am Dana Maresdotir of the Frostburn clan. I've been a law clerk for the Jarls of Windhelm for the past 45 years. I was sent here with orders to teach you lot how to do your jobs. That's horseshit. You've waited too long to get your chance to improve your lives to leave it in the hands of the untrained and inexperienced, so all I am going to teach you are the peculiarities of the Windhelm's ruling system, who to talk to, how to approach them, and who they answer to and what influences them. I'm sure many if not all of you have more experience than they, but fact is, they hold the superior position. But, if I am wrong and some of you are an untrained, inexperienced volunteer who knows little to nothing of government procedures, hold your questions and see me afterward. I know you are asking yourself, who is this uppity Nord who thinks to instruct us? I just told you. I'm a long-time law clerk for Windhelm. No, I did not volunteer for this job. Yes, I'm here because I've offended people. Just to save you time from digging, I stabbed Galmer in public, and I call Thane Gilder a fool to his face. Let's begin with questions. You tell me what you think you need to know to do your jobs. Orderly, mind you. One speaker at a time. Just raise your hands and talk when I point to you. I picked up a large lump of white chalk. Paper and writing utensils are on the side table there. I'm only going to write down questions up here. You're responsible for recording what answers interest you. Define, please, what are the current offices and who are primary to them? Good question. There have been changes recently. I wrote the question down in Dunmaris. I could write it but not speak it, I explained to them, so all questions were to be asked in common. Being summarily booted out of my room at the palace left me no time to find a new place to live. Steward Horleaf told me it would be Steward Sadri's responsibility to secure me lodgings inside the quarter. There was the family land and manor of my cousin where also my century-old mother lived, but that was an hour one way by horse. Absolutely impractical. Steward Sadri's solution was to hand me his own house keys. He also introduced me to his other house residents, Lady Carys and her niece, Melinies, of the Selva of Revyn. They were no relation to Sadri or his wife. Melinies was betrothed to that Sadari's fellow who trailed after Sadri's wife. Sadari's had an indentured servant arrangement stemming from some financial problems on Sol's Thyme, and Hel's at Pharaoh's high risk and high payoff adventuring was the fastest way for him to discharge his debts. The women were temporarily moving to the community center because of the work they were doing there. Living on site made it easier for them to monitor activities. For now, I would be using one of their rooms for sleeping and the other as an office. Their personal effects were moved to the basement. Except for the business hours when the main floor, kitchen and former shop area, was open for general public business, I had the house to myself. The house had 3 levels. Top level was private bedrooms and non-shop storage. There was also a locked, connecting door into the kitchen of the Nunes's Corner Club next door. It made odd sense since the Corner Club served as the local courtroom and Revyn and clerks would need a private exit after hearing cases. Embrace Rendar quickly came to meet me. We were acquainted by virtue of him being a long-time pain in the ass with his constant advocacy for the Jarl to do something about conditions in the Grey Quarter, and I was most often the clerk tasked with recording his complaints. He was visibly amused that I was assigned to Sadri and staying next door all by myself. He escorted me to the bar below and introduced me to most of the officers of the Grey Guards. No surprise. The Corner Club was practically the second headquarters for the Grey Guards. The main level had 4 sections, the largest was the main public room where clerks at the long counter dealt with the public. A side room was set up with desks for other clerks and records, a small back room with enchanted safes and general office supplies, and the kitchen, which clerks were allowed to use for mealtime and short rests if they didn't want to go to the Corner Club next door. A door in the kitchen led down to the third bottom level of a furnace room, a section for laundry and bathing, preheated, hot water, a small privy room, non-public, and a storage room for kitchen and food supplies and miscellany. Slow-turning blades on the ceiling kept air gently moving, and vents near the ceiling kept the area dry. Nice use of magic to keep the blades turning. I've been in Dwemer ruins in my younger days, trying my hand at adventuring, and I never liked the places. Not because of the metal monsters, but because I didn't like being poached alive by broken steam-spewing tubes while exploring. 2 days later and 2 nights of dreams, I found the door near the furnace. The smaller stone blocks on this wall hid the outline of the door. Behind the door was a large room. Morrowind built with curving walls. An office, library, collection of artifacts, comfortable furniture to relax on, and a house shrine. It was strangely relaxing in there. A bit warm for my taste. I'm sure this was not on the construction plans Sadri had submitted to Horleaf's office. It undermined the Corner Club, but the curved walls and central pillar supported the ground and building above. Around the base of the pillar was a raised bed of soil planted with ash yams. It felt like homecoming. That made me suspicious. XXXXXXX. Uncle, I greeted, leaning over and kissing his cheek. Wounfirth was the brother of my paternal grandmother, however great-granduncle was mutually agreed to be too clumsy. Dana. Wounfirth relieved me of the tray I was carrying. He sniffed curiously over the capped jug. What's this? Some sort of soup I'm supposed to drink. A hot beverage of roasted beans from elsewhere, I said. Cave I believe it's called. Bitter but stimulating. There's fresh cream to soften the bitterness and some honey to sweeten it. Plus scones and snowberry and grape jams. Expensive. What's the occasion? Oh, celebrating Sadri's connection with the East Empire Company. His kitchen is well stocked with exotics. And while I'm living there, I'm taking shameless advantage. I pushed the clutter on his table aside, and he put down the tray. Ah. And how is living in a haunted shop agreeing with you? I get asked that a lot. Most Dunmer have trouble believing I can stay there alone and not be bothered. Well, the ghosts there do move my things around, and, occasionally, I get strange dreams, but other than that, they're agreeable. I fixed my cave the way I liked it and watched Woonfirth experiment with his own. He finally settled for cave with a dollop of milk and a scone thickly slathered with grape jam. He pocketed the small bag of raw beans for later alchemy testing. Why am I not surprised you can live with Dunmer ghosts? He muttered. I told my nephew he was marrying into a weird family. Your mother was just like you, claiming to see and talk to family spirits. Did Sadri tell you about them? I've heard rumors that the Thieves Guild has warning marks on his house because bad things happen inside to thieves. I smiled. No. He was too preoccupied with packing. Speaking of the steward. Ha. Knew this would come up. He's written that he's been delayed yet again. His store and the quarter blacksmiths have been selling out on silvered weapons and plenty of other folk have been coming into the quarter looking for silver. Word is. Yes, he wrote me, and he's up to his neck, literally, in vampires, answered Woonfirth, looking annoyed. And it's true, the message was delivered by a legion courier. The Emperor's about in Skyrim, and the legion's worked up about this vampire war the Dawnguard is planning. Sadri's been writing to all the court wizards and the college to solicit any magical help we can give. I just got done yesterday with enchanting weapons for Thane Icewind, who immediately ran off with his men to join the fight. Ulfric and Galmer are furious because he tossed aside an important mission to do this. Surprising. I thought his grudge was against Dunmer necromancers, I said. To him, vampires are no different, so it shouldn't be that surprising. My surprise was that he so readily took Sadri at his word. He really doesn't like or trust that Dunmer. The Legion courier has bolstered Thane Gilder's position that Sadri continues to be in league with the Empire. Thane Gilder is a fool. He summoned me in for a meeting, and I came in early to breakfast with you so I could talk to someone with more sense before I meet with him. No doubt I'll find he will expect me to spy or search Sadri's home for specious evidence. So, what will you tell him? Woonfirth abruptly gave a sharp bark of laughter. Oh, no. Don't try to look innocent, my girl. It absolutely does not suit you. Worth an attempt. No, you don't have the skill to pull it off. True. But I'll have to think of something. My lips curled in disgust, tactful. I'm teaching Sadri's people how to navigate our ways, but Gilder can make it even more difficult out of spite. I suppose I'll have to give him something. Do you think talking to either Horleaf or the Jarl will help? Horleaf, no. Ulfric may if you can get past Galmer. He lapsed again into silence, and I didn't feel like pursuing this line of thought. But speaking of ghosts and thieves' marks gave me an idea. The meeting with Thane Gilder went as expected. He wanted a spy, and he coyly hinted I could return to my palace position if I did my duty. I told him he could do his own searching. I also mentioned that I usually had dinner at the corner club. I dropped the front door key on the floor as I left. I could get another from Amberese and tell him to have the street watch turn a blind eye to any suspicious activities at Sadri's for the next few days. XXXXXXX. A Nordman sat on the lounger in Sadri's room with one of my ancestress's journals open in his lap. Pale blonde hair divided into thick braids that hung down over his ears, beard neatly trimmed. He wore a hauberk over mage robes. He looked up and smiled as I paused in the doorway, shocked at this trespasser. Who are you? How did you get in here? I demanded as I drew my knife. He only set the journal down before he stood up and disappeared. The journal was open to the section where my ancestress, Neasu Morvain of House Morvain of the Redu runs, first met the Nord Icemage she was supposed to guard during battles. Much later, when the Kamal were finally driven back to the sea or slain, she followed High King Joran back to Windhelm to raise the son sired by the same Icemage. The king himself had stood in her lover's place and said his vows for him as she married her love posthumously so that her son would inherit the Frostburn name and land. Could the ghost I saw be Thane Frostburn, the founder of my family line? If so, what was he doing here? He'd allowed himself to be sacrificed over 800 years ago by the priests of Almalexia and become one of the guardians at some long-lost Waishran. He was supposed to be bound there. I went and fixed myself a cup of tea and returned to the cellar. All right, I could take a hint. I settled onto the lounge and began translating aloud. Though I could read Old Dunmaris, but hadn't yet learned to speak it. I suppose I shall have to finally learn how to. Chapter 37, Wake Up. A/N, Warning. Long-winded talking heads. Wake up. Before Isgramor led the Nord people south, our ancestors flourished in the frozen continent of Atmora, and to this day our people prefer the bitter climates of northern Tamriel. The Dark Elves abide in Morrowind, a harsh land of ashfall and perpetual earthquakes. The Argonians endure the treacherous and impenetrable depths of Black Marsh. The alliance between our races was born in dark times, when Nord, Dunmer and Free Argonians fought as one to repel the invasion of the Akaviri slave masters. Our greatest strength is the adversity we have overcome. Our resolve is glacial, our might is forged in fire, and our courage, cultivated by the beasts of the jungle. We are Ebonheart. We are as one. And by this, our victory is assured. Blood for the Pact, Joran the Scald King of Windhelm. The customers were fighting over a piece of silk. Not a particularly pretty one or valuable one. At least it was a tough strip that would require more strength than either of them had to tear it. But they were loud and disruptive. Revyn moved around the counter to interfere, but then the ground started shaking. Wake up! You have a visitor. Dana Frostburn, the court-assigned Nord assistant. I'm sorry, did I oversleep again? He sat up in the lounger and swung his legs to the floor, arching his back as he stretched. A visitor you said? He repeated, frowning. Unscheduled? I'm surprised you allow this. I am known to make exceptions, she replied in dry tones. Especially when he comes here instead of summoning you. Now straighten your clothes and comb your hair. Do you prefer tea or wine when meeting with the Jarl? Vith. Revyn swore. I've cleared your schedule for the next 2 marks. I'll check in after that if you need more time. Tea or wine? Cave, please. A spoon of honey in it also. Corporal Michael escorted Jarl Ulfric in. The Jarl was wearing a guard's armor and furs with a deep, face-concealing hood. The great sword of Jiggalag's distinctive hilt was covered in a plain leather wrap, and the blade was in a cheap wood and leather sheath. Michael took Ulfric's cloak and sword and hung them on one of the hooked rings on a carved staff suspended from the ceiling by silk strings. He also quickly collected his bedroll and bag. Be right back with the mead, my Jarl, he said. Ulfric had been here in Revyn's cellar office 3 times in the past to visit with Revyn's dying father-in-law, Antony Felix. Welcome, my Jarl. Revyn ushered Ulfric to a chair at the Dwemer spider table he'd just cleared off. An unexpected honor. How may I be of service? Your wife, where is she? I believe she is still assisting the Dawnguard with cleaning out Folkihar Castle. Thane Icewind returned a week ago from there. He acknowledges that, without your information, the battle would not have gone well. The mages and priests you solicited held off the dark sorceries of the vampires, and the secrets you provided of Folkihar's defenses saved many lives. Galmer's spies say you spent hours conversing in Dunmaris with that vampire you claim was kin, so they couldn't say for certain what you discussed. Family gossip merely. I was trying to see if there was any kinship left inside the monster he'd become. Not much, but he retained the family inclination for gossip and curiosity, so he didn't kill us right away. Ulfric grunted. Anvil re-entered, bearing a tray with a goblet of mead, a mug of cave, and small plates of snacks. I'll be waiting outside if you need anything, sir, my Jarl. Icewind brought back written details of the information you provided the Dawnguard. Hard to believe you had time to discuss any family with the amount of details provided. The knowledge was transferred by some unpleasant mind magic which I don't recommend. I'm still having nightmares of being a vampire and trapped in Folkihar and that horrible, unquenchable hunger for blood. And I wake tasting blood and the stench of death in my nose. Revyn shuddered and stuffed a hot, spicy seaweed crisp in his mouth, sucking the salt and spices to shunt aside memory. Thane Icewind says he never saw your wife at the battle. His men never saw her. One would think that if the Dragonborn roused herself from her ice tower, then her half-sister should be fighting by her side. Revyn answered honestly. I have no answer for that, my Jarl. My understanding of plans was that my wife would be infiltrating through a back way. Ulfric's lips curled. The knife behind the back then. Revyn shrugged. Personally, I'd use any expedient tactic to take down a vampire. Honor should not be a concern when the foe can resurrect your own brothers and sisters to fight against you. Ulfric acknowledged that point with a slight nod and lift of his goblet. You and your ghosts. So many rumors now proven true. Revyn didn't react, just waited. But, now, I am curious about your other family, your connection to the mercenary company in the Rift, your continued relations with General Tullius in Solitude and so the Felix can continue to fortify their presence in Skyrim. You gave the Legion a new fortress. I didn't give the Legion anything. Fort Nugrid is Falkreath hold. The Legion just claimed it. Indorils had no use for it because they were already committed to building in Ivarstead. And a fort is no place for orphans. And, yes, I asked a favor from the Wolf Teeth mercenaries to rescue your spies. They may have originated in Kolovia but already accepted several Nord warriors into their company. Commander Victor is newly married to a Felix cousin, the side of the family that are wine merchants. That's why her family bought Golden Glow Estate. Blackbriar Meadery could use some healthy competition. Honestly, would you rather your mead be made from the cleaner parts of the lake and the fresh mountain runoffs rather than from the sewage drawn directly from the canal beneath Rifton? If you sometimes think you smell piss in Blackbriar mead, you're not wrong. That and fish guts from the Rifton fishery. And Victor fought under the banner of Geirmund's honor. Mage Geirmund, the royal batlemage of High King Harold of Windhelm. I thought you'd be pleased by that. They did it without pay. They won't fight for the Stormcloaks, mind you. They follow the example of the companions of Horvaskr to remain neutral. Revyn finished his cave, which had gone cold as he'd talked, and let his gaze drift towards the door and the Jiggalag sword hanging from the Wabajak. Are we back to accusing me of treason against Windhelm, against yourself? I am not scheming with or for the Empire. I am simply trying to run the business I started before becoming your steward. I also believe I am doing as you had expected me to do. I am making sure the Grey Quarter is not being a drain on Windhelm and, in fact, contributes to Windhelm's overall wealth. Have not the tax revenues increased? Is there not new business coming in? Horleaf has been quite specific about continuing concerns expressed by your court. He also has mine. Forgive me for being blunt, my Jarl, but you Nords seem to prize that. What do you want from me now? I hadn't gotten 2 hours of sleep in my bed before your stormcloaks were dragging me out for questioning. Galmer and Thane Gilder took turns for days. I'm very grateful they did not employ any Thalmer methods. My pain tolerance isn't what it used to be. Galmer put me under house arrest. I've worked every waking hour since my return to catch up on quarter business and only leave for court sessions. What do you know of Thalmer interrogation methods? Asked Ulfric, staring intently at him through narrowed eyes. Revyn stared unflinchingly back. I believe it came out at Antony Felix's funeral that my wife performed a solitude job for the Dragonborn, do you recall? No, I only recall that you said that she's taken on several tasks for the college. Ah. Well, the Dragonborn needed some information she believed was at the Thalmer embassy. I know you know of Northwatch Keep. My wife was the one who rampaged through it to rescue Thorald Greymane along with many others. My beloved is not very subtle, especially against the Dominion. Childhood prejudices, I'm sure you understand. Northwatch was the year I had a lot of quality Altmer armor and weapons to sell. Ulfric responded with a grim smile. My point is my wife collected several interesting things from the embassy. She observed an interrogation session and was all too happy to kill any Thalmer in the area to rescue more prisoners. Revyn went to the wall behind his desk and pushed aside the Hlalo banner hanging there. He traced a pattern on the wall, and a section popped open to reveal 6 shelves holding small boxes, books, and miscellaneous items. He extracted a book and returned to the table. A translated copy of Elenwen's record of the interrogation of Ulfric of Windhelm. He slid the book to Ulfric, who snatched it up and began skimming through the pages. The originals are in the hands of the Dragonborn. My wife brought these to me first because she knew I could read Altmaris. We were both very annoyed that Job put her on the Thalmer's kill on-site list. You wouldn't believe how many Altmer assassin teams and heretic patrols she continues to dodge. Dana knocked on the door. While Ulfric schemed through the dossier, Revyn consulted with Dana to reschedule all of today's appointments. If the Jarl was still here another 2 marks, then she would have a light supper delivered. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed the dark scowl on Ulfric's face, so he began chattering in light, soothing tones. I must thank you again for making me take on staff 2 Nords. Sira Dana was an unexpected blessing. She organized my volunteers and sorted through many petty court matters during my absence. When I finally got back, I only had to concentrate on important ones. Anvil may have been a bad stormcloak, but he deals fairly, with open hands, and is slowly winning the respect of the Dunmer. He has also proven himself an excellent vampire hunter. And a more pleasant jail warden I couldn't ask for, even if he seems to have adopted Sira Dana as his grandmother. When she says I need to go for a walk to clear my head, if I hesitate, he'll drag me bodily to the door and ask her how long a walk. That won a snort of amusement out of Ulfric. What were the other books recovered from that evil, sadistic bitch? Oh, studies on the dragon problem, blade hunting records, and other interrogation and subversion projects. Revyn shrugged. Who else has seen this? The late Antony. I needed his advice on how to handle the situation I was in, and he needed to know the players. For the next candle mark, Ulfric carefully reread the dossier. Revyn sat, half drowsing and recalling the days before Antony Felix's death. Ulfric had visited Antony as he rested here in Revyn's office turned guest room for his in-laws. They hadn't been alone. Galmer had hovered, guarding his Jarl's back. Watching out for Antony had been his son Taliesin, his physician, Hadrine, and cousin Nikki. That was the first meeting. 2 other visits followed with only Hadrine to witness. Galmer had stood guard outside the office to make sure no one interrupted them. Had the legate ever told you what we discussed? Asked Ulfric. Revyn opened his eyes. Ulfric looked grim but not immediately dangerous. He mentioned you had some questions about the Great War, nothing else. He took your confidences to the grave. I never asked any further. Revyn finished off his caife while considering his next move. If you wish to, I'll bring you the other books. Perhaps you would be curious to see what else Elenwen has been up to in Skyrim. See who else she has hooks into. Anything on the Dragonborn? Alas, no. My dear wife really didn't have much time to do a thorough search for other information. She grabbed what she could from the torture chambers. She was only able to make an escape because one of the prisoners they were torturing had observed where the guards disposed of the bodies. They all escaped through the body disposal hatch. Ah, and if you are wondering if that same route could be used to get back in, no. New trolls have been moved into the cavern. The dungeon hatch door is now heavily trapped with spells that will alert the entire embassy if they don't immediately kill you first. And lovely Elenwen hasn't been in the partying mood since, so no more embassy parties. Revyn grimaced. I had the displeasure of meeting her at the Vichy Snowshot invitation-only reception. Too curious about my wife, but she made for an excellent excuse I gave to Vittoria to skip out on most of the party. The opportunity you took to talk to General Tullius about Corvin Jund, that I do recall, said Ulfric. How did your wife get into the Thalmor embassy in the first place? Through one of the Dragonborn's contacts. A hidden blade. You do know about the blades, yes? Well, she knew of one survivor in hiding who was still working to bring down the Thalmor and Avenger Order. Goes by the name of Delphine. Oh, I see you know her. Ulfric only growled in response. I agree. A most unpleasant woman. How much do you know of her? Ulfric asked. Delphine? I have the dossier on her. And then I had the misfortune to meet her when she came to my shop for assistance in a fool's errand to find some mythical artifact. Your wife is known for finding hidden treasures, you, for selling them. Revyn grinned, nodding to acknowledge that dig. Welcome to Sadri's used wares, I'm sure I have something you need. But, I didn't have what she wanted, and she was extremely unpleasant about that. Revyn gestured to the dossier. The book is yours if you want it, my Jarl, no charge. You lie, Ulfric said, his voice flat, by that accursed sword you gave me. No magic but the power of truth you told me. There's always a price. Facts and truths are not always the same, Revyn said gently. Jigalag's aspect was of absolutes of hard, cold, unmerciful facts devoid of modifying or relative circumstances. Fact is that I ask no coin, truth is that I hope the book will incline your willingness to listen further to me. Revyn leaned forward. Will you consider something for me, my Jarl? Ulfric didn't verbally refuse, so Revyn took it for permission. The day of Helgen. General Tullius was defying protocol and rushing your execution to end the war. Ambassador Elenwen was there to save your life. If the general had followed proper protocol as she was demanding, you should have been sent to Cyrodiil to be tried in the Emperor's court. Plenty of time then for Elenwen to snatch you away and torture you until you're again a working asset before allowing you to escape. Or you may not have broken, in which case you'll have died a horrible, accidental death before reaching Cyrodiil. The war should have ended that day but for the return of the dragons. Specifically, the return of the World Eater. Yes, that was Alduin Bane of Kings, according to the Dragonborn. I must ask, do you know of the prophecy of his return? Revyn got up to fetch a book from an open shelf on another wall. The Book of the Dragonborn by Prior Madrine of the Order of Talos, he said, and opened the book to a specific page before handing it to Ulfric. Standing behind Ulfric, he pointed to lines of text. Here, when Balak Therm, the Staff of Chaos, was split asunder and hidden in far-flung places in Tamriel, here, the brass tower of the Dwemer, the Numidium, was rediscovered in Iliac Bay and then used to break the dragon to reshape the world, here, the fall of the Shivi and Red Mountain, the Red Tower, here, the end of the Septim Emperors, and here, this is your part that felled the snow tower that is Skyrim. He withdrew to his chair. That, at least, is the understanding we came to. Me and my wife's cousins, her father, and a large keg of Sujamma. Alduin needed you alive, my Jarl, for the war would send many souls to Sovngarde. Alduin feeds on the souls in Sovngarde. With every full belly, he resurrects the dragons loyal to him. Doesn't excuse the Dominion, of course. They played you as a key in more than one role. They wanted chaos, they wanted you to be that tool. There's a translation of an ancient song my love found at the Bard's College with a line about brothers fighting brothers, which the Dominion encourages for the long game. They'd learned in the Great War that so long as Skyrim stood with the Empire, like the Brothers of Strife, they couldn't win. Of course, he added under his breath so that Ulfric couldn't hear, with no enemies left to kill, the brothers start on their own. He raised his voice back to speaking level. By the time Alduin has exhausted Sovngarde, he'll be powerful enough to plunder the rest of Oblivion and Aetherius for more souls. I see nothing in this book that says the World Eater feasts on souls, said Ulfric. Well, if you believe the rumors that I talk to dead spirits, would you believe me if I said my ancestors in Mushado tell me they hear the roar of a dragon in Sovngarde? A knock on the door, and then supper was brought in. Dana pointedly showed Revyn a stack of requests that needed Ulfric's approval. I don't think this is the time for that, Dana, he whispered to her. Make time, was her acid reply. You're going to exhaust your purse in Windhelm before the year is out. We need these funds. Revyn winced. She'd said this loud enough for Ulfric to hear. And what funds are these, Dana? Asked Ulfric with a tight smile of amusement. Funds for vital projects in the Grey Quarter, my Jarl, she said, abandoning Revyn at his desk and walking up to Ulfric. We're waiting on Horleaf to meet with us to discuss what of our taxes we can expect to get back to support our people in the quarter. We know priority goes to our storm cloaks, but we can't keep producing on nothing. I've brought in the most urgent requests, the absolute minimum that must be funded. We need your authorization to proceed without all the squabbling we'd get from your other advisors. Sadri and Pharaoh and the few moneyed families can't keep financing out their own purses. Thank you, Dana, you may go now, said Revyn as he hustled her out. Ulfric laughed as soon as Revyn closed the door behind her. The brutal tongue of the law, he said. She seems to have adopted your people. The Frostburn clan came from a Nord Ice Mage and a Dunmer warrior 800 years ago during the Second Akaviri invasion. I don't know if any official records of that time survived, but the First Lady Frostburn was of House Morvain. I plan to take her with me when next I visit Raven Rock and reintroduce her to her ancestral house and distant cousins. Ulfric laughed again. Warn Councillor Morvain then to keep any sharp forks away from her. But he did look over the requests while he ate. He made changes to some of them before signing off. Thank you, my Jarl. But, you've increased the amounts, said Revyn, delighted but puzzled. Thane Icewind defecting to fight the vampires ruined several plans. I am hereby transferring the reserves meant for those plans to you. You may present your other requests to me instead of Gilder or Horleaf. Thank you, my Jarl. Bears may seem to be slow, lumbering creatures. They stand and roar a lot. But when they finally charge, they move faster than a man or mare can run. And while Revyn was looking over the signed requests in delight, the bear of Eastmarch suddenly had him crowded against a wall and a bone-crushing grip on his right arm. Words said and words unsaid, Ulfric growled. You dark elves are almost as treacherous as the Altmer, but at least you flaunt your nature in your Daedric gods. You don't pretend they're all lightness and good. You don't believe that shit that all Altmer are the only direct descendants of the pure and holy Aetherius spirits trapped by shore, whom they revile as the mad Lorcan. Nor do your people believe that only when the rest of life has been subjugated or exterminated can the Altmer return to Aetherius. Your people broke away. Made your own life in the ash and fires of Morrowind. I respect that. I'm trying to break away. The Empire is too close to the High Elves. The Elder Council is corrupted. The Thalmor had too long a time to weaken them. Even Felix knows this. He's told me why Mead threw away the victory we paid so dearly for. That my people continue to pay for. The long game you think I'm blind to, I can see it now. With that damned Daedric sword, I've been seeing a lot of things more clearly. When I hold it, it's like standing in the tower in the backyard of High Hrothgar. No more clouds and I can see the world. Stand there. It's so cold you'll die if you don't have the fire in your belly. The air is so thin that if you can't focus your heartbeat and your breath and your mind, you can choke on your own panic. There's no way my hate can be erased or turned. I own my mistakes. Rebelling against a safe certainty there will always be costly mistakes made. I grieve for the lives wasted by my mistakes. There's compensation that can amend, no gold that can buy forgiveness. All I can do is try not to repeat as I continue to forge a new path ahead. Will my dying end the Thalmor threat? It will not. There will be temporary peace as Stormcloak holds fall. But can Tullius defend us against Thalmor poison? Can he stop the increased atrocities the Thalmor performs in the name of the Concordat? He cannot. His oaths bind him to the Emperor and thus the Concordat. Felix himself has told me the bile his wife must choke down when the Thalmor justiciars demand the release of their cat assassins because the cats are citizens of the Dominion. The Thalmor uses her to beat down Khajiit rebels at the borders as Tullius is used against us. It has come to where the Felixes take the risk of sending Taliesin to talk with the fish elves who hate the Altmer beyond all reason and hold the rest of us in contempt. I hear the whispers in the Grey Quarter. I've heard the revived ballads of Ebonheart and its call for Nord, Dunmer, and Argonian to join against a common foe. Do your own people or the Argonians on the dock even know who the foe truly is? There are no Akaviri snow demons here. Your people hide behind the decree of refugees rest as a reason not to support me. You also rage that the Empire abandoned Morrowind during the Oblivion Crisis. So here's a history lesson, the Three-Banner War. The Empire is broken. My impression from all I hear is a call to resurrect the Ebonheart banner. But the Grey Quarter is not Morrowind, the lizards on the docks are not a full tribe of Black Marsh, and Windhelm is not the entirety of Skyrim. Skyrim can't continue to be the Empire's enforcers. They can't keep sending our people to solve the problems of other lands. We can't keep selling our raw resources to outsiders. It's time we make it a priority to care for ourselves before we kill ourselves doing for others. Is that wrong? Tell me, Enwa, is it? Enwa. Outsider. Foreigner. Slave. Ulfric released him and returned to his chair. He sliced a thick piece of goat leg and bit into it. Once he swallowed, he said, Ebonheart is history. All roads do not lead to Cyrodiil. Give me a Skyrim that has the choice and the means to walk another path. If you want to be part of Skyrim, forge that path with us. How do you expect me to do all this? Revyn asked, rubbing the feeling back into his arm and gathering up the papers now scattered on the floor. You have the freedom to surprise me. Find me options without the need for the sword. Counselor Morvain tells me that's the strength of the Hlalu, provided one keeps a firm hand on the purse. Excellent roast. Tell your chef I want the recipe. Chapter 38, Breakwater. A/N, I'm treating staves and wands like rifles and handguns. Trade-off of distance, firepower, load capacity, etc. Winterhold, Breakwater. Then came the war with the northern men, where Vivek did guide the Horde into swift and tricky union with the Dwemer. The greatest demon chieftains of the frigid west were those listed below, 5 an unholy number. Hoga, the mouth of mud. Kemua, the running hunger. Bag, the two-tongued. Barfuk, made of plains. Izmir, the dragon of the north. The 36 lessons of Vivek, Sermon 9. No, Sky Temple is not a part of the college. That's an old barrow and some sort of altar up there, said Revyn, nodding at the high break of land north of and behind the College of Winterhold. Your lady rate it? Asked Arvin, the young Nord he'd hired as his bodyguard on this assignment. Of course. Dragr Lord and skeletons. 3 colorful bundles of wool roughly shaped like Argonians walked back to where Revyn and Arvin waited. The 3 huddled dangerously close over the fire Arvin had built while Revyn ladled warmed spice wine into tankards. More water here for heavier ships, said Scouts the Deep, a black-scaled, 3-toed, hornless Argonian. Building a breakwater would take more effort. The undertow of Pilgrim's Trench is dangerous. We'll know more once we dive in. How long did you say it will take to get enchanted gear from the college? Asked Drains the Swamp, a green and gold, 2-horned, frilled neck Argonian. This week, I hope. I have an appointment tomorrow with the enchantment's master, Sergius Turianus. I sent the commission in 2 weeks ago. Plenty of time, I should think. I'm getting a headache from the cold, and I haven't even gotten my feet wet, complained Fish Breath, Scouts the Deep's brother. Revyn smiled as he listened to them grumble further in gel. Didn't understand a word. They'd been recommended to him by Brandshay, a Telvanni who'd been orphaned by the Argonian incursions after the Oblivion Crisis. One of the invaders had taken pity on the newborn and had brought him back to Black Marsh to be raised Argonian. Drains the Swamp was the great-grandson of one of Brandshay's egg brothers, he was a wetlands engineer. He brought in Scouts, a deep-water explorer, and Fish, a water resources developer. Revyn wasn't quite sure what those titles meant, but Brandshay assured him that he'd need them if he wanted to develop any sort of industry for a town whose biggest asset, besides the college, was the waters surrounding it. Trees were scarce, so no lumber to spare, much less sell. Mining was difficult, and there was too much potential to run into farmer. Hunting was fine for subsistence, but there wasn't enough to grow an industry of it. The Argonians were used to tropical waters, and only the challenge of totally new terrain and a trail of gold had lured them so far north. But right now, they needed those heat enchantments, and the items in Revyn's current stock weren't strong enough to keep the Argonians from freezing their scales off. His wife wasn't available to do the enchanting, so he'd sent the job to the college. The Khajiit gate guard for the college escorted him to the antechamber of the Hall of Elements and left him there to go search for the master enchanter. There were a few students engaged in lobbing destruction spells at crystal targets, the pool room of the Hall of Elements. He wandered to the Magica pool in the center of the great chamber and stared meditatively into the shallow bowl filled by a heavy mist of blue energy. A column of blue light went from the pool all the way to the ceiling and presumably beyond. The well tapped into Aetherius and filtered energies into Mundus. Strange how light sounded like the hollow roar of wind. He dipped his hand in and swirled it around in the mist. It moved like water, felt like were a few students engaged in lobbing destruction spells at crystal targets. He wandered to the Magica pool in the center of the great chamber and stared meditatively into the shallow bowl filled by a heavy mist of blue energy. A column of blue light went from the pool all the way to the ceiling and presumably beyond. The well tapped into Aetherius and filtered energies into Mundus. Strange how light sounded like the hollow roar of high winds. He dipped his hand in and swirled it around in the mist. It moved like water, felt like nothing. Pretty soon, his hand was feeling nothing, and the nothingness was soaking up towards his elbow. He pulled the flesh and bone lump and tried to shake some feeling back into it. It was alarming how cold the affected limb felt to the touch. The pain of returning sensation was horrible. Revyn. Upon my word, it's good to see you again. Revyn turned around, grimacing. Master Toll, ow, Tolfdur, gee, good to see you also. Tolfdur grinned at seeing the way Revyn was rubbing his arm. Some of the students behind him also grinned, letting Revyn know this was a common occurrence. Tolfdur sent a student to fetch a bottle that would help numb the pain. No magic healing because the arm was already suffering from magica overload, so chemicals would have to suffice. Tolfdur promised to meet later for dinner. Revyn went back to the antechamber where the enchantment's master, Sergius Turianus, had arrived. He had double-spelled rings and wands for the Argonians. The warmth enchantments were exceptionally strong with additional perks for endurance because, as Sergius explained, the tides around Winterhold were strong and the undertow in certain areas deadly. Using the innovative staff enchanter the Archimage had imported from Sol's Thyme, Sergius had developed a way to double enchant staves and had found ways to create conveniently sized wands almost as powerful in their own way as staves. Revyn expressed appropriate awe and praise. For a long time, Sergius Turianus and the College of Winterhold had a sort of monopoly on creating enchanted items in Skyrim. Revyn's wife had sliced into the college's business, but she was an erratic producer. Still, she posed some healthy competition and challenges to Sergius. Former Archimage Savos Aaron, now residing on Sol's Thyme, managed to persuade the Telvanni mage Lord Nelith to sell the college a copy of his innovative staff enchanter. This new type of enchanter utilized the heartstones created within Red Mountain, stones infused with the remaindered divine power of a dead god. There were many more technical explanations that Revyn couldn't fully comprehend. In essence, the new design allowed for a single enchanter to do the work of three by the conventional method, one to draw power from Aetherius, one to condense and shape the energy, and one to engrave the energy pattern in a specially designed staff. Enchanting a staff by the conventional method was more involved was due to function, which was to discharge power in a pre-shaped cohesive manner by indirect transfer, unlike an enchanted weapon which transferred its destructive power by direct transfer. Crudely put, it was the different nature of, say, a bow versus a mace. Sergius's contribution to the art of staff enchanting was miniaturization. Magic wands. And with that, he'd fought his way back as Skyrim's premier enchanter. Most of the college's routine cash income business of enchanting was now being handled by eager students the college had recruited for him. The primary benefit to the college was that now that he wasn't the sole cash cow, he could focus on research, and he was becoming more pleasant to be around and less the overexhausted curmudgeon. The Argonians loved the light blade wands the enchanter had created. The wand itself was silver and glass with a thin blade of serrated steel running partially along the wand's length, and a hole at the end allowed a leather cord loop for retention. "I'm an enchanter, not a smith," the enchanter had snapped when he'd noticed them eyeing the blocky and rough edges of the wand. There were no skilled jewelry smiths or other artisans in Winterhold, so Sergius had to rely on a local miner who usually made crude iron tools. The wand could glow with light its entire length with a modified candle light spell. A shift of grip, fingers making contact with 3 gemstones, and the wand would fire off 3 mage light globes that could be placed to better illuminate a work area. A wand was also easier to wield underwater, and the serrated steel blade made it useful for cutting ropes, nets, and thick kelp. A little light globe watching, a little numbers magic, and the scouts the deep created incredible contour maps of the areas underwater. Revyn also arranged for drains to work directly with Sergius. The Argonian had brought 2 trumpet-like devices that had been specially designed for him by an enchanter in Hellstrom, a city deep in the center of Black Marsh. The small trumpet was for listening. The large trumpet was pressed to the ground and, when activated, sent a blast of sound that... Well, this was more technical science beyond Revyn's comprehension. In short, it somehow told drains what type of ground he was working with and how stable it was. XXXXXXX. We don't need your kind here. Who gave you permission to make changes in my hold? The Jarl's voice bounced off the weathered walls of the oversized shack that was the longhouse. Present in the hall on the Jarl's side was his wife and housecarl, Thena, and Stormcloak War Officer, Kai Wetpommel. Revyn had Arvin. Guards and interested villagers watched from the sides. Among them was Krildar, Koror's distant cousin. Krildar was also the only one willing to work with Revyn and the college to rebuild Winterhold. The Jarl had been visiting Dawnstar when Revyn and the Argonians had arrived 2 weeks earlier. Upon returning, he'd flown into a rage to find his hold invaded and his steward vanished. Malur Sealith, that fetcher acting as Winterhold's steward, had disappeared. He was fine in his non-demanding position when Koror was content to sit in his hall and rage fruitlessly about the past and the treacherous wizards up at the college. But after Revyn had introduced him to the Argonians, and they'd spent hours reviewing with him the work that needed to be done, the lazy layabout had packed up and left. Revyn suppressed a sigh. Jarl Koror was living up to his reputation as being a paranoid, magic-hating, all-around bigot. Misguided patriot, he firmly reminded himself. I do apologize if it appears I am intruding, but Jarl Ulfric ordered me here and told me to get the Argonians settled in so they can start work. I was under the impression that the project to build Winterhold a dock and create a breakwater was pre-approved by you. Your former steward had already taken in the initial funds I brought with me and made no indication that the project was still under consideration. Evidently, Jarl Ulfric hadn't informed Jarl Koror that Argonians and Dunmer were in charge of the project and had left it to him to explain the realities. The project can continue when we get some proper Nords here to do the work. When can I expect them to arrive? The plan is to hire locals first, my lord. Get as many of your people invested in rebuilding. The Argonians have skills in the water that will make underwater construction easier and less dangerous to us land dwellers who drown too easily. And the Dunmer soon to come are experienced architects and builders who used to work at Vivek City. Vivek City, in case you didn't know, was a city built on water. No one said anything about rebuilding Winterhold over water. Korra roared. Gods! How utterly ridiculous! You elves know nothing about Nords, said Thena. Revyn gently cleared his throat. So saith my Jarl, the storm cloak of Windhelm. Winterhold started as a fishing village and a port where our Atmoran ancestors built warships that sailed to all ports of Tamriel. It is time they started honoring their dead by living and going forward. Let all Tamriel know that something of their ancient glory yet survives. Yes. And we did it without the help of you damned elves and lizards, said Korra arrogantly. Revyn refrained from mentioning the ancestral Nord's dragon patrons and their use of Famar slave labor. As you say, my lord. Yet even the storm cloak is beginning to accept the idea non-Nord help may be needed, as well as magic if Skyrim is to throw off the Empire and the Dominion. Revyn recalled and silently recited the 9th book of the 36 lessons of Vivek while the Jarl ranted about the College of Winterhold, the dark elves that infested it before they were driven out, and the evils of their magic. Apologies and regrets, my lord, I cannot agree with you. The college has provided invaluable help with the recent vampire battle. In that battle, both Stormcloak and Legion forces fought alongside the Dawnguard and the Companions to defeat the vampire army of Folkihar. The vampires had powerful magic, and the college provided mages and magic weapons and spells to counter the vampires. As for the college destroying Winterhold, there is documentation, records, and reports and letters in Windhelm that show Winterhold had suffered for at least a century of increasing rains and storms and fierce tides ever since the disasters in Morrowind. These things weakened the ground, the waters saturating and leaching the soil until the land could no longer bear its own weight. The college remained because it was built on the pillar of rock and enchanted ice that still holds it. This part of Winterhold still stands because the land beneath was also more rock than soil. Of course, you would defend the college, elf, said Korra. But I know what I know, and that's the end of it. I did agree with Jarl Ulfric that my hold needed help to recover, and I did agree to a loan for the dock. And I recall the part where he said his people would find the ones to do the building, Korra said bitterly. I continue to support Ulfric, but you may take to your master that I am angry about this invasion of elves and lizards even if it is to the benefit of my people. XXXXXXX. That went better than I had expected, said Kruldar. I was expecting him to order his guards to escort you out of town. I think we both know he isn't going to say no to Ulfric, said Revyn dryly. No one wants that. Kruldar chuckled and signaled for the innkeeper to bring another jug of mead. I do hope he sees sense in appointing you as his new steward, said Revyn. I know you two have some disagreements about how things should be run. He fears the college, I continue to view them as an asset to Winterhold, said Kruldar dismissively. I've always made an effort to maintain good relations with the former Archimage, and I've continued that effort with the present lady, the Dragonborn. Kruldar smiled. What a frustrating piece she is to my cousin. The Dragonborn, the hero of legend, is an imperial and a wizard. Oh, how he and his cronies choked on that. He sighed. I've invited her several times to dinner fostering good relations, you understand, but she always politely turns me down. I understand she's a very busy lady, but I do hope she will one day accept. I wouldn't hold much hope for her accepting any dining invitation, said Revyn, half smiling, and shrugging. Even when Jarl Ulfric managed to force a dinner attendance upon her, she never removed that mask. She sat through a 4-hour feast without eating or drinking. She is fanatic about her privacy. Dragons are bad enough, but people will expect her to solve all their problems. But if you would foster relations with the college, try Master Tolfdir. Besides being a Nord, he is the master of wizards and is practically the Archimage in all but title. It was, a political necessity for the college to elect the Dragonborn to Archimage though she was a student for less than a year. She has the power of the Thursday of course, but she is not one of their best students, she misses too many classes because of dragons and other problems. You think he'll be able to get the Archimage to talk to me then? Asked Kruldar. Revyn shook his head. My advice, if you care to take it, is that making a friend of the college means making friends with as many masters as you can. While the faculty will follow the lead of the Archimage, they are, by reason of their craft, individuals. Again, if you will recall, the Dragonborn was not even a student for a year before extraordinary events forced her into action. She has skill and talent and certainly the will to wield power. But more important to them was her status as Dragonborn. The college's reputation in Skyrim is scraping the bottom, as you well know, and having a hero as the figurehead is invaluable. Do you see where I'm going with this? I think so. Kruldar sighed. Perhaps I have been going about this all wrong. It's more work than I'd hoped for. But, he said, brightening, I can see it gives me more options. If a master doesn't have the time to work with me, they'll probably loan me students who can. That's the general idea. Now, if there were only a similar way to win Jarl Korrar's regard, Revyn said morosely. Kruldar grinned. I've an idea. Korrar's been obsessing about a lost ancient heirloom that he believes will help him win the respect of the other Jarls. I know he tried getting your wife interested in finding it for him, but she found other jobs more interesting than hunting around for a lost item he wasn't sure truly existed, where it could be found, or what it even looked like. Revyn snorted. Hiring someone else to find him non-existent respect is not a quest my wife would be interested in. What magical object of respect is it that he seeks? The helm of an ancestor of the First Era. He lost the claim to High King to Borges, his cousin, and only became Jarl of Winterhold after Borges's death. Another rusty crown hunt. Revyn shook his head in disbelief. What is it with all these mystical crowns? Jarl Ulfric wanted the jagged crown of High King Borges, and so she finds it. And so Jarl Koror thinks this other ancestral crown will solidify his claim to power in the same way? Unbelievable. A warhelm is not a crown. And I'm afraid so. Krildar chuckled. Although, I've yet to hear the other Jarls falling to their knees to declare Ulfric the High King for having the jagged crown. I doubt having the warhelm of Jarl Hansa will help my kinsman find the respect he hasn't earned from the other Jarls. Wait. Hansa? Hansa Manporn? Hansa the Great Bear? Revyn looked as if there was something foul in his mead, the way he was grimacing at his cup. Yes, that's the one. I believe he was called that because he looked like a bear and was about as subtle as one, if family legends are true. Then I might have had that helm back home. My wife's cousin, Nicky, sold me a sack of stuff of items he picked up while on one of his jobs for the companions. One item was an Atmoran warhelm in remarkably good shape for its age. The horns are chipped and one broken in half. The leather padding inside was dried and cracked, but enough remained that First-Era scholars were able to read the name of Hansa Manporn. Remarkable. Do you still have it? No. I had it fixed up with bone mold horns replacing the originals, the leather interior replaced, and the metal retempered and polished. Some of the silver inlays had been gouged out, so I had new silver laid in. Jarl Ulfric bought it to add to his personal armory. I can try to rebuy it back from him or persuade him to gift it to Koror if you think it will sweeten Koror's attitude. I'm sure it would help, said Krildar. With that new helm, I'm sure I could convince my cousin to go out and practice his newfound influence and start building some relations with the other Jarls instead of sitting in his hall and sulking. I can loan you an amulet of Dibella to help with talking if you'd like. I will also throw in some other restored ancient Atmoran armor pieces, including a set of enchanted weapons. Not college magic but enchantments set by the Atmorans themselves just to prove they weren't shy about using magic to aid their conquests. They continued to make further plans. Revyn retired much happier about Winterhold's future. Tomorrow he'd be outfitted with his own warmth and water-breathing enchanted gear because the Argonians wanted to show him the intact, sunken buildings below the drop-off, whatever that was, that contained a good many treasures not washed away in the tides. If those could be salvaged, it could fund much of Winterhold's rebuilding instead of draining precious coins from Eastmarch and the Grey Quarter. And next week was Hogi Thumb, Azura's summoning day. Already the town was seeing Dunmer pilgrims, the largest group seen in decades, coming into town for rest and supplies before their final trek to the shrine. Revyn drifted off to sleep while listening to some pilgrims practicing songs praising the Prince of Dusk and Dawn. Chapter 39, The Ritual. A/N, backflash to the days soon after Revyn's marriage. Lore-bending/speculation on Chimer break. Song inspirations, Ritual is the best excuse by Cynthia McQuillan and The Heat is On by Glenn Frey. History rehash. In number 2 Homeward Bound we saw the wedding day through Helset's eyes, we'll see how that day went through Revyn's. Winterhold, The Ritual. What's your sign? Revyn dragged his attention from his reports to his companions. He was sitting at a table in the frozen hearth along with his hired bodyguard, Arvin. Arvin repeated, What's your sign? I mean, I never really thought about my birth sign. The warrior, by the way, good enough, and I never thought about the others. But I guess it's more significant to you people. Someone's been teaching you about them. Revyn asked, amused. Well, boss, if you were paying attention, we were discussing birth signs and if they really influence our lives, answered Arvin, grinning. We being him and the 5 others seated at the table. The frozen hearth was filled with Dunmer pilgrims all coming for Hogi Thumb, the 21st day of First Seed, Azura's summoning day that was 2 days from now. So I was just wondering what your sign is. Ah. I was born this month of the ritual, answered Revyn. And talents, what are the supposed gifts the ritualists have or can do? Arvin asked. XXXXXXX. A month after his wedding. Arania Enith was the only priestess that remained at Azura's shrine after the unkind passage of time. The cold of Winterhold and the hostility and fear from the Nords after the great collapse had driven the Dunmer from the hold. Of all the priests and shamans and wise women, only she remained on this desolate peak. The dragon finally descended from the sky to rest on the ruins atop Mount Anther. It looked like it had snatched a baby mammoth, so once it fed, it should be sleeping for a long, safe while. Revyn slinked out from the shadows of an overhang. He remembered Mount Anther. Most of the foundation stones used to build the shrine of Azura had been salvaged from the ruins atop Mount Anther. Amused Dunmer mages studying at the college had used their magic to transport ashlars between peaks. They didn't understand the madness that infected these ashlanders, but it was good practice for their telekinetic spells. The ruins had a giant cement wall inscribed in characters the Dunmer did not recognize. Masons had admired the quality of the cement, easily thousands of years old. The inscription on the wall looked gouged in by giant claws before the concrete had set. Back then, the refugees had wondered what sort of creature from Oblivion had done the writing. Now Revyn knew it had been a dragon. He carefully studied the area around him for dangerous animals. He wore chitin goggles modified to restrict light and reduce snow glare. He dug the pointed butt end of his chitin spear into the snow and absent-mindedly rolled the shaft between his palms as he tracked a fox running by and listened for anything vaguely predatory, but the 2 mountain goats he also spotted seemed relaxed. He was 20 when he'd come to Skyrim, his immigration boat landing first at Windhelm. He had come north to Winterhold hoping that others of his own family were on the boats to Winterhold. They hadn't. At a loss of what to do, he'd joined with a group following Ashlander priests of Azura into the mountains to build a shrine to the prince. The Dunmer already in Winterhold couldn't believe why so many Ashlanders had suddenly come to Skyrim just because Adidra had sent some ash-covered witches visions of disaster. And this babbling about a heresy called the Revyn was beyond understanding. Then word came that the tribunal had fallen, the Ghost Gate and its thousands of souls had vanished, and Red Mountain had erupted. Barrowed was the great rock flung from the heavens during the Second Era by Sheogorath in his rage at the hubris of the tribunal. The god Vivek stopped the rock in its flight, letting it hang above his city as proof of his power and a warning that should his faithful ever stop loving him, the rock would fall. Vivek's priests hollowed out the rock to create offices for the ordinators and prison cells for dangerous heretics. They called it the Ministry of Truth. The truth hit hard. The Revyn came by the will of Azura of the original tribunal of Didra princes. In his original life, he was Indoril Narivar, and his destiny was to unite the tribes against the Nords who invaded to reclaim the Doomdrum or Heart of Lorkhan, or Shore as they insisted on calling the trickster god. Most terrible amongst the 5 leaders of the invaders was Izmir and his tongues. Narivar united the Velathai, made allies with the Dwemer, and killed the chieftains of the invaders, but left only Izmir alive to kick him and his tongues out of Riesdane as a warning to any future, would-be invaders. Then he died. Ashlanders believed he was slain by his wife and 2 remaining trusted counselors. They used the heart to make themselves gods and usurp the mantle of tribunal, calling themselves the Shivi. And the Chimer became the Dunmer. Chim to Dun, power to Ash. Eventually, he came back to put an end to the madness. The false tribunal vanished. Barrowed smashed Vivek city into the swamp. Red Mountain erupted a second time and destroyed Vardenfell, its ash rose high and still spews a veil of ash. Lands changed wherever the ash fell. Half of Sol's Thyme mirrors Morrowind. Winterhold got colder, the seas fiercer, then Winterhold collapsed a century later into the sea. And Azura, from her shrine in Winterhold, her face turned to Morrowind, watched. "Good morning, Reverend," said Revyn. He hadn't been back in decades, and to see the priestess living up here in a laughably inadequate tent was disheartening and shameful. He could see no food supplies or even a decent pile of wood to keep a fire burning for a day. As he looked into her face, he knew the prince sustained her. She was middle-aged when she led her priests and followers up this mountain, and, yet, 200 years later, she did not look to have aged. The bone-freezing cold winds did not affect her though she only wore standard-weight robes and a hooded shawl. Revyn, on the other hand, wearing the thickest leather and furs he could manage and still be able to hike up a mountain, was shivering. She regarded him impassively. "The little bird flies before the storm," she said, "and the monster returns from the void and howls, his hunger unsated." Revyn blinked, uncertain. He didn't understand the first allusion but the second he thought might refer to the dragons. "Why have you returned, my son?" "I came, Reverend, because I need guidance and to beg Azura's protection for my wife, who is an adventurer." "She is more than that," the priestess said. "Well, yes, there is a bit more. An ancient spirit, an Atmoran dragon priest, has told her she is Dragonborn. And when she killed a dragon, she found it was true when she absorbed its soul. He waved his left hand vague in the direction of the distant mountain Nords called Throat of the World, the tongues have confirmed her as Dragonborn. She's supposed to fight the son of Oriel and stop him from destroying the world. The World Eater is not the only enemy to be faced, the priestess intoned. There will be many before the Black Dragon. And, if she is victorious, even more enemies after. It is the nature of dragons to seek power and, when challenged, to dominate. Not evil in itself. They are, after all, the children of their creator. But separate, nevertheless, from their source, they become subject to change." Revyn shivered, this time in dread, at the smile curling the priestess's lips. He didn't think it was the priestess smiling. She was speaking again. "Her sign is the steed, and she charges fearlessly forward. With speed and voice, she will shake the foundations of worlds. There are many paths she may take to power. The serpent chases her and seeks to twist all into confusion. Many are the agents of the divine and the Didra who wait for her. Of all the signs she might have taken up, she chooses the ritual of change to confound the serpent and light her way. She chose you as her first true mate. Do not forget this. You, whose time and place of birth was in the shadow of the mad god. Hold true to the long path of dusk and dawn and use the unexpected gifts of your unsettled patron to balance the odds and tip scales to your dragon's favor. Invoke madness. Did he hear aright? And patron. He was no worshipper of that one despite being born during one of the rare thunderstorms that the god Vivek allowed into his city on the dawn of Azura's day. Irritated by an insurgence of Didra-worshipping cults or a quarrel with Suthasil, who could presume to tell? But, Reverend. He pleaded weakly, Izmir? That's what they call her. The tongues of High Hrothgar proclaim her the dragon of the north. Please tell me it's an affectation. She cannot be that great evil reborn. I couldn't bear it if she was. When Mundus was made, aspects of power were torn from the Dra who survived the making. The incarnations of these aspects have had many names. There will be many banners the aspect of Oriel, the Dragonborn, will carry. Many houses possessed, many names assumed. That is not important. Only the work. If Nirn ceases, if the motion stops, if the balance vanishes, all will collapse. The Dra will forever lose that part of themselves trapped, imprisoned and yet defined in Mundus. The Didra lose the anchor we have built our realms upon, for change cannot happen if there is nothing to change. The power is immutable. The shape of power is subject to change. The goddess has foreseen that time, place, and shape will center upon a child born of two ancient lines of Velathai and Alash. As she will shape the world will shape her. Revyn stared blankly up at the face of the prince. He was getting riddles. He wasn't asking the right questions. The answers weren't fitting. And inside is out and up is down, he muttered in frustration. And the middle ground is the line between the land and sea, the priestess added. Well, that was a confusing session. While it was gratifying the prince had deigned to talk to him via the priestess, it was also terrifying that the prince would even bother to do so with his humble, insignificant self. Not so humble, not so insignificant, was the tiny bloom of ego amidst his confusion. Not so humble, not so insignificant, was the tiny bloom of ego amidst his confusion. Azura, Prince of Dusk and Dawn, the Rose of Adversity, was also the embodiment of ego or pride or vanity, whatever the name was given to that quality that believes more is deserved. Vice or virtue that screams me first. Of all, she chooses you, her first true mate. He hugged those fragments close to his heart and let them echo as he trudged down the mountain. First. Well, he was much older than her. He'd expect her to find someone else when he was gone. Or he'd find one for her if necessary. She was another adventurer to his shop to sell stuff. A beautiful Dunmer girl who dared wear chitin armor in a city of mare-hating Nords. He'd heard gossip about Hel's at Pharaoh, the girl named after the last Dunmer king. She shared the same family name as General Inanna Pharaoh of the 3rd Legion. She'd come off from the boat from Sol's Thyme, but her accent marked her from around Cheydinhal, another link to General Pharaoh who was also of Cheydinhal, and she'd dived right into bounty hunting. Indeed, most of the stuff she offered for sale was goods salvaged from robbers' chests. It had been quite a shock to see the mercenary with such a bloody reputation was still a mere child. And he'd quite lost his heart to her when he'd heard her singing that night at the corner club. They'd talked until dawn. It pleased him that thereafter she came first to him when she wanted to sell or buy things. But it was both pleasure and pain dealing with her. He loved her intelligence, humor, God's lovely voice, and bright smile. And when she left, he could only wish he was so much younger so that he could go with her and court her. She was the beautiful armiger of his youthful fantasies. He'd tried pretending she was a daughter or niece like Carla, the daughter of a dead friend of his, but Helzat actively rejected that category. He stubbornly refused to think that half the time, she was flirting with him. Then Carla had sold him stolen goods, expensive trinkets taken from nobles attending the last major court session of the season. He'd been so distraught by this betrayal he'd blurted out his problem to Helzat. She stunned him by insisting on handling the problem. He'd given in. Not long after, she'd flatly told him she wanted marriage. Madness. She was only 18, not an adult by mere standards. Yet, his passion subverted his morals with the fact that she was half human, and humans matured faster because their lives were so much shorter. So maybe, just maybe, she took after her human sire and was allowably matured enough. But what had he to offer her? A shop of second-hand goods in a slum. Oh, he made a decent income, but she could attract so much more, so much better. She may be playing at a hand-to-mouth existence as a blade for hire, but the clues were there in her speech, her manners, her breadth of knowledge, that she came from privilege. And Dragonborn. Yes, she'd told him this, but its full import had failed to register. he was still coming to terms that she was a Hlalo and Imperial who was also a member of House Telvanni. At that time, all he knew of this piece of Nord mythology was from that Dragonborn comes song of recent popularity. From that song, he inferred that this Dragonborn was the Nord version of the Revyn. Another hero to drive out foreigners. He was sure the Nords would enjoy a mere Dragonborn like his people enjoyed a human Revyn. But, oh, it was supposed to be a secret that she didn't want anyone knowing unless absolutely unavoidable. Asking local Nords about Dragonborns would only have elicited pompous boasts about how men, especially Nords, were favored to wield the power of dragons. That Tiber septum. Blah blah blah. So he didn't ask. What he knew with certainty was that she was an armiger in spirit and by deed. A light-hearted hero skilled in battle and poetry. And being married to a hero was never going to be a comfortable, complacent union. He thought he'd considered all the gain/loss points and margins right up until the day they were married. He hadn't figured the type of enemies his beloved hero made. His ancestors had been agitated from the moment he'd accepted her proposal, but he'd pushed aside their nagging doubts. When her enemies attacked her in Mara's temple in Riften, seizing him to use him as a shield against the hellfire issuing from his beloved's mouth, his ancestors rushed to cast their sanctuary to protect him. When the priests of Mara threw them out after the enemies were defeated, the ancestors told him they'd accept the bond if it was sealed in fire, in the way a group of Altmer heretics suffered the trials of fire to reject the Altmer path and became the Chimer. In fire and calling upon Boethia, they changed their nature from light to fire. Believers changed, the uncertain, the insincere, burned. He wants to marry a dragon? Fine. All or nothing. In the marketplace was Baelimon's business, the scorched hammer. Freshly salted, the fires there burned hot as Red Mountain. Forge the bond there. He'd already spent his fires in Mara's temple, and he couldn't resist the heat of the forge for long, he nearly died. Then sanctuary and healing in her return fire. And he knew without a doubt she loved him. The Riften guards arrested and threw them in separate cells for the slaughter in Mara's temple and for setting fire to the marketplace. They were released the next day after promising monies for the repairs, and Revyn's friends had put up a large purse for the initial fines. Their first time together was on a pad under a bush. And she was gone in the morning, off on another unknown mission. And he'd come here to Winterhold wondering how many different types of a fool he was. He'd found books on the Dragonborn and read them on the carriage ride up to Winterhold. Yet, no matter how bad the information was, he could only feel. Well, he was hopeless. Not yet ready to return home, he wandered northward to the coast. Long ago, he'd turned to peddle miscellaneous goods after leaving the work camp after Azura's shrine was built. He was the son of a caravan merchant, after all. A slow, sturdy horse and packs of goods to trade. He'd travel the coastal route to Dawnstar, harvesting nirnroots, crabs, and slaughter fish eggs. He liked slaughter fish eggs. Cooked and spiced right, they tasted like kwama eggs, especially if he got the fish eggs just before they hatched. He'd passed the Sarthal ruins when he saw activity ahead. A woman trapped on a crumbling slope by 3 ice wolves. Her only weapon seemed to be a long knife. Long, heavy dress, no armor. Nord. She fended off the wolves, just barely. He shook his head and found some rocks to crouch behind. The wind blowing crosswise kept his scent from alerting the animals. He made sure his coat was belted tight, the straps of his pack were tied up and nothing loose, that his scarf ends were tucked in. The last act was to coat his spearhead and his dagger with a poison that he always kept on hand for defense. The poison did its work while his thick coat helped to endure the biting and thrashing until the wolves faltered, losing coordination and strength. Then he and the woman finished them off. Her name was Isabel, and she was looking for a cave that was supposed to have a goodly amount of treasure. All she had to do was to sneak past the necromancers there. She had trained for sneaking with a group of thieves in Riften. Revyn studied her. She was in a heavyweight dress suitable for walking around town. Aside from lockpicks, she did not appear to have any special gear. Her knife skills did not appear to be anything special. Revyn couldn't talk her out of this insane mission. She was young, inexperienced, and besotted with some dream of making a better future for herself and her boyfriend by making one big heist. The boyfriend was too upstanding and honorable to consider thieving, but she wasn't, except she refused to steal from honest working people. He couldn't convince her to give up the mad scheme, so he convinced her instead to let him come along. Besides being descended from caravan merchants, his bloodline also included Ashlander witches. He knew some ways of dealing with zombies. His accursed weakness for headstrong, adventurous girls wouldn't let him abandon her to certain death or the hell of enslavement by necromancers. He loaned her his spare set of pants, shirt, and soft boots. She knew how to sneak and hide, and she was also fairly decent with the mace and shield he took earlier from a skeleton he had knocked apart with his spear and a small flame spell. From another bone walker, he salvaged a bow and a full quiver. To their good luck and some other soul's ill fortune, the strongest necromancers were occupied in complicated ritual with said poor soul. This allowed Revyn and Isabel to sneak around them to kill the weaker, bored apprentices and smash through the walking bone sentries. They found an alchemy room. A poisoned arrow took care of the sleeping occupant. Revyn rummaged through their stock for anything useful. As he expected, there were a few healing potions and even more poisons. He was no alchemist, but he sold enough potions and potion components to assess potency for better pricing. He also knew enough of basic chemistry to tweak the potions, thanks to the Altmer chemist in Windhelm, one of the best in Tamriel really, who was willing to give him tips in exchange for steep discounts on ingredients from Morrowind. Isabel wasn't comfortable with the necessity for poisons, it wasn't honorable, but Revyn sternly lectured her on using every advantage against enemies of greater number and abilities. And with necromancers, who would violate your corpse and soul afterward, an honorable battle should never be considered. Clay bottles filled with solutions shattered when flung into braziers around the ritual room, and the contents turned to great billows of steam. While the necromancers coughed and stumbled in the vile fumes that blinded them and burned their flesh and lungs, Revyn and Isabel rushed in. They wore thin veils soaked in another solution to protect their eyes and lungs, and their stomachs were bloated with as many healing potions as they could swallow. Revyn speared and tripped necromancers, often taking the brunt of their ill-aimed, badly mustered spells to let Isabel dodged around and bashed in their skulls. There was quite a bit of treasure. Once Isabel was armored and armed, he sent her back to Winterhold to fetch her boyfriend and her boyfriend's sister, the only merchant in Winterhold. Revyn, in the meanwhile, used the spells and rituals taught to him by his mother and grandmothers to disperse what evil energies he could. He was able to urge some of the lost souls along their way. Later, he would return to Azura's shrine to let the priestess know this place needed a proper cleansing. When the Nords returned, he and Berna, the Winterhold shopkeeper, discussed pricing and future stock exchanges between their shops while Isabel and her Ranmir dragged bodies out to be burned. XXXXXXX. Back to the present. And talents, what are the supposed gifts the ritualists have or can do? Arvin asked. It depends on the aspects of the moons and the divines, said the man opposite him. Aspects? What? Arvin handed his hands up in confusion. Is that something like Khajiit and their moon phases? Unfortunately. Also affecting any sign is if the serpent is hanging about in the area, and even the local weather conditions. Revyn grimaced and drank his mead. Like being born during a thunderstorm. For a ritualist, that's like having the mad god as your midwife, said someone, laughing. But truly, that only applies if you happen to be born on Hogethum itself, or any holy day. They've got away with the undead, threw in Isabel, a Nord who had volunteered to help at the inn to handle the sudden crowd of Dunmer in town. She didn't need the coin and she was among the few in town comfortable with mages and non-Nords, but she enjoyed keeping busy. She grinned and winked at Revyn. And self-healing. They can take hits and bounce back pretty fast. Revyn smiled into his cup. Chapter 40, Glow Dust. A/N, Song Inspirations into the Darkness by Crosby, Stills Nash. Galactic Halfling, thanks. Big blooper. Fixed. I've got a big problem with following too many whimsies down the wrong bog path. Disclaimer, what's Bethesda's is theirs, etc. Stories might not be in chronological order. Winterhold, Glow Dust. The climb to Azura's shrine was arduous. At the end, the temptation just after setting up one's tent, making a campfire, and unrolling furs was just to collapse in exhaustion. If you made it up earlier in the day, then there was the luxury of relaxation and maybe even a nap if one had the discipline to awaken at the proper time. The newly built Pilgrim's Hall had been completed just a week before. It was a Nord-style build of one open room and a shallow, open upper level, a large hearth with iron hooks for pots and many long shelves on the walls for storage. Heating was either by the hearth or, if one needed the whole building warmed and the resources were there, by an outside furnace that could warm the leveled concrete slab the building rested upon. The hall was built to hold about a dozen comfortably. A bit more if one didn't mind sleeping up against strangers. But with near 40 showed up already and more expected to come the next day, the hall was reserved for the very young and the old and frail ones. It would also serve as the kitchen where volunteers would cook up the shared foods brought for communal meals. Most had the foresight to bring tents, but anonymous donors with foresight had paid the college to provide huge dome tents of cheap, thin, double layers of cotton laid over stretched over a basket of flexible bone mold poles. One layer was heavily spelled block wind and frost, and the inner layer was fireproof. Lamps hanging in a circle from the apex of the arch provided soft light and radiated warmth. Each tent was capable of sheltering 20. However, enchantments were only powered to last 3 days. Not since the shrine was built had it seen this many people in decades. This renewal of faith could be attributed to several points. First, the reappearance of Azura's star and a champion, Priestess Enith's tour of the Pale as she escorted a lost soul seeking healing and to honor her ancestors, Jarl Ulfric appointment of a Dunmer officer to his court and the rise of fortune in the formerly hopeless Grey Quarter, and last, various prophets in Morrowind were declaring that the Revyn incarnate has returned. Most of the Dunmer here were Ashlanders and Hlalu, a small group of Reduruns, and many unaffiliated. So a Telvanni wizard walking into camp was a sight that drew all eyes to him. Walking beside the wizard, holding his left hand, was a slender Ashlander child in a leather, silk, and chitin dress. Their clothes and ornaments shimmered with strong magics. The wizard looked bored. The child stared up at the statue of Azura with excitement and wonder. They walked up the stairs to the top of the platform where the altar was. Its surface was overflowing with flowers, gems, and other small gifts to the prince. Should I offer the glow dust now, grandfather? Not yet. Only during the hours of dusk or dawn if you would draw her attention. If you like, offer this flawless garnet for now. The acolyte attending the altar interjected, the priestess will instruct petitioners to bring their offerings of glow dust to the altar at the appropriate time, Sira, Sarcho. Excellent. Come, Tyrania, let's find some space to set up our tent. They walked around the campsite. Most of the level ground was taken up by the 4 large tents and 6 smaller ones of those who also preferred their own space. The food smells good. Aren't you hungry? Come on, let's eat. The dear voice of his granddaughter jolted him out of his musings and the wizard turned and snagged her for a quick hug. Tyrania, dear, how can you eat in this cold? He wondered aloud. She laughed. How can one not? She answered pertly. Eat what you can, when you can, 'cause you never know when the next gate to hell will open. She said, throwing his words back in his face. He laughed and stared lovingly into his granddaughter's eyes. She was 15 and her happy grin reminded him so much of her grandmother and the way she cocked her head was her father's. He sent Tyrania to stand in the food line while he set up their domed tent. It was a small version of the larger tents but of sturdy blight moth silk instead of cotton and the spells were permanent. She returned with bowls of horker stew, flaky, savory rolls, and his new favorite, apple and snowberry cross tatas. Most Nord foods tasted bland to him, but they did know how to make sweet desserts. He was pleased to find someone had been very creative with this dessert in using alchemy to draw out the frost-resist magic of snowberries. No falling asleep, he reminded his granddaughter when he noticed her eyes drooping after she finished eating. He smiled and reached out and shook her. Come on, let's walk around and see who's here. They walked around the perimeter. Is that the Dragon Mountain? Mount Anther? Yes, there's a dragon wall there. It was an ancient Atmoran temple. Most of the stones of this shrine were recovered and redressed from the ruins over there. Now look over there. That is what they call Throat of the World and somewhere on it is the Monastery of the Tongues. I believe the Nords now call them Greybeards. There's no dragons here, right? Because of the Archmage. Correct. Does she still kill it if it's peaceful? That would be stupid. The Archmage does not impress me as a stupid woman. Come, they're starting to sing. Think you can stay awake for the next 2 hours? Of course, grandfather. Very good. Let's not insult the prince and disgrace our ancestors and ourselves by falling asleep in our duties. As a Telvanni mage and former mouth for a mage lord he was considered part of the ruling class and that granted him a place at the altar level of the shrine along with the other upper class. The only face he recognized was Revyn Sadri of Windhelm. Sadri's wife was Azura's current champion, and they were house members through mage lord Nelith's sponsorship. Dusk service was mostly a time of guided contemplation. Priestess Enith opened with a paean of praise to Azura then began instructing them on subjects to consider as the day ended. Sitting quietly, being asked to contemplate the day's events was a trial in itself for many who would rather be bustling about to close the day. And with the cold, being still and keeping warm was especially hard. He watched through half-lidded eyes as his granddaughter approached the altar and placed her bowl of glow dust along with the others. The gifts from earlier in the day had been transferred to baskets set around the feet of the prince. The number of glow dust offerings lit the entire platform with gentle light. My purpose of my day, Azura, he thought, they haven't changed. Find the Timberwolf and get some answers. Maybe get some answers out of Sadri. Thank you for getting him here, by the way. If he is the kin I've been seeking, well, you're damn sneaky, my prince, my utmost respect. He smiled at Tyrania as she returned to his side. She smiled back and returned her attention to the priests. Over 200 years ago he'd be an ambitious lawman hiding out in Balmora, waiting for some tempers to cool, memories to dull, and opportunities to appear. Finally, one did. A Severus Timberwolf, an Imperial and Nord who had somehow gotten into House Telvanni and had miraculously risen above the retainer rank all the way to master. As per protocol he needed a mouth to represent him in council and the other mouths of the council had directed the new master to him. His new master. Oh, joy. Why Timberwolf wanted to be Hordator of the house, a title not held or given out since Narivar, he couldn't fathom, but the master seemed light-handed and didn't appear to have any great plans for the future. Cue mildly hysterical laughter. Since then he'd more than earned the moniker Fast Eddie many times over. The tribunal disappeared and the Riveran not long after that, leaving him to dodge the questions, the fanatics, the desperate, and the fearful. Then Marun's Dagon invaded. Where were the gods this time? Where was the Riveran, the damned Hordator, to lead the houses and the tribes again? Where was their promised warlord? Tel Uvirith fell. Sadrith Mora fell. He fled and found himself in a company of Redurans and Ashlanders who had joined their broken forces to survive. The Ashlanders had lost their wise woman and the Redurans had no magic worker. He found himself changing his discipline from common destruction to mysticism, all the better to anticipate where the gates would open. Scrying and forecasting weren't his strong points and took great effort, but the other arts of alteration and the vampiric magics were useful tools. One of the Ashlander leaders was Tyrania. Her tribe had already been broken, having sent many away to what they hoped was safety on the mainland, while she and other diehards and elders stayed to fight back anything that came from behind the fallen ghost gate. The few weeks they had together had been glorious. But she had to leave with an escort unit and he'd had foreshadows of another gate and left with a Redaran attack group. He didn't know about the son he'd had with her until years later when Redurans tracked him down. There were no Ashlanders of her family they could find. She'd mentioned Sadri kin in Vivek, but Vivek was a smoking, boiling, accursed swamp after Sheogorath and the Argonians were done there, that's why it was now called Scathing Bay. His was the only name they had left. The last of the sunlight faded and only the glowdust light illuminated until the moons above reflected their light upon Mundus. Most people dispersed to the tents and the warmth within. Others lingered, continuing their prayers or waiting to consult the priests. Tyrania left the altar. She knew how to cast candlelight and he moved towards Sadri. Sadri, well met. Master Ed Theman, I thought I recognized you. Well met indeed. We need to talk. Oh, dear. Ed frowned at the nuances he heard in the other's voice. Why were all his wartime senses firing up? Why did Sadri sound distressed and puzzled? Ed knew he hadn't moved, but the other suddenly held his hands up in a conciliatory manner. I do have to talk to someone first, but let's meet in the hall, Master Theman. This won't take long. The hall was crowded by his Telvanni robes afforded him some space as people moved to avoid intruding on his person. Grandfather, taste this. Tyrania was suddenly beside him and holding up a bowl that looked like thin, white intestines swimming in red and with chunks of meat. Didn't smell like offal. What is that horror? Boiled flour paste strings in a tomato-based sauce and horker sausage. Paste strings. Like a dumpling but rolled flat and cut before being dropped into boiling water. Savella says her mother and aunt are setting up a shop to make these. And who is Savella? I'll get her. She pushed the bowl into his hands and slipped away before he could stop her. Not bad. Messy eating with a two-tined fork, but promising flavor. A gentle throat clearing and he looked over at Sadri. My apologies for keeping you waiting, I am at your service. What did you wish to talk about? You came from Vivek City, didn't you? Yes, indeed. My family ran a shop in the Halalo Canton selling items we traded the Ashlanders for. Urshilaku. Yes. And Zainab. Your mother's in Ashwich. A hit. Sadri's eyes narrowed. Your grandmother, the wise woman of the tribe. I met your kin in Oblivion. Literally. We grabbed a sigil stone. It was a lovely engagement. Sadri didn't say anything for a long moment. Instead, he turned to a nearby side table where the booze had been set up and snagged a bottle of Sujamma. What is your interest in my background? I've been looking for a particular family of the Sadri clan. I didn't ask when we first met on Soul's Thyme. Other concerns took precedent. Then later you were handling an Oblivion Gate problem of your own. Congratulations, by the way, Apocrypha is as deadly a realm as the Deadlands. And if you were the particular family line I was looking for, I wanted more information before talking to you again. Revyn sighed. Oh, wonderful. Another unknown family member announces themselves, he said. The look he gave Ed was hard and sharp. So you know my Ashlander kin. Which ones? Tyrania. And why in Oblivion, literally, would she speak to a Telvanni wizard of our kinship? Why would it matter to you? The other's eyes had an insulting gleam as they looked Ed up and down. I suppose you appealed to her. Is there a child involved? That little girl I saw with you. She calls you grandfather. Ah, no insulting gleam had he seen there but narrowed eyes shimmering with tears. Grandfather, this is Savella. Ed looked over the girl his granddaughter was towing by the hand. A pretty one and half human. For all her adult size he estimated she was not much older than his granddaughter in terms of years. The girl inclined her head respectfully at him, murmuring, Sarjo, and then looked over at Sadri. Master Revyn, she greeted with a wide smile. Master, this is Tyrania. Tyrania, this is my master, Revyn Sadri. I'm apprenticed to him. Sira. Tyrania gave him a bright, trusting smile. Bless and be blessed, Tyrania. Sadri glanced at him, his expression asking, does she know? Ed moved his head slightly, lowering his eyelids. No. He watched as Sadri slipped smoothly into the role of family friend and uncle. He expected no less. The mayor had that reputation. A cautionary reputation for being able to cozen out secrets. He searched his memory again for any scraps his Tyrania had told him of her young Sadri cousin. Resourceful, overly friendly by Ashlander standards with strangers, but that could be attributed to trader habits learned from his father, intuitive in a way most in the tribe believed him to have a shaman's potential. Tyrania had remembered him with love and hoped he had escaped Vivek before its downfall. If he had made it to Skirim, there would always be a welcome if they could find him. Much later the girls had retired to one of the great tents to continue talking and to share a sleeping pad. Sadri accompanied him to his private tent. Ed told him how he'd met Tyrania, what he knew of the end of her family from what memories she shared, the son he never knew until after Tyrania's death. The boy had been most veteran, so it was a tough adjustment. The boy had his mother's stubbornness, but they eventually reconciled. His son's marriage to a Hlalo girl. Then, their deaths in distant Narcissus when another wave of Argonian invaders rolled through there. Sadri explained his reaction at the altar when Ed had said they needed to talk. He'd had a dream the night before that he was again with his cousins the days before he'd had to leave for Vivek City. Cousin Tyrania was inexplicably holding a baby. Of course, in dreams, such unusual things appear and disappear and often strange knowings as perfectly natural. Like, he knew the child was hers and yet he knew for fact it wouldn't be until next year she would legally be considered an adult, and that she wasn't even promised to anyone yet. And then he'd seen the child in Ashlander dress standing beside Ed and that fragment of dream had forced itself into his thoughts. They shed their tears separately. Ed let Sadri have the tent. He went again to the edge of the camp, this time to the part that faced the College of Winterhold, his new home in Tyrania's. Here the wind was stronger and the cold seeped through his enchantments. A cloak of fire took care of that. It also scared away a pair of frost trolls that had been drawn by the scent of food. After Sol's Thyme he'd gone to Cheydinhill to meet with Inelisi Pharaoh. The matriarch's advice had been for him to settle somewhere and take care of his granddaughter. If it was destined, then the Revyn would find him again. So he'd settled in Winterhold. Savos Aaron had impressed him and the college was fighting to regain its reputation as top center of learning. Aaron had written a letter of recommendation and the college happily accepted. He hadn't any experience in teaching so he wouldn't have to teach novices for now. He was sorry there weren't any other Dunmer children in Winterhold and too few Nord children there. Yet seeing how Sadri and Tyrania connected, he was certain she would be spending plenty of time in Windhelm. In another hour it would be time for dawn service. A small sacrifice of sleep time. Last night had been for contemplation and collection. Dawn was for rebirth and repurpose. He wandered up to the altar. The glow dust had been scattered by the night's winds and the entire platform glittered. Dust was still in the air, a ghostly moon path from the mountain to the sky. He leaned forward, palms resting on the altar. Total the transactions, count the till. Until now. What have I traded? What have I sold? What have I banked? What, oh, what do I have left in me? In the last hours of my day. I have dust, my prince. Glowing dust. Was I careful enough? Was I thoughtful enough? Is there enough to light my way to dawn? He straightened and turned to the camp to wake his granddaughter. The faithful below were stirring. Tyrania was skipping out of the tent, a ball of light above her head like her own personal moon. She easily spotted him and waved. He damped down his flame cloak and went to meet her.